Tianqing Town. After school, Jiang Fan returned home, intending to diligently review his lessons. Tomorrow was the day of the 3 grade exams. He would not need to go to Tianqing High School, nor would he have to attend for several days afterward. He planned to study quietly at home and wait for the cultural subjects exam that would follow the 3 grade exams. The so-called 3 grade exams were the martial exam, the spirit soul exam, and the beast taming exam. The martial exam tested the power of one's chi and blood. The spirit soul exam assessed mental strength. The beast taming exam determined whether one could awaken a beast taming imprint. Each exam was exceedingly difficult. Even the martial exam, reputed to be the path by which ordinary people could rise against all odds, required candidates to strengthen their bodies with large quantities of beast blood or spirit stones before the test, so that their kind blood power could reach 0.5 horsepower. To pass, one needed at least 0.5 horsepower. The spirit soul exam was even harsher, demanding mental strength of 0.5 horsepower. Treasures that could enhance spiritual power were far rarer, and essentially only the wealthy could pursue that route. Yet the most coveted of all was the beast taming exam. Those who passed and awakened a beast taming imprint could become beast tamers, existences 1 in 10,000. Their status far surpassed that of martial artists and spirit soul practitioners. They were truly above others. However, the odds were minuscule. On average, only one genius with a beast imprint would appear among 10,000 students. Such fortune could not be sought, only chanced upon. Since ancient times, the number of beast tamers emerging from Tianqing Town could be counted on one's fingers. For this year's 3 grade exams, if Tianqing Town produced even 5 students who passed the beast taming exam, it would already surpass last year's record. Once one became a beast tamer, one instantly stood a level above others. Jiang Fan, however, had already given up on the 3 grade exams. He was destined to have no chance. Both his physique and mental strength were merely at the level of an ordinary person. As for beast taming talent, that was even further beyond consideration. Moreover, the exam fee was extremely high, 10,000 yuan, making it an unnecessary waste. He could only wait until the 3 grade exams ended, then take the cultural subjects exam, perform his best, and strive to enter a decent university. Though this path was a choice made out of deep helplessness, the moment he arrived home, his parents had already prepared a table full of good dishes, watching him with smiles on their faces. Before Jiang Fan could ask his father, a martial artist laughed in his rough, booming voice and said, "Xiao Fan, don't let your heart feel pressured tomorrow. No matter the outcome, what matters is that we take part." "I'm not taking the exams tomorrow," Jiang Fan said in confusion. "Why wouldn't you take them? We've already paid the fees. If you don't go, that money's wasted." His father's face instantly hardened. "You already paid. Didn't I say I wouldn't sit the exams?" Jiang Fan exclaimed, his tone growing hurried. "That I have no chance at all. Our family isn't well off, and 10,000 yuan is enough for us to eat well for a whole year. On top of that, going to university will cost money too." His father waved a hand, cutting him off. "Xiao Fan, times may be hard, but we aren't so poor that we can't produce this bit of money. Even old Zhang's kid is taking part, and he insists his child can pass the martial exam. I can't even be bothered to believe that nonsense. Don't shoulder a burden. Just go experience it. What kind of child skips the 3 grade exams and jumps straight to the cultural subjects exam? But that's enough, you two stop talking and go wash up for dinner." Jiang Fan's mother also cheered him on, telling him not to worry about the money. She said his father had received a bonus and that there was still some savings at home, enough to get by. Jiang Fan could only sigh. That bonus had been earned with his father's life on the line. Recently, minor beast disasters had appeared around Tianqing Town, and as a martial artist, his father had been obligated to join the battle. Still, since the decision was already made, he had no choice but to sit the exams tomorrow. To be honest, he truly did want to take part in the 3 grade exams. After all, it was the event every high school student looked forward to the most. Early the next morning, Jiang Fan arrived at school only to discover that he was already considered late. His classroom was buzzing with excitement. Shen Pengzi spotted him at once and called out, "Weren't you not taking the exams? Why did you still come?" "My dad registered me anyway. I'll give it a try. Who knows what might happen?" Jiang Fan replied with a smile. He and Shen Pengzi had been deskmates since primary school, their relationship solid as steel. Shen Pengzi's family was well off. His father had procured beast blood and spirit stones for him. Rumor had it that his kind blood power had already reached 0.5 horsepower. Once everyone was seated, the teacher soon entered, briefly reminding them of key points for the 3 grade exams. After issuing admission numbers, he led the students out to assemble on the sports field, where the entire school was divided into batches by designated zones and numbers to begin the exams. The 3 grade exams progressed swiftly. The martial exam measured chi and blood, the spirit soul exam measured mental strength, and the beast taming exam awakened beast imprints. Each student stepped forward and passed through the 3 testing points in succession. By the time the exams neared their end, more than 20 students had passed the spirit soul exam. The school leaders were quite satisfied. Over half had passed the martial exam, and a few students had kind blood values of 1 horsepower or even higher. Zhang Hua from the neighboring class was particularly arrogant. His kind blood power had reached 1.5 horsepower, placing him first in the martial exam. With such a score, he could enroll in an excellent first-tier martial academy. Even the students who had passed the Spirit Soul exam came over to congratulate him, for Zhang Hua's potential was immense. He answered with an arrogant smile, then turned his gaze toward the most eye-catching girl in the crowd, Su Qingqing. Clad in a simple pale green dress, her delicate features were exquisite. Standing amidst the crowd, she was the very image of beauty. Zhang Hua strode over and said in a bright, sunny voice, "Qingqing, be my girlfriend." Exclamations rose all around. Zhang Hua was going to confess to the school belle, Su Qingqing, at the height of his glory. Would Su Qingqing accept him? Surely she would not reject him. After all, Zhang Hua's martial talent was top tier, and his future prospects were. The girls were filled with envy, yet they also knew that aside from Su Qingqing, no other girl could catch Zhang Hua's eye. Su Qingqing glanced at him once expressionless, then stepped away as her turn to be examined arrived. Su Qingqing bypassed both the martial exam platform and the Spirit Soul exam platform, walking straight to the Beast Taming exam platform. She placed her slender jade-like hand upon the awakening stone and closed her eyes. Jiang Fan felt a vague sense of daze. Perhaps no one knew that he and Su Qingqing were neighbors. 2 years ago, she had suddenly moved into the apartment directly across from his. The very next day, she transferred into his class and soon became the school belle of Tianqing One high school. The two often encountered each other on the way to and from school, yet had never exchanged a single word. Sometimes when they met hidden, they pretended not to see one another. Jiang Fan lacked the courage to strike up a conversation with the school belle, while Su Qingqing, most likely, simply disdained speaking to him. Her moving in next door to him had been nothing but coincidence. Becoming his classmate was also mere happenstance. Having grown up in modest circumstances, Jiang Fan harbored no unrealistic fantasies. Suddenly, the awakening stone flared with light. It had sensed a soul imprint. The crowd held its breath. The first student to pass the beast taming exam had appeared. Ray after ray of light emerged, each representing a beast imprint that Su Qingqing had awakened. The more rays there were, the more beast imprints, and the higher the talent. 13 rays of light. 13 soul imprints. The crowd was stupefied. Su Qingqing had awakened 13 soul imprints. What was the historical record of Tianqing Town again? It seemed the record was 7. Su Qingqing had directly shattered Tianqing Town's record. It meant her beast taming upper limit was 13 spirit beasts. Such talent was absolutely peerless. At that moment, the examiner called Jiang Fan's name. Jiang Fan walked forward, brushing past Su Qingqing, who cast him a cold, mocking look. Jiang Fan was somewhat puzzled. When had he ever offended this campus belle? Xiao Fan, go for it. Chen Pongzi shouted loudly. Jiang Fan pumped his fist in the air, indicating he had received the encouragement. However, his blood key test showed less than 0.1 horsepower, and his spiritual power test was also less than 0.1 horsepower. 2 consecutive failures followed one after another. Although Jiang Fan had anticipated this, he still felt a twinge of disappointment. He gave a self-mocking smile, as sure enough his father's money had been wasted. Trash, what are you staring into space for? Isn't this result perfectly normal for you? Zhang Hua sneered. Although Jiang Fan had no real grudge with him, Zhang Hua was furious. The aloof Su Qingqing, who had always looked down on everyone, had actually paused to watch Jiang Fan's examination. Why him? Jiang Fan ignored Zhang Hua's provocation and walked to the beast taming examination platform. Gazing at the awakening stone, he no longer held any real expectations. He placed his hand upon it merely to complete the full sequence of the 3 major exams. The awakening stone remained motionless, just as everyone had expected. Zhang Hua folded his arms and let out a cold snort. Trash. No one noticed the fleeting trace of disappointment that flashed across Su Qingqing's pretty face. Just as Jiang Fan was about to turn and leave, the awakening stone on the soul testing platform suddenly trembled violently, emitting an enormous sound. Su Qingqing quickly turned back, staring at the scene in astonishment. Everyone was stunned. A pillar of black light shot straight into the sky, exceedingly spectacular. Though it was only a single beam, it was far more imposing than any of Su Qingqing's previous rays. Su Qingqing's delicate face went slack. What was this black light? Chen Pongzi's mouth formed an O. What did this mean? Had the awakening succeeded? The school leaders were also dumbfounded. The entire school fell into a stunned silence. What was happening? Had Tianqing One high school just gained a second student to pass the beast taming exam? Who was it? Jiang Fan. That little nobody. The school leaders immediately broke into ecstatic smiles. This year, Tianqing One high school had actually produced 2 students who passed the beast taming exam. A single beam of light meant that Jiang Fan had awakened one beast seal, the lowest tier of beast taming aptitude, yet he was still a beast tamer. That's fantastic, Xiao Fan, you did it. Chen Pongzi rushed over and hugged Jiang Fan tightly. Jiang Fan was more astonished than anyone, not because he had awakened a beast taming aptitude, but because a strange interface had appeared before his eyes. Name Jiang Fan. Age 15. Profession none. Beast Seal Infinite Host may command an unlimited number of spirit beasts with 100 control over each spirit beast. Spirit beasts none. Blood key power 0. 1 horsepower. Spiritual power 0. 1 horsepower. Wealth 0. 5. What was this? A game. Infinite Beast Seals. 100% control over spirit beasts. What was going on? He glanced at the pillar of black light rising from the awakening stone. That was no mere black light. It was countless colors merged together appearing black only because of their density. Su Qingqing's 13 beast seals had already shattered the record of Tianqing Town, so what did his infinite beast seals amount to? Jiang Fan's skin prickled with goosebumps. His great fortune had arrived. As he walked down with Qingpengzi, he crossed paths with Su Qingqing again. Su Qingqing gave a faint smile. How lucky you. Jiang Fan remained silent, feeling utterly baffled. Qingpengzi, however, was so envious he could die. Xiao Fan, you're really something now. Our campus belle talks to you, and you act as if you don't even notice. As they passed Zhanghua, he was still standing there in a daze, staring at Jiang Fan in disbelief. This was impossible. Jiang Fan let out a cold laugh. What was it you just called me? Trash. Zhanghua was stunned as the eyes of the entire school converged on him. Everyone had heard him mocking Jiang Fan earlier. At this moment, Zhanghua's cheeks burned. Zhanghua, you were mocking him just now. Why are you suddenly speechless? Aren't you number 1 in the martial exam? So what if you're first in the martial exam? Compared to a beast tamer, the difference is like heaven and earth. Those who had fawned over Zhanghua moments ago now began to denounce him without hesitation. There was only one reason Jiang Fan was a beast tamer, a Onsen Tinthasan prodigy with limitless prospects. If they left a good impression on him now and he helped them a little in the future, their fates might be completely transformed. Zhanghua's face burned crimson. He could not utter a single word. A moment ago, he had been a genius hailed like a star, and in the next he had become scorned like garbage. Such was the influence of a beast tamer. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have mocked you. Please forgive me. Zhanghua lowered his head, trembling as he admitted his mistake. What? I didn't hear you, Jiang Fan said with a faint smile. I was wrong. Please be generous and don't hold a grudge against someone so petty as me. Zhanghua shouted his apology. He had no choice but to yield. A beast-taming prodigy was not someone a mere Zhanghua from Tianqing Town could afford to offend. Hey, from now on, whenever you see Xiao Fan, you walk the other way, got it? Qingpengzi seized the chance to add. Zhanghua nodded in humiliation. Teachers and students alike watched in fascination. The once arrogant Zhanghua actually had such a disgraceful moment. From now on, whenever Zhanghua saw Jiang Fan, he would probably have to tuck his tail between his legs. Jiang Fan shrugged. He could not be bothered to pursue the matter further. The most pressing task was to figure out what that mysterious panel was. As for the teacher's words about recruiters from beast taming academies coming later, that could wait. When he returned home, his parents were still at work, so Jiang Fan had no way to share this good news for the time being. With a single thought, he opened the system panel. Ding. Newcomer gift pack has been credited. Please check. Jiang Fan tapped to open it. Ding. A first free evolution is granted to the host with an evolution route of your choice. Ding. A Spirit Beast Illustrated Handbook is granted to the host, allowing you to glimpse the evolution routes of spirit beasts. Ding. By claiming the gift pack, a mission is triggered. Secretly become a beast tamer and then astonish everyone. The host must use the newcomer gift pack within 10 minutes, or it will be voided and reclaimed. 10 minutes. Jiang Fan panicked at once. In such a short time, where could he find a spirit beast to evolve? Normally, after awakening their beast seal, people would purchase a spirit beast egg or a young spirit beast to complete their first taming. But spirit beast eggs were incredibly expensive. Even an grade egg with the worst aptitude cost 50,000 yuan, not including the money needed for incubation. His family could not possibly produce such a sum, and even if they could, how could he complete the mission within 10 minutes? Idiot. Big idiot. Suddenly, Jiang Fan's gaze fell upon the bald parrot his father kept. His father had brought this parrot home on a rainy day. It seemed to have escaped from a fire, and the feathers on its head had never grown back. It was as ugly as could be, and Jiang Fan had always despised it. At the moment, however, aside from himself, it was the only living creature in the house. What should he do? Could an ordinary living creature be treated as a spirit beast and evolved? Watching the mission countdown tick away second by second, Jiang Fan gritted his teeth. A desperate measure was better than doing nothing. System, I want to use the newcomer gift pack on this fellow. Determining the creature's ownership. Determination successful. A new system panel immediately appeared before Jiang Fan. Bald parrot. Grade 0 rank. Aptitude unranked 5100. Each 100 growth points increases aptitude by 10. Race flying type. Growth 1100. Stamina 10. Strength 15. Speed 40. Combat power 5. Special skill taunt. Against enemies with spiritual power below 0. 5 horsepower, can attract 100 of enemy enmity onto itself. Line by line, as he read, Jiang Fan's expression grew darker and darker. Its aptitude was unranked, and it was a total weakling with a combat power of 5. The key was that ridiculous special skill. attracting enemy hatred. Was he supposed to go out of his mind, drawing aggro for no reason? Damn it. Ding. Initiating first free evolution of Bald Parrot. The system prompt sounded again. Jiang Fan suddenly remembered. He still had a free evolution chance. Ding. Evolution successful. Evolution result as follows: Bald Parrot. Grade 1 rank. Aptitude unranked 10100. Each 100 growth points increases aptitude by 10. Race flying type. Growth 11,000. Stamina 20. Strength 30. Speed 80. Combat power 10. Evolution method comprehensive evolution. Special skill taunt. Against enemies with spiritual power below 1 horsepower can attract 100 of enemy enmity onto itself. Jiang Fan sucked in a breath. Was this it? Big idiot. Super big idiot. Super big idiot. The Bald Parrot screeched, even louder than before. The corner of Jiang Fan's mouth twitched. It really was born to attract hatred. Jiang Fan's lips trembled slightly. If it weren't for the fact that this was his only spirit beast, he would really want to crush this bastard. Jiang Fan clicked, and immediately several lines of text appeared. The host can exchange wealth points for growth points at a rate of 101. Beautiful. Incredible. For 10 coins you get 1 growth point. For 1,000 growth points, he would need to spend 1,000 coins. Where would he get that kind of money? He only had 50 cents left on Feishin. His father had already spent 10,000 for him to participate in the 3 major exams. How could he shamelessly ask for that amount? While thinking, he went out to take out the trash. Suddenly, he bumped into Su Qingqing, who had just returned, and Jiang Fan was taken aback. Next to Su Qingqing, a property panel appeared. Character Su Qingqing. Age 15. Profession Beastmaster. Beast Seal 16 top-tier talent. Spirit Beasts 3. Other features: stunning beauty, perfect figure, 38D, golden ratio. Following closely were 3 more property panels. Crimson Flame Fox. Spirit Beast level 1st rank. Talent A. Ordinary evolution routes, 33. Dragon Mastiff Pup. Spirit Beast level 2nd rank. Talent S. Ordinary evolution route 7. Special evolution route 1. The special evolution route is a more personalized evolution, extremely hidden, and can only be discovered when reaching master level evolution. Thunderwolf. Spirit Beast level 1st rank. Talent S. Ordinary evolution routes 17. Jiang Fan rubbed his eyes. Could he be seeing things? 38D. Is this for real? It doesn't look like it. Cough. Jiang Fan's face turned slightly red. This should be the ability of the system's Spirit Beast catalog, and he should actually focus on more important matters. A golden ratio figure. Cough. 3 spirit beasts. Everyone had witnessed Su Qingqing's talent, but who knew that she already had 3 spirit beasts under her command? Moreover, having a 2nd-rank spirit beast meant that Su Qingqing was actually a 2nd-ranked beastmaster. She was indeed a genius with 16 beast seals. Her figure. Su Qingqing slightly frowned, her delicate face flushing with a hint of red. Pervert. Su Qingqing turned her body and walked past Jiang Fan, covering her chest with her hand to prevent him from seeing. There is actually a special evolution route. Impressive. It's just a pity that it was the wrong choice. What? Su Qingqing was taken aback. Special evolution, this term made her very sensitive as a beastmaster. Every beastmaster wanted their spirit beasts to embark on that extremely difficult to detect special evolution route. But apart from evolution masters, ordinary people could not discover the special evolution routes with their knowledge. Cough. It's nothing. Jiang Fan took the chance to glance again, and then hurried downstairs, firmly concluding one answer in his heart. It was definitely wrapped up. Su Qingqing looked meaningfully at Jiang Fan's back. Did he just discover my spirit beast? Say. What did it mean when he said he didn't find the special evolution route? Her Dragon Mastiff Pup indeed had a master evolution expert say it possessed the potential for special evolution. Originally, that expert was going to help with a special evolution plan, but then she heard he sacrificed himself while exploring the wasteland. She tried to find the special evolution route for her Dragon Mastiff Pup, going through countless texts related to Dragon Mastiffs. She thought she had found the right path, but Jiang Fan said it was wrong. After taking out the trash, Jiang Fan returned and found Su Qingqing was actually waiting for him at his door. What's up? What did you mean by what you just said? Do you know how to find the special evolution route? Jiang Fan pondered. 10,000 coins. 10,000. If not, 5,000 would work. Or maybe 2,000. Jiang Fan also felt he was asking too much. Although she was a genius, she was still his age, and was using... How could she possibly come up with that much money? Su Qingqing looked at Jiang Fan skeptically. 10,000 coins. She doubted Jiang Fan was joking. A special evolution plan from an evolution master starts at least at hundreds of thousands, and the higher the grade, the more expensive it gets. 10,000 is fine, but what if the evolution fails? I'll refund you the money. Jiang Fan said with a smile. Su Qingqing's expression stiffened. This isn't about refunding money. If the evolution route is wrong, it would greatly affect the spirit beast's potential later on. No worries, I won't force you. Whether you want to find me or not, it's up to you. After Jiang Fan finished speaking, he smiled lightly and returned home, closing the door, leaving Su Qingqing, who was stunned, alone, facing the iron door. Leaning against the door for a while, Jiang Fan couldn't help but cry. When would his pretentious personality change? That was 10,000 coins. In the evening, his parents had not returned yet. Perhaps there had been another beast disaster. Jiang Fan was already used to it. His father was a warrior serving as a squad leader in the Tianqing Town Guard, and his mother worked in logistics. He often didn't see his parents for 10 days or half a month. Before dawn, Jiang Fan was awakened by knocking on the door. When he opened it, it was actually Su Qingqing. "Is there something?" Jiang Fan asked while yawning. "You helped me come up with a special evolution plan," Su Qingqing said. "Now?" "Yes, now." Jiang Fan yawned, waved his hand. "Come in." Su Qingqing hesitated for a moment before following him in. She felt a bit awkward. This was her first time in a boy's house, and being alone. Together. The bald parrot suddenly squawked. Both were somewhat embarrassed, and Jiang Fan shot a reproachful glance at the bald parrot. Why not shout a few more times? Where did that energy from earlier go, calling me a big idiot? Su Qingqing was somewhat speechless. Why was this ugly parrot making such a racket? A beautiful moment. A moment of spring night. A bridal chamber filled with candlelight is worth 1,000 gold. The bald parrot was getting even more excited. Su Qingqing's face turned red. It was evident that the man who raised such a parrot was also lewd. Jiang Fan suddenly looked serious at Su Qingqing and cautiously took a step back. "What now?" Su Qingqing asked. "In the dark of night with a lone man and a lone woman. You don't have any improper thoughts about me, do you?" Su Qingqing's face turned pale. What on earth is wrong with this guy? She had never seen such a narcissistic. "I advise you not to have any crooked thoughts. All right, take it out." Jiang Fan pointed to a clear space. Su Qingqing nodded, and a golden beast seal in her palm lit up. Immediately, a gigantic spirit dog radiant with golden light walked out from a spatial rift, holding its head high. "Beautiful," Jiang Fan exclaimed. It was better than any mastiff he had ever seen. A top-tier dragon mastiff pup, said to exist only in the terrifying Shisha wasteland. Su Qingqing nodded proudly. Of course, this dragon mastiff pup was valuable. Her family had paid a great price to capture it. Jiang Fan gazed at the dragon mastiff, noticing that the attribute panel had become significantly more detailed. Dragon mastiff cub. Spirit beast, level rank 2. Talent S. Race canine. Growth value 155810000. Stamina 355. Strength 499. Speed 160. Combat power 768. Normal evolution route 7. Special evolution route 1. TSK. Indeed, it was a spirit beast with S-level talent. Although it was only one rank higher than the bald parrot, its strength completely overwhelmed it. Jiang Fan clicked on the dragon mastiff's special evolution route, and a long list of material names and quantities immediately appeared. Jiang Fan read them out loud one by one. 10 dragon teeth tendons. 100 liters of emerald feather water. 5 storm ghost fangs. 1 Buddha's hand flower. As Jiang Fan recited the list, Su Qingqing was astonished. Was it really that quick? Just a glance. This was nearly impossible. Even an evolution master would need to observe a spirit beast for several days. Only after consulting a substantial amount of related materials could one finally settle on a few plans. Then one would have to carefully consider and choose one among those plans, making the entire process extremely rigorous. In comparison, Jiang Fan was quite hasty. However, as she recorded the information, Su Qingqing found that it seemed to have some promise. Some combinations of materials indeed had synergistic effects on evolution. This kind of knowledge was not something an average student possessed. Even she had very little understanding of it. Su Qingqing took a deep look at Jiang Fan, wondering when he had learned all this. After mentioning dozens of materials, Jiang Fan finally stopped speaking. To be honest, he had no idea how much these materials would cost. However, the plan given by the system should be correct. It shouldn't allow Su Qingqing to waste her money. Is that all? Jiang Fan nodded. All right, I'll follow this plan for evolution. Su Qingqing immediately prepared to leave. Cough. Jiang Fan coughed lightly. Su Qingqing was taken aback, looking at Jiang Fan with an expression that seemed to hold something back. She understood immediately and smiled at me on WeChat and give me your card number. He'll transfer the money to you. She also added the school bow ties WeChat. Not bad. In Tianqing, no. One high school. Su Qingqing's contact information was worth its weight in gold. Having added each other on WeChat, Su Qingqing was about to leave again when Jiang Fan suddenly asked, "You don't seem like someone who lacks money. Why are you living in this old rundown place?" Su Qingqing was stunned, a thin blush appearing on her fair face, and she mumbled something before leaving. Jiang Fan was left dumbfounded, wondering what he had just said. What about childhood betrothal or something? Childhood betrothal? With whom? Jiang Fan's expression turned strange. Such a talented young woman lived across from him. Could it be that she was betrothed to that scrawny guy from Uncle Wang's upstairs? In this old rundown place, there was only that one useless peer, a university graduate unable to find a job, living off his parents' This is outrageous. Just as Su Qingqing exited the corridor of the community, she heard this anguished cry. A hint of anger appeared on her pretty face. Is it really that hard to accept that this guy has a childhood betrothal with me? As dawn broke, ding, received a transfer from Su Qingqing. Wealth value increased by 10000. The system's voice echoed in Jiang Fan's mind. He immediately jumped out of bed, tossing aside the tissue in his hand. He could now exchange for growth value. It seemed that his spirit beast was different from Su Qingqing's. He did not have any evolution routes to choose from. Was it because he had not yet unlocked this feature, or was the system providing him with the best evolution plan? Currently, he was still unclear. He felt that the system's functions still needed further exploration. Jiang Fan also decided to exchange all 100 wealth value for growth value. He directly filled the growth value of the bald parrot to the brim. The bald parrot immediately radiated a faint green light. Each feather began to shimmer slightly, illuminating half of the room. The bald parrot had also grown significantly in size, easily bursting out of the birdcage made of iron wire. It had grown to a full foot in height. Its pair of eerie green eyes was filled with a wildness. Its dagger-like claws directly ripped through the floor tiles. The destructive power was astonishing, though it still hadn't grown any feathers on its head. Jiang Fan checked the attribute panel of the bald parrot again. Bald parrot. Spirit Beast level rank 2. Talent F101000 for every 100 growth value. Talent value increases by 10. Race flying. Growth value 110,000. Stamina 216. Strength 199. Speed 308. Combat power 288. Special skill taunt can attract 100 of the enemy's hatred onto itself against enemies with spiritual power below 3. Alas, indeed useless is useless. Compared to Su Qingqing's golden mastiff cub, aside from speed, all other attributes were below half. The talent had indeed transformed from being unremarkable to F. Furthermore, the taunt skill was becoming stronger and stronger. Thank you very much. Provoking such a powerful enemy's hatred was akin to seeking death, wasn't it? However, Jiang Fan wasn't that disappointed after all. He was already a rank 2 Beastmaster. A rank 2 Beastmaster in this Tianqing town was undoubtedly a person of prominence. Moreover, he had only become a Beastmaster for less than a day. Who could rival such a growth rate? However, the next stage of growth value required 100 wealth value to exchange. He had just managed to swindle 100 from Su Qingqing. How was he going to obtain 100? Jiang Fan pondered for a moment and decided to visit the Beastmaster Evolution Materials Trading Center. Nearly every city had an official organization that facilitates Beastmasters in acquiring the materials needed to evolve spirit beasts. Thus, it was most likely to encounter Beastmasters in need of evolution at the trading center. Jiang Fan squatted at the entrance of the trading center from morning until noon. Not a single Beastmaster appeared, which was normal. Tianqing Town had a painfully low number of Beastmasters. It seemed that aside from the Wenbing team, who had one Beastmaster, there were none others. Was it impossible to make money by providing evolution plans? He had initially thought of earning some money and buying himself a proper spirit beast egg. Starting directly with a spirit beast had a higher starting point and better qualifications. Spirit beast eggs were relatively cheaper, while spirit beast cubs could be tens or even hundreds of times more expensive. This was because hatching spirit beast eggs carried risks such as failure to hatch or the resulting spirit beast having poor qualifications. It was somewhat like gambling, and hence the egg gambling industry was thriving in big cities. However, Tianqing Town was too remote to have such an industry. If it did, he could try it out. They say that evolution masters are experts at egg gambling. Perhaps he could be as well. After squatting for most of the day, Jiang Fan was starving. Suddenly, he saw a tall, leggy beauty walking towards him dressed in a red tight outfit, exuding a spirited demeanor. She was also extremely beautiful. Although she couldn't compare to Su Qingqing, she had a bit more heroism about her. Jiang Fan could roughly guess that she was from the military. As she walked, many people turned their heads to look. On one hand, this woman was very beautiful. On the other, she was followed by a gigantic wolf. It was quite large, standing 3 to 4 meters tall. Its fur was red, swaying slightly, resembling flickering. In Jiang Fan's eyes, several lines of data suddenly appeared. Yi Qinghua. Age 22. Occupation rank 3 Beastmaster. Beast Seal 5 medium talent. Spirit Beasts 3. Other features 34C, legs 1 meter long, highly elastic. Blazing Flame Wolf. Spirit Beast level grade 3. Talent BA. Race K9. Growth value 3254095009 10000. Stamina 1012. Strength 1588. Speed 530. Combat power 1969. Normal evolution routes 11. Special status injured evolution failure due to incorrect route. A grade 3 Beast Tamer. Jiang Fan was shocked. In such a desolate place, a grade 3 Beast Tamer had actually arrived. It was simply unbelievable. Through the Spirit Beast Encyclopedia, he gained a wealth of information. The legs are actually 1 meter long. My goodness. Enough to play for a year. Ahem. The blazing flame wolf's evolution failure has led to its injuries, so its original growth value should have reached 95009, but now it has dropped to 32540. Jiang Fan's dumbfounded expression did not attract the attention of the girl, though after all there were plenty of disgusting men coveting her long legs. The girl walked past Jiang Fan, and he quietly said, "Beauty, it seems your blazing flame wolf is not in good condition." Yi Qinghua suddenly stopped, looked down, glanced at Jiang Fan, and slightly frowned. How do you know? Her blazing flame wolf had just failed its evolution and was indeed severely injured. But ordinary people shouldn't be able to tell. At this thought her gaze suddenly turned sharp, a killing intent pervading. Who are you? Which family spy? Jiang Fan's hair stood on end as he looked at Yi Qinghua, who was only a few years younger than him, in surprise. How many life and death battles must one have gone through? How many lives must one have taken to hone such a killing aura? He quickly said, No, I'm not a spy. Oh, I am an evolutionist. I can tell that your blazing flame wolf seems to have just failed its evolution, leading to backlash. Just as Jiang Fan was about to continue, Yi Qinghua's pupils suddenly constricted. She instantly looked around. Fortunately, no one was paying attention here. Otherwise, if someone found out that her blazing flame wolf was injured, Tianqing Town would be in danger. She grabbed Jiang Fan's hand and immediately entered the trading center. The trading center had rooms that only VIP clients could use, and Yi Qinghua's identity was evidently not ordinary. Jiang Fan was pressed onto the bed, and Yi Qinghua stared at this boy with suspicion. Don't do anything reckless. I am a proper person. Jiang Fan quickly held onto his pants. With a face of determination, he vowed to resist. Yi Qinghua was taken aback, realizing that her posture was somewhat ungraceful, a hint of shyness flashing by. She hurriedly straightened up. Who exactly are you? I am an evolutionist. Jiang Fan felt exhausted. That's impossible. There are no evolutionists as young as you. Even if there are, they wouldn't appear in a small place like Tianqing Town. I am a native of Tianqing Town. If I'm not here, where else would I be? Yi Qinghua became even more puzzled. Was there such a person in Tianqing Town? She hadn't heard anyone mention it before. According to the captain of the Tianqing Town Guard, there was only one grade 2 Beast Tamer in Tianqing Town with no evolutionists. You said my blazing flame wolf failed its evolution. How did you come to that conclusion? Jiang Fan looked at Yi Qinghua with a strange expression, or was she already forgetful at such a young age? Yi Qinghua also realized, that's right, you said you are an evolutionist. But how can you prove that you are an evolutionist and not someone who learned this through other means such as intelligence? I can provide an evolution plan for your spirit beast, Jiang Fan said with a smile. Yi Qinghua was stunned once again, looking at Jiang Fan with suspicion. Could such a young man really be an evolution master? To be able to discern the evolution route of a grade 3 spirit beast meant he could only be an evolution master. All right, manifest your spirit beast, Jiang Fan said casually. The so-called manifestation of a spirit beast does not mean presenting the complete spirit beast, but rather appearing as a palm-sized light orb. It is essentially manifesting the beast seal. Yi Qinghua hesitated. Manifesting a beast seal in front of others was a great taboo for beast tamers. It could easily reveal the weaknesses of her spirit beast to knowledgeable individuals. Yi Qinghua repeatedly scrutinized Jiang Fan, a trace of sternness appearing on her otherwise spirited face as she coldly snorted, If you dare to deceive me, I guarantee that from now on there will be no one like you in Tianqing Town. Jiang Fan remained non-committal. After all, he was not a scammer. He intended to earn some money from this, and then evolve his bald parrot. Yi Qinghua opened her palm, and a ball of fiery red light instantly ignited in her hand. In just a few seconds, the flames coalesced into a miniature blazing flame wolf. How marvelous! After watching for a while, Jiang Fan shook his head. What a pity, it was originally a spirit beast about to evolve to grade 4, but now it has not only fallen further, but even its talent has dropped from A to B. So regrettable. Talent BA. Growth value 325409509100000. These two values clearly illustrate the issue. The numbers in parentheses were the original values, but now they had all significantly decreased. Especially the talent dropping from A to B was even more distressing than the growth value dropping by over 60,000. Yi Qinghua lowered her head in self-reproach, no longer the boldness and dominance from before. Her eyes were wet as she struggled to hold back tears. It's all because of me. I believed someone else's slander and harmed the blazing flame wolf. Yi Qinghua's eyes burned with anger. She had begun to understand that perhaps from the very beginning she had fallen into a trap set by someone else. What initial arrival of an evolution master, what innocent intention to make friends. It was all a facade, a trick. It was likely that someone had learned of her intention to support Tianqing Town and had exploited her urgent desire to evolve the blazing flame wolf, thus setting a trap that left her blazing flame wolf severely injured. As for the reason, could it be that someone wanted to see Tianqing Town fall? As Yi Qinghua's thoughts raced, Jiang Fan had already organized the special evolution plan for the blazing flame wolf provided by the system. Perhaps because the blazing flame wolf was severely injured, the list of materials this time was particularly long. A full 100 materials. Even the well-informed Yi Qinghua was taken aback. How much would this cost? Looking at Yi Qinghua, who was dumbfounded, Jiang Fan smiled modestly, grinning as he extended his hand. What? Yi Qinghua's mind had not yet caught up. Jiang Fan directly stuffed a long list into his pocket, watching Yi Qinghua with vigilance. Are you trying to dine and dash? Dine? Oh, you mean payment. Of course. How could there be free services from an evolution master? Yi Qinghua slapped her forehead, realizing that. She glanced at the densely packed list again and somewhat painfully asked, may I ask how much it will cost? Jiang Fan held up one finger. Hiss. Yi Qinghua bit her silver teeth, taking a deep breath. 1 million. This was the price of an evolution master evolving a grade 3 spirit beast, especially for a special evolution route worth 1 million. However, she had just been scammed out of 1 million, losing years of savings. Yi Qinghua felt a bit awkward. I am currently short on funds. Can we negotiate? Her beautiful face flushed red. Such words were hard for her character to utter. But there was no other choice. Huh, you can't even come up with 100,000. Jiang Fan's face instantly fell. This was not what he had expected, or rather the difference was too great. Are beast tamers this poor? Isn't this profession supposed to be rare? Isn't it supposed to be for the elite? Can't even come up with 100,000. That's too disappointing. Maybe he should just change careers. The reason he asked for 100,000 was merely an attempt. After all, he had charged 10,000 for a special evolution plan for Su Qingcheng's grade 2 spirit beast. A grade 3 spirit beast should be worth more, right? Now it seemed that 100,000 might be too high. 100,000. This time it was Yi Qinghua's turn to be shocked, her eyes fixated on Jiang Fan. Is he a scammer? Is he working with that previous scammer? Her eyes blazed with intensity, as if they could ignite Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan instinctively tightened his collar, looking resolute. I warn you, aside from money, I do not accept any form of compensation. Besides, I am still a child. Yi Qinghua was furious, her delicate face stiffening. What on earth was this guy thinking? She stared at Jiang Fan for a long time. He didn't seem like a scammer, for a scammer wouldn't employ such low-level tricks. Moreover, she could have the people at the trading center help examine the plan. Although the trading center was not as proficient in beast evolution as the evolution center, a remote town like Tianqing Town did not have an evolution center established. An evolution center generally had to be at least at the city-state level. She could only settle for second best. Although the people at the trading center did not understand beast evolution, they often dealt with evolution materials, so they were somewhat experienced. It's like a pharmacist in a drugstore. Although not a doctor who diagnoses and treats, they can still infer some situations through various medicines. 100,000 yuan is not much. It can't even buy 1/10 of this list of materials. Okay, cash or bank transfer. Transfer. Jiang Fan was excited. He had earned another 100,000 yuan. He could evolve again. However, he needed to think, should he continue to evolve the bald parrot or buy a spirit beast egg? An grade spirit beast egg costs 50,000 yuan, and a grade spirit beast egg costs 500,000. Each level up, the price increases tenfold, and those with special evolution paths are priced separately. Some might wonder how one could know if there's a special evolution path when the spirit beast hasn't even hatched yet. That's still the job of an evolutionist. However, even they cannot guarantee anything, as it involves a gamble, much like betting on stones. A perceptive evolutionist can also see about 50 to 60%. Generally, few seek out evolutionists to examine spirit beast eggs. Firstly, low-grade spirit beast eggs are not worth it. Secondly, evolutionists are also gambling. Even if they lose, they still receive their fees. Ding. Received a transfer of 100,000 from Yi Qinghua. Wealth value increased by 100,000. Perfect. Jiang Fan had never seen so much money. If his parents knew he was making money like this, wouldn't they be so excited they'd cry? Okay, a pleasant cooperation. Jiang Fan waved goodbye to Yi Qinghua with a joyful expression. This expression only made Yi Qinghua more suspicious. A respectable evolutionist would be so happy over such a small amount of money. The evolutionists she knew were unflappable, even with millions at stake. However, regardless, she had at least obtained a plan, and the cost was not high. She needed to hurry and assist the Jiang Fan did not leave the trading center, but instead ran to the Spirit Beast Egg trading hall within it. Although Tianqing Town was a remote place, the trading center had been constructed to a suitable scale. The Spirit Beast Egg trading hall was particularly resplendent. Each Spirit Beast Egg was exquisitely displayed in the showcases, resembling jewels, even surpassing the quality of gold and silver. Many people were in the Spirit Beast trading hall, most of whom came to gain knowledge. There were also some students brought by their teachers for social practice, observing real Spirit Beast Eggs on site. They called it gaining good luck. There were rumors that frequent contact with Spirit Beast Eggs could increase the chance of awakening beast marks. Whether that was true or not, a number of high schools, they called it gaining good luck. There were rumors that frequent contact with Spirit Beast Eggs could increase the chance of awakening beast marks. Whether that was true or not, a number of high school students came to the trading hall daily, spending a long time there. Even just looking through the specially designed glass cover made them feel satisfied. Xiao Fan, what brings you here? A pleasant voice came. Jiang Fan turned to look. It was a young lady in professional attire in her early 20s, looking radiant and beautiful. Sister Huan, I'm just here to browse around. Haven't you finished your exams? I invited you before, but you didn't come. Now you come to gain luck, isn't it a bit? Lu Huan put her hands on her hips, her pretty face showing a hint of reproach. Then using her delicate hands, she pinched Jiang Fan's cheeks. Jiang Fan struggled slightly, but was directly pulled into Lu Huan's embrace, her hands vigorously tousling his hair. Even though this had happened countless times, Jiang Fan still wanted to say, so soft, so fragrant. Some people couldn't help but look over. Although Lu Huan wasn't a stunning beauty, she was definitely an attractive woman in both appearance and figure. Young and full of vitality with an exceptionally good personality, she was undoubtedly the dream girl of many. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to get a job at the Spirit Beast Egg Trading Hall. The job was not only relaxed, but also well paid. Everyone envied Jiang Fan, but the key was that Jiang Fan had a wronged expression. Some of the young men snickered, pretending to be oblivious. After all, they were all guys who didn't understand each other. Why don't you step aside so we can bear this injustice for you? I heard that Tianqing one high school awakened 2 beast masters this year. Did that stimulate you? A young man in a suit approached, wearing a smile, but the sarcasm was clear to everyone. Jiang Fan hadn't spoken, yet when Lu Huan shielded him protectively. Chao Gang, this has nothing to do with you, does it? Don't misunderstand him, just a bit sentimental. Back in my year, none of the 3 major exams had a single beast master. Facing Lu Huan's reprimand, Chao Gang smiled politely, then looked at Jiang Fan. Now that the 3 major exams are over, aren't you preparing for cultural class exams? No worries, at least you can aim for an ordinary university. Although coming out, you can only do the lowest level jobs for the rest of your life. Jiang Fan was once again cut off before he could speak, as Lu Huan shielded him once again. Chao Gang. Lu Huan's voice sharpened, don't go too far. Many people turned to look, nearby colleagues gestured for them to keep it down. Lu Huan lowered her voice and coldly said, Chao Gang, you're not familiar with Xiao Fan, so don't try to get close. Getting close to him? How does he even deserve that? Just as Lu Huan was about to argue further, Jiang Fan struggled out from her embrace, breathing a sigh of relief. Although not as large as Su Qingcheng's 36D, it was still hard to breathe. Sister Huan, don't mind him. I actually came to buy a Spirit Beast Egg. Jiang Fan stated his intention. You want to buy a Spirit Beast Egg? Lu Huan was astonished. Do you really think that frequent contact with Spirit Beast Eggs can increase the chances of awakening beast marks? It's nothing but wishful thinking. Commoners are just commoners, ignorant. Chao Gang looked at Jiang Fan with disdain. Lu Huan shot a glare at Chao Gang, ignoring him, and earnestly advised Jiang Fan. Xiao Fan, I know about your family's situation. There's no need to spend this money. Every year, many parents of examinees come to buy Spirit Beast Eggs, but it's actually useless. Lu Huan and Jiang Fan grew up in the same neighborhood, but 2 years ago, Lu Huan's family moved away from the old community. Their relationship was still quite good in Jiang Fan's heart. Lu Huan had always been a big sister who valued loyalty. In reality, their ages weren't that different. Jiang Fan was about to declare that he was already a beast master when suddenly some noise arose from another. An old man with a white beard spoke with a pale face and beads of sweat on his forehead. Jiang Fan was somewhat curious. Was he an evolution master? Next to the old man, there were a few conflicted individuals who looked like a family. Chao Gang immediately ceased to mock Jiang Fan, and instead approached the family with a smile, saying, Elder Jiang is undoubtedly the foremost evolution master in our Tianqing town. You can trust his recommendation without question. This A-grade Spirit Beast Egg radiates extraordinary brilliance. It's clearly not ordinary. The old man smiled bitterly and shook his head upon hearing this. I am no evolution master. I barely qualified as a 3rd-tier spiritual master in my youth, possessing slightly stronger mental power, allowing me to glimpse the shell of the Spirit Beast Egg. My recommendation should only be taken as a reference. Chao Gang smiled, saying, Elder Jiang is too modest. The Spirit Beast Egg you recommended to our Chao family last time was only in 5th grade, yet it revealed 17 evolution routes. Everyone gasped in astonishment. 17 routes. For an 5th grade Spirit Beast, that was already quite a lot. Typically, one would have to pay a high price to purchase already hatched Spirit Beast cubs to find such a premium 5th grade. To hatch a Spirit Beast Egg of that quality is definitely a profitable endeavor. As soon as this was said, the family immediately showed fervent interest, fixating on the Spirit Beast Egg recommended by Elder Jiang. There's a certain coincidence, Mr. Chao, please don't overpraise me. Elder Jiang took a moment to recover his I actually think that one over there looks good. Everyone was taken aback, then turned to look at Jiang Fan, who was standing on tiptoe at the back of the crowd. Lu Huan was shocked and quickly tugged at Jiang Fan's clothes, signaling him not to speak recklessly. The middle-aged man was puzzled, but that Spirit Beast Egg was the first one Elder Jiang ruled out, saying it was of the lowest quality. Is that so? Jiang Fan murmured. In his eyes, the data of several Spirit Beast Eggs on the counter had already appeared. Among them the data for the egg recommended by Elder Jiang Fire Spirit Mouse egg level E evolution routes 3 quality low grade, while the data for the one he recommended Lightning Snake egg level E evolution routes 35 quality upper grade. In his Spirit Beast manual, even a mere layer of shell could not obstruct his scrutiny. It was clear at a glance. Elder Jiang, somewhat irritated, said, "Who is this young brat? This Lightning Snake egg appears plain and lacks any luster. How could it possibly be better than the Fire Spirit Mouse egg?" Chao Gang sneered. "Elder Jiang, don't be angry. He's just a student from Tianqing High School, the waste who failed all 3 major exams. He's merely indulging in idle talk." Upon hearing that he was merely a student, everyone frowned. Even the middle-aged man grew angry. What kind of nonsense is this student spouting? And a grade Spirit Beast egg costs 500,000. If he chooses a low-grade one, can he bear the responsibility? A girl of similar age to Jiang Fan standing next to the middle-aged man glanced at him and scoffed. "Did 2 Beast Masters emerge from Tianqing High School? Did you think it was you? Wait until you become a Beast Master before speaking." Clearly this girl had just taken the 3 major exams and awakened her beast mark. Thus, facing someone like Jiang Fan who had failed the 3 major exams, she naturally carried an air of superiority. Her gaze towards Jiang Fan was filled with disdain. Jiang Fan smiled and shrugged. "I'm merely expressing my opinion, ultimately the choice of which to buy lies with you all. Why resort to mockery? Do you even have the right to speak of opinions? Who do you think you are?" Chao Gang ridiculed. Following his lead, others began to scold Jiang Fan. "At such a young age you're so talkative. If they choose wrong, can you afford the consequences? A mouth without hair cannot be relied upon to handle matters. You're causing a delay." Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, Lu Huan hurriedly stepped in to apologize for Jiang Fan. "I'm sorry, everyone of my younger brother doesn't understand the market, please forgive him." Chao Gang, seeing Lu Huan so proactive, felt even more jealous and intensified his criticism. "Lu Huan, don't let him come to the Spirit Beast Egg Trading Hall again. If he offends the customers, can you bear the consequences?" Faced with Chao Gang's harsh criticism, Lu Huan became anxious. If Jiang Fan continued to be willful, losing her job would be a small matter, but if Jiang Fan offended the trading center, it would be troublesome. The trading center in Tianqing Town is financially robust and is a federal unit with several martial artists stationed there. Moreover, and most importantly, Chao Gang has connections at the trading center. If Jiang Fan offends him, there will be no benefits. Chao Fan, be obedient and go back. Jiang Fan knew that Sister Huan was trying to protect him, but he really came to buy a Spirit Beast egg. He smiled at Chao Gang and said, "How about we make a bet to see which Spirit Beast egg is better?" Chao Gang also laughed, mocking Jiang Fan's ignorance of the situation. "Sure, let's bet. What are the stakes? If I win, you'll give me this Spirit Beast egg. If I lose, I'll buy this Spirit Beast egg, and you can count it as your performance." Lu Huan's face instantly turned pale. Had Chao Fan gone crazy? This wasn't just a grade Spirit Beast egg, but a valuable grade Spirit Beast egg worth 500,000. 500,000? How could Chao Fan possibly come up with that? Just as Lu Huan was about to stop him, Jiang Fan grasped her icy hand, signaling with a smile that it was okay. "Huh. The young and reckless are fearless. Alright, I'll bet with you. If you win, I'll personally pay for this Spirit Beast egg." Chao Gang naturally dared to bet, not to mention, even Elder Jiang didn't have high hopes for this Spirit Beast egg. Moreover, in his experience, such a dull-looking Spirit Beast egg usually had the worst quality, and even its vitality was weak. Thus, Jiang Fan would surely suffer the consequences. Lu Huan's face turned pale. She was the first to think about how much money was in her card. Would it be enough to cover for Jiang Fan? If Jiang Fan couldn't come up with the money, he would land in serious trouble. Chao Gang, fearing that Jiang Fan might regret it, immediately called over the hatching master. Today he was determined to make Jiang Fan pay a painful price. Even if it meant ruining his life, it would be Jiang Fan's own doing, proving to Lu Huan that commoners are ultimately just commoners. The hatching master brought over 2 constant temperature incubators, and both Spirit Beast eggs began to hatch simultaneously. The hatching fee was also exorbitant, but for customers purchasing a grade Spirit Beast eggs, the hatching fee was waived. After about an hour, the 2 Spirit Beast eggs began to vibrate slightly, and almost simultaneously cracks appeared on the shells. One emitted a faint fiery aura while the other burst forth with blinding thunderous radiance. Both Elder Jiang and Chao Gang's faces changed dramatically. How was this possible? As the 2 weak cubs crawled out from their shells, it was evident to anyone with eyes that the lightning snake's quality was far superior to that of the fire spirit mouse. Even Lu Huan couldn't help but cover her mouth, looking incredulously at Jiang Fan. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan remained unfazed, as if everything was under his control. Everyone stared in astonishment at the young Jiang Fan, while the family's faces turned green. Not only was the lightning snake of upper-grade quality, but the fire spirit mouse that Elder Jiang had chosen for them was not even average. It could be considered low-grade. Choosing with closed eyes might yield better results. Jiang Fan smiled and clasped his hands together, saying, "Thank you, Brother Chao, for your generosity. Ooh, I'll take this lightning snake with me. Chao Gang immediately panicked. 500,000 was not a small sum. He had only been working for a few years, spending money lavishly. This expenditure would surely alert his family, and once they found out they would not let him off easily. Lu Huan looked at Jiang Fan with curiosity. Xiao Fan, how did you acquire such a skill? Luck, I don't know why, but I just felt this was good. Jiang Fan chuckled innocently. The others felt embarrassed, so it was just luck. What incredible luck it was. But Chao Gang's expression darkened further. This kid was daring to gamble, so big, just based on luck. The key was that he had won the gamble. It was outrageous. Immediately someone proposed to spend 600,000 to buy a young lightning snake. Jiang Fan was taken aback. It could be done this way. 600,000, are you serious? And a ranked spirit beast cub with such excellent potential is worth at least 800,000. Little brother, sell it to me for 800,000 and I'll buy it. A burly man spoke up loudly. Jiang Fan glanced at him. The man exuded a fierce aura, giving off the impression of countless killings. A warrior. Jiang Fan deduced that this person was likely a hunter, often venturing into the wilderness to steal wild spirit beast cubs or spirit beast eggs to sell to others. It was a profession where one risked their life. As soon as this man shouted his price, others immediately fell silent. Not to mention that 800,000 was already a high price. Those considering bidding had to think carefully about whether to offend such a reckless person. Cutting off someone's means of making money is akin to killing their parents. If pushed too hard, there would be no good outcome. Jiang Fan pondered. He initially wanted to keep the lightning snake as his spirit beast, but 800,000 was simply too tempting. In fact, upon reconsideration of the lightning snake's basic data, it was merely average in all aspects with a slightly more diverse evolution route. It was useful for others, but it didn't matter much to him. The system would automatically arrange the best evolution route for him. What he truly desired were high basic stats. However, conversely, if the basic stats were high, it wouldn't be in a rank. With that 800,000, he could evolve several common beasts similar to the bald parrot. Wasn't that appealing? Okay, since this lightning snake is fated with my brother, I will transfer it to you. The burly hunter promptly transferred the money to Jiang Fan, then picked up the lightning snake and left, telling Jiang Fan that his name was Wang Ming and he could come to him for help if needed. Wang Ming. Old Jiang gasped, a third-rank warrior well known among the hunters near Tianqing town. A third-rank warrior. A powerhouse. Although there were the most martial artists among the three paths, it didn't mean that warriors were truly worthless. A third-rank warrior could take on 100, they were among the strongest. The person who was previously pressured by Wang Ming felt somewhat relieved that he hadn't truly offended Wang Ming. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. In Tianqing town, a third-rank warrior was indeed a significant figure. Chao Gang frowned. Someone like him was actually protecting Jiang Fan and even bought the lightning snake from him. Jiang Fan was quite clever. Had he not sold it to Wang Ming earlier, he certainly wouldn't have been able to take the lightning snake today. Now this loss could only be borne by Chao Gang. Damn it. Sister Huan, let's go, I'll treat you to a feast. Jiang Fan grinned. He was now a wealthy man, especially with the 90,000 that Yi Qinghua had given him. With 90,000, he could buy a large 2-bedroom apartment in Tianqing town. If he didn't use it to evolve spirit beasts, he could even move his parents out of their old cramped place. I still have to work, he'll find you after my shift. Lu Huan replied with a smile. Jiang Fan didn't head home directly. Instead, he wandered around the pet market. He planned to buy some common beasts and then evolve them into spirit beasts. Others relied on quality to win, but he would win with quantity. It wasn't that appealing. After all, he had unlimited beast seals, so it didn't matter. The pet market sold various common pets, and even hybrid pets that were crossed with spirit beasts. For instance, a red-haired Tibetan Mastiff, a green-haired lizard, a spider with a human-sized head. But generally, it was only the appearance that changed. They were still common beasts at their core. After asking around about prices, it turned out that the prices for hybrid pets were quite high, usually 10 times the price difference. There was no need. In fact, the cheaper the better. He already had the bald parrot. Could it get any uglier? Yes, it really existed. He spotted a bald husky. Not a single hair on its head, completely bald, and its eyes had a fierce glare looking down on everyone. Around its neck hung a crooked sign, hybrid husky. Special price. Only 200. 200? Jiang Fan's eyes lit up. He saw some interesting data on this husky. Hybrid era, level 0 rank, talent mediocre, 50-100 race, canine growth value 1, 5100 stamina, 20 strength, 30 speed, 10 combat power 5. Although it was also a weakling, the last piece of data intrigued Jiang Fan. Special bloodline A-class flame dog 1. It had a 1% bloodline of the flame dog, and it was an A-class flame dog. He wondered if he could activate the flame dog's bloodline through the system's evolution. An A-class spirit beast was truly a luxury item. There were none in Tianqing town. Not even a C-class could be found, only up to D-class. It was said that A-class spirit beasts existed only in some major cities at sky-high prices in the billions, and might even be priceless. If he could really activate the bloodline, he would have struck it rich. The stall owner, seeing Jiang Fan staring dreamily at the neglected bald era, was dumbfounded. In this day and age there really is a peculiar taste for everything. He quickly said, "Little brother, since you like it, just take it. This is a hybrid era, and they say its father is quite extraordinary." Jiang Fan raised his head and said expressionlessly, "Make it cheaper. Hybrid pets. Only 200. You won't find a price like this anywhere else. Too ugly. Huh? Didn't you find its appearance appealing just a moment ago?" The stall owner was puzzled. "What do you mean? Are you saying my taste is poor?" The stall owner was speechless. Just a moment ago his eyes had been sparkling. Was it my fault? The era, unaware of what was happening, looked at Jiang Fan with a disdainful glare. The stall owner hesitated for a moment, finally saying, "Fine, 100 yuan, and I'll even throw in a big bag of dog food. Don't haggle. Also no returns after the sale." Jiang Fan nodded. That was more reasonable. However, he soon realized something was off because the stall owner had given him a huge bag of dog food. The bag was labeled with a weight of 50 kilograms. 50 kilograms. Although he had never bought dog food before, just this bag alone should cost at least 100 yuan. He took a deep look at the stall owner. Was this a trap? After paying, Jiang Fan struggled home with the 0.1 horsepower weakling body, dragging the dog food and bald era. Thanks to the bald era, he garnered a lot of attention on the way home, with several beautiful women even approaching him for a photo. It was just a bald era. Could this ugly dog actually be a charm for attracting girls? With this dog, finding a partner would be just around the corner. After expending great effort to drag the dog food upstairs, he found Su Qingqing waiting at his doorstep. Su Qingqing was dressed in a light yellow short dress, her long, fair legs very eye-catching. Looking from below, forget it, she was actually wearing safety shorts. Ever since Su Qingqing stopped wearing her school uniform, every time they meet, she has a new outfit. Indeed, she is a wealthy girl. Sai, how did she end up betrothed to that boy from the old Wang family upstairs? Su Qingqing paid no attention to Jiang Fan's gaze. She was used to this guy's frivolous behavior. Glancing at the dog food bag and the arrogant-looking bald-headed husky, she couldn't help but ask, "Did you go buy a dog?" Jiang Fan couldn't bother to explain in detail. He needed to drag the dog food all the way up to the last step. Ouch! Suddenly, he slipped, and along with the bald-headed husky was pulled down the stairs by the dog food. "Oh no!" Jiang Fan wailed, rolling down the stairs with a 100-pound weight. This was bound to cause a level 2 disability. Suddenly his body soared into the air, and the next moment it felt like two soft things were pressed against his back. Based on the experience he learned from Sister Huan, this is. "Are you okay?" Su Qingqing's voice came. He could even feel her faint warmth. Jiang Fan was dumbfounded. His current position was quite awkward. He was being hugged around the waist by Su Qingqing, and crucially, she held him with one arm, while firmly gripping the dog food bag with the other. What kind of strength is this? Does Su Qingqing's chi strength also run high? Chen Fatty's chi strength is 0.5 horsepower, just enough to pass the martial examination. But Chun Fatty's strength is certainly not as great as Su Qingqing's, as she appears slender, but is in fact as strong as an ox. She can easily lift over 100 pounds with one hand. Su Qingqing had no idea that Jiang Fan was actually using strong as an ox to describe a girl. The bald-headed husky got up from the bottom of the stairs looking confused, and then it whimpered in grievance. "Whoa, why didn't you save me? Why did I roll down?" Jiang Fan ignored the husky's resentful howls. After being set down by Su Qingqing, Jiang Fan fell into thought. "Can I ask you a question?" Jiang Fan's expression was very serious. "What? You are clearly quite proud. Why do you wrap yourself up?" "Wrap myself up?" Su Qingqing looked puzzled. Then, following Jiang Fan's gaze, she looked down at her chest. Instantly, her pretty face turned red, and she hurriedly covered it, not allowing Jiang Fan to see. "Pervert." Slap. A loud sound echoed in the hallway. Did the evolution succeed? In the living room, Jiang Fan, sporting a swollen face, muttered, "How did you know?" Su Qingqing's eyes widened, as if it were obvious. "I saw the data panel above your head at a glance. You're now a third-tier Beastmaster." Jiang Fan smiled and said mysteriously, "What do you think?" Su Qingqing revealed a hint of confusion, looking as if she understood, yet also as if she didn't. "I came over to thank you," Su Qingqing said. "All right, I got it," Jiang Fan nodded. Before leaving, Su Qingqing suddenly asked, "Was your reaction that day a discontent about the betrothal?" Jiang Fan was taken aback, imagining the smug face of that Wang family boy as he wrapped his arm around Su Qingqing's shoulder, and feeling a twinge of jealousy, he said, "Of course. The times are changing. Now they advocate for free love and free marriage." What is a betrothal? A betrothal is a typical phenomenon of arranged marriages imposed by parents where they impose their wishes on their children. As a youth of the new era, I believe we should have a spirit of resistance rather than simply conforming. Happiness must be fought for by oneself. Su Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened slightly, looking at Jiang Fan in surprise. To be honest, she really didn't expect Jiang Fan to be so opposed to their betrothal. No wonder this guy never talks to her. Sometimes after school, she purposely walked slowly to wait for him, but he would briskly walk past her without a glance. This was Jiang Fan's manifestation of resistance to the betrothal. But now there are still many people who marry first and love later. Su Qingqing pouted in Yuehua city family and political alliances were clearly quite common. Marry first and love later. I think you've watched too many novels and dramas. How can two people without an emotional foundation be together? It's simply a fantasy. Seeing Jiang Fan's firm and resolute attitude, Su Qingqing's eyes moistened as she struggled to hold back her grievance. All right, I understand. After saying that, Su Qingqing stormed out. Jiang Fan suddenly realized that he might have said a bit too much. After all, this was the arranged marriage of the boy from the Wang family upstairs that had nothing to do with him, and he actually had a decent relationship with that boy. Was he being a bit unreasonable by doing this? Forget it. First, let's deal with the bald-headed husky. System, I want to make the bald-headed husky my beast. Suddenly, a faint red light emitted from the bald-headed husky. This light was similar to what was emitted when embedding a beast seal into a spirit beast. However, since the bald-headed husky was an ordinary beast, the light was much weaker. Ding. The bald-headed husky has become the host's beast with the following attributes: bald-headed husky level 0 grade talent subpar, 50-100 race, canine growth value 1, 5100 stamina, 20 strength, 30 speed, 10 combat power, 5 special bloodline A-class flame dog, 1 evolution method full evolution. Evolve the bald-headed husky. The bald-headed husky emitted light again. Its body seemed to become a bit sturdier, and its gaze seemed even more dazed, as if it had reached an invincible state. After a few minutes, ding. The bald-headed husky evolved successfully. Wealth value 10,000. Evolution results as follows: bald-headed husky level 1st grade talent subpar, 15100 race, canine growth value 15100 stamina, 40 strength, 60 speed, 20 combat power, 20 special bloodline A-class flame dog, 1 special skill intimidation, capable of intimidating enemies with a spiritual power below 0. 5. It's almost similar to the bald-headed parrot evolving to the 1st grade. The data basically just doubles from the 0 grade baseline. A 1st grade spirit beast is indeed very weak. The key point is, what the heck is this special skill? Intimidation. Just to scare the opponent. Would the opponent feel fear upon seeing the bald-headed husky's disdainful eyes? Damn it. This data is unbearable to look at. His two spirit beasts, one attracts hatred, the other intimidates. Stupid dog. Big stupid dog. The bald-headed parrot flew around the room, crazily taunting the bald-headed husky. The bald-headed husky's cold, frosty gaze immediately locked onto the bald-headed parrot. Jiang Fan was somewhat looking forward to seeing how his two spirit beasts would fight. Wu, the bald-headed husky, let out a low growl that sent a chill down one's spine. The air seemed to freeze. Even Jiang Fan felt the effect, as his spiritual power was weak, only measuring 0.1 horsepower in the 3 major tests. Jiang Fan's heart raced faster and faster. Are they about to fight? Stupid dog. Big stupid dog. Wu, the air thickened, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Bald-headed dog, so ugly. Wu, come on, stupid dog, big stupid dog, come chase me. The bald-headed parrot flew around the room, constantly attracting the bald-headed husky's hatred. Oh, Wu, stupid dog. Big stupid dog. Wu. 5 minutes passed just like that. Jiang Fan's anger surged, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Both are top tier. Useless. What attracting hatred, what intimidating opponents. Simply put, one is a fool, one is a coward. If they were to fight an enemy, not only would they be beaten to death, but they would also be humiliated. System, continue evolving the bald husky. And there was no choice. He had already paid, he had to proceed. Cowardly as he might be, stacking up raw strength to bully weaker foes should pose no issue. A radiant glow once again emanated from the bald husky. Minutes passed. Ding. The bald husky has successfully evolved. Wealth points deducted 100000. Evolution results as follows: in bald huskin spirit beast rank tier Tuninate talent F 15100 talent increases by 10 for every 100 growth points accumulated in species. Cannon growth points 15 in stamina, 366 in strength, 255 in speed, 80 in combat power, 398 in special bloodline A rank flame hound, 2 in evolution method comprehensive evolution. Jiang Fan sighed. Even at the same tier, it paled in comparison to Su Qingqing's dragon mastiff pup. This was the chasm of innate aptitude. The dragon mastiff pup possessed S-rank potential, the pinnacle of spirit beasts, capable of overwhelming most peers of equal rank. And as both matured, that disparity would only widen. No wonder high-aptitude spirit beasts commanded astronomical prices. Nan S-rank specimen wasn't merely priceless. It was a celestial treasure. He wondered how Su Qingqing had acquired hers. Yet something else caught Jiang Fan's attention: the bald husky's special bloodline statistic. Had the bloodline purity truly risen to 2? And hadn't it been just 1 before? And what had changed? And he knew well that every 100 growth points increased innate talent by 1 point. Could it be that for spirit beasts bearing special bloodlines, growth points directly enhanced bloodline purity? eventually enabling evolution into an A-rank flame hound. What was the conversion ratio? And he had just spent 100 wealth points to grant the bald husky 100 growth points. And so, did each 100 wealth points raise bloodline purity by 1? Would 1,000,000 wealth points suffice to evolve an A-rank flame hound? And Jiang Fan's heart pounded fiercely. And was it worth it? And absolutely. In a metropolis, an A-rank spirit beast pup fetched over 100 million credits. Yet he could acquire one for just 1% of that cost. And even more crucially, the process simultaneously amplified the beast's overall power. This discovery was staggering. It meant he could purchase ordinary variant pets, and without exorbitant investment, ultimately evolve them into elite-tier spirit beasts. He suppressed the impulse, for now funds were scarce. Ni's immediate priority was elevating both the bald parrot and the bald husky to Tier 3. System continue evolving. In 50 kilometers beyond Tianqing town, a fierce battle raged. Na 1,000-strong garrison brigade was desperately repelling a surging beast horde. The horde itself was immense. Over 200 ferocious beasts. And, martial cultivators, advance with me. Everyone else, cover us with incendiary grenades. At the vanguard stood a middle-aged commander clad in gray armor, a standard-issue cuirass reserved exclusively for officially commissioned officers. Charging forward, he thrust a silver-tipped spear and sent a wolf-like beast, 3 to 4 meters tall, flying through the air. And the troops surged with renewed courage. Truly a Tier 3 martial cultivator, peerless in might. Humanity shall prevail. Charge! And over 100 martial cultivators surged headlong into the beast horde under dense cover fire from incendiary grenades. They had to break the horde's momentum. Failure would be catastrophic. Once the charge gained unstoppable momentum, all would be lost. And Lao Jiang fought among the cultivators. Not a certified martial cultivator, yet far from alone in his circumstance within the garrison. A certified cultivator was one who had passed the 3 grand examinations and trained at a martial Dao academy. And Lao Jiang, however, had forged himself through relentless self-discipline and countless near-fatal battles, earning his Tier 1 status with blood and grit. Lao Jiang, don't push too hard. A Tier 2 beast is right ahead of you. And Lao Jiang's voice rang out from behind. And Lao Jiang's expression tightened. He knew it well, for he felt it. Just ahead, an overwhelming aura radiated from a Tier 2, ferocious beast. Yet someone had to charge that path. Otherwise, the horde's devastating momentum could not be shattered. He could not retreat. If the garrison line broke, Tianqing town would face annihilation. And Lao Jiang poured every ounce of strength into a single cleave, slaying a Tier 1 beast, and stood face-to-face with the Tier 2 terror. In that instant, icy dread flooded his entire being. After years of service in the garrison, he had never before sensed death so palpably. His mouth parched, he swallowed hard. Ni's son, still safe in Tianqing town, was likely preparing for his academic examinations. That was good enough. To live as an ordinary man was no shame. Hardship and fatigue mattered little, so long as he remained unharmed. And then resolve hardened across his features, unyielding absolute. Kill. And he raised his great sword and charged the monstrous Tier 2 beast. Lao Jiang nearly lost his mind, frantically cutting down his own foe, yet slaying even a Tier 1 beast as a Tier 1 cultivator was no easy feat. The brigade captain was locked in combat with a Tier 3 beast, unable to intervene. And Lao Jiang was doomed. And the golden-eyed tiger beast, spotting the sword-wielding man rushing toward it, regarded him with undisguised contempt. Na deafening earth-shaking roar erupted. Na colossal claw descended toward Lao Jiang. Naviri heart leapt into throats. Even the captain's eyes burned crimson, as if etching this moment forever into memory. Lao Jiang's face went ashen. He choked back terror and raised his blade, not to win but to sever one of the beast's claws, buying his comrades the opening they needed. Suddenly, a searing flame streaked across the battlefield. And boom! It struck the Tier 2 beast with cataclysmic force, incinerating a gaping wound straight through its body. A far larger wolf-like beast stepped between Lao Jiang and certain death. And with a furious thunderous howl, it scattered dozens of beasts, shattering the horde's charge entirely. Lao Jiang stood frozen stunned, the blistering heat instantly vaporizing his cold sweat. And fall back. This battlefield is now under my command. Yi Qinghua's voice was calm, but resonant, commanding. And Lao Jiang's eyes widened. Why, Your Honor, the Beast Tamer. And you've arrived at last. The captain too exulted. The reinforcements from Yueguang City had finally arrived. Na Tier 3 Beast Tamer. And wait. Was she truly Tier 3? Why did her spirit beast appear so unnaturally massive and radiate such overwhelming power? And had it already evolved into a Tier 4? Na Tier 4 Beast Tamer. At Tier 4, one entered the elite echelon of Beast Tamers, rare even in megacities like Yuehua City. And the Tier 4 blazing flame demon wolf unleashed another furious howl, spewing torrents of wildfire from its maw. The earth blackened instantly. Enrosered flames scorched the land. Screams of agony filled the air. It was utter crushing dominance. And within moments the horde of 200 to 300 beasts lay shattered. Humanity prevails. In Tianqing town stands secure. And tears streamed down faces. Many had believed this day would be their last, yet with the arrival of this honored Beast Tamer, victory was absolute. This was the revered Beast Tamer, not a single master whose power equaled an entire 1,000-man garrison. Thank you for saving my life, Master Beast Tamer. Old Jiang expressed his immense gratitude. For a moment he truly believed he was dead and would leave his mother and son behind. Yi Qinghua glanced at old Jiang without saying anything. May I ask, are you Yi Qinghua? The captain approached and asked politely. Although they were both at the third rank, a third-rank warrior and a third-rank beast tamer were not the same concept. The other party might even be a fourth rank, which necessitated the captain's extreme courtesy. Yi Qinghua nodded. Everyone thought this powerful beast tamer would first redeploy the guard team or even directly take command from the captain. However, unexpectedly Yi Qinghua's first words were, "There is an evolution master in Tianqing town, why didn't you report it to me?" The captain was taken aback. What are you talking about? How could there possibly be an evolution master in Tianqing town? He had lived there for decades and had never heard of such a master visiting this remote town. Is that so? It seems you really don't know, Yi Qinghua frowned. Although this person is an esteemed evolution master, they look quite young, like a 17 or 18-year-old student dressed ordinarily and somewhat handsome. Haven't you seen this person? Everyone was puzzled. What is this big shot talking about? They couldn't comprehend it. How could such a rare figure like an evolution master possibly be so young? There was indeed an elder known as an evolution master in Tianqing town, namely Old Jiang, who was a prominent figure in the town. But he was not a 17 or 18-year-old student. The so-called evolution master is actually one of the professions of a soul master. Their spiritual power is extraordinary, combined with profound knowledge, which allows them to become an evolution master. Every evolution master can be considered a walking repository of spiritual beast knowledge. If you haven't seen them, then forget it. Yi Qinghua did not continue to ask further. If someone in Tianqing town truly knew about the existence of that evolution master, Yuehua City would have known long ago. Perhaps she would need to investigate further. Old Jiang felt somewhat emotional seeing how much this big shot valued that evolution master. 17 or 18 years old, wasn't that the same age as his son Jiang Fan? At the same age, yet with vastly different achievements. If he had a son who was an evolution master, he would probably wake up from dreams with laughter. Ding! The bald-headed parrot and the bald-headed husky have successfully evolved. Jiang Fan's eyes lit up. The bald-headed parrot was already half a person tall. Its feathers were an incredibly vibrant green, and its body was covered with finely scaled patches. Very sturdy, ordinary weapons would likely struggle to harm it at all. What was most shocking were its claws, which glimmered with a chilling light. Had Jiang Fan not instructed the bald-headed parrot to be cautious, while flying, the floor would have been directly clawed through. Even so, the winds from the parrot's wings turned his home into a mess. As for the bald-headed husky, it had already been pulled into the system by Jiang Fan. It looked like it was going to break through the 2-meter force ceiling. Looking at the data, bald-headed husky spirit beast level 3, talent E1510000 for every 100 growth points, talent increases by 10 race, canine growth value 1510000, stamina 1050, power 523, speed 130, combat power 1180, special bloodline a level flame dog 12. Bald-headed parrot spirit beast level 3, talent E1010000 for every 100 growth points, talent increases by 10 race, flying growth value 1100000, stamina 780, power 330, speed 811, combat power 516, special skill taunt, can attract 100 of enemy hate from enemies with spiritual power below 10. The improvements were significant, but still far behind Yi Qinghua's Flame Demon Wolf and Su Qingcheng's Dragon Mastiff Cub. It was still a matter of innate quality. However, Jiang Fan couldn't help but wonder, after evolving to the third rank, why were they still bald? Was baldness truly an incurable ailment? The next round of evolution would cost $1 million. He still had 78,000 left, and he might need to find a few more clients. But there were too few beast tamers in Tianqing town, and he had only found Yi Qinghua. He didn't know when he would find the next one. That night, Sister Huan called wanting to eat dinner. She said she was already downstairs at his place. Jiang Fan happily agreed. Someone treating him to dinner was a good thing. He hurried downstairs and saw Sister Huan's car parked at the entrance. Lu Huan waved at him, wearing stylish sunglasses. Sister Huan bought a car. Jiang Fan was surprised. Yeah, it's nothing fancy, just a means of transportation. That must still cost tens of thousands, right? Lu Huan smiled proudly, extending 2 slender white fingers. 23,000. Wow. Sister Huan, you've made a fortune. You're still more impressive. You made 800,000 in one go. What are you treating Sister Huan to later? Whatever Sister Huan wants to eat, it's all good. Jiang Fan was generous. Since you've said that, then Sister Huan won't hold back. Lu Huan's driving skills were better than Jiang Fan expected, only stalling 3 times at the start. Soon they stopped in front of a slightly run-down small restaurant. Sister Huan, I've said it, treat you to something good. Why did we come here? Jiang Fan was very familiar with this place. Lu Huan often brought him here to eat before she went to college. It had been 7 or 8 years, and Jiang Fan often came here as well. The taste was average, but the key point was its affordability. In an era where a bowl of noodles cost over 15, this place always charged 5. The owner of this restaurant was an old man in his 50s or 60s surnamed Gua, and Jiang Fan was used to calling him Old Gua. He seemed rather unprofessional and often made crude jokes to tease Lu Huan. Initially, Jiang Fan disliked this old man, but later realized he was actually quite nice, and they gradually became, "Hee, this is delicious for me. I haven't eaten here in a long time, and I quite miss the taste here." Lu Huan parked the car, and the two entered the restaurant. Old Gua was dozing off. "Come on, business is here, wake up." "Old Gua," Jiang Fan shouted loudly. Old Gua opened his eyes, and seeing the two of them instantly smiled. "Oh, isn't this little Huan? You're looking more and more beautiful." Jiang Fan was speechless. Oh, wasn't he the one greeting this old lecher? Lu Huan smiled. "Uncle Gua, your business is still the same, not many customers, huh?" Old Gua sighed. Nowadays young people prefer trendy restaurants and are unwilling to come to my rundown place." "You say that, but how come your place hasn't collapsed yet?" Jiang Fan intended to retaliate against Old Gua's disregard. "Hee, with you as a big customer who comes 2 or 3 times a week, my place won't collapse." "All right, Old Gua, serve up something good. Today, I'm treating Sister Huan to dinner." "Got it." After sitting down, Lu Huan immediately said, "Xiao Fan, have you heard? The guard team won a great victory, completely wiping out 200 ferocious beasts outside the city." Really that impressive? Jiang Fan was genuinely unaware. "Uncle should be back soon." Good said that there was support from a high-ranking Beast Tamer this time. Lu Huan mysteriously said. It said that this high-ranking Beast Tamer received guidance from a master in Tianqing Town, which is how they advanced from a 3rd rank to a 4th rank. Is it true? Absolutely true. Apparently they received the guidance at the trading center. Most people wouldn't know, but I work at the trading center, so I can hear a bit. At this moment, Old Gua brought over 2 bowls of noodles, curiously asking, "Is there really such a master in Tianqing Town?" Jiang Fan had a strange expression. Could it be? What a coincidence. Is it that Yi Qinghua, who has a flame demon wolf and is over a meter tall? Lu Huan rested her chin on her hands, smilingly staring at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze and quickly sought a topic. "Sister Huan, the benefits at the trading center must be quite good, right?" "It's not bad. I'm just an ordinary employee now, and after tax, it's less than 30,000. Wow, that's quite a high salary. You could buy a spirit beast egg in just 2 months. Ha ha, Xiao Fan, you're really cute. I'm not a beast tamer. What use would I have for a spirit beast egg?" Lu Huan affectionately scratched Jiang Fan's nose. Jiang Fan felt awkward. "Sister Huan, I remember your scores in the 3 major exams were quite good. Why did you end up at an ordinary university?" "It's all because of my dad. Although I scored 0.1 points lower in the spiritual test, I met the requirements in the martial arts test. However, my dad didn't want me a girl to become a martial artist, saying it was too dangerous and too hard, so he didn't let me go." Lu Huan seemed to still feel a bit regretful. After all, if she had gone to the martial arts academy back, then perhaps her life would have been entirely different now. But it's hard to say. Even if she had gone to the martial arts academy, it might not have necessarily been better than now. Working at the trading hall is really quite good. Enough about me, Xiao Fan. I need to criticize you. Why did you offend Xiao Gang? Xiao Gang is from the Qiao family, the well-known one in Tianqing Town. If you offend him, he certainly won't let it go. I'm not afraid of him. Jiang Fan muttered. "You," Lu Huan sighed. "You haven't entered society yet, so you really don't understand the dangers of the world. Qiao Gang is far more vicious than you think. So what if he comes? I'm not afraid of Qiao Gang. As for the Qiao family, now we live in a society governed by law. Can the Qiao family truly dominate Tianqing Town?" Jiang Fan asked with a sense of justice. Lu Huan was speechless. Not to say they dominate the entire area, but they can cover half of it. Lu Huan continued, "The Qiao family has a deep involvement in the trading center. You could say that half of the trading center in Tianqing Town is controlled by the Qiao family. Moreover, the old man of the Qiao family and old Jiang are close friends, and they have had significant economic dealings. You just made Qiao Gang and old Jiang lose face. Do you think they will let you off? You are just an ordinary person. How can you compete with them?" At this moment, old Gu spoke up. "Huan, I'm not saying this to you, but how come you've become so timid? The Qiao family is just a small force in Tianqing Town. Once you leave, who even knows half a person from the Qiao family?" "Old Gu, why are you also trying to smooth things over? You usually don't pay attention to worldly matters, so you don't really know." Lu Huan pouted in anger. "How could I not know? If it doesn't work out, let Fan Fan follow me. I understand some martial arts secrets, and I could pass them on to Fan Fan." Old Gu said with a proud expression. Jiang Fan actually knew about this. Old Gu had previously asked him if he wanted to become his disciple. However, without a second thought, Jiang Fan had refused. Old Gu prided himself on being strong, but wasn't he still selling noodles? Lu Huan asked softly. If you really take Xiao Fan as a disciple and are willing to protect him, that's fine, but are you busy enough for that? Old Gu was at a loss for words, as if he really was a bit too busy. Noticing Jiang Fan's strange gaze, Old Gu chuckled. My little shop's business is quite busy, but Xiao Fan, it's not wrong to listen to your sister Huan. Don't easily engage in fights with others unless you truly have the strength to defeat them one day. I don't believe they would dare to act against a Beast Tamer. Jiang Fan still felt unconvinced. Lu Huan, feeling weary, said, even if you are a Beast Tamer, but the Chao family in Tianqing Town. Wait, did you just say you are a Beast Tamer? Lu Huan's eyes widened in shock, and even Old Gus's eyes grew wide. Yes, there are 2 students who passed the Beast Tamer exam at Tianqing No. One high school, and one of them is me. The 2 fell silent instantly, looking at Jiang Fan in disbelief. What's wrong? Is that so hard to... Lu Huan pondered. At Tianqing No. One high school, there are 2 students who awakened beast seals. One is Su Qingcheng with 13 beast seals, and the other is you who awakened 1 beast seal. Oh, Jiang Fan nodded. In fact, both pieces of information were incorrect. First, Su Qingcheng didn't have 13, but rather 16. She had 3 spirit beasts even before the 3 major exams, and is now a 3rd-tier beast tamer. As for him, it appeared to be a black light soaring into the sky, but in reality, it was an infinite beast seal. However, he didn't need to mention this. Sister Huan and Old Gu probably wouldn't be interested in knowing so much. Xiao Fan, you really surprised me. Lu Huan couldn't help but say. After all, she had basically watched Jiang Fan grow up. This little guy was commendable in character and personality, but in other aspects he was rather ordinary. To be honest, I'm just as surprised. Jiang Fan chuckled foolishly. Do you have a spirit beast now? Lu Huan suddenly remembered. You shouldn't have sold that top-grade lightning snake to that hunter. It's fine. I already have a spirit beast. Jiang Fan raised his palm, and a faint light glowed, revealing a bald parrot that flew out. It circled around Old Gus's little shop, and then landed on the table, sharply shouting, Black shop. Black shop. Black shop. A dirty and broken black shop. No one comes to this black shop. It's going to close down soon. It's going to close down soon. Old Gus's face instantly darkened, and a surge of inexplicable anger rose in his heart. His hand unconsciously gripped the kitchen knife, but in the next moment he immediately released it. He wondered why he had been so irritable just now. With a strange expression, he asked Jiang Fan, Are you sure this is your spirit beast? Yes. Why does it seem more like a common beast to me? Old Gu frowned. This bald parrot was indeed quite large, but how should he put it? It didn't resemble a spirit beast. Or rather, it didn't have the aura of a spirit beast. It's just a common beast. We had a parrot before. Nonsense. Old Gu and Lu Huan shouted, You only have 1 beast seal. Do you know that once the beast seal is occupied, unless the spirit beast dies, forcibly stripping it away will harm the beast seal? Old Gus's usually calm expression changed. He was very stern, even feeling disappointed. Really? Jiang Fan genuinely didn't know, and he hadn't specifically looked into it. Because he didn't need to know. After all, it was an infinite beast seal. Old Gu was so furious, he had no words. Lu Huan also sighed. You're too reckless. You should at least ask others first. I think it's fine because I discovered that this bald parrot, although it's just a common beast for some reason, is evolving incredibly fast. It's already at the 3rd tier. Jiang Fan realized that if he didn't reveal a little something, he might get scolded into a depression by these 2. What? The 2 of them froze again. 3rd tier. Old Gus's expression was incredibly amazing, as if he had just heard an Yes, it's a 3rd-tier beast. The foundation of a common beast is shallow, and each step of evolution brings only minor enhancements. However, they rarely encounter such situations, as almost no beast tamers would use precious beast seals to control common beasts. How strong is it? Jiang Fan smiled at the bald parrot and said, Show us. The bald parrot understood immediately and opened its mouth. Old Gua and Lu Huan immediately became cautious. If Jiang Fan wasn't exaggerating, the destructive power of a 3rd-tier spirit beast could be quite astonishing. Airport. 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 No one marries. No one marries. No one marries. Lu Huan instinctively looked down at herself and then stared wide-eyed at Jiang Fan. Is it really that flat? Jiang Fan felt embarrassed. It wasn't him who said it. I think it's okay. At least the child won't go hungry in the future. Jiang Fan objectively assessed. He could see some data about Lu Huan. Lu Huan's face instantly flushed red. Anger surged. It's just barely enough. Black shop. Black shop. It will close down sooner or later. Lonely and helpless. Old pervert. Old Gua's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a sullen expression. Jiang Fan sighed, realizing he had offended both of them. This cannot be good. He had the bald parrot show its strength, not some special skill. Old Gua and Lu Huan felt their anger rising, their gazes icy as they stared at the bald parrot. Even Jiang Fan sensed an unusual aura, as if the air had thickened. You too. Hearing Jiang Fan's voice, old Gua and Lu Huan snapped back to reality. They were even more puzzled about why they were arguing over a parrot. It was simply absurd. Xiao Fan, does your parrot have any abilities besides cursing? Lu Huan asked. Well, I guess we'll see how to separate it later. It's too wasteful for your beast seal. Lu Huan felt exhausted. Jiang Fan smiled and didn't elaborate further. After finishing his noodles, he left. Lu Huan said she would stay a while longer before leaving. It wasn't until Jiang Fan reached the street corner that he turned back, his expression slightly puzzled. What was going on? The two earlier seemed to have revealed an unusual aura after being provoked by the bald parrot. How should he put it? Their blood chi felt very powerful. As for Sister Huan, she had passed the martial examination in the 3 major tests, and perhaps later had other opportunities in university. But what about old Gua? He felt that his blood chi was even stronger than Lu Huan's. Was it an illusion? It must be an illusion. If old Gua truly had such abilities, how could he only be a noodle seller? Old Gua had been running this shop for a long time, at least since he was a child over a decade ago. Don't tell him that old Gua is actually a master hiding in Tianqing Town experiencing ordinary life. That's a typical plot in dramas and novels. If there aren't that many masters willing to remain ordinary. Masters must endure trials far harsher than ordinary people. If it weren't for fame and fortune, who could persist? After Jiang Fan left, Lu Huan and old Gua observed him through the window. I didn't expect that kid to awaken a beast seal. Old Gua sighed. However, he has wasted his talent. A common beast is still a common beast, even as a third year it won't do. Lu Huan felt helpless and continued. This year, Tianqing Town produced a total of 7 beast tamers, 2 from Tianqing No, 1 middle school, 1 from Huiwen Girls' School, 2 cultivated by the trading center, and 1 from each of the 2 major families. Old Gua nodded. The evil sect's goal might just be these 7. Does the trading center have any countermeasures? They stated that the trading center's strength in Tianqing Town is average, with only 1 third-tier warrior stationed here. Perhaps a 4th-tier warrior will come from Yuehua City later to take their talents, and if possible can protect the other beast tamers. 4th tier. Old Gua pondered. The trading center is really making a significant investment. A 4th-tier warrior is a pillar in Yuehua City. Yes, it is said that the 2 beast tamers they cultivated awakened 7 and 5 beast seals, which is quite impressive. I see. Old Gua nodded. A beast tamer with 7 beast seals is also top tier in Yuehua City. No wonder they would send a 4th-tier warrior to pick them up. What should we do now? The number of people awakening beast seals this time is beyond imagination. I'm afraid it will benefit the evil sect. Lu Huan expressed her concerns. Old Gua shook his head. It's fine. Tianqing Town is a remote little town. The evil sect won't deploy too much force here. Even if there are experts, at most they will be 4th tier. However, we don't know if they are warriors or soul masters. If they are warriors, it's manageable. If they are soul masters, that would be troublesome, killing without a trace. We cannot ignore the impact brought by Su Qingqing. Awakening 13 beast seals is astonishing. Old Gua nodded. That's true. Speaking of which, I once held her when she was just born. Who would have thought she would have such talent in beast taming, just like her mother? Her mother, a legendary beast tamer with extraordinary talent, who awakened 15 beast seals and once shocked Yuehua City and even the Xingyue Federation. It's a pity. She went missing while exploring the West Sand Wilderness and has had no news since. West Sand Wilderness. Lu Huan's expression grew serious. It is the largest wilderness within the Xingyue Federation. It is home to countless ferocious beasts and dangerous terrains, and importantly, there is a dragon's nest in the West Sand Wilderness. It is said that there are countless true dragon clans within the dragon's nest, immensely powerful. It could be considered a super bomb that could overturn the Xingyue Federation at any time. However, there are also endless opportunities. Some have found invaluable true dragon eggs in the West Sand Wilderness, and some warriors have achieved legendary status by slaying dragons there. Yet more people have sacrificed themselves in that sea of yellow sand. Lu Huan said with deep respect, we must protect the safety of the children of such heroes. Old Gua was pleased. Huan, you have matured and become much more stable now compared to when you first joined the Dark Guards. You have grown a lot. Back then you were quite unruly. Lu Huan rolled her eyes. That was ages ago. Is it necessary to bring it up again? By the way, why is Su Qingqing not staying in Yuehua City and coming to this godforsaken Tianqing Town? I'm not sure about that. I heard it's to resolve some ties from the previous generation. Old Gua shook his head. Ties from the previous generation. Lu Huan instantly became very curious. Revenge? That shouldn't be the case. The Su family has many experts. They wouldn't need Su Qingqing to take action herself. It can't possibly be that she was engaged as a child, right? Jiang Fan strolled through the flower and bird market once more, this time returning with a cat. A hairless cat. He found it curious that all the creatures he fancied were hairless. This hairless blue cat was the result of his comparison among a dozen stalls, ultimately settling on this. The data was decent, though it could not quite compare to a hairless husky. Hairless blue cat, spiritual beast level, grade 0, talent subpar 101. 0.0000 for every 100 growth points. Talent points increase by 10. Species cat system growth points 50, 100 stamina, 15 strength, 20 speed, 20 combat power, 5 special skill cat claws with deep scratches and slight toxicity. Special bloodline 1 grade night demon cat bloodline. Although it possessed only a grade bloodline, the hairless blue cat had special abilities. This special ability was merely its claws. However, it was far superior to the skills of the hairless parrot and hairless husky, as it could at least be used in combat. As he cradled the hairless blue cat, Jiang Fan was about to head home when he spotted a stranger at the doorway of the corridor. The man looked up, staring at the window on the second floor. That was Su Qingqing's window. He had never seen this man in the building before. He appeared to be in his 30s, looking quite in a crowd. He would be nearly impossible to notice. "Who are you looking for?" Jiang Fan asked. Hearing Jiang Fan's voice, the man slowly turned to look at him. His gaze appeared somewhat dull, or rather he seemed momentarily dazed upon seeing the hairless blue cat. He had never seen such an ugly cat. It was so ugly it made his scalp tingle. The man seemed disinclined to engage with Jiang Fan and turned to leave. After walking a few meters, he suddenly turned back, his expression somewhat surprised as he asked, "I think I have seen your photo. Are you also a student of Tianqing No? 1. Photo. Also." This might have been something the man said instinctively, but the implication was more than mere words. In this building, only 2 people attended Tianqing No. 1. One was him, and the other was Su Qingqing. This person had just been staring at Su Qingqing's window, and he had even added the word also. Was he looking for Su Qingqing? Could he be Su Qingqing's father? No, he seemed a bit too young. Could he be her brother? That likely wasn't the case either. He bore little resemblance to her, and appeared to come from a poorer background, entirely different in temperament from Su Qingqing. "Who are you?" Jiang Fan asked warily. His unease was evident. The man chuckled contemptuously, thinking that students were merely students, their courage as small as shrimps. Dealing with such a character wasn't worth his effort. Unexpectedly, he encountered another target here, a pleasant surprise. All he needed to do was to eliminate this coward while dealing with Su Qingqing. It seemed he could easily complete the task assigned by the Holy Clan. If necessary, he could slaughter the entire building. Of course, now was not the time to act. Su Qingqing was the big fish, a top-tier genius who had awakened 13 beast seals. She could either submit to the Holy Clan or die. Otherwise, she would eventually become a thorn in the Holy Clan's side. However, the Holy Clan had little hope for Su Qingqing, as the Su family of Yuehua City was one of the typical rebels against the Holy Clan. Su Qingqing's mother was also pursued by the Holy Clan because she offended them, and she had gone missing in the Shisha Desert. By now, she had likely turned to dust. In that fleeting moment, both men had many thoughts. Unbeknownst to the man, he was already being watched by Jiang Fan. At that moment, Jiang Fan's vision displayed some data concerning the man. Character name Chao Shuanglong, age 33, occupation 3rd rank warrior, other traits mediocre appearance, while inner self cunning and treacherous, ruthless in killing. 3rd rank warrior. A 3rd rank warrior was certainly a notable figure in Tianqing Town. The captain of the town's external defense guard was merely a 3rd rank, and the head of the internal enforcement office was likely a 3rd rank as well. In Tianqing Town, 3rd rank was the ceiling. Suddenly, a 3rd rank warrior appeared at his building's entrance, targeting Su Qingqing. This was quite strange. Just how strong was a 3rd rank warrior? According to textbooks, warriors are classified by their physical vitality. 0.5 horsepower is the threshold for warriors possessing 0.5 horsepower qualifies one for admission to martial arts academies. 1 horsepower is the watershed for a standard 1st rank warrior. 1 horsepower is roughly 10 times that of an ordinary person. Simply put, it equates to the strength of 10 people, allowing one to take on 10. Of course, theory is theory and practice is practice. The watershed for a 2nd rank warrior is 10 horsepower. 10 horsepower allows one to battle 100. By extension, a 3rd rank warrior reaches a level of 100 horsepower, capable of battling 1,000. A truly terrifying realm. Once such a person strikes at ordinary people, blood will surely flow like rivers. They are regarded as godlike beings in the eyes of common folk. Terrifying indeed. If it weren't for Jiang Fan having 2 3rd-rank spiritual beasts, he might have genuinely felt fear. "Uncle, I am a student of Tianqing No. 1, and I recently participated in the 3 major tests," Jiang Fan said with an innocuous smile. "Oh, the 3 major tests, did you achieve good results?" Chao Shuanglong replied with a friendly smile. "Not bad, not very satisfied." Though Jiang Fan said this, he revealed a somewhat proud expression. Chao Shuanglong sneered inwardly. Students are merely students, their depth too shallow. Their expressions betrayed everything. That was why the members of the Holy Clan wanted to take such tasks. Even if these individuals were geniuses, their social experience was too limited, making it easy to uncover the truth. There was no need for caution. Killing them would be far too easy. He was already considering where to kill him. A beast master with only 1 beast seal was of little interest to the Holy Clan. They likely wouldn't risk recruiting him. If he could kill him, then it would be worth it. If someone else came and stole his kill, he would have worked for nothing. But what reason could he use to lure this student away? While he pondered, Jiang Fan suddenly said mysteriously, "Actually, I am a beast master, and I awakened a beast seal during the 3 major tests." Chao Shuanglong had no notable reaction, he knew that, but what did that matter? He would be dead soon enough. Unbeknownst to him, his reaction confirmed one thing for Jiang Fan: this man had investigated him. An ordinary person would be surprised to learn he was a beastmaster, just like Lu Huan and Old Gua. But this man in front of him seemed to already know. "You don't believe me?" Jiang Fan frowned. I never said I didn't believe you." Chao Shuanglong smiled amiably. "Don't you find it surprising?" "Surprising?" Chao Shuanglong suddenly froze. Yes, he should have acted shocked. He was too calm, unlike an ordinary person. Just as Chao Shuanglong rapidly thought about how to cover it up, Jiang Fan seemed somewhat unwilling. "It seems you really don't believe me. Oh, let me show you my beast seal." Jiang Fan presented his palm, as if about to manifest his beast seal. Chao Shuanglong held his breath, focused intently. Jiang Fan retracted his hand, saying, "Forget it. There are too many people here. I'll show you in a more secluded place. Follow me." A secluded place? Chao Shuanglong was initially taken aback, then elated. This was exactly what he wanted. His whole body trembled as he desperately concealed the ecstatic joy within. Watching Jiang Fan walk ahead with great vigor, he was indeed filled with mocking laughter within. "Kid, you are about to meet your end. Once underground, you can showcase your skills to the little ghosts." His home was in an old community next to a dilapidated building that had been under construction but had been halted for 3 years. It was dark and usually deserted. Legend had it that the place was haunted, with sightings of ghostly flames drifting through the abandoned building at night. Jiang Fan was unafraid, as he had often played there as a child and was very familiar with everything. Soon they arrived inside the abandoned building. It resembled a rundown factory, with the scent of moss mingling with that of concrete, quite pungent and unpleasant. "This will do." Jiang Fan stopped in the center of the abandoned building, a place already shielded from outside view. "All right, hurry up and show me." Chao Shuanglong's tone was somewhat impatient. He was ready to make his move. He planned to strike the moment Jiang Fan manifested the beast seal, meeting him with death at his proudest moment. "How do I manifest it again?" Jiang Fan seemed to be consulting Chao Shuanglong. "You simply visualize what you desire in your heart, and you can manifest the beast seal." "Oh, you know this too, uncle? You must be someone extraordinary." Jiang Fan asked with a look of curiosity. Chao Shuanglong had grown tired of hiding his true self. "I have already killed 13 beast-controlling geniuses, and with you will be the 14th. "Uncle, have—" Jiang Fan asked in terror. Indeed, they all wore that expression before I killed them, filled with fear and despair." Chao Shuanglong did not hide his maniacal smile. The corners of his mouth curled into a shocking arc as his blood energy erupted. His originally slender body suddenly bulged with explosive muscle. "Why, you are a martial artist." Jiang Fan began to stutter, trembling. "I must say you are the most cowardly beast controller I have ever killed." Chao Shuanglong mocked Jiang Fan. "Why do you want to kill me?" Jiang Fan asked, quivering. "Anyone who cannot be utilized by my holy clan must be killed." "Holy clan? What kind of clan is that? Which department or faction does it belong to?" Chao Shuanglong was at a loss for words, then erupted in rage. "The holy clan is also part of the human race, and they are the elites among humans, the greatest hope for humanity. But why has my teacher never mentioned it?" Someone with such limited knowledge as you naturally hasn't heard of it, and perhaps your teacher doesn't even know the name of the holy clan. Tianqing Town is just a desolate little place, far too lowly. I can't believe I would be targeted by the holy clan." At some point, Jiang Fan had stopped trembling. Instead, he felt a strange thrill. Although he didn't know what the holy clan was from the other's description, it seemed quite formidable. Could he be deemed a thorn in the side of such beings? Indeed, one should not be too exceptional. As the old saying goes, the tall tree catches the wind. Seeing Jiang Fan suddenly become sentimental, Chao Shuanglong couldn't help but twitch his lips. He said fiercely, "This year 7 beast-controlling masters have awakened in Tianqing Town, and you are merely the weakest among them. What is there to be proud of? If it weren't for Su Qingqing, do you think I would come looking for you first? Killing you offers the least reward from the holy clan, so my true target is Su Qingqing. You are merely an afterthought." "An afterthought?" Jiang Fan's gaze instantly turned cold. Men are all prideful. Moreover, Su Qingqing merely has a 3rd-grade spirit beast, while he has 2. "I won't waste time with you. You just die right now." Chao Shuanglong lunged forward, suddenly throwing a punch at Jiang Fan. Moved at incredible speed. Suddenly a crack appeared before him. A large bald-headed dog, already 3 to 4 meters tall, extended a claw before its main body even emerged. Clearly this gigantic claw caught Chao Shuanglong off guard. Bang! The clash of fist and claw produced a violent sound of impact. Chao Shuanglong was sent flying backward, but being a 3rd-grade martial artist, he had good agility and landed smoothly after performing a flip. However, upon seeing his bloodied and battered fist, he felt somewhat alarmed. The bald-headed dog emerged from the crack. Its gaze remained haughty, glancing disdainfully at Chao Shuang. "A 3rd-grade spirit beast. Qiao Shuanglong nearly screamed. It wasn't that he feared third-grade spirit beasts, it was that he had witnessed Jiang Fan summon this third-grade spirit beast with his own eyes. How is this possible? Didn't Jiang Fan just awaken the beast seal a couple of days ago? How could he already possess a third-grade spirit beast? Moreover, this third-grade spirit beast gave him a sense of dread. What is going on? Especially those extraordinarily domineering eyes which made him hesitate to meet its gaze. Could it be a peak third-grade spirit beast nearing the fourth grade? It's quite possible. Otherwise, an ordinary third-grade spirit beast wouldn't instill such feelings in him, a mid-level third-grade martial artist. The bald-headed dog stood tall, its deep, yet vacant eyes lazily glancing at Qiao Shuanglong. A stalemate formed. However, Jiang Fan was the one who understood the bald-headed dog's condition best. The bald-headed dog was activating its intimidation skill. Furthermore, after the earlier clash with Qiao Shuanglong, the bald-headed dog's claw had been injured, causing it to be frightened. Now it was barely holding its ground through sheer force of will. Jiang Fan's heart was heavy. This person was formidable. The bald-headed dog might not be considered strong among third-grade spirit beasts, or perhaps it could be deemed weak. But being a third-grade spirit beast to be at a disadvantage after a single clash indicated that this person's strength was also considerable among third-grade martial artists. He had underestimated his opponent. Glancing at the bald-headed blue cat in his arms, he thought inwardly, "System, I want to evolve the bald-headed blue cat." Initiating life form classification. Classification successful, commencing evolution. The bald-headed blue cat suddenly opened its eyes wide, looking at Jiang Fan in confusion. A faint glow enveloped it for a moment. Ding. Evolution successful. Wealth value 1000. Evolution results as follows: bald-headed blue cat spirit beast level, first grade talent non-mainstream 20100. For every 100 growth points, talent points increase by 10 species. Feline growth value 51,000. Stamina 30, strength 40, speed 40, combat power 10. Special skill cat claw with deep claw marks and mild toxicity. Special bloodline 1 grade night demon cat bloodline. Qiao Shuanglong's eyes widened. Though he was not a beast-controlling master, he was at least a third-grade martial artist. He had some understanding of beast controlling, and this was clearly a beast controller evolving their spirit beast. But didn't Jiang Fan only awaken one beast seal? How could he control a second spirit beast? No, that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was how Jiang Fan could achieve the evolution of a spirit beast in such a brief moment. What sort of means is this? Is this how third-grade spirit beasts evolve? How is this possible? This was the second time Qiao Shuanglong had questioned himself. In Jiang Fan's perspective, his worldview has been completely reshaped. Beast tamers are indeed the pride of the heavens, but it is also a profession that heavily relies on resources. Most beast tamers must rely on powerful factions serving them to acquire expensive evolutionary materials and plans for evolution. However, for Jiang Fan, evolution seems to be an exceedingly easy affair. Qiao Yuanlong's eyes suddenly shone brightly. His opportunity had arrived. If he could capture Jiang Fan and bring him before the upper echelons of the Holy Clan to uncover the secret of Jiang Fan's effortless evolution of spiritual beasts, he would gain boundless wealth and glory. Jiang Fan, if you obediently follow me, I assure you a lifetime free from worry about food and clothing. Under the resource supply of the Holy Clan, you will become a legendary beast tamer, even a beast master. Qiao Yuanlong advanced step by step, while the bald-headed dog let out a deep growl. Useless. Although it's a third-grade spiritual beast, it's a weak, third-grade one that cannot harm me. Qiao Yuanlong sneered. Rather than having me break your limbs, I suggest you come with me willingly. Jiang Fan ignored Qiao Yuanlong and told the system, continue evolving. A slightly more intense light once again enveloped the bald-headed blue cat. Qiao Yuanlong paused, his face stiffening. Could it be that it was about to evolve again? It had just finished evolving. Ding! Evolution successful. Wealth value 10,000. Evolutionary results are as follows: bald-headed blue cat spiritual beast level, second grade talent F201000. For every 100 growth points, talent points increase by 10. Race feline growth points 510,000. Stamina 299, strength 199, speed 199, combat power 400. Special skill cat claw, deep claw marks with slight toxicity. Special bloodline grade night demon cat 1. The difference between common and first grade is negligible, but the growth from first to second grade will show significant improvement. Qiao Yuanlong was left dumbfounded. He watched as the bald-headed blue cat's size grew larger and larger. In just a few minutes, it had already reached half a meter long, second grade. This aura, the luster of its fur, it had definitely evolved to second grade, and even its qualifications had improved. How could this be possible? This was the third time. Is evolution really this simple? Moreover, it had evolved from a common beast to second grade in just a few minutes. Can it continue to evolve? Jiang Fan sensed that it could, because on the bald-headed blue cat a radiant light was once again blooming, and this light was incredibly intense. It was the commotion that could only be unleashed by a third-grade spiritual beast. No, I must leave. At this point, Xiao Yuanlong realized he had been overconfident. Jiang Fan had lured him here with the intention of eliminating him from the very beginning. If this bald-headed blue cat easily evolved to third grade along with that bald-headed dog, even if it were a weak third grade, he would most likely not be able to withstand the onslaught. Just as he was about to take advantage of Jiang Fan's evolution of the bald-headed blue cat, he turned to leave. However, he found a bald-headed parrot over a meter tall suddenly appearing not far behind him. In that moment, Xiao Yuanlong felt a bit dazed. A bald-headed parrot, a bald-headed dog, and a bald-headed blue cat. Was this a dream? This was too absurd. However, whether it was a dream or not, he needed to leave this place. It was too terrifying, too bizarre. Moreover, Jiang Fan had revealed so many secrets in front of him, and his intentions could not be clearer. Jiang Fan wanted to kill him. Xiao Yuanlong moved quickly, sprinting over 100 meters in a few seconds. Stop him, Jiang Fan commanded. The bald-headed parrot received the command and caught up to Xiao Yuanlong at an even faster speed. Xiao Yuanlong felt alarmed. The speed of this flying-type spiritual beast was indeed astonishing. However, he did not intend to engage. The urgent matter was to leave this place quickly. Then he would relay what he saw and heard to the others in the Holy Clan. There were changes in Tianqing Town. Jiang Fan, who everyone treated as heir, had grown to an unfathomable extent. Fool. Big fool. Useless warrior. The Holy Clan is truly garbage, really garbage. The bald-headed parrot continued to circle in the air, frantically insulting Xiao Yuanlong. Xiao Yuanlong sneered coldly. After all, he was a third-grade warrior. Did he really think that mere insults could drive him to lose his rationality? That was impossible. Even a third-grade warrior, without specifically training their mental strength, still had a mind as solid as a rock. A rock. Xiao Yuanlong, the great waste. Xiao Yuanlong, the great trash. Xiao Yuanlong, you are short. Suddenly a surge of anger flared up in Xiao Yuanlong's heart. The voice of that bald-headed parrot felt like a demonic sound, crazily echoing in his mind. Even though he did not want to pay attention to such trash talk, this bizarre voice was relentlessly drilling into his head. Mental strength. This was a form of mental attack. Moreover, it was a crushing type. Given his mental strength, he simply could not dispel the influence of the bald-headed parrot. Xiao Yuanlong's eyes instantly turned crimson. Seeking death. He abandoned the escape and crazily infused all his pent-up anger into his fists. He swung a fist at the bald-headed parrot, but the parrot's speed was much faster than his. With a flap of its wings, it dodged that punch. Although a third-grade warrior could not fly, they could easily jump dozens of meters high, furiously chasing after the bald-headed parrot. Help! Help! The bald-headed parrot flew towards the bald-headed dog. Along with that, Xiao Yuanlong also pursued. Jiang Fan sneered. With 100% hatred value, did he think this was a joke? Currently, the bald-headed parrot could incite hatred in anyone with a mental strength of 10 or below. A mental strength of 10 meant being a second-grade soul master. He was certain that Xiao Yuanlong was not a second-grade soul master. After all, a warrior was just a warrior, merely a brute. Woo! The bald-headed dog let out a menacing low growl towards the approaching Xiao Yuanlong. Evidently, its intimidation ability was not as powerful as the bald-headed parrot's ability to incite hatred, failing to stop Xiao Yuanlong's furious punch. Stop growling and rush in and bite him to death. Jiang Fan commanded, exasperated. The bald-headed dog had no choice but to open its gaping maw and bite down. Xiao Yuanlong was truly ferocious, directly clashing with the bald-headed dog's massive jaws. He punched the bald-headed dog until it spat blood, but the cost was also great. One of his arms was instantly bloodied. A large hole appeared on his shoulder, punctured by a tooth of the bald-headed dog. Immediately after, he was about to chase after and kill the bald-headed foolish dog. It was still the bald-headed parrot that used its sharp claws to help the bald-headed dog out of trouble. What if there are two third-grade spiritual beasts? I am a mid-third-grade warrior in Tianqing Town. I am also a top-tier combat force. Xiao Yuanlong, like a madman, fought against two alone, somehow not falling behind. This left Jiang Fan somewhat astonished. Oh, was this the strength of a third-grade warrior? It was somewhat overturning his understanding. It was said that among the three major examinations, the martial examination had the most limited prospects, and everyone could pursue it. Yet at Xiao Yuanlong's level was the warrior truly inferior to Beast Tamers. Jiang Fan looked at the incredibly powerful Xiao Yuanlong and suddenly smiled. Fortunately, he had the bald-headed blue cat. Ding! The bald-headed blue cat successfully evolved, wealth value 100,000. A powerful aura instantly surged forth. Xiao Yuanlong spat blood directly. Damn. It had actually evolved to third grade. 3 third-grade spiritual beasts. How could this be pop? Ding! The evolution results of the bald blue cat are as follows. Bald blue cat. Spirit beast level 3rd rank. Talent E20100000 for every 100 growth points. Talent increases by 10. Race cat. Growth points 1510000. Stamina 660. Strength 255. Speed 677. Combat power 1598. Special skill Cat Claw with deep scratches and mild toxicity. Special bloodline Grade Night Demon Cat 2. Evolution Method Comprehensive Evolution. Good. The strongest combat power. Although the bald blue cat's strength and stamina are inferior to the bald husky, its speed is not as good as the bald parrot. However, it excels in balance, so the combat power of the bald blue cat is the strongest. Remember, Yi Qingguo's third-rank Flame Demon Wolf also only had a combat power of over 1900. The Flame Demon Wolf is a spirit beast of grade qualification. However, that Flame Demon Wolf must have been injured due to a failed evolution resulting in reduced combat power. Nevertheless, Jiang Fan was already very satisfied as the bald blue cat's qualification was only a grade. The bald blue cat is not as large as the bald husky, but it is over 3 meters long and more than 1.5 meters tall. Its fur is full and smooth with a high sheen. This refers to the area other than its head. Perhaps being bald really is a stubborn illness. It seems I need to cherish my hair more in the future. The bald blue cat under Jiang Fan's command lunged directly at Qiao Shuanglong. Qiao Shuanglong's scalp tingled, but he still maliciously said, "Although you have an extraordinary feature in spirit beast evolution, how long can your mental strength sustain?" Mental strength. What does mental strength have to do with this? Don't try to deceive me. Although I am not a beastmaster, I know that controlling spirit beasts requires a large amount of mental strength. Releasing 3 third-rank spirit beasts at once consumes an immense amount of mental strength. Be careful not to be backlashed to death. Jiang Fan looked confused as if hearing for the first time. Does controlling beasts require consuming mental strength? Qiao Shuanglong was stunned. Doesn't it need it? Of course it does. Spirit beasts are just spirit beasts, even if controlled by beast seals. Controlling spirit beasts with the same ease as manipulating one's limbs requires formidable mental strength. Ordinary third-rank beast masters, even if they already have 3 spirit beasts, still do not dare to release them all easily. A moment of carelessness could lead to being backlashed by the spirit beast's mental strength. The lightest consequence would be a daze. The heaviest could turn one into a fool. Moreover, once a beast master's mental strength is exhausted, the spirit beasts must return to the spirit beast space. Otherwise, over time, the beast seal planted on the spirit beast will be worn away, leading the beast master to completely lose control over the spirit beast. However, seeing Jiang Fan's relaxed state, he really seemed unaffected. This Jiang Fan is a monster. A complete monster. An unfathomable, terrifying monster. Qiao Shuanglong was already having a hard time dealing with the bald parrot, and the bald husky, now adding the bald blue cat, made it even more difficult. The bald blue cat joined the battle and was defeated within seconds. Its deep scratches covered its body, bleeding profusely. A single swipe from the bald blue cat could easily scratch through the thick steel-reinforced concrete walls of a building. Moreover, Qiao Shuanglong is merely flesh and blood. Although the power of qi and blood is strong, it is mainly reflected in strength. The physical strength does not reach the solidity of buildings. In just a few minutes, the battle subsided. The bald blue cat licked its blood-stained claws with an expression of enjoyment, seemingly loving the taste. Qiao Shuanglong was covered in wounds, lying on the ground without any movement. Dust around its nostrils was slightly blown away, and its breath only flowed out, not in. Dead. With 3 third-rank spirit beasts attacking, Qiao Shuanglong naturally could not be their opponent, otherwise he wouldn't be just a third-rank warrior. This was Jiang Fan's first time killing someone. Although he did not do it himself, witnessing a living person die right before his eyes was still quite impactful. Before this, he was truly just an ordinary student, as ordinary as one could be. Killing was something far removed. How to handle the body. Jiang Fan suddenly realized this issue. If left unattended, it would eventually be discovered by others. This unfinished building usually had no one around, but one could never say if scavengers might come here for shelter from the wind and rain. If the law enforcement reports it, will I get into trouble? Jiang Fan glanced at the bald husky, which seemed to sense something, and quickly shook its head like a rattle. It won't eat. Absolutely won't eat. Not even if beaten to death. Coward. Jiang Fan cursed, already a spirit beast, but still so timid. Spirit beasts and ferocious beasts are fundamentally no different. The human race refers to those beneficial to them, or those they raise and control, as spirit beasts. In the wilderness, they are called ferocious beasts. What ferocious beast doesn't eat meat? He then looked at the bald parrot, which flapped its wings, and sharply shouted, "It stinks. It stinks." Unable to do anything else, he finally looked at the bald blue cat. The bald blue cat's eyes instantly shone brightly, revealing a chilling glimmer. Jiang Fan suddenly thought cats are carnivorous animals. You performed well. I grant you its corpse. The bald blue cat rushed towards Qiao Shuanglong's corpse. Without hesitation, one clawed swipe, tearing apart Qiao Shuanglong's clothes. It only eats meat, nothing else. Jiang Fan suddenly saw a bundle dug out by the bald blue cat. Picking it up, he discovered it was a beast scroll. Jiang Fan's heart raced. He knew a bit about this. Such animal skins were generally used for recording, such as martial arts and skills. Recording on animal skin can preserve longer. Animal skin itself is not easy to decay, and characters inscribed on it last longer. Opening the animal skin scroll, the first few words made Jiang Fan's heart stir. Basic fist technique. Although this set of fist techniques has a simple name, it seems to be a foundational technique all martial artists must learn. Usually, it can only be completed by fulfilling certain credit tasks upon entering a martial arts academy. But now he has obtained it. If he guessed correctly, this fist manual would fetch a high price on the black market. Although it may not be worth much to formal martial artists, as everyone learns it, for someone like Jiang Fan, it holds great value. At least in Tianxing Town, those who possess this fist manual are likely few and far between. What a windfall. Jiang Fan was extremely excited. Obtaining it for free was truly delightful. In the blink of an eye, the bald blue cat had finished eating, transforming back into a small cat, licking its lips while purring. It can do that. Whether it was the bald parrot or the bald husky, after evolving to third rank, their sizes were very large. They usually had to stay in the spirit beast space. However, the bald blue cat could shrink back to its original size. Simply miraculous. Could he carry the bald blue cat with him in the future, claiming it as his spirit beast to confuse enemies? A clever scheme took shape in Jiang Fan's mind. It's just too ugly bald. How many people from the Holy Clan have come here? Besides Cao Shuanglong, are there others? Jiang Fan had to contemplate this question. Cao Shuanglong is dead. To others, he may appear to have gone missing. Could stronger assassins come? Cao Shuanglong has gone missing. Yes. He left early this morning without disclosing his destination, and now he's completely unreachable. His phone has been switched off. A luxurious entertainment club. Several men wore grave expressions. Tianxing Town boasted several high-end consumption districts. Topping the list was the Evolutionary Materials Trading Tower. Second was this Resplendent Entertainment Club. It was common knowledge that the Resplendent Entertainment Club belonged to the Chao family. Yet at this moment, it hosted a gathering of extraordinary individuals, men whose mere presence exuded formidable authority. 5 burly bodyguards stood guard outside the private suite. Even waitstaff were forbidden entry. Wine and desserts were delivered personally by the manager himself. Yet even he entered bowing deeply back, bent low face, nearly brushing the floor. The men inside that suite were untouchable, even for him. Not even senior Chao family executives dared sit anywhere but on the edge of the sofa. There's likely nothing to worry about. Within Tianxing Town, only the garrison commander or the law enforcement bureau's chief could possibly threaten our third brother. The Chao family patriarch spoke with quiet confidence. Beside him, Chao Gang diligently refilled wine cups for the distinguished guests. Though he didn't know their identities, he surmised they were powerful cultivators from the sacred clan. They had come to Tianxing Town precisely to eliminate several prodigious beast tamers. A young man with crimson hair from the sacred clan smiled faintly. Tianxing Town is truly a speck on the map. Yet here a mere mid-tier third-rank martial artist wields dominion as if ruling heaven itself. Indeed, replied the Chao patriarch with a deferential smile. Tianxing Town is but one of 13 towns under the jurisdiction of Yuehua City, and arguably the most barren, the least developed of them all. Naturally, its strength is negligible. Xiaoran, have you forgotten what I told you? A middle-aged man's voice cut through the air, cold and heavy with unspoken authority. Of course not, senior uncle. I remember your teachings. Will never grow complacent no matter where or when. Xiaoran instantly stiffened, clearly intimidated by the man. Though you've ascended to third rank, do not mistake that for invincibility. Xiaoran understands. He voiced compliance, but inwardly scoffed in disdain. After all, a third-rank martial artist held honored status even in Yuehua City. How could such a figure possibly falter in this insignificant speck of a town? By the way, senior uncle, where does that Su family's prodigious beast tamer reside? Xiaoran asked. The middle-aged man cast a knowing glance at his nephew, fully aware of the young man's true nature, a lecherous rogue. Were it not for his formidable cultivation base, he'd have been killed long ago. He'd repeatedly broken into newlyweds' bridal chambers, committing countless transgressions. Only the sacred clan's intervention had spared him execution. I warn you, do not entertain any designs upon Su Qingqing. The Su family is no ordinary clan. Xiaoran nodded with a practiced smile. Understood. The Su family is certainly not to be trifled with. Yet distance lends immunity, they hold no sway here. And besides, we're here to eliminate her, are we not? Before that, the middle-aged man frowned, but said nothing to stop him. The sacred clan deeply desired to recruit the Su family, or failing that to secure Su Qingqing herself, whose peerless beast taming talent represented an unparalleled asset. Such a triumph would bring the sacred clan immeasurable joy. Conventional methods would likely fail to sway Su Qingqing, but perhaps Xiaoran's approach might shatter her pride. For elite prodigies like her, pride and dignity were paramount, but once fractured, their resolve crumbled easily. The Chao family members wisely fell silent, knowing better than to speak out of turn. Truly fearless, daring even to provoke the Su family. In Yuehua City, the Su family reigned as the Chao family did in Tianqing Town. Both were local aristocratic houses, but the gulf between them was cosmic. Take Su Qingqing for instance. Her mother was a legendary beast tamer, though now vanished, yet her father remained. Her father was a martial Dao grandmaster, a peerless sovereign. From 4th rank onward, martial artists entered the high rank, tier 5th rank conferred legendary status. And 6th rank, the pinnacle, was reserved solely for grandmasters. Director, may I ask how far along the matter has progressed? The Chao patriarch asked with a courteous smile. Which matter? The middle-aged man asked. The Chao family's application to join the Sacred Clan's Yuehua City Branch Council. Oh, that's still underway. There may be complications. The man spoke indifferently. Complications? Council admission undergoes rigorous scrutiny, and standards grow stricter each year. The threshold rises continually. A flicker of dismay crossed the Chao patriarch's face, but vanished just as swiftly. Understood. We shall contribute greater resources to the Sacred Clan, to support its noble cause, however modestly. Good. You understand. Having spoken, the middle-aged man led the Sacred Clan delegation out. The Chao patriarch's smile dissolved, replaced by glacial coldness. Chao Gang murmured, "Are the Sacred Clan vultures? We've already offered so much." Silence. The Chao patriarch barked, then waited a beat before lowering his voice. The Sacred Clan is omnipresent. Never speak ill of them, even in private. Chao Gang dared not utter another word. Jiang Fan had spent the past 2 days wandering the flower and bird market. Yet after encountering the bald blue cat, he'd seen no other intriguing mutant pets. Most were mundane beasts crossbred with low-grade spirit beasts, carrying a mere 1 E-class spirit beast lineage. He still held over 600,000 credits, seemingly substantial, yet barely enough to evolve 6 third-rank spirit beasts. Thus he sought creatures like the bald Siberian husky or the bald blue cat, preferably bearing at least B-class lineage potential. He'd seen little of Su Qingqing lately. Instead, Lu Huan frequently invited him for meals. Always at Lao, Jiang Fan didn't mind. He was happy to eat for free. Lu Huan had brought him methods for removing beast seals, and continued urging him to abandon the bald parrot. Secure control over a genuine spirit beast as soon as possible. Even beginning with a spirit beast egg is acceptable. You possess only a single beast seal, making your spirit beast's innate quality critically important. In fact, enhancing a spirit beast's inherent quality is far more difficult than elevating its rank. Is that so? Harder to improve. Jiang Fan genuinely hadn't felt that way. It seemed effortless. With sufficient funds, he could evolve A or even S-class quality spirit beasts in moments. Of course, Lu Huan gave him a look of exasperated disappointment, and couldn't resist pinching Jiang Fan's endearingly naive cheeks. He was simply too adorable beyond reason. She continued, "You know evolutionists, right? They can devise precise rank enhancement paths for spirit beasts. Yet no one has ever formulated a reliable method to elevate innate quality." Jiang Fan suddenly understood. Now he grasped why each incremental leap in a spirit beast egg's innate quality multiplied its price tenfold, or more. Essentially, a spirit beast's initial quality remained immutable throughout its life. All right, I'll take these home and review them. Truth be told, I think the bald parrot isn't half bad. Jiang Fan smiled contentedly. Lu Huan sighed inwardly. You've truly never seen a supreme-tier spirit beast. Jiang Fan too kept his own thoughts. You only witnessed the bald parrot humiliating you. But you never saw it fight seriously. 100% aggro generation wasn't mere theatrics. Chao Shuanglong stood as living proof. Even a mid-tier third-rank martial artist lost all rationality under its influence. By the way, Xiao Fan, have you noticed any unusual people near your home recently? Lu Huan asked. Unusual people? Jiang Fan immediately thought of Chao Shuanglong. But who are the strange people that Lu Huan mentioned? As an ordinary person, he shouldn't know about the so-called Holy Clan, right? It's nothing, just asking. Recently, it seems a bit unsafe. You haven't seen them, have you? I haven't seen them. Jiang Fan answered decisively. The speed of his response surprised Lu Huan. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan was worried that his act of killing would be revealed, even though he had only eliminated a scoundrel. Jiang Fan's gaze was evasive. Lu Huan immediately sensed something was off. An old Gu who was serving food witnessed this moment. His expression grew serious as he exchanged a glance with Lu Huan. They could naturally tell that Jiang Fan was lying. He had most likely seen them. Was he scared? Old Gu consoled Jiang Fan. Fan, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. Don't hide it. Recently, there have been some unsettling occurrences. If you speak out, we can think of a solution together. Jiang Fan quickly waved his hand. I really haven't seen anything. I haven't seen anything at all. He certainly couldn't confess. If Lu Huan and Old Gu found out he had killed someone, even if they didn't report him to the enforcement agency, they would probably distance themselves from him. After all, ordinary people are reluctant to associate with murderers. Lu Huan and old Gus' expressions grew more serious. The more Jiang Fan acted this way, the more worried they became. Although he already had a third-grade spirit beast from their observation, that spirit beast might not even be able to defeat a slightly stronger second-grade warrior. Perhaps he had already been intimidated by the people of the Holy Clan. They needed to think of a way they absolutely could not allow Xiao Fan to go astray. However, they also knew Jiang Fan's character. If he was unwilling to speak more, they couldn't force him to reveal anything. They could only give up. Jiang Fan, feeling a bit guilty, lowered his head and gulped down the food and soup. After finishing the meal, Lu Huan drove Jiang Fan back. Along the way, Lu Huan subtly reminded Jiang Fan to tell her immediately if he encountered anything strange recently. Jiang Fan merely nodded silently. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, Jiang Fan got out of the car and happened to run into Su Qingqing, who was just about to go out. Jiang Fan was taken aback. Su Qingqing had actually returned, but why was she leaving again so soon? So busy every day. However, thinking about it, it was quite normal. Su Qingqing was at an age where she loved to have fun. And with her beauty, there must be countless men lining up to spend time with her. But why didn't he see her going out with that guy upstairs? Was she afraid of being discovered? It made sense a woman like Su Qingqing would certainly feel out of place walking with that guy. It could easily attract others' gossip. Perhaps they were preparing to develop their relationship secretly before officially getting engaged or married. In that instant, Jiang Fan imagined many scenarios. Su Qingqing also stared at Jiang Fan, then cast a deep glance at Lu Huan in the car. Lu Huan clearly hadn't realized she would run into Su Qingqing here. The two women's beautiful eyes met, and for some reason neither of them shifted their gaze away. It seemed a complex emotion was spreading in their hearts. It was indescribable, yet it undeniably existed. Lu Huan got out of the car and looked at Jiang Fan. Su Qingqing also turned her gaze to Jiang Fan. Both women were staring at him. Jiang Fan felt awkward, as if he needed to provide some explanations. For instance, why did he get out of Lu Huan's car? Why was he living in the same community as Su Qingqing? For example, he and Lu Huan had no special relationship. She was just an older sister he had grown up with. Or he and Su Qingqing had no ties either, she was just his neighbor. Nonsense. Why should he explain these things? What was the atmosphere here? Jiang Fan awkwardly smiled at Su Qingqing and said, "Let me introduce you. This is Sister Huan, who used to live in this community." Su Qingqing nodded but continued to look at Jiang Fan as if urging him to continue the introduction. Lu Huan, 23 years old, currently working at the trading center, height 170 centimeters, weight 48 kilograms, measurements 32, 24, 36. Lu Huan's eyes widened as she looked down at her own figure. When did he figure that out? This guy not studying properly. And why did he need to say this? Why expose her personal? Su Qingqing looked somewhat disdainful. He was indeed a pervert. Jiang Fan's ability to assess figures she had experienced firsthand. Lu Huan glared at Jiang Fan angrily. Jiang Fan felt embarrassed and turned back to introduce Lu Huan. "Sister Huan, this is my classmate from Tianqing One High School, Su Qingqing, the school beauty." Lu Huan remained silent, merely looking at Jiang Fan as if waiting for him to elaborate. Jiang Fan felt a headache. Why did everyone pressure him? Golden ratio measurements 38, 23, 30. Lu Huan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Su Qingqing's chest. Is that true? 38D. That's practically the size of a ball. The key is, how did Xiao Fan know? Just by looking, even as a woman, she couldn't discern Su Qingqing's true measurements. Unless... No way. Jiang Fan and Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing's pretty face flushed, her expression darkened. This guy actually knew her measurements down to the last detail. The key is, how did he know? If it was about waist and hip measurements, perhaps there are experienced perverts who could guess. But what about chest size? Even her mother didn't know her size. It was simply unbelievable. The two women stared intensely at Jiang Fan, who chuckled awkwardly. "How about coming over to my place for a visit?" "No thank you," the two women replied in unison. Su Qingqing snorted coldly and returned home, while Lu Huan slammed the car door and left with a heavy foot on the accelerator. Jiang Fan was speechless. What was going on? Did these two have a grudge? That shouldn't be the case. Sister Huan had graduated several years ago. Su Qingqing had only transferred here 2 years ago, and they barely had any connection. Jiang Fan didn't dwell on it much. Perhaps the two had some minor disagreements in the past. In any case, it had nothing to do with him. Lu Huan drove violently, honking madly at other cars, forcing them to retreat in dismay. For some reason, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became, but she didn't even know what she was angry about. In any case, she was very angry. Xiao Fan, who she once thought was just a simple guy, now seemed to be underestimated. Su Qingqing also slammed her door shut. Leaning against the door, her mood was quite terrible. She heard Jiang Fan's footsteps upstairs, but didn't linger as she smoothly opened her door and then closed it. This guy didn't even have the intention to explain. Getting out of a young woman's car, and that woman was clearly... Could it be? This guy likes older women. What a peculiarity. Pet owners like bald heads, and women like older men. There must be something wrong with his mind. A serious illness. Jiang Fan opened the base boxing technique on the beast's skin. His face was filled with excitement. The path of a warrior might just be opening up to him. Beast tamers are strong as they don't need to fight themselves. However, there's a fatal flaw: the main body is too weak. If someone surpasses their spirit beast, they can easily kill them. In Su Qingqing's home, an elderly woman in her 70s stood respectfully by her side. Su Qingqing held in her hands a precious Beast Master's illustrated guide compiled by a master of beast taming. This book is extremely valuable and is circulated only among the upper class. Su Qingqing had been studying evolution knowledge. If she could not overcome this hurdle of evolution, she would never become a powerful beast master. After a long pause, the elderly woman sighed. Miss, have you considered it? Will you return to Yuehua City with this old woman? Su Qingqing put down the illustrated guide, her expression somewhat hesitant. The elderly woman continued. I just saw that young man named Jiang Fan. Clearly he cannot amount to anything. I will personally report to the old master about this engagement and advise him to abandon it. Su Qingqing remained silent, and the elderly woman could not discern her thoughts. You need not worry, the old master has always cherished you and would never truly allow you to marry an ordinary person. However, that young master Long Hao from Yuehua City is deeply infatuated with you. He was despondent for a long time after you rejected him last time. Long Hao. Su Qingqing's pretty face flashed with a hint of disdain. Long Hao is a genius of the Long God Temple, having tamed a dragon cub before turning 20. He is a legendary dragon tamer. However, Su Qingqing truly looked down upon Long Hao, considering him merely someone relying on the resources of the Long God Temple. If Long Hao had tamed a dragon beast from the wild himself, Su Qingqing would definitely admire him. Some people in the Su family have been pushing for this union merely because the Long God Temple agreed to give a dragon beast egg as a betrothal gift. Zhang Ma, you have watched me grow up. Do you think I would accept someone as arrogant as Long Hao? Su Qingqing retorted to the elderly woman. Zhang Ma sighed and shook her head slightly. The type of person Miss dislikes the most is exactly like Long Hao, but Zhang Ma wanted to say that Long Hao, as an extraordinary beast taming genius being proud of his talent, is also normal. At least he is countless times stronger than that mediocre Jiang Fan. Su Qingqing pondered for a moment and smiled, saying, countless times stronger. I doubt that's the case. Zhang Ma was astonished. Even an observant person could see the stark contrast between the two. One is a genius of the Long God Temple, a dragon tamer before 20. The other is the offspring of an ordinary family with a father who is merely a mid-level martial artist. A boy raised in such a family would never catch up to someone like Long Hao, even given 10 lifetimes. Seeing that Su Qingqing was unmoved, Zhang Ma sighed. If Miss does not leave, there may be danger. There is news that members of the evil sect have come to Tianxing Town. Evil sect? Su Qingqing's expression instantly tightened, and her pretty face showed signs of anxiety. She naturally knew that this evil sect calls itself a holy clan, claiming to uphold justice and save humanity. They often force talented beast tamers from various places to join the evil sect, and if they refuse, they are killed. Jiang Fan is in danger. Su Qingqing's reaction left Zhang Ma greatly astonished. She did not expect Miss to worry so much about Jiang Fan. Why? She couldn't understand if it was simply because Jiang Fan was her betrothed. However, from what she knew, although Miss had moved to live across from Jiang Fan, they had not had much contact. What? Miss, I believe the most important thing right now is your safety. No need for further words. I am well aware. Su Qingqing interrupted Zhang Ma, already beginning to contemplate Jiang Fan's upcoming situation. Achoo! Jiang Fan rubbed his nose as if someone was scolding him. He had started to understand the basics of this foundational fist technique. It is composed of two parts. One part is a set of fundamental fist techniques, mainly consisting of practical combat routines and methods of exerting force. The other part contains a few mantras for inhaling and absorbing energy. It allows one to absorb spiritual energy into the body, achieving body refining and enhancing blood vitality. Many students preparing for the college entrance exam would buy some beast blood or spirit stones before the martial arts examination. Refined beast blood can enhance a person's physique, while spirit stones can extract some spiritual energy. Beast blood is cheaper than spirit stones and is sold by the milliliter in the market. For a first-grade spirit beast, 1 milliliter of beast blood costs 100 coins. Chen Fatty's father, after reading the entire fist technique, Jiang Fan realized that body refining is the most crucial aspect. For martial artists, there is an infallible logic: when your strength and speed reach a certain level, even an ordinary punch can unleash tremendous power. This foundational fist technique advocates strengthening one's own power, allowing less sophisticated techniques to possess extraordinary strength. Therefore, this foundational fist technique is more like a basic body refining method. However, absorbing spiritual energy requires the aid of beast blood or spirit stones. Relying solely on the thin spiritual energy in nature is ineffective. Jiang Fan thought of Chen Fatty. Chen Fatty had previously mentioned that his father knew a dealer selling beast blood and could obtain some at a slightly cheaper price. Jiang Fan immediately went to find Chen Fatty. Chen Fatty lived in a high-end neighborhood in the city center, much better than the environment of his own neighborhood. Chen Fatty's father was also a martial artist and seemed to have mixed with the martial world in his early years. Later he became a contractor taking on several projects, and his family background was substantial. This house is now worth millions. The classmates were not fully aware that Chen Fatty could also be considered a rich second generation. Jiang Fan didn't stand on ceremony. He often came to hang out with Chen Fatty and was quite familiar with Chen Fatty. Knowing Jiang Fan was coming, Chen Fatty's parents even took the initiative to prepare a large spread of delicious food. It was better than any previous hospitality. Although Chen Fatty thought it unnecessary since he and Jiang Fan were good buddies and did not need such formalities, Chen Fatty's parents insisted. Jiang Fan understood he was no longer a child and naturally knew what his uncle and aunt meant. With a smile he said, "Uncle, auntie, don't worry, in the future as long as it is within my means I will definitely help Chen Fatty." Xiao Shi. Chen Fatty's real name is Chen Xiao Shi. However, Jiang Fan always felt that Chen Fatty did not deserve such an elegant name. Thus he always called him Chen Fatty, to the point that sometimes he really couldn't remember the name Chen Xiao Shi. Chen uncle smiled and nodded. "By the way, I heard Xiao Shi say that you want to buy some beast blood." "Yes. Shouldn't you be buying spirit beast eggs now?" Chen Fatty asked. "I want to strengthen my body. Body refining also helps improve spiritual power." Spiritual power? Chen Fatty looked puzzled. Isn't spiritual power the strength that spirit masters should pursue? Chen uncle, being well-informed, explained, "Beast masters require spiritual power to control spirit beasts. The stronger the spiritual power, the higher the level of control over the spirit beasts, and the longer they can be maintained. Moreover, a strong physique can also enhance the ability to carry strong spiritual power." "Wow, Xiao Fan, you even know this." Chen Fatty admired Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan smiled. This was thanks to Chao Shuanglong that he knew. However, that was merely his excuse, as he did not need spiritual power to control spirit beasts at all. Body refining was purely aimed at developing martial arts. However, he needed to develop secretly and treat it as a trump card for critical moments. From what he understood, ordinary beast masters devoted all their energy and time to controlling spirit beasts. At most, they would slightly enhance their spiritual power and would not learn martial arts. But for Jiang Fan, controlling spirit beasts was incredibly easy, allowing him to take out time to practice martial arts. Embarking on the path of martial arts is not particularly difficult. Having wealth suffices, and there are no strict demands for talent. Previously, he was reluctant to let his family sell everything to support him, but now that he has money, he can give it a try. "I happen to know a few hunters. Buying beast blood from them might be a bit cheaper, but beast blood is sold by the milliliter, with the market price being 100 yuan per milliliter. Purchasing from hunters still costs 80 yuan. It seems like not much money is needed, but to achieve a noticeable improvement, a large amount of beast blood is required. Previously, to elevate Xiao Shi's blood energy to 0.5 horses, he spent a staggering 2 million. Beast blood cannot be consumed directly, it must be absorbed through medicinal baths to balance the absorption of spiritual energy. Thus the consumption rate is indeed astonishing. Jiang Fan is aware of his family's financial conditions. They might find it hard to afford. With a firm resolve, "Xiao Fan, I can provide you with the contact information of the hunter, and he can sell it to you at the lowest price. However, our family still has 1,000 milliliters left. You can take that for now." Jiang Fan's eyes widened at the mention of 1,000 milliliters. That's worth 100,000. Uncle Chen truly invested heavily to look after Chimpanzee. Although Chimpanzee was also surprised, he said nothing. He understood the high value of beast blood and recognized Jiang Fan's family's burden. 100,000 yuan is not a crippling amount for their family. If it can help Jiang Fan, it is worth it. "Uncle, I have a good relationship with Chimpanzee. You don't need to do this." Jiang Fan quickly waved his hand. Moreover, once Chimpanzee enters the martial arts academy, he will need even more beast blood. It's better to save it for him. Without waiting for the Chen family to respond, he took the hunter's contact information and left. Uncle Chen opened his mouth, feeling a bit dejected as he watched Jiang Fan leave. Chimpanzee muttered, "Dad, you don't need to do this. I have a very close relationship with Xiao Fan, and he will definitely support me in the future." Uncle Chen sighed. "You are still young and don't understand much. Even if Xiao Fan shares your current thoughts, who knows what the future holds? Your martial arts exam results may only allow you to attend an ordinary martial arts academy. To be honest, your martial arts talent is average. Graduating as a second-tier warrior would be quite good. But Xiao Fan is different. He can attend the Beast Tamer Academy, and your future circles and perspectives will become vastly different. In 10 or 8 years, when you haven't contacted each other, the bonds of classmate or brotherhood will become as thin as water. Do you think he will still remember you then?" Chimpanzee was stunned. Could it really be like that? To be honest, he had no concept of this at all. Pouting defiantly, "Xiao Fan is not that kind of person, and who knows, maybe I will have great opportunities in the future. If I become a legendary martial artist, I will definitely protect him." Uncle Chen said nothing, but was futile to discuss anything now. They were still too young. Jiang Fan added the hunter on WeChat. Being a hunter is a very dangerous profession, but it is also quite free. Compared to being employed by a certain force, it's like being your own boss. The more you work, the more you earn. Some powerful martial artists have taken up this profession. There are many hunters on the continent, and there are even hunter guilds in various places. The number of branches of the hunter guild actually surpasses that of trading centers. Trading centers are usually only established at the city level, but the hunter guild also has a branch in Tianqing town. However, it is not very large. Jiang Fan contacted the hunter to inquire about the price of beast blood. The hunter directly sent him a table: first tier beast blood 85 yuan milliliter, second tier beast blood 850 yuan milliliter, third tier beast blood 8,500 yuan milliliter, fourth tier beast blood 85,000 yuan milliliter. There is none above fourth tier. It seems that even hunters find it very difficult to obtain beast blood above the fourth tier. However, the prices are indeed astonishing. 85,000 for a milliliter. How much is a milliliter? It's roughly the size of a fingernail. This is already at an 85% discount. The full price would be 100,000. That's enough for him to evolve a third-tier spirit beast. Wasn't it 80 before? Jiang Fan asked. That was before. Now the market has surged, and there is a severe shortage of beast blood. Organizations have raised their purchase prices to 80. Why should I sell it to you for 80? I heard you are a beast tamer, so I gave you a discount. For others, I would sell it at least for 90. The hunter was quite straightforward. However, this price is still a bit too high. He understood the use of beast blood, which is through bathing. One immerses oneself in a tub filled with beast blood to ensure maximum contact with the skin for absorption. Generally speaking, 1 liter of water dissolves 1 milliliter of beast blood. For 100 liters, 100 milliliters is needed. 8,005 for 1 bath. A person with good martial arts talent might need to bathe 10 times to enhance their blood energy by 0. 1 horses. If one is average, it might take 20 to 30 baths. This isn't just a bath, it's a bath of money. To elevate the blood energy to 0. 5 horses would cost tens of thousands, even over 100,000. The Chen family truly invested heavily for chimpanzee. He can't afford such baths. With that money, he would rather save it to evolve spirit beasts. Is there any way to obtain beast blood for free? Yes, you can go kill some yourself. The hunter chuckled. However, although you are a beast tamer, I think you probably don't have a spirit beast yet, or at most have a first-tier spirit beast, which is too weak in combat. Jiang Fan didn't follow this line of conversation. Instead, he asked, where can I hunt spirit beasts? Just outside the city. Recently, wasn't there a beast tide attacking Tianqing town? The guard regiment has issued a bounty task to kill fierce beasts, and there's a reward for it. Moreover, the fierce beasts you kill count as your loot. Oh, Jiang Fan truly didn't know. He checked and found that there was indeed such a task. This task was jointly issued by the guard regiment and the law enforcement office. It welcomes hunters from Tianqing town and its surrounding areas to kill fierce beasts. Bounty structure: 1,000 yuan for a first-tier fierce beast, 10,000 for a second-tier fierce beast, and 100,000 for a third-tier fierce beast. Such high rewards. However, to participate in the bounty task, one must first register as a bounty hunter. The purpose of registering as a bounty hunter is for better management. Previously, before the establishment of the bounty guild, bounty hunters were quite a mixed bag. They often engaged in illegal activities, and later the hunter guild was established as an official organization. Anyone not registered with the hunter guild is considered an unlicensed hunter, and being caught would lead to imprisonment. The hunter guild building is also located in the city center and has been established for quite a long time, over several decades. It is noticeably less grand than the trading center. Likewise, there aren't many people. There are very few local hunters in Tianqing town. Only recently, due to the beast disaster, have more hunters come to operate here. At the entrance, the receptionist is a girl in her 20s wearing a cheap how and looking somewhat languid. She seems to be taking a nap. Ahem. Jiang Fan coughed, and the girl finally lifted her head. Hello, how can I help you? I want to register as a bounty hunter. The girl's eyes widened in surprise as she scrutinized Jiang Fan from head to toe. After a long moment, she suspiciously asked, register as a bounty hunter? Yes. The girl was speechless, wondering what joke this was. This child clearly looked like a high school student. What bounty hunter? The girl stood up bemused and said, well, little friend, let me tell you, although being a bounty hunter sounds very cool, it's quite dangerous. You should hurry back and do your homework instead. What's with that tone? Little friend, when did I become so young? I know, but I need to register as a bounty hunter, Jiang Fan said seriously. I understand, sister will help you register when you grow up, okay? I really am being underestimated. I am a beast tamer, Jiang Fan replied indifferently. Yes, I know you have a dream of becoming a beast tamer, so come back when you grow up, alright? The girl found Jiang Fan very cute and couldn't help but pinch his little face. Jiang Fan's face instantly stiffened. Why do so many people like to pinch his face? Is it just because he is very handsome? However, Jiang Fan didn't mind too much. The girl actually looked quite good in both appearance and figure. She could compete with Lu Huan, and importantly, she was actually a second-tier warrior. A 24-year-old second-tier warrior should be considered exceptionally talented, but is a mere receptionist from the Hunters Guild of such high status. It seems that unless he shows something substantial, they wouldn't register him as a bounty hunter. A flash of blue light flickered in his hand, and a bald parrot flew out from a spatial crack. As soon as the bald parrot appeared, it shouted sharply, "Little girl, spend the night with me. Little girl, spend the night with me. Little girl, spend the night with me." Jiang Fan, and the girl instantly turned dark-faced. The girl glanced at Jiang Fan, her eyes seeming to ask, "Is this your idea?" Jiang Fan quickly shook his head, forcing a laugh. "My spirit beast is a bit out of line, but it's just talking nonsense, ha." However, the girl still curiously observed the bald parrot. Although the bald parrot's aura was not weak, it had to be said that it was simply too ugly. The wings were glossy and full everywhere else, but its head was completely bare. It made the dry bird's head look quite repulsive. "Third-tier spirit beast?" the girl asked. A hint of shock flashed in the girl's beautiful eyes. A third-tier beast tamer at such a young age. That's astonishing. When did such a figure appear in Tianqing Town? It looks kind of strange. Could it be evolved from a common beast? A third-tier beast tamer at such a young age. That's astonishing. When did such a figure appear in Tianqing Town? It looks kind of strange. Could it be evolved from a common beast? It's all about the temperament. But my third-tier spirit beast should qualify me to register as a bounty hunter, right? Yes, of course. The girl's eyes sparkled. Although it was evolved from a common beast, such ability was also extremely rare. I've never heard of any beast tamer evolving a common beast to such an extent. Perhaps the difficulty of evolving a common beast is lower. That's possible. But basically no beast tamer would waste their precious beast mark on a common beast. Evolving a common beast may be simple, but its strength is weak and its potential is limited. Perhaps this bald parrot has already reached its evolution limit and there might not be any further evolutionary path. Please wait a moment. The girl, deep in thought, operated on the computer, inquiring about name, age, and other details, and took a picture of Jiang Fan. In just a few minutes, the girl raised her head and smiled. "Registration complete, Jiang Fan. From now on, you are an officially certified bounty hunter of the Star Moon Federation, and your hunter certificate can be used within the Star Moon Federation." Jiang Fan was stunned. "Is that it?" "Yes," the girl replied with a smile. The process was so quick that Jiang Fan couldn't react. Or rather, it was not what he had imagined. "A receptionist at the entrance can handle my hunter's certificate." Seemingly sensing Jiang Fan's confusion, the girl stood up and walked out from behind the counter. On her red cheongsam, there were some light yellow patterns. At a glance, it seemed quite expensive. Moreover, this girl had a great temperament, with both beauty and appearance being exceptional. Although not as stunning as Su Qingqing, she belonged to the type that becomes more attractive the more you look at her. "Jiang Fan, let me introduce myself. My name is Inya, and I am the president of the Hunters Guild branch in Tianqing Town." "President?" Jiang Fan was shocked. "Then why are you acting as the receptionist?" Inya smiled awkwardly. "Because there are fewer affairs at the Tianqing Town Hunters Guild currently, including me. There are only 3 staff members. The other 2 went to get married these days, so I'm filling in as the receptionist." Wow, how pathetic. It seemed that Inya also felt Jiang Fan's look of pity and couldn't help but smile. "There's nothing I can do. This desolate place of Tianqing Town has too few registered bounty hunters, and the upper management can't provide many positions." Jiang Fan shrugged. He didn't care. As long as the hunter certificate was legitimate, that was enough. "By the way, I want to take the bounty mission for the beast disaster," Jiang Fan said. Inya nodded, having guessed it. "Recently, some hunters have specially come to Tianqing Town. Sure, but I need to remind you that accepting a mission as a hunter is voluntary, and if a hunter sacrifices during the mission, the Hunters Guild is not responsible for any costs." Understood. Seeing Jiang Fan was very determined, Inya didn't say much more and helped Jiang Fan complete the task acceptance procedures. After leaving the Hunters Guild, Jiang Fan headed straight for the city wall. Inya sighed. "What a waste. I shouldn't have tamed a common beast to save money. Evolving to 3rd tier is good, but that should also be its limit." Jiang Fan accepted the mission and was automatically added to a group chat on the Bounty Hunter app that Inya helped him download. "Oh, a newcomer has joined." Someone immediately greeted him. "Are you a guy or a girl?" Jiang Fan looked at this outdated greeting and judged that this person was probably not young. Young people don't talk like that anymore. Jiang Fan thought for a moment and asked, "What is this group for?" The person replied, "It's for forming teams. You just accepted the bounty for the beast disaster in Tianqing Town, right? You can't possibly go on a mission alone, so this group is for forming teams. A few people that click well together form a temporary squad to increase survival chances." Jiang Fan understood. It seemed bounty hunters were not all lone wolves. That makes sense. Jiang Fan had previously wondered how those bounty hunters could dare to venture alone into the perilous wasteland. Now it seems that they likely complete missions in teams. "What profession are you?" the person asked again. This guy with the username Confidently Ugly was quite chatty. He introduced himself. "Our team already has 3 members, 2 warriors, and 1 spirit master. We just need 1 more strong person to set off." Jiang Fan replied, "I am a beast tamer." The person was clearly stunned. and the previously dense stream of conversation came to a halt. A few seconds passed. Many messages appeared in the group chat screen. All were trying to recruit him to join their team. Confidently Ugly was getting anxious. Everyone I contacted this brother first, can we follow the order of first come first served? His words were quickly drowned in a sea of chat. Some teams have already begun to showcase their strength. Some teams consist entirely of second-grade warriors while others even have a third-grade warrior leading them. There are even teams organized by Beast Tamers. Those willing to reveal their strength are all relatively strong teams. 2 third-grade warriors and 1 second-grade spirit master. As soon as this team's strength was revealed, others were instantly silenced. 2 third-grade warriors were already astonishing, as third-grade warriors are top-tier existences in Tianqing Town. A second-grade spirit master is even more impressive, as spirit masters are rarer and their progress is challenging. They need to elevate their mental strength to 10, which is quite difficult. Such a team could easily crush all the other teams in this group. Even Jiang Fan was somewhat astonished. This team is formidable. Okay, I'll join you. Jiang Fan did not hesitate. Collaborating with a strong team can yield greater benefits. Haha, let's chat privately. The confident and rather ugly person smiled proudly, having won. Capturing a Beast Tamer is definitely an unexpected delight. Beast Tamers are certainly highly sought after. Jiang Fan received an address sent by the confident person. It was shown to be at the Xiangjiang Hotel. The Xiangjiang Hotel is the most luxurious hotel in Tianqing Town, a high-end chain establishment. The headquarters is said to be in the Xingyue Federation with high expenses. Rich people indeed staying at the Xiangjiang Hotel. Jiang Fan chuckled and disguised himself. The disguise was simply throwing on a cloak to cover his face. After all, he was unfamiliar with these people. His identity as a hunter was known only to the registered Hunter Guild and its headquarters. However, this information is a closely guarded secret that cannot be disclosed. This concerns the reputation of the Hunter Guild. If even one case is exposed, the vast Hunter Guild could be instantly toppled, leading countless hunters to abandon the guild. Upon arriving at the Xiangjiang Hotel, he found that the specific room was the presidential suite on the top floor. Before going upstairs, Jiang Fan glanced at the price of the presidential suite. 8,800 for one night. Wow, that's really expensive. Are hunters this wealthy? The previous hunter directly paid 800,000 to buy that lightning snake cub from him. In contrast, Beast Tamers seem quite poor. Yi Qinghua, as a third-grade Beast Tamer, struggles to gather even 100,000. Should he really reconsider and simply change professions? What kind of Beast Tamer makes money? It feels like anything else would be more profitable. Outside the battlefield of Tianqing Town, Yi Qinghua suddenly felt an itch in his nose. Was it the heavy smell of gunpowder irritating him? His flame demon wolf had just killed 2 third-grade fierce beasts. Now Yi Qinghua was a god of war on this battlefield. The captain of the guard brigade admired Yi Qinghua even more while being astonished at the power of Beast Tamers. The spiritual beasts fought at the front while the Beast Tamers didn't even need to show themselves. Moreover, the battle strategies of the spiritual beasts controlled by Beast Tamers were far clearer than those relying solely on instinct. Lao Jiang watched Yi Qinghua from a distance with deep admiration. Seeing that Yi Qinghua was only a few years younger than his own son, he couldn't help but feel a profound sense of... Old Jiang poked Lao Jiang's arm and laughed. What are you looking at? Are you envious? Nonsense, at my age, what good is envy? I was just thinking. Well, never mind, Beast Tamers must earn a lot, right? Lao Jiang inquired. Old Jiang thought for a moment. How would I know, but their salaries are definitely higher than ours. I've heard that hiring a Beast Tamer costs at least 100,000 as a base amount. 100,000. Lao Jiang was envious. One payment could match his annual income, which is why everyone greatly admires Beast Tamers. Speaking of which, I still don't know my son's results for the 3 major tests. His mother and I have been on the front lines these days and have no idea how he's doing. Lao Jiang began to miss his son. At this moment, the captain of the guard brigade approached and laughed heartily. Once we eliminate this beast disaster, we can all go back together. Lao Jiang nodded heavily. Let's go back together. Everyone has elders above and children below. Protecting the home and the country to ensure Tianqing Town's peace is what allows families to be safe. Otherwise, who would be willing to risk their lives on the front lines? Jiang Fan, guided by a waitress, arrived at the door of the room. Before he could knock, the person inside opened the door. The one who opened the door was an exceptionally young man, very handsome to the point of resembling a woman. When he saw Jiang Fan dressed in a black cloak, he didn't find it strange. In this day and age, many people act with great caution. Let me introduce myself. I am Chou Hen Xian, the one chatting with you. After he finished speaking, Jiang Fan was taken aback. Ugly? Where's the ugliness? Are you trying to play the pig to eat the tiger with this username? Come and let's get to know each other and arrange some work. Chou Hen Xian smiled and pulled Jiang Fan inside. At the moment of contact, a hint of discernible astonishment flashed in his eyes. The state of his bones. Very young. A beast tamer this young. TSK. It feels a bit unreliable. He's too young, and even if he has a spiritual beast, it might not be of high rank. He probably is at most a first-grade Beast Tamer. A first-grade Beast Tamer isn't weak, but for their team it might not be sufficient. But since he's already here, might as well get to know them. Once Jiang Fan entered, he found that the other two team members were both quite attractive, and such girls were rare in Tianqing Town. It was clear they had come from a big city. This was Jiang Fan's judgment based on his experience. Including the confident one, their aura was quite extraordinary. Let's reintroduce ourselves. Chota Hen Zxi and friendly extended his hand. My name is Guo Chao, a second-year student from the Moonlight City Martial Arts Academy. Jiang Fan was surprised a second-year student is already a third-grade warrior. Are students from the Martial Arts Academy this impressive? Seemingly sensing Jiang Fan's confusion, Guo Chao smiled. Don't be fooled by my appearance. Oh, I'm considered a genius at the Martial Arts Academy, and I can generally rank in the top 10 in the second year. Top 10? Not necessarily. Another girl scoffed, glancing at Guo Chao. She had been munching on snacks, but her body was not fat. Rather, she was quite slender. Yet within that slender body seemed to harbor terrifying energy. Guo Chao was speechless, introducing Jiang Fan. She is Lu Yu, also a student of the Martial Arts Academy, currently ranked 10th in the second year. This further surprised Jiang Fan. Oh, a girl is even more formidable than a boy. However, Guo Chao continued. Last time I challenged the top 10 list, I wasn't prepared, so I lost to that guy ranked 7th. If I had challenged Lu Yu back then. Guo Chao did not finish his sentence. Lu Yu's delicate brows immediately furrowed. Challenge me. And then what? You know the result. Guo Chao scoffed. Lu Yu smiled, put down her snacks, and stood up. A fierce surge of blood energy was immediately released, as if she were a vortex of pressure. It made it somewhat difficult to breathe. Guo Chao frowned. Lu Yu, the task is at hand. I don't want to fight you right now. Let's talk about this back at school. No way. I want you to know right now that you're not capable. Lu Yu advanced towards Guo Chao. Guo Chao did not retreat, seeming intent on having a showdown with Lu Yu. Just as the two were about to clash, Jiang Fan's expression was peculiar. What are they doing? What does this mean? Suddenly a voice with a cool tone came through. Please, both of you, calm down. This voice was very magical. The coolness was not a real chill, but a refreshing sensation originating from the spirit. It seemed to soothe their agitated hearts. Jiang Fan turned towards the source of the voice, which belonged to a serene girl sitting by the window. The girl had dark green-black hair, a pure appearance, and a somewhat slender figure. She looked slightly malnourished. She held a book in her hands, which Jiang Fan glanced at from a distance. That seemed to be a bestiary. A bestiary is a general term for a type of book. It is not printed, but written by spirit masters. Each illustration and word on the pages is made with spiritual power as ink. Thus, every book is expensive. Additionally, viewing such books requires consuming a significant amount of spiritual energy. Ordinary people would feel dizzy just by looking at a single character. A spirit master. This young girl is a spirit master. While spirit masters are not as rare as beast tamers, they are still much less common than martial artists. A spirit master can hardly be found among hundreds of people. The technique the girl used earlier was quite similar to that of the bald parrot. However, while the bald parrot's technique is to anger others, this girl has the ability to calm people's emotions. Guo Chao mentioned that his team has 2 third-tier martial artists and 1 second-tier spirit master. This means this girl has a spiritual power exceeding 10 horses. Guo Chao and Lu Yu then fell silent, both coldly snorting and turning away in opposite directions. Don't mind their noise, they are actually childhood friends and have a pretty good relationship, the girl explained to Jiang. Jiang Fan nodded. He had noticed it too. They seemed to be at odds, but in reality, they were a pair of affectionate. Jiang Fan suddenly felt a wave of sadness. Childhood friends, a relationship every man dreams of. Indeed, handsome boys with great talent have their privileges. My name is Lin Mei and I am a second-tier spirit master. The 3 of them introduced themselves. Now it was Jiang Fan's turn, but they only knew he was a beast tamer. But they really did not know his exact strength. When Guo Chao saw a beast tamer join the group chat, he had no time to ask for details and hastily brought him in. Hello everyone, my name is Chun Fan, and I am a third-tier beast tamer. The name was made up on the spot. He borrowed Chen Pangzi's surname, and this matter must not be known to Chen Pangzi. Otherwise Chen Pangzi would really mock him mercilessly. The 3 of them simultaneously showed surprised expressions. A third-tier beast tamer. Guo Chao was particularly astonished. He had just judged from a momentary touch that Jiang Fan was actually he should be younger than them. Furthermore, Jiang Fan's voice sounded youthful. How could he possibly be a third-tier beast tamer? Are you also from Yuehua City? Or from another major city? Or perhaps the Xingyue Federation? Guo Chao asked. Jiang Fan frowned. He really did not want to reveal too much. Who knows if what they said earlier was true. Moreover, Tianqing Town was so small that once they discovered his real name, they could easily investigate him. Seeing Jiang Fan unwilling to elaborate, the 3 did not probe further. Everyone has secrets. This is quite normal. However, having a third-tier beast tamer join their little team was definitely an unexpected delight. They did not expect such a character to come to Tianqing Town. How about this? Let's collaborate in a standard 4-person team format. Guo Chao proposed. The two girls nodded in agreement. Only Jiang Fan remained silent. Others could not see his expression under the cloak. In fact, he looked bewildered. What is this standard four-person team you speak of? Do you understand it? Guo Chao glanced at Jiang Fan and added, Brother Chen, ill charge to the front, maintaining a distance of 100 meters from you, responsible for facing the enemy directly. However, I might not be able to ensure your and Lin Mei's safety, so Liu will protect you within a range of about 10 meters. Lin Mei is a second-tier spirit master and can influence enemies with her spiritual power within several dozen meters. You, Brother Chen, need to have your third-tier spirit beast fight alongside me at the front, maintaining combat strength. Jiang Fan understood. Guo Chao was the spearhead, while Liu Yu could support Guo Chao in the front and protect him and Lin Mei in retreat. This was indeed a reasonable formation. Liu Yu mocked Guo Chao. You still explain to him. He's a third-tier beast tamer. Do you think you understand more? This made it difficult for Jiang Fan to respond. It seemed that with the identity of a third-tier beast tamer, as soon as he appeared, others would see him as a master. However, without a doubt, the three young people in front of him were all top talents. Young as they were, they could rival Chao Shuanglong he had seen before. Coming to Tianqing town was likely for training, but he still had to ask, how will we divide the spoils? Guo Chao laughed. Haha, we are not interested in the rewards for killing ferocious beasts. Our main goal is to kill ferocious beasts to earn some hunter points, which we can then exchange for merit points back at the academy. If possible, all the hunter points will go to us, while the spoils, including the task rewards, will all belong to you. No problem. Jiang Fan agreed without hesitation. He did not know what the hunter points were for, but what mattered most to him now were the rewards and the corpses of the ferocious beasts. Do you know how to extract beast blood? The three looked puzzled. Generally, only martial artists would extract beast blood. The main purpose of beast tamers is still to control spirit beasts. But since Jiang Fan asked, they did know. Lin Mei explained, you need to go to a specialized institution and use a special refining method to refine the corpses of ferocious beasts. The essence blood you obtain is actually beast blood, but people in the market prefer to call it beast blood. Jiang Fan nodded, understanding now. The four of them got into Guo Chaos luxury car, speeding along the way. They quickly arrived at the outskirts of Tianqing town. The outskirts of Tianqing town bordered the foot of a mountain and was surrounded by a four-level tourist attraction. However, there were hardly any people now except for the distant sounds of ferocious beasts roaring and cannon fire. Jiang Fan suddenly realized how serious this beast disaster was. What if something happened to his parents? Jiang Fan's heart suddenly began to race uncontrollably. This was the first time he felt such anxiety. As if sensing Jiang Fan's inner turmoil, Lin Mei asked in confusion, Jiang Fan, what's wrong? Guo Chao was left speechless with shock. A third-grade beast master at such a young age. The two women wanted to chase after him only to find that Guo Chao was still in a daze. Liu Yu frowned. What are you dazing for? Hurry up and catch up. After a while, Guo Chao murmured, what's the age of the youngest third-grade beast master in Yuehua City again? You want to know how old? Liu Yu thought for a moment. It should be that guy from the Beast Master Academy, 20 years old. 20 years old. Guo Chao pondered. Judging by his bone age, Jiang Fan seemed to be only 17. His skeletal structure was very weak, much weaker than an average beast master. However, beast masters are not defined by their physical strength. Jiang Fan's talent in beast mastery was undoubtedly top tier. One could even say he surpassed that guy from the Beast Master Academy. To think a wild beast master genius was found in Tianqing town. My heavens, who exactly is this person? On the battlefield of Tianqing town, the beast disaster had launched its 13th assault, this time with over 400 ferocious beasts. The pressure on the guards was unprecedentedly immense, but fortunately the hunter squad arrived to support, allowing them to hold the line. Old Jiang and other first-grade martial artists also charged to the front. There was no other choice. Although there were hunters to support, the power difference between both sides was still vast. They couldn't let non-martial members charge in. Old Jiang's arm was already drenched in blood, and the steel knife in his hand had long lost its edge. The act of slaughter had become instinctual. His eyes were bloodshot, and he could barely see. Old Jiang, step back. Old Jiang shouted anxiously as he teamed up with others to kill a nearby, first-grade ferocious beast. He was worried seeing that Old Jiang was starting to lose consciousness. This was the most dangerous moment. A moment's inattention could lead to death. If Old Jiang died, how would he explain it to Jiang Sa and Xiao Fan? It seemed Old Jiang didn't hear him. His eyes were only focused on the ferocious beast in front. Though that ferocious beast was also first grade, it was among the stronger ones. Old Jiang had tried dozens of times, but had not gained a single advantage against that beast. He was even on the brink of death. Yet Old Jiang did not give up, or it seemed that if he could kill the beast before him, this disaster would be extinguished. But that first-grade beast was merely an inconspicuous existence among the vast sea of beasts. The true destructive power lay with the several second-grade and a few third-grade beasts. In fact, this time a fourth-grade beast had come battling fiercely against Yi Qingguo's flame wolf. Meanwhile, a dark wave surged at the boundary of heaven and earth in the distance. This was the inland region with no tidal waves. So that was a beast tide. Another wave was coming. Old Jiang's face showed despair. It was over. They were doomed. Tianqing Town was finished. Kill. Old Jiang charged fiercely at the ferocious beast in front of him, disregarding his own life. The ferocious beasts were too detestable. In just a few short days, they had faced countless life and death situations. To be honest, he had long become numb to life and death. Although he couldn't provide his son with a superior future, at least he wanted his son to grow up safely. When he thought of him in the future, he wanted to be able to proudly say his father is a hero. Every father wants to be a hero to his child. As an ordinary person, wanting to be a hero is both difficult and easy. Old Jiang, also covered in blood, couldn't care about himself at that moment. He rushed toward his old comrade who he had shared a rapport with for decades. He couldn't just watch Old Jiang rush toward death. The first-grade beast also charged at Old Jiang like a madman. Its claws, sharp as blades, were aimed at Old Jiang's head. With no one around to support him, Old Jiang was prepared to perish together. Demon beast, retreat. Suddenly, a sharp voice descended from the sky. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, a third-grade spirit beast mocked the first-grade ferocious beast. Very well. Jiang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. The mental strength of the first-grade ferocious beast was very weak. Almost in an instant, it had transferred its hatred to the bald parrot. Despite its power being far inferior to the bald parrot's, it still angrily charged at it. In a flash, the first-grade ferocious beast was torn in half by the bald parrot's sharp claws. Jiang Fan stood in front of Old Jiang, supporting the almost collapsing Old Jiang. Jiang Fan was trembling all over. Looking at his father in this state, his eyes couldn't help but become moist. For the first time. This was the first time he had witnessed his father's struggle. A life-and-death struggle. Even so, Old Jiang unhesitatingly took out the 10,000 yuan he earned with his life to let him enroll in the 3 major exams. Old Jiang couldn't see the appearance of the person in front of him. However, this person was also a beast master, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, beast master, for saving my life. Beast master. Jiang Fan wanted to say, I am your son. It is only right for me to save you. However, a thunderous roar of a ferocious beast suddenly came from behind. Jiang Fan turned to look. Another army of ferocious beasts was charging over. Their combat skills were no less than the humans engaged in battle. Everyone was shocked. How could this happen? The intelligence clearly stated that this army of ferocious beasts had charged to the neighboring town. Why had they changed direction midway? The guard captain was furious. Could it really be the work of the evil sect? Evil sect? Previously, he had received news that the recent beast riots in Tianqing Town might be caused by the evil sect. Looking at it now, these ferocious beasts seemed to have a strategy, launching a surprise attack. Wasn't that a sign that someone was stirring up trouble from behind the scenes? Yi Qinghua frowned. Now the connections were becoming clearer. Before she came to Tianqing Town, a fraud claiming to be an evolver had scammed her. Even the flame wolf had been severely injured, almost falling to 2nd grade. Now the ferocious beasts had been strategically attacking Tianqing Town these past few days. If there was no one behind the scenes controlling this, it just didn't add up. She also wanted to know what the evil sect's purpose was. Was it merely to divide the guard forces of Tianqing Town, allowing them to target this year's new beast masters? Was it worth it? Had the evil sect ever made such a big fuss before? Captain Wang, what exactly is Tianqing Town hiding? Yi Qinghua suddenly asked. This matter probably wasn't as simple as it appeared. Captain Wang was momentarily stunned and did not speak. However, from his flickering eyes it was evident. Tianqing Town truly possessed something unusual. The evil sect expended so much effort, even summoning beast tides to attack. There must be a reason that attracted them to do so. This was really troublesome. There was a 4th-grade beast among the herd, and only she could deal with it. However, the number of 3rd-grade beasts also exceeded double digits. The 2nd-grade beasts numbered over 100. Already far beyond what the human race could handle. Captain Wang's face showed signs of conflict. He too did not know what to do. Yi Qinghua was furious. If you don't say, then there's no need for me to guard Tianqing Town any longer. Captain Wang's pupils constricted. Yi Qinghua absolutely couldn't leave. If Yi Qinghua left, that 4th-grade beast would wreak havoc, devastating Tianqing Town's defenses. If the ferocious beasts invaded the town, it would be disastrous. We must not allow that. Captain Wang said urgently and quietly. To be honest, there is a Dragon Clan spirit beast egg in Tianqing Town. What? Yi Qinghua was stunned. The Dragon Clan spirit beast egg can hatch a Dragon Clan spirit beast. As a beast tamer, she certainly knew the value of a Dragon Clan spirit beast. The Dragon Clan is the highest existence among spirit beasts. At one time, they dominated both heaven and earth, standing as a transcendent presence. Some say that the Dragon Clan is the supreme ruler of the wild spirit beasts. Those who can control the Dragon Clan are called Dragon Tamers, regarded as superior beings among beast tamers. I never expected that a Dragon Clan spirit beast egg would be hidden in Tianqing Town. Yi Qinghua showed a hint of sarcasm. All her struggles here were merely to guard this Dragon Clan spirit beast egg. Captain Wang hurriedly said this Dragon Clan Spirit Beast Egg is not something we want to hoard for ourselves. We just haven't had the chance to hand it over to Yuehua City yet, but the higher-ups in Yuehua City are already aware. Yi Qinghua nodded. He rest assured, although I am quite displeased, I will certainly not allow the evil sect to succeed. The Dragon Clan Spirit Beast Egg is crucial. It can create a Dragon Tamer, which is a good thing. Yi Qinghua glanced at Jiang Fan and called out, where is this brother from? Jiang Fan looked at Yi Qinghua and the towering flame demon wolf beside her. The blazing flames all over the wolf's body deterred both humans and fierce beasts from approaching. Jiang Fan's eyes displayed the data of the Flame Demon Wolf Spirit Beast Level 4th Rank Talent, a species canine growth value 509, 100, 0000, Stamina 4099, Strength 6352, Speed 2120, Combat Power 7876, Normal Evolution Routes 7, Special Skill Flame Burn. It has already reached the 4th rank. Moreover, all attributes had terrifyingly increased. Compared to the 3rd rank, it had nearly quadrupled. Indeed, the higher the rank of evolution, the greater the enhancement it brings. The threshold for the blood power of a 4th rank warrior is 1,000 horses. With the current strength of the Flame Demon Wolf, it has far exceeded 1,000 horses. Indeed, spirit beasts have an innate advantage over humans. Yi Qinghua glanced at Jiang Fan's bald parrot, her expression strange. This parrot is so ugly. Generally, when beast tamers evolve their spirit beasts, they unconsciously make the appearance of the spirit beasts more appealing. For example, her Flame Demon Wolf is particularly imposing with fur like fire visible from several kilometers away. It is the appearance she specifically evolved. Jiang Fan felt somewhat offended and said, you quickly deal with the fire poison wolf spider. Yi Qingguo's eyes widened. This tone, although she wasn't the kind of person whose dignity could not be offended, the other party was merely a 3rd rank beast tamer. He directly issued a command to her. I want to, but the fire poison wolf spider is not so easy to deal with. Yi Qinghua was quite frustrated herself. The fire poison wolf spider is a 4th rank fierce beast leading the beast disaster. It is a gigantic spider several meters tall, covered in thick black fur that makes one's scalp tingle. Although its size is not as large as the Flame Demon Wolf, the flames it spews are toxic. Let alone ordinary people, even warriors would be severely harmed by mere contact. The mild would suffer severe burns and disfigurement, while the worst would turn into a puddle of remains. Fortunately, the Flame Demon Wolf's fur is perpetually ablaze, making it less fearful of the fire poison wolf spider. But others are scared. The fire poison wolf spider constantly tries to draw the battle into the crowd, preventing the Flame Demon Wolf from exerting its full strength. Can you lure the fire poison wolf spider away from the crowd? Yi Qinghua asked. Jiang Fan thought for a moment. I'll give it a try. He looked at the bald parrot, and it immediately understood. It spiraled sharply in the air, tearing apart a few 1st and 2nd rank fierce beasts, then shouted at the fire poison wolf spider, sit down. You scum, hurry up and come find death. I'm going to crush you. Everyone suddenly fell silent, staring at the bald parrot that was frantically screeching and spiraling in the sky. The fire poison wolf spider merely glanced at the bald parrot with indifference, seemingly unfazed. The parrot's hatred attraction was 100 effective against those with spiritual power below 10 horses. For those above 10 horses, the effect was slightly weaker. Could it be that the fire poison wolf spider's spiritual power exceeded 10 horses? What the hell? Jiang Fan was nearly infuriated. His gaze towards the bald parrot seemed to spit fire. Who are you speaking human language to? Can the fire poison wolf spider understand? And why is it saying the things he usually says while gaming? So flashy. What's the use? The bald parrot seemed to realize the problem as well, and thought for a moment, how does a bird call? Everyone remained silent. What is this? Did it just translate that last sentence into bird language? It seems they understood. Yi Qingguo's face turned pale. Ooh, was this a joke? Did they really think such provocative words would work on a 4th rank fierce beast? Captain Wang and others also found it inexplicable. Who is this beast tamer? Old Jiang had a peculiar look in his eyes, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with this 3rd rank spirit beast, mainly because of its head shape. The color of its feathers was also quite similar. Could it be? Old Jiang's expression suddenly changed. He might have inadvertently picked up a spirit beast cub. This bald parrot is a breed among parrot spirit beasts. Yes, that's it. Old Jiang glanced again at the mysterious beast tamer clad in black. Although the other party is powerful enough to easily kill 1st or even 2nd rank fierce beasts, that stature, that voice is just too similar. It's simply identical. Impossible, absolutely impossible. No one knows his son better than him. His son is just an ordinary high school student with no chance of passing the 3 major exams. When everyone thought this beast tamer was being absurd, suddenly the fire poison wolf spider began to move. It charged towards the bald parrot with its 8 sturdy legs. The bald parrot reacted quickly, flapping its wings and swiftly escaping from the crowd. The fire poison wolf spider chased after it. Yi Qinghua was horrified. Why did this happen? The mentality of a fourth-rank fierce beast shouldn't be so fragile. Suddenly she thought of the mental technique. The bald parrot had just used a mental technique on the fire poison wolf spider. Terrifying. It could actually influence the fire poison wolf spider, causing it to lose its strategy and reason. This ability is something many high-ranking spirit beasts do not possess. If it can influence the fire poison wolf spider, it can also influence her flame demon wolf. Jiang Fan chuckled lightly. Although the fire poison wolf spider is a fourth-rank fierce beast, its spiritual power clearly hasn't reached 10 horses. The hatred attraction of the bald parrot is certainly effective. The fire poison wolf spider is extremely fast, but the bald parrot is even faster. Both sides quickly left the main battlefield. They encountered Guo Chao and the other three who had just arrived. Guo Chao and the others were dumbfounded. What was going on? Why was a fourth-rank fierce beast charging towards them? Was it drawn over by that bald parrot? There was no time to be astonished. Engage the enemy. Guo Chao quickly issued the order. As the captain of this small team, the two girls acted without hesitation. Clang. Guo Chao drew his broadsword infused with powerful blood power and slashed towards the fire poison wolf spider. But the legs of the fire poison wolf spider were as solid as steel, directly deflecting Guo Chao's sword. Guo Chao was shocked, glancing at his treasured sword. This was specially forged by a blacksmith using tempered steel. It only managed to cut off a few hairs from the fire poison wolf spider's legs. The fire poison wolf spider grew even angrier. Though it felt no pain from the loss of its leg hair, these humans dared to provoke it, seeking death. A leg lunged at Guo Chao like a sharp sword. Guo Chao felt a chill enveloping him, shrouded by the malice of the fire poison wolf spider. A fourth-grade ferocious beast was truly beyond his reach. Get out of the way. From behind, a sound of air being torn apart approached. Lu Yu strode forward, brandishing a battle spear. She thrust it forward. Clang. The battle spear momentarily forced back the leg of the fire poison wolf spider, allowing Guo Chao to hurriedly escape his original position. Just as he fled, that spider leg pierced the ground, creating a deep hole. That was close. Both Guo Chao and Lu Yu felt a lingering fear. Indeed, the fourth-grade ferocious beast was unmatched in strength. They were far from being its opponents. Be careful. Lin Mei issued a warning. At this moment, her pupils had turned a deep blue. It seemed as if there was an endless ocean within her eyes. Lin Mei gazed at the fire poison wolf spider, which appeared to pause for a moment. Its fury towards Guo Chao and Lu Yu had significantly subsided. She then turned and chased after the bald parrot, which was watching from a distance. The bald parrot, terrified, screamed while fleeing. The more it screamed, the more frantically the fire poison wolf spider pursued. Lin Mei was taken aback. I didn't expect the bald parrot could actually activate its mental abilities. Guo Chao, having escaped death, remarked with lingering fear, Brother Chun is indeed a genius. The spirit beast looks unusual, but possesses quite a rare ability. Lu Yu scoffed. When did you start admiring others? Aren't you the one who prides himself on being a top genius? Guo Chao snorted disdainfully, but remained silent. You wouldn't understand. Jiang Fan is still very young. Younger than both of us. Isn't it worthy of admiration to have such a young third-grade beast master? How? A furious roar startled the three of them into inaction. The flame wolf soared above their heads, and Yi Qinghua, riding the flame wolf, glanced down at the three of them. Guo Chao and the others were momentarily stunned. Yi Qinghua. She actually came too. And wasn't Yi Qinghua a third grade? How is she already a fourth grade? So soon. Yi Qinghua evidently recognized the three of them, saying, you all head to the main battlefield. Before chasing after the fire poison wolf spider. Guo Chao turned back to glance at the bald parrot, which was already far off, pursued by the fire poison wolf spider. This Jiang Fan spirit beast had fled, leaving Jiang Fan without combat power. He could no longer contribute to their hunting team. Just as he looked at Jiang Fan, his eyes widened again. Two third-grade spirit beasts had appeared beside Jiang Fan, the bald two-headed dog and the bald blue cat. Moreover, the bald blue cat seemed to be specifically protecting a warrior from the guard team. 3 third-grade spirit beasts. What the hell? How is this possible? Guo Chao felt a bit disoriented, suspecting he had misjudged Jiang Fan's age earlier. The three of them exchanged horrified glances. It seemed they had brought in an extraordinary beast master. With 3 third-grade spirit beasts, Jiang Fan's combat power was comparable to all three of them combined, perhaps even stronger. At this moment, as Yi Qinghua pursued the fire poison wolf spider, Jiang Fan had become the strongest beast master, controlling the bald two-headed dog to charge into the ferocious beast horde. Meanwhile, Lao Jiang wore a peculiar expression, and everyone looked at him with strange eyes. Next to Lao Jiang, the bald blue cat closely followed. Wherever Lao Jiang went, the bald blue cat followed. It was clear to anyone that this powerful third-grade spirit beast had been specifically left by the beast master to protect Lao Jiang. Lao Jiang poked Lao Jiang and quietly asked, do you know her? Lao Jiang quickly shook his head. How could I know? Beast masters are lofty figures to us, let alone such a powerful one. But why is she protecting you? Perhaps to protect everyone. Lao Jiang himself was unsure. What do you mean by protecting everyone? Don't move. If you move, everyone has to move with you. Earlier, Lao Jiang felt a bit uncomfortable and wanted to distance himself from the bald blue cat. But the bald blue cat followed him, forcing everyone to move along with Lao Jiang. Having a third-grade spirit beast for protection was remarkably safe. The bald blue cat may be ugly, but its combat power was quite impressive, able to crush a ferocious beast with a single claw. Clean and decisive. Everyone envied Lao Jiang, who had seemingly struck it rich, receiving exclusive protection from the Beast Master. In fact, Lao Jiang felt a bit uncomfortable. He was a soldier, and fighting was his duty. Now he couldn't even touch a ferocious beast. Any ferocious beast that came near would meet its end at the claws of the bald blue cat. Lao Jiang cast a deep glance at the black-robed Beast Master. It shouldn't be possible, right? The bald, two-headed dog slaughtered its way through under Jiang Fan's lead. While everyone marveled at the strength of this Beast Master commander, Wang showed signs of shock. He had seen the world and knew some Beast Masters. However, this black-robed Beast Master was quite different from anyone he had encountered before. First, their spiritual aura was somewhat eerie. Secondly, this Beast Master's mental strength was extraordinarily powerful, controlling 3 third-grade spirit beasts simultaneously. What kind of mental strength was that? Even Yi Qinghua could only control the flame wolf to fight. Otherwise, the consumption of mental strength would be too great, and the spirit beasts would soon break free from battle. Yet this black-robed Beast Master seemed entirely unfazed by it. Moreover, each spirit beast reacted exceptionally quickly, exhibiting a sense of discipline. He had rarely seen anyone capable of controlling spirit beasts to such an extent. Who on earth is this person? A hint of shadow flickered in the depths of Commander Wang's eyes. The bald parrot was killing while Jiang Fan instructed Guo to collect the spoils. This left Guo feeling like he wanted to cry. Collecting the spoils could be done later. Yet Jiang Fan seemed to place great importance on the spoils, forcing Guo to play the role of an assistant. Lu Yu mocked, "Aren't you the captain? Why are you doing the chores?" Guo, displeased, replied emphatically, "Ensuring our maximum combat strength to fight undistracted is also a valuable contribution." Maximum combat strength. Lu Yu could only nod. It was indeed so. Beast Masters were envied not just for their ability to command beasts, but also because spirit beasts were stronger than humans. A third-grade martial artist was no match for a third-grade spirit beast. Thus, a third-grade Beast Master could practically crush most third-grade martial artists. Let alone having 3 third-grade spirit beasts. With such strength, even latest-stage third-grade martial artists would likely kneel before him. Under the combat of Jiang Fan and Commander Wang, the human race once again gained the upper hand. On the other side, the Flame Wolf had already caught up with the Fire Poison Wolf Spider. While the Flame Wolf didn't completely dominate the Fire Poison Wolf Spider, it was evidently stronger. After all, the Flame Wolf was in a grade spirit beast significantly stronger than the Fire Poison Wolf Spider. Trash. Trash. Yi Qinghua couldn't help but glance at the bald parrot a few more times. It must be said that while the bald parrot did not participate in the battle, it had been mocking the Fire Poison Wolf Spider from the sidelines. Its ability to suppress the Fire Poison Wolf Spider so easily was indeed due in no small part to the bald parrot. Yi Qinghua felt a tinge of envy. If only she had such a spirit beast. Although its combat power was not strong, it was extremely useful as an auxiliary spirit beast. She wondered how that black-robed Beast Master had managed to evolve such a creature. Suddenly, Yi Qinghua thought of the young evolutionary. Where could that person have gone? Had they already left Tianqing Town? She speculated that the evolutionary might be a hidden genius nurtured by some transcendent force currently traveling across the continent in secret. Perhaps they were not lacking in money, otherwise a third-tier spirit beast's evolution plan would not cost merely 100,000. She had spent over 10 million just buying those evolution materials. Someone had calculated the expenses required to evolve a third-tier spirit beast to a fourth tier. On average, it exceeded 30 million. Thus, evolutionary masters were a highly sought-after profession. The clients were Beast Masters, and Beast Masters were wealthy individuals. Thus, one can imagine the income of evolutionary masters. While she was pondering, the Flame Demon Wolf had already killed the Fire Poison Wolf Spider. Yi Qinghua stored the corpse of the Fire Poison Wolf Spider in a storage device. This was her trophy. The body of a fourth-tier ferocious beast was quite valuable. If someone were to see her storage device, they would surely be astonished. A little rich girl. The price of storage devices on the market was extremely high. A 1 cubic meter cost 1 million. The larger the storage space, the more exorbitantly priced it became. A device capable of containing the body of a fourth-tier ferocious beast would definitely be worth a fortune. When she and the Flame Demon Wolf returned to the main battlefield, she found it had already been battered and shattered. The black-robed Beast Master led human soldiers in an orderly slaughter of the ferocious beast horde. In contrast, the ferocious beasts, having lost their leader, the Fire Poison Wolf Spider, were like headless chickens continuously being exterminated. Mine. This is mine too. All of it is mine. Guo moved faster. Aside from the thunderous sounds of slaughter, there was also Jiang Fan's eyes were bloodshot, repeatedly fearing that Guo Chao would miss out on the spoils. Guo Chao was also going a bit insane. It was his first time collecting spoils, and he was panting heavily. The bald-headed era charged through the ferocious beasts with overwhelming force and incredible speed. Lu Yu and Lin Mei could only help Guo Chao gather the spoils. Yi Qingguo's eyes widened. These three talents who were somewhat famous in Moonlight City were now reduced to mere errand runners in front of this person. When she saw the other two bald-headed spirit beasts, she was momentarily stunned. Controlling three third-tier spirit beasts simultaneously. Such powerful mental strength. For Yi Qinghua, controlling the flame demon wolf already required her full concentration. Although fourth-tier spirit beasts were incomparable to third-tier ones. Controlling three third-tier beasts might not be any easier than controlling one fourth-tier spirit beast. Captain Wang had expended considerable effort just to team up with others to kill a third-tier ferocious beast. Meanwhile, the bald-headed era perfectly avoided the third-tier ferocious beasts, only targeting first and second-tier ones. Very clever. No one should say that the black-robed beast master was skilled at control. The guard team along with several hunter squads repelled the charge of hundreds of ferocious beasts. This was a monumental victory for Tianqing Town. They could earn military merit. We won. Captain Wang exhaled in relief. By now no more ferocious beasts had attacked. Tianqing Town was safe. Humanity is invincible. Humanity is invincible. Humanity is invincible. Everyone present shouted excitedly, especially the soldiers of the guard team. They had survived. Jiang Fan glanced at his father, who was moved to tears and couldn't help but smile. What could be more important than protecting one's family? However, he wanted his father to resign from the guard team. It was too dangerous, even though his father often said that a good man should aspire to greatness and should lead the charge to protect the country. But as a son, he selfishly wanted his father to be safe. However, it was not yet the time to discuss the details with his. Now that the so-called Holy Clan was still unknown, what if they targeted his parents? That would mean Jiang Fan had harmed his parents. At the very least, he had to eliminate the Holy Clan in Tianqing Town. The Holy Clan was not a good entity. Even if they might not harm ordinary people, they were still a ticking time bomb hanging over their heads. After making up his mind, Jiang Fan went to check on Guo Chao and the others. How many spoils are there? Guo Chao was nearly exhausted. 100 first tier, 30 second tier, and none for third tier. What a huge harvest. Guo Chao was overly excited. This was the first time in his life he had witnessed such a large-scale battle. The first time he had seen so many ferocious beast corpses. Oh, how much beast blood can be refined? Jiang Fan asked. Approximately 1 to 2 drops from each, which is about 1,020 milliliters. So little. Jiang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Guo Chao. Yes, although the ferocious beasts are large and have abundant blood, the amount that can be refined into essence blood is actually quite small. Jiang Fan quickly calculated in his mind. 100 first-tier ferocious beast corpses could yield 1000-2000 milliliters of beast blood. 1 milliliter is priced at 100, so that would earn about 1000 to 2000. For 30-second-tier beasts, the price of beast blood is higher at 1000 per milliliter. That could earn 3000 to 6000. Altogether, it wouldn't exceed 300,000. As if sensing Chen Fan's doubts, Guo Chao explained, in fact, beast blood is not valuable. What is valuable is the high-grade blood. There are too many first and second-grade bloods in the market, and their prices are very low. The price is very low. Low. In fact, it's not low for an ordinary family. This is just the down payment for a house. But for those wealthy families, this amount of money is really nothing. Guo Chao must have come from an extraordinary background, which is why he looks down on it. Jiang Fan felt disappointed as it did not meet his expectations. In his view, such a massive ferocious beast should at least have hundreds of pounds of blood. He never expected that the refined essence blood extracted from over 100 pounds of blood would be so little. Guo Chao added, however, we have killed so many ferocious beasts, the bounty and the hunter points are quite substantial. Lu Yu glanced at Guo Chao disdainfully. Did you kill them? Guo Chao didn't care. He was teamed up with brother Chen Fan. It was previously agreed that they would not take the bounty and loot. They only wanted the hunter points. They expected to gain quite a few hunter points. Jiang Fan nodded. Then please help me handle this. I can give you 10%. Guo Chao immediately replied. No need for that, we are already getting a good deal. Jiang Fan said nothing more. Guo Chao agreed to help him find a place to refine the bodies of the ferocious beasts into essence blood. Everyone left with only a few watchmen remaining from the guard team, while the others returned to Tianqing Town. From a distance, Jiang Fan glanced at his father leaning on Uncle Zhang. Under the black robe, his fists tightened. He must quickly resolve the crisis in Tianqing Town. In an uninhabited area, after removing the disguise of the black robe, he returned home. Jiang Fan saw that his parents had come back. He immediately revealed a joyful expression. You are finally back. I was almost starving these past few days. Luckily, your son has strong vitality. His mother glared at Jiang Fan. How old are you? How could you starve yourself? What if one day we are not around, would you still survive? Right. Jiang Fan laughed. Besides, I will protect. His mother was taken aback, smiling with appreciation. She nodded. She did not ask Jiang Fan about his results in the 3 major exams, as she probably already knew the outcome. As parents, they surely knew how much their son was worth. There was no need to rub salt in the wound. Especially after this period, she truly felt that being an ordinary person was good. Although it was a bit poor, at least they were safe. Unlike his father, who risked his life and didn't know when. Jiang Fan glanced at his father, who was staring at the empty birdcage on the balcony. Jiang Fan felt a bit guilty. Ahem, Dad, it seems that the bald parrot ran away by itself. I woke up and it was gone. He was a bit nervous. His father actually liked that bald parrot very much. He probably felt quite sad now. Old Jiang glanced at his son and said nothing. His mother brought out 2 steaming dishes. Oh well, if it ran away, it ran away. I was tired of raising it anyway. It was ugly and never said anything sensible. It wasn't a proper parrot. This made Jiang Fan chuckle to himself. However, it was also thanks to the bald parrot's character that it had developed a special skill. Auntie, how much soy sauce should I pour in? Suddenly, a young girl's voice came from the kitchen. His mother hurriedly handed the steaming plate to Jiang Fan, quickly returning to the kitchen while saying, "You don't need to put in much soy sauce, oh, just a little for color." Jiang Fan was stunned. Whose voice is that? It seems he has been hearing it quite often recently. Old Jiang looked at Jiang Fan with a strange expression and asked, "Aren't you burning yourself?" Suddenly Jiang Fan screamed, while quickly placing the plate on the table, frantically blowing on his fingers, which had turned red from the heat. "At your age you are still so careless," his mother muttered from the kitchen. Old Jiang sighed, looking at his familiar son, completely dispelling the doubts in his heart. Indeed, their son had been so ordinary for the past 17 or 18 years. He was not the same person as that beastmaster. He was getting old to actually harbor such unrealistic thoughts. The longer one lives, the more one understands that every person's success has its traces. The achievements of their son actually depended on their parenting. If they had not paved a sunny path for their son, how could they expect him to become such a person? Jiang Fan stared intently at the kitchen. Sure enough, Su Qingsheng came out of the kitchen holding a plate of dishes in one hand, wearing an apron. This apron had already faded from his mother's washing, but on Su Qingsheng it exuded a sense of fashion. She had the aura of a beautiful cook. The key was that Su Qingsheng's figure was perfectly accentuated by. Su Qingsheng glanced at Jiang Fan indifferently, showing no expression. Instead, her expression towards his mother was warm and polite. But it was not over yet. Right after an elderly lady walked out of the kitchen, his mother quickly took the dishes from the latter's hands. "Oh, I told you not to be busy. You even specially made a dish." "No worries, I am in good health." The elderly lady smiled. Then she intentionally looked at Jiang Fan and asked with a smile, "You are Jiang Fan?" You know me." Jiang Fan was somewhat surprised. "Who is this person? I often hear Qingqing mention you." Ahem. Aunt Zhang realized she had misspoken and quickly smoothed things over, saying, "You are classmates, as she has mentioned you before." Jiang Fan nodded and chuckled. She must not have said anything good about me, right? Aunt Zhang felt a bit awkward. Did she not speak well of him? On the contrary, she had only spoken highly of him. Everyone felt he could rival that dragon rider. Wasn't that a compliment? The reason she wanted to come and visit the Jiang family in the capacity of Aunt Su was to see if Jiang Fan had enchanted the young lady in some way. Mom looked at Su Qingqing, her gaze filled with affection. She almost rushed forward to call her daughter-in-law. Jiang Fan quickly changed the subject. "The dishes today are quite good. Did Dad receive a bonus again?" Old Jiang chuckled. "We just repelled several waves of ferocious beasts, so we received a decent reward." Aunt Zhang said, "Indeed, it is because of brave warriors like you that ordinary people can live in peace." Old Jiang's expression froze for a moment, then he smiled and said it was a given. Jiang Fan felt a bit displeased. What kind of tone was that? Since earlier this old lady had an air of superiority. It felt as if a high-ranking official was praising their subordinate. Aunt Zhang didn't think anything of it. Even Su Qingqing probably didn't sense Jiang Fan's emotional turbulence. The two of them were already accustomed to such treatment. The Su family was a prominent family in Moonlight City with many influential figures in military and political circles. Therefore, wherever the Su family went, they would be treated with respect. They were used to looking down on others. In contrast, Jiang Fan's parents were used to looking up to others, so they didn't pick up on anything unusual. Only Jiang Fan had a very poor impression of Su Qingqing and her aunt. Su Qingqing felt a bit puzzled. Her spiritual strength was not weak, so she sensed Jiang Fan's emotional fluctuations. What had she done to offend Jiang Fan? Was it just because they had a childhood betrothal that he disliked her? She thought of the girl who had driven Jiang Fan back. How could Su Qingqing not compare to her? Was it that much of a dislike? The dishes were served, but no one moved their chopsticks. As the host mom urged everyone to start eating, the old lady took a bite and her eyes lit up. "It's been a long time since I've eaten such authentic home-cooked food. Although the ingredients are somewhat inferior, the flavor is outstanding." This remark made Dad and Mom feel a bit awkward. These were fresh ingredients bought from the market, and they had intended to celebrate, so they chose the best. How could they be inferior? Su Qingcheng discreetly kicked Aunt Zhang, who was puzzled. But upon seeing Su Qingcheng's somewhat cold gaze, she immediately realized she had misspoken. She quickly smiled. I didn't mean it that way. We usually don't eat these things. We usually eat exquisite dishes. This only made Jiang Fan's parents feel more embarrassed. Su Qingcheng frowned. Oh, Aunt Zhang was being deliberate. Aunt Zhang wanted the Jiang family to realize the gap between them, hoping they would retreat in embarrassment. If you don't want to eat, there's no need to force yourselves, better than eating these inferior dishes and poisoning yourselves. Aunt Zhang cast a faint glance at Jiang Fan. What this old woman says is the truth. Then please leave. Jiang Fan slammed his bowl onto the table. Aunt Zhang snorted coldly. Such audacity, daring to lose his temper at her at such a young age. Just as she was about to explode, Su Qingcheng suddenly stood up, coldly looking at Aunt Zhang and saying, let's go back. Miss, let's leave together. No, you go on your own. Oh, I enjoy eating very much. Su Qingcheng shook off Aunt Zhang's hand and then took a big bite of the dish. Miss the master, you should return to Moonlight City and not come back. Su Qingcheng had already issued an eviction order. Her decisiveness left Aunt Zhang feeling somewhat at a loss. In the Su family, her relationship with the young lady was much closer than with most people. She had watched the young lady grow up. Now the young lady was willing to sever ties with her for an outsider. Jiang Fan had indeed enchanted the young lady. At this moment, Mom stood up to ease the atmosphere. So you are from Moonlight City? It's quite normal not to be accustomed to it. Su Qingcheng didn't say anything further, and Aunt Zhang sat down feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, she still wanted to find out why the young lady was so favorably inclined towards this outsider, and how far their relationship had progressed. They sat down quietly to eat, no longer speaking. Jiang Fan also didn't want to dwell on it. Qingqing, I only knew you attended Tianqing High School before, but I didn't dare to ask, do you and Xiao Fan know each other at school? No. Yes. They both said simultaneously. Jiang Fan looked at Su Qingcheng with a strange expression. It was her who said she didn't know him. Do you know each other? Jiang Fan asked. We go to school together every day. Oh, how can we not know each other? Su Qingcheng retorted, her gaze seeming to carry a hint of grievance. His parents looked at their son with curiosity. Mom's eyes were full of gossip. Could there be some unknown secret? I do know you, after all. You are the school belle, but you probably don't know me, right? We seem to have never spoken. We have. Su Qingcheng corrected him. Spoken? Yes, once in the morning, when we were going to school, you hurried down the stairs and told me to hurry up, or we would be late. Jiang Fan's expression darkened. Was that really considered having spoken? Su Qingcheng wore a look of nonchalance, as if it were a matter of course. Her mother's eyes sparkled with gossip, and the tide of curiosity in her heart was nearly unbearable. Could it be that this girl likes Xiao Fan? After all, Xiao Fan is handsome and has such a good personality, it's only natural for girls to be attracted to him. Perhaps this girl has already confessed to Xiao Fan, but was rejected. Their mother quickly supplemented this scenario in her mind with a campus romance drama. Thus their mother smiled and asked Qingqing, how did you do in the college entrance exams? What are your plans for the future? She subconsciously believed that Su Qingcheng could not possibly succeed in the exams. Because girls who pass the entrance exams must be proud and aloof and would not be so attentive to Xiao Fan. You're so beautiful, your studies must be excellent too, just like my Xiao Fan. Mom. Jiang Fan quickly interjected. Zhang Ma, who had been quiet for a while, proudly stated, my Qingqing is a top-tier beast master. She is the beast master who broke the historical record for qualifications in Tianqing Town. Jiang Fan's parents were instantly stunned. For them, this was an overwhelming amount of information. A beast master, and one who broke a historical record. In their understanding, such a concept was simply Being a beast master is already a lofty existence, let alone one who has broken a historical record. The parents looked at Jiang Fan in disbelief, and he nodded, confirming the truth. Su Qingcheng was indeed extraordinary, but compared to their son, she still fell short. Once they learned that their son had acquired 3 third-tier spirit beasts in just a few days, they would no longer envy Su Qingcheng. However, Jiang Fan kept these thoughts to himself. As long as the Holy Clan was not eliminated, he could not let his parents fall into crisis. Their mother opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. Her expression changed significantly. Such genius was a major figure in Tianqing Town. Should we prepare some better food? Eating this is too careless. Their mother stood up to tidy up. Their father also felt a bit flustered, entirely different from his earlier attitude. As adults and parents, they were now worried about whether their son could receive care from the other party. Perhaps if the other party provided even a little support, Xiao Fan's life would be completely different. No need, Auntie, please don't be polite. Xiao Fan and I are classmates, no need for anything else. Moreover, Xiao Fan has also passed the Beast Master exam, being one of the 2 Beast Masters from Tianqing No. 1 middle school. The parents were frozen for a long time. What? Their reaction was even more intense than when they first learned that Su Qingcheng was a top genius. Jiang Fan smiled faintly, hiding his accomplishments and fame. Come on, come and praise your good son. Your son is also a beast master now. and he is a genius on par with Su Qingqing. Old Jiang suddenly stood up, his face extremely serious and his gaze very heavy. Xiao Fan, tell me the truth. What? Jiang Fan was taken aback. Even their mother said, I've heard that some students in certain places cheat to pass the Beastmaster exam, but when discovered by the Beastmaster Academy, they are not only locked up, but also permanently deprived of the chance to take the entrance exams. Jiang Fan's face turned ashen. What does this mean? You would rather believe that Su Qingqing is a record-breaking top genius than trust your own son. At that moment, Su Qingqing burst into laughter. It must be said that when she smiled, she was truly beautiful. Even when she wasn't smiling, she was very attractive, but when she wasn't smiling, she gave off an aloof vibe. Only those with strong inner strength, or someone like Jiang Fan, who harbored no illusions, could approach Su Qingqing. Zhang Ma was captivated. Ever since the young lattice mother went missing, it seemed to be the first time the young lady smiled so genuinely. Su Qingqing smiled and said, Auntie, Jiang Fan is a genuine pass in the Beastmaster exam. That loophole has long been eliminated. Hearing Su Qingqing say this, both parents instantly beamed with joy. Xiao Fan, you truly lived up to expectations and succeeded. Our family's ancestral grave is emitting green smoke. We actually have a Beastmaster. The parents were overjoyed, practically ready to lift Jiang Fan to the skies. Do you think this can make up for the hurt you caused me earlier? You would rather believe an outsider than your own son. Am I adopted? Jiang Fan wore a resentful expression, his lips pouting on the verge of tears. He felt abandoned by his parents. Just because Su Qingqing came. Huh. Su Qingqing laughed again. What's so funny? Jiang Fan felt somewhat dissatisfied. It's just very funny, huh? Huh. Su Qingqing deliberately provoked Jiang Fan, making him more withdrawn. The heavy pressure hovering over Jiang Fan contrasted sharply with his parents' excitement beside him. Su Qingqing continued to emit melodious laughter while covering her mouth. Zhang Ma was somewhat dazed, then took a deep look at Jiang Fan. Could this be the charm that Jiang Fan cast upon the young lady? If so, Zhang Ma's eyes became somewhat moist as she hoped Jiang Fan could cast more. Ever since the young lattice mother went missing, her heart had completely closed off from the outside world, even refusing to see her beloved grandfather. Though she did not know what had happened, Jiang Fan had opened the young lattice heart. Jiang Fan felt a little heartbroken. Su Qingqing, however, smiled radiantly, which also brought comfort to Zhang Ma. Moreover, Su Qingqing's smile seemed to possess a certain magic. Even Jiang Fan, who was somewhat upset, couldn't help but laugh along. It was as if Su Qingqing's smile brought the family together in harmony. However, this scene was observed from afar by a person in a tall building. This person with short red hair was none other than Xiao Ran. He went through considerable effort to find Su Qingqing, only to witness a sight that filled him with rage. The usually cold and unapproachable Su Qingqing was laughing so joyfully with a man. Who is Su Qingqing? She has rejected countless top young talents in Yuehua City. So many prodigies couldn't even get a chance to dine with her. Even Long Hao from the Dragon God Palace had faced rejection, offering a Dragon Clan Spirit Beast egg as a betrothal gift. Yet even then, Su Qingqing was too indifferent to respond to Long Hao's pursuit. Originally, it was thought that Su Qingqing had exceedingly high standards, that Long Hao and those young talents could never catch her eye. But now it seemed otherwise. Perhaps it was because of her unique tastes. Ignoring so many talented individuals, she favored this ordinary young man from a small town. Huh. What a grand farce. If the talents of Yuehua City learned that they were bested by a useless youth from a small town, there would be over 10,000 ways for this person to meet his demise. This person should be called Jiang Fan, a useless beast master who awakened a beast imprint at Tianqing One high school. It's just a mere beast imprint. Such beast masters are a dime a dozen in Yuehua City. Does he really think he is above others? Su Qingqing is not a woman you can covet. Xiao Ran spat venomously. If looks could kill, Jiang Fan would have died countless times already. He decided that before humiliating Su Qingqing, he would first torture Jiang Fan. Qingqing, we don't quite understand. After the Beastmaster examination, does Xiao Fan need to apply to the Beastmaster Academy? Mom asked Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing nodded, then glanced at Jiang Fan and shook her head. There are generally two pathways for Beastmasters to apply to academies. One is through active recruitment by the academy, and the other is through assigned recruitment. The difference is that active recruitment involves the academy selecting outstanding students, usually offering favorable conditions to those chosen, while assigned recruitment is for general students randomly assigned to academies with available slots. Su Qingqing spoke unhurriedly, yet Jiang Fan's parents still felt confused. However, Jiang Fan understood roughly good students would be hotly contested by various academies. As for mediocre students, no one would fight over them. Wherever they were assigned is where they would go. Then where will Xiao Fan be assigned? Mom asked. Tianqing Town is under the jurisdiction of Yuehua City, so it should be the 3 Beastmaster Academies of Yuehua City coming to recruit, with a single beast imprint. He might be assigned to the Shadow Green Academy, which is a long-established institution. Mom and Dad instantly became excited. Although they didn't know much about the Shadow Green Academy, as long as Jiang Fan could attend a Beastmaster Academy, that would be enough. Zhang Ma added. Although the Shadow Green Academy has a long history, it was founded by a Beast Tamer and has produced numerous legendary Beast Masters and Beast Masters. But that is history. Nowadays. Apart from its somewhat difficult to develop heritage, it is just a Class 3 Beastmaster Academy. Difficult to develop heritage? Jiang Fan wondered. Zhang Ma smiled and said, I mentioned that the founder of the Shadow Green Academy was a Beast Tamer. You might not have heard of a Beast Tamer, but they are Beast Masters who control dragon clans among the most powerful schools of Beast Masters. Therefore, there are many long-dead dragon spirit beast eggs at the Shadow Green Academy. The reason they are referred to as dead is that not everyone can awaken those eggs that have been dormant for countless years. Whoever can awaken them can instantly become a Beast Tamer. Jiang Fan's parents were already dizzy from the information. They were too far removed from Beast Masters, and even more so from Beast Tamers. However, Jiang Fan's eyes sparkled with clarity. Perhaps he had a way to awaken those dormant dragon eggs. Zhang Ma chuckled, thinking that this young lad was fearless. Did he really think he was destined for greatness? No one had succeeded in such matters. Did he believe he could be the exception? Zhang Ma said with a smile, my little Xingsheng has already been recruited early by the Yuehua Beastmaster Academy, which is the top Beastmaster Academy in Yuehua City, also quite renowned in the Star Moon Federation. Mom and Dad instantly felt envious, but they also understood. People are not comparable. A Jiang Fan having talent as a Beastmaster was already a blessing. There was no need to compare with anyone. By now, Mom had given up on the fantasy of Jiang Fan and Su Qingsheng. Even if they were ignorant, they should realize that Su Qingsheng was extraordinary, someone beyond Jiang Fan's reach. At this moment, Su Qingsheng said meaningfully, it's nothing. Even the Yuehua Beastmaster Academy has produced very few evolution masters. Everyone looked at Su Qingsheng in confusion, while Zhang Ma was even more puzzled. Why mention the Beastmaster Academy when talking about evolution masters? Certainly evolution masters hold a high status, and there is only one evolution master in all of Yuehua City. But why bring this up? Jiang Fan was even more speechless. What did this mean? Was she trying to deceive him? What value did an evolution master hold? If he depended on offering evolution plans to others, he would starve to death sooner or later. The next day, news arrived from Guachaos' side. Their bounty results had completed the review. They had killed 30 second-grade ferocious beasts with a bounty of 10,000 for each, totaling 300,000. 100 first-grade ferocious beasts with a bounty of 1,000 for each, amounting to 100,000. In total, 400,000. According to their prior agreement, the entire bounty belonged to him, while the hunters were to be compensated to Guachao and the others. The key was the beast blood. This time, a total of 1,300 milliliters of first-grade beast blood and 350 milliliters of second-grade beast blood had been refined. Jiang Fan instructed them to store it at the Hunters Guild, and he would retrieve it himself. On the way back, Jiang Fan pondered how to take a bath. There was no bathtub at home, and the noise from taking a beast blood bath would surely attract his parents' attention. After much consideration, he thought it best to find a hotel with a bathtub for his bath. In Tianqing Town, hotels with stars generally had bathtubs. Over 1,000 milliliters of beast blood sounds like a lot, but it's actually just the volume of a large bottle of cola. Therefore, no one paid particular attention when he entered. The typical ratio for a beast blood bath is 1:1, requiring a larger amount of water. The 1,300 milliliters of first-grade beast blood could be diluted 3 times, allowing Jiang Fan to soak 3 times. Testing its effects, Jiang Fan eagerly diluted the beast blood bath and jumped right in. The moment he entered, he felt as if countless needles were piercing every pore of his body. This was beast blood. Within seconds, his skin turned a deep crimson. Even the blood seemed to creep up to his face. His whole body felt incredibly heated, as if a mighty and wild force was attempting to explode from within him. That set of incantations. Jiang Fan hurriedly recalled the cultivation incantation from the animal skin scroll. Following that incantation, he began to disperse the accumulated power of the beast blood throughout his body. This incantation seemed to allow spiritual energy to flow slowly through the 9 acupoints. It was said that a martial artist's cultivation method is centered around the number of acupoints covered by the method. The higher the level of the martial artist's method, the more acupoints it contains. Based on 9, it indicated that this cultivation method was the most fundamental for martial artists. As he operated the method, the 9 acupoints throughout his body began to absorb the spiritual energy from the beast blood simultaneously. The sensation was marvelous. This was Jiang Fan's first experience. Moreover, he should be luckier than most college entrance examination candidates. Ordinary students do not have this incantation, and even though it is quite basic, it is something that common people would go to great lengths to obtain. Chen Fatty used a lot of beast blood and considerable time to elevate his vitality to 0.5. He had the basic incantation, so his efficiency should be much higher. With the 9 acupoints simultaneously absorbing spiritual energy, he absorbed all the energy from the beast blood in under an hour. After sensing the effects, he noticed a visible enhancement in his physical strength. However, it still hadn't reached 0. 2. Jiang Fan quickly diluted another pool of water. This time the absorption rate was noticeably faster because he had become familiar with the positions of the 9 acupoints and the direction of the spiritual energy flow. After finishing this pool, he had indeed enhanced somewhat, but still hadn't reached 0. 2. It wasn't until Jiang Fan completely soaked in the third pool of beast blood, using all 1,300 milliliters of first-grade beast blood, that he achieved it. That was equivalent to spending resources worth 1,300,000. His vitality only broke through to 0. 2. This meager improvement of 0. 1 was much more difficult than Jiang Fan had imagined. After all, he had the basic incantation. No wonder Jiang Fan said his father spent nearly 2 million. The conversion ratio of consumption was indeed astonishing. What about second-grade beast blood? The higher the grade of the beast blood, the more powerful the spiritual energy it contains. But it also depends on whether he can withstand it. There were indeed cases of being burst open by beast blood, which would be quite foolish. The options available on the market are definitely luxuries for college entrance examination candidates. However, it must be used reasonably. At least a ratio of 2:1 is required. Jiang Fan strictly diluted a pool of bathwater at a 2:1 ratio. Taking a deep breath, he dove right in. Hiss! The sensation of needles was even more intense. Previously, it was countless fine needles, but now it felt like numerous large-headed pins, to the extent that it could draw blood. Jiang Fan gritted his teeth and furiously operated the basic incantation. Boom, boom, boom. One could vaguely hear the sound of the acupoints sucking in. The spiritual energy in the second-grade beast blood was obviously much denser. The water in the pool was extremely red. It was hard to tell whether it was beast blood or Jiang Fan's own blood. It took Jiang Fan over 2 hours to absorb this pool. However, after finishing, he soaked again. When he emerged from the bath, he was drenched in blood with his pores bleeding. This was a side effect of his vitality increasing too rapidly. It had reached 0. 5. In just 1 day. The key factor was indeed the second-grade beast blood, which was much more efficient than the first-grade beast blood. After calming down for a while and waiting for his pores to stop bleeding, he revealed a smile. Not bad. Significant progress. He had consumed resources worth nearly 200,000. Spending 200,000 in 1 day, probably not many college entrance examination candidates could afford such an expense. His vitality had already caught up with Jiang Fan. This is the benefit of having a cultivation method. Jiang Fan would surely be heartbroken if he found out. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran had already appeared downstairs at Jiang Fan's house. His gaze was somewhat disdainful, as expected from a waste born of ordinary origins. Such a person, could he be worthy of Su Qingqing? But it doesn't matter, he would die soon anyway. Upon arriving home, Jiang Fan happened to see Su Qingqing and the elderly woman leaving with a young man with red hair. Jiang Fan took a closer look at the red-haired youth, feeling that there was something unsettling about his gaze. It was as if he held a grudge against him. Su Qingqing noticed Jiang Fan's gaze and explained, "He is just a friend of mine from Yuehua City." Jiang Fan remained silent. What did that have to do with him? Seeing Jiang Fan unresponsive, it seemed he was waiting for more. Su Qingqing continued, "He is Xiao Ran from the Xiao family, in his late 20s. Although he has a bit of fame in Yuehua City, he is not among the top tier." Jiang Fan's expression grew more peculiar. This seemed even less related to him. Even Xiao Ran looked somewhat surprised. What was the point of saying all this? But in the next moment he understood. Su Qingqing was afraid Jiang Fan would misunderstand their relationship, so she explained a lot. "I just turned 20 this year," Xiao Ran said. 20 years old. That's not too young anymore, Jiang Fan objected. After all, for students who just finished their major examinations, 20 was already considered quite old. Xiao Ran felt like he could spit blood. How could 20 be seen as old these days? He was among the freshest batch of newcomers in the Holy Clan. The key was that Su Qingqing nodded, seemingly in agreement with Jiang Fan's statement. Xiao Ran could only look at Aunt Wang, who smiled and said, "In my eyes, you are all still children." With that, Xiao Ran finally regained some dignity. However, there was still an inexplicable anger burning within him. How could Su Qingqing regard him as just an ordinary person? Moreover, she explained so seriously upon seeing Jiang Fan. "We are just going out to eat," Su Qingqing continued. Jiang Fan nodded somewhat inexplicably. MMI. Although he didn't understand why Su Qingqing needed to clarify so much, he still responded politely. "Don't you have anything you want to ask?" Su Qingqing's delicate brows furrowed her tone, seeming somewhat irritated. "Oh well, enjoy your meal and drinks." Su Qingqing frowned. "You don't need to act this way even if you dislike that arrangement." Jiang Fan had a puzzled expression. What arrangement? Before he could ask for clarification, Su Qingqing had already left. Aunt Zhang's expression was also very indifferent, not even glancing at Jiang Fan following Su Qingqing. "It seems you still have some self-awareness, small fry." Xiao Ran taunted in a voice only Jiang Fan could hear. However, your ultimate fate will not change. You are already on the list, and even if I do not kill you, there are plenty of others who will. Jiang Fan's expression became even more puzzled. Xiao Ran had also left, leaving him in a daze. What was going on now? Was that guy named Xiao Ran going to kill him? Why? Just because he was Su Qingcheng's neighbor. In fact, anyone with eyes could see that Xiao Ran liked Su Qingcheng, but Su Qingcheng was not interested in Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran was petty enough to not even let Su Qingcheng's neighbor off. But he had targeted the wrong person. He should have gone after that one kid upstairs. This was ridiculous. Jiang Fan felt somewhat overwhelmed by these three individuals. The joy he felt earlier had also been significantly dampened. However, he had more important matters to attend to. Evolving the spirit beast. Guo Chao had already transferred the bounty, and along with his previous wealth, he had exactly 1 million. 1 million was enough to evolve a 4th-tier spirit beast. He had already experienced the power of a 4th-tier spirit beast through Yi Qingguo's Flame Wolf. 4th-tier spirit beasts could really dominate the battlefield. Moreover, it was the foundation upon which he could stand. With a 4th-tier spirit beast, he wouldn't be caught off guard when facing a formidable enemy like Chao Shuanglong. Additionally, among those claiming to be from the Holy Clan, there might be existences even stronger than Chao Shuanglong. Thus, evolving to 4th tier was urgent. Upon returning home, his parents were not there, likely off on a mission again. However, there hadn't been any news of fierce beasts causing disturbances lately, so he shouldn't worry too much. For evolving to a 4th-tier spirit beast, he had 3 options: a bald parrot, a bald husky, and a bald blue cat. In terms of combat potential, the bald blue cat was undoubtedly superior. With more balanced attributes, it would also perform better in actual combat. After contemplating for a while, Jiang Fan made his decision. Let's go with the bald blue cat. System, I want to evolve the bald blue cat. A dazzling light shone from the bald blue cat's body. Evolving bald blue cat, estimated evolution duration 1 hour. 1 hour. However, that was normal. Evolving from 3rd tier to 4th tier was a significant growth for spirit. There were many changes. Jiang Fan was not in a hurry. He practiced the martial arts on the beast skin while waiting. The basic martial arts on the beast skin were a set of routines somewhat like boxing. Combining the jab and the heavy punch, it led to combinations of 2-punch combos, 3-punch combos, and moves like dodging, and then striking, or striking, and then dodging. It emphasized speed and strength. With 0.5 horsepower of vitality, he could actually produce a punch that created wind. Bang! Bang! He could faintly hear the sound of air being pierced. Although he hadn't fought in combat, he estimated that his punch must weigh around 100 jin. His father, who was a late-blooming martial artist, often boasted that he could deliver 300 jin of power in a punch. Was it too much to say that he could deliver 100 jin? Hey, he wondered what his father would think when he found out he was about to catch up to him. Bang bang bang. Jiang Fan was drenched in sweat, having roughly mastered this basic fist technique. He could unleash a combination of 3 to 4 punches. After 3 jabs, he would follow up with a heavy punch. Typically, this would be enough to defeat most opponents. If not, he would not be their match. Suddenly, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! The evolution of the bald blue cat was successful, costing 1 million in wealth, and the results of the evolution were as follows: bald blue cat spirit beast level 4th rank talent, B20 10 million. For every 100 growth points, the talent value increases by 10 race cat growth points, 151 million stamina, 2099, strength 3352, speed 2000, combat power 3876, special skill cat claw with deep claw marks that carry slight toxicity, special bloodline grade dark knight demon cat evolution. Method: full evolution. 4th rank. In terms of combat power, it was considerably weaker than the flame demon wolf. However, it was far stronger than the bald blue cat at the 3rd rank. Notably, he had spent 1 million to fully activate the bald blue cat's special bloodline. The spirit beast qualifications had also risen to grade. The bald blue cat was rapidly growing, and Jiang Fan quickly summoned it back to the spirit beast space. Jiang Fan licked his dry lips, eager to find an opportunity to test the bald blue cat's current strength. A 4th rank spirit beast should be able to defeat an average 4th rank novice warrior. He wondered when the people from the Holy Clan would arrive. Speaking of the Holy Clan, he seemed to have been placed on some kind of list by them. Who else was on that list? Could it be the 7 candidates who awakened their beast seals this year? A list. Speaking of lists, that red-haired person seemed to have mentioned a list too. Jiang Fan's pupils suddenly constricted. The red-haired person was from the Holy Clan. What about Su Qingcheng? Was she also from the Holy Clan? It was possible. He had always suspected Su Qingcheng. So beautiful, and with such high talent. Moreover, that old lady had actually let it slip that Su Qingcheng was. For a moment, the old lady had accidentally called her miss. Clearly, Su Qingcheng came from a very prominent background. But why would she specifically come from Moonlight City, one of the top cities in the Starry Moon Federation, to this desolate little place? And why stay in such a rundown place? There are far better neighborhoods than this in Tianqing Town, and Su Qingcheng didn't seem to be lacking in money. Was it because of the betrothal relationship with that one kid upstairs? Not necessarily. Anyone could see that these were two parallel lines that would never intersect. Therefore, there was only one reason Su Qingsheng was also a member of the Holy Clan. Jiang Fan's lips curled into a charming smile. He was too clever. He had truly outsmarted himself discovering the truth from these disordered fragments of clues. It was even possible that Su Qingsheng was an important figure like a saintess of the Holy Clan. Immediately Jiang Fan felt a chill run down his spine and his scalp tingled. A dangerous individual unexpectedly lived right across from his home. How fortunate that he had cleverly discovered it. Inside a high-end restaurant, Su Qingsheng suddenly frowned, slightly feeling an itch in her nose. Xiao Ran noticed Su Qingsheng's unusual behavior and asked with a smile, "Miss Su, you should be going to the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy afterward, right? After all, that person from the academy has been fond of you for a long time." Su Qingsheng remained silent. She was going to the Moonlight Academy, but it had nothing to do with that person. Xiao Ran paid no mind and continued, "Speaking of which, Tianqing Town has performed well this year, producing 7 Beast Tamers. Not counting Miss Su, there are still 6, and it seems your neighbor is also a Beast Tamer. Haha, what a coincidence." "How do you know?" Su Qingsheng suddenly asked. Xiao Ran was taken aback. That's not really a secret, is it? I did a little research before I came. Although the Xiao family isn't as prominent as the Su family, we still need to cultivate talent. Talents from small places are the easiest to recruit. The Su family should understand that, right, Aunt Zhang? Aunt Zhang nodded with a smile. Indeed, while there were many geniuses in Moonlight City, most were affiliated with powerful forces. They were hard to recruit. Thus, every year the geniuses emerging from various small towns became the targets for various families and forces to compete for. I hope these talented individuals can safely reach Moonlight City this year. I heard that the 3 beast tamers who left the town last year were all killed by the evil sect's beasts. Aunt Zhang was a bit angry. The evil sect did not act like human beings and had committed many heinous acts. It's hard to say. This year Tianqing Town has performed well, so the evil sect may indeed target Tianqing Town. Xiao Ran sighed helplessly. He looked at Su Qingsheng, especially since Miss Su is in Tianqing Town. The Holy Clan would want to recruit her. Even if they can't recruit her, they might. Aunt Zhang snorted coldly. "Let them come. As long as I am alive, the young miss will not encounter any danger." Xiao Ran quickly replied, "Of course, with you a 4th-rank warrior protecting Miss Su, it is naturally foolproof." After speaking, Xiao Ran took a sip of water. Yet inside the cup a smile with deep meaning was hidden. The Holy Clan should be starting to act. Tianqing Town was about to become chaotic. Inside the hotel, Jiang Fan completed his bath for the next day, diluting the 2nd-grade beast blood into bathwater at a ratio of 2:1. His blood vitality had also increased to 0.8 horses. For a healthy, ordinary person who has trained, the blood vitality is 0.1 horses. This means Jiang Fan now possessed the strength to take on 8. He was quickly catching up to his father. His father should be able to defeat over a dozen ordinary people. Covered in blood, he lay in the clear bathtub washing off the filthy blood. While resting, Jiang Fan idly scrolled through the news. Suddenly, he sat up straight, his eyes fixed on the screen. It was a major news report about a criminal case. A person had been nailed to the lightning rod of the tallest building in the city, and the death was extremely brutal. Moreover, this person's identity was special. He was a beast-taming genius who had just awakened his beast imprint after the 3 major exams this year. Jiang Fan had seen this person before. It was the female student he had encountered at the Spirit Beast Trading Hall. Beside the female student's corpse was a young fire mouse tied up. The young fire mouse had its 4 limbs severed. Even the enforcement division was alarmed, issuing a citywide manhunt for the murderer. Jiang Fan's first thought was that this was the work of the Holy Clan. Before he died, Chao Xuanglong had mentioned that several young beast tamers in Tianqing Town would face deadly threats. It seems the first case has already appeared. Jiang Fan clenched his fists tightly. Time was of the essence. He vaguely felt as if he could see an invisible sickle in the sky above Tianqing Town, ready to strike at any moment. Outside the high tower, a group of people in white uniforms had sealed off several streets. These were members of the enforcement division, different from the ordinary police. The enforcement division only appears during major crises. They are the guardians of the region. Likewise, everyone knows that when the enforcement division shows up, it means things have become quite dangerous. The Guard Corps and the enforcement division are responsible for external and internal security, respectively. Among the crowd of white-clad enforcement division members was Lu Huan. Lu Huan was talking to a middle-aged man in front of her, but she could clearly sense the man's impatience. This time, the Dark Division intends to collaborate with the Enforcement Division to eradicate the threat to Tianqing Town. The middle-aged man scoffed. When has the Dark Division ever dared to operate openly? Lu Huan frowned. To be honest, she hadn't expected the head of the Enforcement Division to be so difficult to communicate with. This so-called guardian of Tianqing Town had defeated countless strong enemies and solved numerous major cases. No wonder old Gua had told her not to have too high expectations before she came. Indeed, it was impossible to communicate normally. Director Jiang, this time the evil sect is invading and their intentions are not good. The crisis may be greater than we imagine. If you care about the citizens of Tianqing Town, please contact us at any time. The Dark Division will fully cooperate with the Enforcement Division. Director Jiang did not respond, seemingly unwilling to pay attention to Lu Huan. Lu Huan also chose not to stay any longer. As she left the crowd, she ran into Jiang Fan, who had come to check the situation. Xiao Fan, what are you doing here? Lu Huan was somewhat surprised. However, Jiang Fan was even more surprised. I heard there was an incident, so I came to take a look. But what about you, Sister Huan? I also came to take a look. Lu Huan chuckled awkwardly. She couldn't tell Xiao Fan that someone was targeting their group. Xiao Fan was just a student. If he knew someone wanted to kill him, he would surely be terrified. Jiang Fan nodded and thought for a moment, saying, Sister Huan, it might not be safe recently, so it's better for you not to wander around. Jiang Fan wasn't sure how to phrase it. The Holy Clan's attack on Tianqing Town was not something he should tell Sister Huan. Lu Huan hesitated. Xiao Fan, why don't you come stay at my house? Huh? Why? Jiang Fan was a bit confused. What did this mean? What I mean is we haven't seen each other in a long time. We used to always sleep together. You're about to go to Yuehua City for school, and we won't have the chance to sleep together again. Jiang Fan was momentarily stunned. What kind of lewd words were these? Lu Huan's suggestive words even drew the attention of others. They were almost envious, thinking how blissful it would be to sleep with such a beautiful girl. Lu Huan quickly realized that she might have said something easily misinterpreted. She hurriedly explained, what I mean is we should play do diju all night again, just like we used to. Play do diju. The people nearby were even more excited. This was code for playing together with 3 people. Jiang Fan understood. They used to play do diju together often. He smiled and said that was a long time ago. Oh, I can't keep up with it now, and I'm pretty busy. Let's wait until I have time. After saying that, without waiting for Lu Huan to persuade him further, Jiang Fan left. He needed to think of a way. The Holy Clan might already know where he was staying. Chao Shuangran was the first, but perhaps not the last. His family was in danger. He had to take the initiative. The only clue about the Holy Clan now was Su Qingcheng and the one called Xiao Ran. What was Su Qingcheng's current strength? And that old lady didn't seem ordinary. Her strength was unfathomable. Perhaps Xiao Ran could be the breakthrough. All right, let's deal with Xiao Ran first. Jiang Fan suddenly received a call from an unfamiliar number. The caller identified themselves as a member of the law enforcement department, requesting him to temporarily stay there. Although they did not directly explain the reason, Jiang Fan had already made a guess. Perhaps the law enforcement department has learned about the Holy Clan's assault on the city and wants to concentrate on protecting people like him. Can I bring my parents along? Jiang Fan asked. The other party was clearly taken aback, evidently not expecting Jiang Fan to not even question the reason. They probably knew something about the situation. After a few seconds of silence, the caller sighed. I'm sorry, that's not possible. You can only come yourself. What about my parents? Won't they harm my parents? The law enforcement department is doing everything possible to apprehend the minions of the evil sect. Such excuses are useless. You still haven't found that person from the evil sect. The law enforcement department has limited personnel and can only protect a few beast masters, unable to divert more resources to protect others. All right, I understand. I won't go. Thank you. Jiang Fan hung up the phone. He actually had such an estimate in his heart. The evil sect might be what others call the Holy Clan. The people from the evil sect probably do not fear the law enforcement department of Tianqing Town, otherwise Chao Shuanglong would not have boldly attacked. Therefore, he must rely on himself. Law enforcement department. In a basement, dozens of armed law enforcement personnel were stationed there. There were also 2 middle-aged men who appeared to be quite extraordinary. One was very robust, exuding a powerful vitality, a formidable warrior. The other was somewhat thin, even described as looking gaunt. The most striking feature about him was his eyes. Deep blue, they were almost impossible to meet directly. They resembled 2 profound whirlpools from which one could not escape once drawn in. A soul master, and a quite formidable one at that. Such a configuration was only to protect a few young individuals. These young people were all exceptional talents who had performed excellently in the top 3 examinations this year. Not only beast masters, but also martial arts talents with vitality above 0.8, as well as soul talents with spiritual power above 0.7. In total, there were 15 people. Zhang Hua was among them. Zhang Hua scanned the area and asked in confusion, why are Su Qingcheng and Jiang Fan not here? Everyone else also found it strange. There were 7 awakened beast masters in Tianqing Town, with 2 from Tianqing No. 1 high school. Yet both were absent. Zhang Hua sneered, have they already died? The law enforcement warrior said flatly, those 2 refused to accept the protection of the law enforcement department. Refused? Zhang Hua was surprised. Are they foolish? The evil sect will definitely target the beastmaster talents first. Zhu Miao is a cautionary tale. How could they refuse? Zhu Miao was the female beastmaster who had been hung on the high tower today. Don't worry about others. The warrior said coldly. Although I don't believe this iron-wrought secret chamber can be breached by the evil sect, just in case if they break through, you must not panic. Follow my instructions, and while protecting yourselves, counter the enemy. Zhang Hua smiled. Don't worry, Captain Wang. My vitality has reached 1.5. I still have combat capability. If the evil sect really comes, it'll make them regret it. Captain Wang glanced at Zhang Hua, but said nothing. 1.5 only refers to vitality, which indeed meets the standards of a first-class warrior. But that's just vitality. A warrior's strength is not solely based on that. It also depends on techniques and combat skills. Zhang Hua probably hasn't obtained the basic fist techniques, yet his current confidence is merely unfounded. Captain Wang stopped speaking and fell into thought. Could they break through? It's hard to say. There are reports that at least 2 fourth-grade experts from the evil sect have come. It's unknown whether they are warriors or other professions. If they are warriors, it might be manageable. If they are other professions, Tianqing Town is in grave danger. Jiang Fan was wandering downstairs. Su Qingqing still had not returned. However, Xiao Ran had come by himself. Su Qingqing hasn't come back yet, Jiang Fan directly stated. Xiao Ran nodded, smiling somewhat sinisterly. I know him here to find you. Jiang Fan was not surprised at all. However, he pretended to be shocked, even a bit startled. After performing, he felt annoyed, wondering if he had overdone it. Could Xiao Ran have seen through something? Xiao Ran sneered disdainfully. Indeed, people from small places are so He chuckled. Brother, are you interested in Miss Su? Or should I share some information with you? Sure. Jiang Fan smiled, revealing a big white grin. Xiao Ran was even more dismissive. Just a toad in the mud, daring to dream of a swan in the clouds. Shall we change the place to talk? This is confidential information. All right. Jiang Fan smiled, leading Xiao Ran to that abandoned building. Xiao Ran could barely contain the smile at the corners of his mouth. What a great place. Remote and desolate, perfect for killing. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Fan, walking in front, wore a similar expression to Xiao Ran's. Fool, you've really taken the bait. Brother, let's do it here. I see there's not many people around. Xiao Ran was already impatient. In fact, his vitality surged instantly, his red hair floating like flames with the vitality. His smile was wickedly cruel. He had 100 ways to torture Jiang Fan. Meow. Suddenly a faint cat's meow made Xiao Ran's hair stand on end. A massive black shadow loomed over Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran slowly turned around, his face filled with terror and despair. 4-star feral beast. His first thought was that Tianqing Town had been breached and a 4-star feral beast had intruded. He could never have imagined that such a ferocious existence would be Jiang Fan's spirit beast. This is impossible. The master never mentioned that a 4-star feral beast would enter Tianqing Town so quickly. Jiang Fan smiled. The feral beast tide is indeed your doing. His guess was correct. The scoundrels of the evil sect deserve to die. At this moment, Xiao Ran noticed that Jiang Fan seemed very calm upon seeing the 4-star feral beast. His face suddenly filled with horror. Could it be this is your spirit beast? Jiang Fan smiled without speaking. Impossible, this is impossible. Xiao Ran was so terrified that he lost his breath, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Tianqing Town cannot have a 4-star beast master. No, the important thing is you cannot be a 4-star beast master. You are just a newly awakened beast master with a beast imprint. Jiang Fan sighed. I'm not interested in small talk. Let's cut to the chase. How many people are in your evil sect, and what is your true purpose? Is it really necessary to unleash the beast tide to attack a few geniuses? Moreover, this would only expose your existence, prompting the law enforcement department and the city guard to prepare in advance, which is not beneficial for you. Xiao Ran's expression became serious, even somewhat evasive. He never expected this inconspicuous Jiang Fan to have such a meticulous mind. Perhaps even many people from the law enforcement department were unaware that they had fallen into a trap set by the Sacred Clan. The Sacred Clan launched a massive operation seemingly to attack those few geniuses. In reality, the true goal was that Dragon Clan spirit beast egg. Its value far surpassed that of those few geniuses. Xiao Ran hesitated. If I tell you, will you let me go? Jiang Fan smiled disdainfully. Where had Xiao Ran's arrogance gone? I have other ways to find out, and if you tell me, perhaps I can make your death a bit easier. Jiang Fan's smile suddenly sent chills down Xiao Ran's spine. The enormous bald-headed 4-star spirit beast approached again, occasionally letting out a heart-stopping low growl. He had no doubt that this spirit beast had 1,000 ways to torment him. Thinking of this, his body involuntarily shuddered. The true purpose of the Sacred Clan is the Dragon Clan spirit beast egg, a treasure worth a city. I see now. Jiang Fan was also somewhat surprised. To think that a Dragon Clan spirit beast egg could be hidden in the desolate Tianqing Town. He certainly understood what a dragon egg signified. A dragon tamer. Among beast masters, they are an extremely elite existence. One could even say they are legendary. The Dragon Clan had been the overlords of the continent until the last era came to an end. Later, the tides turned and humanity rose to power, causing the Dragon Clan to retreat deep into the wilderness. It is said that even now the Dragon Clan remains the leaders of the wilderness. Thus, being a dragon tamer is an unparalleled honor for a beast master. Similarly, dragon tamers possess immense powers unlike ordinary beast masters. Throughout the entire Xingyue Federation, there are many mysteries surrounding dragon tamers. Is that all? Jiang Fan asked. Is that all? Xiao Ran's reaction left him incredulous. Is the dragon clan really the strongest? Jiang Fan asked with a smile. This question left Xiao Ran momentarily stunned. But then it seemed he suddenly understood a mere 4-star beast master at such a young age couldn't possibly compare to those dragon tamers, could they? Jiang Fan signaled, and the bald blue cat understood. It bit down. Xiao Ran suddenly laughed eerily, shouting madly. Even if you are a 4-star beast master, you still cannot escape the fate of being slaughtered. Not just you, everyone in Tianqing Town must die. Your father is a warrior of the city guard, and he will be the first to die. In the end, his voice was replaced by the crunching sounds of the bald blue cat. A genius, a 3-star warrior, fell to become the food of a spirit beast. Jiang Fan's expression was grave. What did Xiao Ran's last words mean? Would the sacred clan really destroy the entire Tianqing Town for the dragon egg? Such a grand scheme. Not to mention that the law enforcement department had already mobilized. Even if the sacred clan wanted to do this, the city guard would not sit idly by. How many experts would they need to send over? Why go to such lengths? Why specifically mention that the city guard would be the first to die? Would the feral beasts attack the city again? Jiang Fan had a foreboding premonition. He needed to find his parents first. The city guard's office was a place for rest and recuperation during non-battle periods. It was located in a large courtyard in the eastern district of Tianqing Town. Now, just having encountered a battle, they were busy organizing supplies and preparing for the next conflict. Jiang Fan had been there before. So many people recognized him. Xiao Fan, you're here? I heard you're a beast master now. A familiar person asked with a smile. Jiang Fan nodded. Oh, old Jiang has really made it big. You won't have to work in the guard corps anymore, right? They should be tidying up the underground warehouse. Why don't you check there? Jiang Fan rushed over quickly. The guard corps office had a large underground warehouse. Usually it housed some cannons and heavy weapons, making it the most heavily guarded place in the guard corps. Only core figures were allowed entry. Jiang Fan was also blocked at the door. This is an important territory of the guard corps, and Jiang Fan cannot charge in recklessly. However, knowing that his parents are here brings him some peace. Once they come out, Jiang Fan intends to persuade his parents to leave the guard corps. It is not that he is selfish, rather his abilities are limited. As a 4th-tier beast master, he is not invincible. The threat from the evil sect is severe, and his parents are in greater danger than others. This is also why he refuses the protection of the law enforcement division. If the evil sect cannot find him, they are likely to use his parents' lives as leverage. After a long wait, people continued to come in and out of the underground warehouse, but he still did not see his parents. It wasn't until many had left that the door of the guard corps office was about to close. Someone came over to tell Jiang Fan to leave the office, but he replied that he was waiting for his parents to come out of the underground warehouse. The person was somewhat puzzled and said that everyone from the underground warehouse should have come out. There was no one left inside. Jiang Fan's heart tightened instantly. The last person to lock the heavy door of the underground warehouse was Captain Wang. Jiang Fan had seen this Captain Wang a few times. His father often spoke of Captain Wang's heroic deeds at home, almost idolizing him. It is said that Captain Wang was also a warrior who started from scratch, yet through his own efforts, he became a 3rd-tier powerhouse. Now he is one of the most prominent figures in Tianqing Town. He is indeed worthy of admiration. Becoming a 3rd-tier warrior from humble beginnings is a miracle. Due to his father's constant mention of Captain Wang, Jiang Fan also had a very good impression of him. Xiao Fan, I heard you awakened the beast seal. Not bad, you live up to old Jiang's expectations, huh? Captain Wang's laughter was loud, showing no signs of injury. The physique of a 3rd-tier warrior is indeed powerful. Jiang Fan smiled foolishly, then asked, Captain Wang, may I ask where my parents are? Captain Wang was clearly taken aback, and after a few seconds replied, they are not in the office. Do you need to find them for something? Not here, but they haven't returned home in several days after they arrived. Is that so? Then I'm not too sure, perhaps they have other matters to attend to. Captain Wang smiled, glanced at the already locked warehouse door, and prepared to leave. At that moment, someone came over and mentioned that it seemed there were still people inside. Captain Wang suddenly displayed a hint of anger, but quickly suppressed it, smiling and saying, there is no one inside. Ooh, I let a portion of them go early. Although the person was puzzled, he said nothing. After all, if Captain Wang said, so it must be true. Jiang Fan glanced at the lock on the warehouse door, made of meteorite iron, indestructible. Aside from the key held by Captain Wang, no one else should be able to open this underground warehouse. Thinking of what Xiao Ran said about the dragon egg, if there really is a dragon egg in Tianqing Town, it could only be in 2 places. One is the law enforcement division, and the other is the guard corps. The law enforcement division has already sheltered some geniuses, becoming a thorn in the side of the evil sect. Therefore, it is unlikely they would protect another dragon egg, which means that the dragon egg is likely located in this warehouse. Is that the reason for Captain Wang's unusual behavior? Jiang Fan had not failed to notice Captain Wang's oddity. When that person mentioned there were still people in the warehouse, Captain Wang seemed to erupt with sudden anger. Just now, when he inquired about his parents, Captain Wang subconsciously glanced at the warehouse. Such instinctive reactions can sometimes be the most genuine. His parents are in this warehouse. Jiang Fan's expression grew serious as he glanced in the direction Captain Wang left, quietly following behind. He now feels that this renowned general of Tianqing Town is full of mysteries. However, if he were to rashly follow, he would surely be discovered. Underestimating a third-tier warrior would lead to painful consequences. At that moment, Jiang Fan noticed an ant nest by the roadside along with some common insects. His eyes lit up. After walking for several intersections, Captain Wang suddenly stopped, turning back to take a look. There was no one behind him. He then sneered, "What a vigilant little brat, too bad you lack patience. You only followed for 4 streets before giving up." A vehicle stopped beside him, and the dark window rolled down. A slender, fair hand emerged, beckoning, and Captain Wang got into the car from the back. However, this scene was completely captured by a dragonfly perched on a nearby branch. At the same time, Jiang Fan witnessed this scene from another angle. He did not expect that the insects he casually controlled would have such a function. Dragonflies have excellent vision with thousands of compound eyes, affording them a 360-degree view without blind spots. Most importantly, the dragonfly's perspective could be shared with Jiang Fan. This was simply an unexpected delight. Previously, no one might have thought to control an ordinary insect, thus missing such a wonderful aspect. Or perhaps there are indeed spirit beasts with such abilities. This is undoubtedly a treasure for tracking and surveillance. The car traveled at a high speed, and the dragonfly struggled to keep up, but fortunately the car had to follow the road. The dragonfly could take a shortcut. Just barely keeping up, the car finally stopped at the entrance of the glorious nightclub. The dragonfly landed outside, and a dozen ants crawled out from under its wings. They climbed along the wall into the nightclub. A few minutes later, Jiang Fan hailed a taxi and caught up. Although the ants couldn't provide him with vision, they were highly sensitive to the road. Thus, Jiang Fan could sense where the ants went. At this moment, the ants must have entered a private room, the very room where Captain Wang was located. According to what his father described, Captain Wang is an honest man, wholeheartedly devoted to the guards, and has never visited chaotic entertainment venues. So who is Captain Wang here to meet? Jiang Fan had already appeared in the corridor, but he did not rashly enter. Instead, he pretended to be a guest from another private room at the door. A coolly dressed bunny girl cast a teasing glance at Jiang Fan before delivering drinks into that private room. In the instant the door opened, Jiang Fan caught a brief phrase, "That kid Xiao Ran is truly worrisome." Xiao Ran. Immediately after the private room door closed, and he could hear nothing else. But that single phrase was enough. There were members of the evil sect in that private room, and Captain Wang was actually mingling with the evil sect. Jiang Fan suddenly felt a chill deep in his heart. Captain Wang, one of the guardians of Tianqing Town, was actually associating with the evil sect. He couldn't stay here any longer. The crisis in Tianqing Town might be even greater than he had imagined. He had just taken a few steps when the private room door suddenly opened. From inside came the words, "Director Chow, we eagerly await your good news. The transformation of Tianqing Town will start with you." Jiang Fan's heart turned even colder. He did not stop his footsteps, leaving calmly step by step. "Director Chow." There is only one Director Chow in Tianqing Town, the head of the law enforcement division. He is a guardian of Tianqing Town, standing alongside Captain Wang. It is said that his strength surpasses that of Captain Wang, being a 4th-tier powerhouse. Jiang Fan had never felt such unprecedented despair as he did today. The 2 war gods guarding Tianqing Town are actually connected to the evil sect, and it seems they have reached some kind of agreement with them. Xiao Ran said that Tianqing Town would face a catastrophic disaster. Is he hinting that the evil sect has already colluded with the guards and the law enforcement division? Director Chow walked in an orderly manner while he pretended to remain calm in front. To be honest, he might not fear Director Chow now, but the image of Director Chow as a guardian of Tianqing Town has been too deeply ingrained in people's minds. Jiang Fan was not prepared to confront Director Chow directly. At least not for now. The web of intrigue enveloping Tianqing Town under the clear sky was growing thicker. He could not expose himself too early. He entered the elevator first and immediately pressed the close button. As the elevator doors slowly closed, Jiang Fan let out a sigh of relief, but a hand suddenly blocked the doors. Jiang Fan's heart leapt at once. The one blocking the door was Director Chow. As the door opened, their eyes met. It was Jiang Fan's first time observing this big figure up close, and he appeared even more meticulous than he had imagined. Extremely cold, his gaze like ice. The aura he exuded was so powerful that it felt as if one was trapped in an ice cellar. Jiang Fan froze. He was not sure if Director Chow recognized him. Director Chow furrowed his brows slightly, gazing deeply at Jiang Fan, but said nothing. Jiang Fan breathed a slight sigh of relief. It seemed that Director Chow did not recognize him. After exiting the elevator, Jiang Fan chose a direction opposite to that of Director Chow. He did not look back at Director Chow, but after walking a distance, Director Chow turned to glance at Jiang Fan's back. He appeared here. A rare smirk appeared at the corner of Director Chow's mouth. Interesting. Jiang Fan went directly to the guard's office. His parents might be in that warehouse. Taking advantage of Captain Wang's absence was the best opportunity to break into the warehouse. The office's yard door was tightly locked, but this wall could not stop the flow of his qi. With 8 times his strength, Jiang Fan used his hands and feet, flipping over the wall like a monkey. The warehouse door was still hung with an iron lock. He couldn't open it, but this door was not made of iron. It should be forged from exceptionally hard refined iron. This warehouse would be difficult to breach even with heavy artillery. However, a 4th-tier spirit beast might suffice. The bald blue cat instantly emerged from the spirit beast space. Although the current bald blue cat was not as large as Yi Qingguo's blazing wolf, it still stood 5 to 6 meters tall. It was like a moving small 2-story building. Following Jiang Fan's instructions, it swiped a paw at the refined iron door. Immediately, 3 wide cracks appeared on the iron door, wide enough for Jiang Fan to pass through. He crawled into the warehouse, which was larger than he had imagined. It was dark, and with the flashlight, he could vaguely see a corner of the warehouse. There were many rooms, each of which should have a large storage space. However, it seemed that no one was present. He estimated that there were at least thousands of rooms in this warehouse. Searching through them alone would take an eternity. He crouched down and opened a spirit beast space. A large swarm of ants crawled out from that spirit beast space. He had taken the entire ant nest when he came. Thousands of them would be enough to search these rooms. In a dark room, there lay a spirit beast egg radiating a faint red glow. The patterns on the spirit beast egg were very mysterious, glowing intermittently like breathing. The frequency of the flickering light seemed to increase, and its brightness grew stronger. Through the red light, one could vaguely see that this spirit beast egg was connected to dozens of blood threads. At the end of each blood thread was a person bound to the ground. These blood threads were in fact blood flowing from the cuts on their wrists. These people seemed to be using their life force to revive this spirit beast egg. Xiuqin. Old Jiang let out a faint voice calling for his wife. But no one responded to him. Old Jiang was already on the brink of death, yet tears of despair flowed from his eyes. He never expected that Captain Wang was actually a traitor plotting to take their lives. They were truly about to die, and now he could only hope that his son would be safe. Hoping his son could leave Tianqing town, it was already finished. Controlling over 1,000 beings at once, perhaps only Jiang Fan could achieve this. The sound of the ants was barely audible. Even when they swiftly scurried into various rooms, there was hardly any noise. In less than a few minutes, Jiang Fan inspected over 300 storage rooms. The space was vast, yet there was not much inside. Besides a large number of heavy and light artillery, there were also some corpses of ferocious beasts. These are all valuable items. Roughly estimating there were at least 1,000. Extracting them into beast blood would sustain his cultivation for a long time. Unfortunately, Jiang Fan couldn't move them and would still need to find a storage treasure. Suddenly, Jiang Fan had a thought and asked System, "Do you have storage space?" The system's cold voice resonated in his mind. This system possesses 1000 cubic meters of free storage space. The host can pay to rent more storage space. Just as expected, the system indeed had storage space. Just like in games, players generally have a built-in storage space. Jiang Fan was overjoyed. It's time to make a fortune. Bald cat, Jiang Fan commanded. The bald blue cat smashed through the door of the room, revealing a pile of ferocious beast corpses. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Fan cleared out the corpses of the ferocious beasts. Next room. He was only breaking into the storage rooms, so the looting speed was remarkably fast. Such an opportunity might not normally arise. This warehouse would surely be heavily guarded. However, now that Captain Wang had dismissed everyone, it created an opportunity for Jiang Fan. These should belong to the public, yet Captain Wang had already betrayed the righteous path, letting down the common people. Even these resources might fall into the hands of evil sects. Thus, he was indeed protecting these resources. Jiang Fan continuously looted dozens of storage rooms, watching as his storage space became increasingly full. His heart was filled with a sense of righteousness. Besides the corpses of ferocious beasts, there were also a few spirit stones. The quantity was minimal. The spiritual energy of spirit stones is the purest and the easiest to absorb. This kind of item was hardly stored even by the Tianqing town guard. There were only a few pieces. At the market price of 100,000 for a piece, it was about 6 to 700,000. Having almost finished looting, Jiang Fan felt somewhat disappointed. The Tianqing town guard was poorer than he had imagined. However, in such a remote place, having these was already quite good. Suddenly, Jiang Fan froze in place. His ant army had detected a storage room deep inside. Although he didn't know what was inside, he sensed a terrifying aura. What could be in that deepest storage room? Jiang Fan hurried over. The door of this storage room was different from the others. It was made of the same material as the door to the outer warehouse. This indicated that it might store the most valuable items. A dragon beast egg. Jiang Fan's heart raced. A dragon beast egg was worth as much as a town. The evil sect was willing to destroy Tianqing town for this. If he acquired it, he could potentially become the legendary dragon rider. But soon he shook his head. He needed to set this aside. His parents were still missing. They might be inside this storage room. The bald blue cat struck the door 5 times before it shattered. Through the crack, Jiang Fan saw the spirit beast egg emitting a red glow. It was even larger than the spirit beast eggs he had seen at the trading center. It was as big as a house. This storage room also had a very thick smell of blood. Could it be emanating from this dragon egg? Soon Jiang Fan saw people lying around. Many, at least dozens, were mostly martial artists. While appearing chaotic, they were actually arranged under some kind of order, forming a formation. Blood sacrificial ritual. Although Jiang Fan had never seen such an event, he had heard of it. Only those who had taken the wrong path would resort to such cruel means. The one who arranged this formation wanted to use the blood of these martial artists to revive the dragon egg. Dad, Mom. Jiang Fan was on the verge of going mad. His parents were very likely among them. They were used as sacrifices by Captain Wang. He frantically checked each person until in a corner he found his parents. The blood color faded completely. Jiang Fan's heart jolted. Seeing the blood still flowing from his wrist, he ordered the bald blue cat to smash this formation. Deprived of the supply of blood energy, the dragon egg dimmed once more. He cautiously attempted to awaken his parents, but they showed no signs of movement. It appeared they had lost a significant amount of blood energy, and he still had a little beast blood left. At this moment, he could not care about anything else and poured it into his parents' mouths. On the brink of death, holding his parents' hands, which were trembling, his eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, nearly bursting with rage. Fortunately, he sensed the blood energy of his parents slowly reviving. The first thing his father said upon opening his eyes was, "Save the comrades." After confirming that his mother was also out of danger, Jiang Fan used the same method to rescue the others. Several individuals had completely lost their life force. Blood energy is the essence of life. When the blood energy is drained, life itself is extinguished. In the end, out of 43 people, only 20 revived their vitality. His mother was not a martial artist. Fortunately, her blood loss was not too severe, otherwise it would have been very difficult for her to hold on. These people were in a daze. Most of them were unaware of what was happening. Initially, they had been following Captain Wang's orders to arrange the formation on the ground. Once the formation was set, Captain Wang suddenly attacked them from behind. Upon waking again, they felt an unprecedented weakness in their bodies. "Father, you have been deceived by Captain Wang." Jiang Fan revealed what he had seen, telling the warriors of the guard team that Captain Wang was colluding with the evil sect. These warriors, recalling their own experiences, had no doubts about Jiang Fan. They were not fools. Captain Wang intended to blood sacrifice them. It was utterly cruel. Moreover, blood sacrifice was precisely the method of the evil sect. Father was still somewhat incredulous, unable to imagine that Captain Wang was a member of the evil sect. Old Jiang and the others had already begun to curse in anger. "Wang Dawei is simply a beast. We fought alongside him, yet he has put us in peril. We must report him." These people, disregarding their physical weakness, were determined to expose Wang Dawei's true nature to the world. Jiang Fan trembled in anger. Wang Dawei must die. He would personally kill Wang Dawei. However, he remained calm and asked, "Where should we report him?" "To the Law Enforcement Division, of course. The Law Enforcement Division is on par with the guard team. Chief Chow is stronger than Wang Dawei. He will surely handle it." "But what if the Law Enforcement Division has also been corrupted?" Jiang Fan asked. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. If the Law Enforcement Division had also become a pawn of the evil sect, they could hardly bear to imagine. Is there still hope for Tianqing Town? No, not at all. Jiang Fan sighed. If everyone believes me, perhaps I can. The crowd turned to Jiang Fan, and even Father couldn't help but tug at Jiang Fan's clothes. Xiao Fan, you must take responsibility for your words. Jiang Fan nodded firmly. Previously, he might not have had this confidence, but now, with so many warriors alongside him, he felt emboldened. These warriors represented nearly the entire force of the guard team. They embodied the core strength of the guard team. Everyone looked at the large bald blue cat whose aura was incredibly strong. Suddenly, Father thought of something. Son, are you that black-robed beastmaster? Jiang Fan nodded yes. Instantly, everyone was stunned. Old Jiang and the others looked at Jiang Fan in disbelief. What? Did I hear that right? Xiao Fan is actually the beastmaster with 3 third-tier spirit beasts. Father and Mother exchanged glances, both bewildered. Bewildered, they were left with empty minds. Their own son, whom they should know best. But when did he become such a powerful figure? When did this happen? Hadn't their son just finished the 3 major assessments? Old Jiang, you've hidden this well. Your son has become a formidable powerhouse, and you didn't tell us. Old Jiang was envious. At the same time, he was certain that Old Jiang and his wife were deliberately keeping this a secret. What a top-tier genius. A third-tier beastmaster at just 18 years old. Old Jiang smiled wryly. He hadn't even known. He cast a deep glance at his son, who was grinning widely. He speculated that his son might have encountered something extraordinary, but that was his son's secret. Even as a father, he shouldn't pry into such matters. That would be taboo. Every powerful person has their own secrets, and these secrets could be related to life and death. If he were to learn the secret of his son's strength, but was unable to keep it safe, it could endanger his son. Mother was already in a daze. She wasn't even a warrior and only served in logistics for the guard team. Thus, from the perspective of a purely ordinary person, she found it even harder to comprehend her son. She wanted to ask, but old Jiang held her back. The father and son shared an understanding smile. All right, I'm the first to support you, father declared. Immediately, old Jiang also expressed his agreement. Everyone hesitated little, preparing to rally around Jiang Fan. For they knew him well. The third-tier Beastmaster was someone to be trusted. Jiang Fan took a deep breath, feeling a heavy burden settle on his shoulders. He glanced at the temporarily extinguished dragon egg. This dragon egg should have an extraordinary origin. It appeared to be quite old. The surface of the eggshell was covered with accumulated rock powder, fused with the shell itself. It looked like a fossil excavated from deep underground. The embryo inside required a vast amount of life force to be sacrificed for awakening. However, this situation could not guarantee a 100 success rate. He waved his hand, storing the dragon egg in his spatial storage. First, retreat and hide. I will provide you with some beast blood to restore your vitality. Jiang Fan instructed these people to scatter and hide. Then he immediately contacted Guo Chao, who was still in Tianqing town. Jiang Fan asked him to help refine another batch of beast blood, and Guo Chao readily agreed. Guo Chao was more than willing to assist a beastmaster. After all, having a good relationship with a beastmaster offered great benefits. Jiang Fan donned his black robe and met Guo Chao at the agreed location. Brother Chen Fan, are you off to do a bounty task again? Guo Chao asked. Jiang Fan remained silent. The cloaked figure of Jiang Fan still appeared very mysterious. Guo Chao did not ask further. A third-tier beastmaster was indeed bold and skilled. He must be exploring the wilderness outside Tianqing town. Upon arrival, Jiang Fan was stunned. The place for refining beast blood turned out to be a food processing factory. Guo Chao smiled, slightly accustomed to it. He said, in principle, the refining of beast blood can only be done at official institutions, but since the commission rates are high and the prices expensive, many private institutions have emerged. These institutions dare not openly refine beast blood and must disguise themselves. How did you know that? Jiang Fan asked, somewhat surprised. He, a native of Tianqing town, had no idea. Yet Guo Chao, an outsider, actually knew. It's nothing. In fact, the officials turn a blind eye to these private institutions. They also need to encourage everyone to hunt fierce beasts, so we all have a list that allows us to find these institutions wherever we go. I see. Jiang Fan learned something. He hesitated, wanting a copy of such a list. Having that list would make things much easier wherever he went. Guo Chao seemed to see through Jiang Fan's thoughts and said with a smile, afterwards I will prepare a list for Brother Chen Fan. Recently someone wants to set up a query platform and is working on connections. If that platform goes online, you won't need a list, you'll be able to find everything at a glance, and he'll have you registered. All right. Jiang Fan smiled. Having a well-informed friend is quite beneficial. It can make up for some of his lacking social experience. In a sense, the genius powerhouse from Yuehua City indeed had impressive knowledge. Perhaps the sky over Tianqing town was just too low. The factory manager of this food plant was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was also a martial artist, seemingly not weak. However, his vitality seemed shallow, as if it had been built up with resources. Guo the great genius, have you made another gain so quickly? Guo Chao shook his head. This time it's not me, it's this brother here. He wants to refine a batch of beast blood, so just offer him the price you gave me. Sure. The factory manager waved his hand with a hint of a martial arts demeanor, signaling that there was no problem. Then he looked at Jiang Fan, unable to see the true face under the black robe, and asked with a smile, how many beasts are you refining? 500. 1,000. How much can you refine? I need it quickly. Jiang Fan thought for a moment and decided to refine a bit more. After all, he wasn't the only one using it. The last batch of beast blood wasn't enough for him alone. This time, aside from him, there were 20 other martial artists, including several first-tier and even a few second-tier martial artists. The demand would definitely be much greater than his. These two numbers had already startled the factory manager. Guo Chao was also stunned. How many fierce beasts had Chen Fan killed? My production capacity isn't very large. If it's 1,000 fierce beasts, it might take half a month to refine. Too slow. Jiang Fan shook his head. Half a month? Who knows if Tianqing town would still be there in half a month. If you're in a hurry, I have some beast blood reserves that I can pay you for based on the average yield per fierce beast. Average yield. Jiang Fan pondered. An average fierce beast produces 13 milliliters of beast blood, which is the average value. Of course, those factories with better equipment might have a higher output rate. Our type of equipment yields this much. That's true, Guo Chao nodded. After all, prepaying for beast blood is based on this average value. Jiang Fan nodded. Okay, where should the fierce beasts be placed? Did you bring them? The factory manager looked behind Jiang Fan. Is the beast transport vehicle parked in the back? There should be dozens of them, right? Jiang Fan waved his hand. A fierce beast appeared in midair and landed on the ground. The factory manager was instantly stunned. Storage space. This was within Chaos expectations. Third-tier beast masters were all wealthy. How could they not have storage space? He himself had a 10-cubic storage space. 10 cubic units were already invaluable. He wondered how large Jiang Fan's storage space was. The factory manager glanced at the fierce beast's corpse and frowned slightly. It's not fresh. This, brother, the value I just gave you refers to fresh fierce beasts. If it's not fresh. The factory manager pondered for a long time. At least it has to be halved. Halved. Yes, the beast blood we extract is actually essence blood, and for aged corpses the essence will indeed be significantly diminished. Jiang Fan glanced at Guo, who nodded it was indeed so. Jiang Fan even suspected whether these two were colluding. But he was an outsider after all, perhaps it really was so. Then count them, there are fresh ones and not fresh ones. Jiang Fan waved his hand repeatedly. Fierce beast corpses kept appearing, some dry and shriveled, others fresh and still dripping blood. Soon it piled up into a small mountain. Guo and the factory manager's eyes widened. Wait, how large was this storage space? Stop, stop, stop. The factory manager hurriedly called out. Are you trying to flood my factory? Jiang Fan stopped waving his hand and looked at the factory manager. The factory manager's expression was quite strange. Who exactly is this black-robed figure? Such a massive storage space, he hadn't just never seen it, he had rarely even heard of it. Let's find another place. The factory manager quickly led the way. Below the factory there was a very large space, surprisingly not smaller than the warehouse of the guards, and it felt like it would hollow out this small mountain. Jiang Fan continued to dispense fierce beast corpses. Chaos' eyes widened. Previously he had sensed that Jiang Fan was young and a highly talented third-tier beast master. It was highly likely he came from a certain force. Now it seemed to be confirmed. Such a magnitude of storage space could only belong to an extraordinary force. And Jiang Fan had obtained such a treasure at a young age. That extraordinary force must have been quite optimistic about him. He was a key training target. The factory director was sweating profusely as he counted. 1300 corpses of first-grade fierce beasts, 285 corpses of second-grade fierce beasts, and 8 corpses of third-grade fierce beasts. His gaze towards Jiang Fan grew increasingly strange. Among them he actually recognized a few third-grade fierce beasts. Were they not the leaders of the fierce beast tide that had been attacking Tianqing Town recently? Could this person be a member of the Guard Corps? Since when did the Guard Corps have such strong individuals? Could it be Yi Qinghua? It was heard that Yi Qinghua had already advanced to a 4th-grade beast master and was specifically sent by Yuehua City to support Tianqing Town. Although the voice sounded like that of a relatively young man, it was too easy for a strong person to disguise their voice. Yi Qinghua was merely sent here for support. How could he have the authority to handle the spoils of the Guard Corps? Suddenly the factory director shivered. Could it be that Yi Qinghua had plundered the Guard Corps? What's wrong? Jiang Fan observed that the factory director had not moved for quite some time. Somewhat puzzled. It's nothing, I just calculated that on average I need to give you 16900 milliliters of first-grade beast blood, 3705 milliliters of second-grade beast blood, and 104 milliliters of third-grade beast blood. Jiang Fan quickly calculated and found no issues. The factory director had nearly exhausted his own stock to complete the transaction with Jiang Fan. Guo was envious. This was indeed a substantial amount. Even as the son of a prominent family, he couldn't imagine such a thing. Having even 1% would be extraordinary. After obtaining the beast blood, Jiang Fan left directly, and Guo, understanding the situation, proactively bid farewell. Once the two had left, the factory director's expression changed slightly. He stared in the direction Jiang Fan had departed, his gaze growing serious. He dialed a number, and the other party quickly answered. The factory director said, "It seems Yi Qinghua has raided the Guard Corps warehouse. That dragon egg may have fallen into her hands." Jiang Fan contacted his father, giving most of the beast blood to him. His father needed more beast blood, and Jiang Fan kept only a small portion for himself. Mainly he kept the second grade and above, having given almost all the first grade beast blood away. His father nodded solemnly, saying, "We will restore our combat capability as soon as possible. You must be careful. If anything happens, call your father immediately." Jiang Fan smiled and nodded, "Don't worry." Soon news spread that the Guard Corps warehouse had been completely looted. Someone saw Captain Wang in an incredible rage. He smashed the Guard Corps office to pieces to vent his anger. Gossip began to circulate, and everyone was discussing who had the audacity to dare steal from the Guard Corps. Even the law enforcement division was deployed, with Director Chow personally inspecting the damaged door of the warehouse. This level of destruction indicates an extremely powerful spiritual beast. Director Chow looked at the door, made of refined iron torn apart, as if it were paper. Touching the cracks, Director Chow pondered who in Tianqing Town possessed such capability. Next to him, Wang Daoi's expression was very grim. He remained silent. To outsiders, it appeared as though the Guard Corps was in trouble, prompting the Law Enforcement Division to come to their aid, which made Captain Wang feel humiliated. In reality, Captain Wang had already seen that the dragon egg had been stolen. Even many of the warriors who had been blood sacrificed were missing. This meant that those people were still alive and had already learned of his actions. He was in danger. If anyone exposed that he had allied with the Holy Clan, his situation would become extremely dire. Damn it! Wang Dawei's fist slammed fiercely against the refined iron door. The door emitted a heavy clang, and the immense force rebounded against Wang Dawei's fist, causing him excruciating pain. It was truly hard to imagine that such an iron door could be destroyed. At least fourth grade. Wang Dawei muttered. Director Chow calmly said, "Calm down." "I can't calm down. The dragon egg was lost on my watch if the evil sect pursues this matter." Wang Dawei's face suddenly turned pale, and his body felt freezing cold. Director Chow followed Wang Dawei's gaze and saw a middle-aged man with an imposing presence in the crowd, a servant of the Holy Clan, the commander responsible for the overall siege of Tianqing Town. Director Chow frowned slightly, realizing they had been exposed in broad daylight. "It's fine, we just need to find it again. Do you have confidence?" Wang Dawei asked. His life and fortune now depended on Director Chow. No matter who he is, he can't leave Tianqing Town. Besides, the only fourth-grade beastmaster to appear so far is that one. Wang Dawei was taken aback, then revealed a sinister smile. I thought she had already left Tianqing Town. I didn't expect her to seek her own death. Wang Dawei said with a grim expression, "Hasten the implementation of the plan. Many people have escaped from the warehouse, and I will soon be exposed. Our arrangements may be in vain." Director Chow nodded. Soon Tianqing Town was sealed off. No one was allowed to enter or exit. This resolution was jointly issued by the Law Enforcement Division and the Guard Corps. At this moment, in the underground chamber of the Law Enforcement Division, besides those talented individuals, there were also some prominent figures from Tianqing Town. There were the head of finance, wealthy merchants with abundant resources, and various officials. "Chow has no right to imprison us. You let Director Chow come out." These individuals were not there voluntarily. Instead, the Law Enforcement Division had suddenly burst into their homes and forcibly brought them over. A beautiful woman in a suit and short skirt entered and softly said, "Please remain calm, everyone. Gathering you here is not an act of imprisonment, but a measure of protection for you all. It has now been confirmed that there are infiltrators in Tianqing Town conspiring to instigate a large-scale upheaval, making you the primary targets of the evil sect. Rest assured, once the Law Enforcement Department deals with the evil sect, you will be released immediately." A cultured middle-aged man stepped forward and said, "Yet it is precisely in such moments that we need to step forward to maintain order, otherwise the common people will surely descend into chaos." This man is the highest authority in Tianqing Town. Usually Director Chow and Captain Wang must heed his commands. But today, his words seemed to hold no weight. The female secretary chuckled lightly. "My lord, please rest assured the Law Enforcement Department will manage order in your stead. If there are those who disobey, they will be dealt with accordingly. Every reform comes with a significant sacrifice." The expression on the Lord's face finally shifted slightly. The others widened their eyes. Those who reach their positions are all shrewd individuals. They naturally understood what she meant. It essentially confirmed their previous suspicions. The Law Enforcement Department and the Guard Corps have betrayed them. What reform? Zhang Hua and the other young talents were confused. They had no idea what was happening. Just moments ago, these prominent figures of Tianqing Town had been shoved inside. It was as if they were prisoners in custody. The female secretary clearly had no interest in explaining anything to Zhang Hua. She left directly, and with her departure, the door to the secret chamber was closed once more. The prominent figures inhaled sharply. "This is bad news. We must inform Yuehua City of this matter." The middle-aged man sighed. "It won't be easy. This operation has likely been long planned by the Law Enforcement Department and the Guard Corps. If I'm not mistaken, Tianqing Town has been sealed off and the citizens inside have become hostages to be slaughtered at will. Even if Yuehua City catches wind of it, as long as the citizens of Tianqing Town are still there, they cannot launch a direct assault. Damn, this is a typical evil sect tactic. The evil sect has often taken control of small border towns using such methods. Over 1 million citizens in Tianqing Town. Zhang Hua and the others were already in a daze. Even if they were ignorant, they gleaned some information from the snippets of conversation among these prominent figures. The Law Enforcement Department and the Guard Corps have betrayed them. These prominent figures have been taken hostage. Tianqing Town is finished. Jiang Fan knew that Tianqing Town had been sealed off. However, he paid little attention, thinking it was the Guard Corps trying to recover the stolen dragon egg. After all, the dragon egg was with him. If they had the guts, they could come for it. He stayed in a relatively secluded hotel, and from his room's window hundreds of dragonflies and an endless stream of ant troops flew out. Along the way, he caught dragonflies he encountered and hammered on ant holes. There were probably hundreds of thousands of ants arranged in various corners of Tianqing Town. Upon detecting any anomalies, he sent dragonflies to scout, and transmitted the visuals back to him. Jiang Fan lay in the bathtub while observing the views relayed by the dragonflies. Tianqing town had been sealed off, and the citizens inside were not allowed to leave their homes. A large group of white-clad enforcers was conducting house-to-house inspections. With inspections happening in his hotel area, it wouldn't be long before they reached him. He even saw someone who ventured out being caught and interrogated by the enforcers, and after the inquiry, they were directly killed. Jiang Fan then realized that the law enforcement department had revealed their true identity. They had begun to brazenly target innocent citizens. Such audacity to close the city gates and kill at will. After observing through hundreds of dragonflies with a godlike perspective, he discovered that the number of enforcers was beyond his expectations. There were even many unfamiliar faces. However, their strength was not weak. They were mostly martial artists. Rough estimates suggested that the law enforcement department had over 100 martial artists. Such strength had already surpassed that of the peak period of the Guard Corps. Perhaps from the very beginning, the martial artists of the Guard Corps were merely sacrifices for the Dragon Egg. The law enforcement department was the true trump card of the evil sect. Hiss! Jiang Fan felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. If he were just an ordinary person, he probably wouldn't even understand the fate he was about to face. Suddenly his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a moment, he picked it up. A somewhat commanding voice came from the other end. Is this Jiang Fan? Yes. This is the law enforcement department. We sent someone to your home to pick you up, but found you were not there. Are you still in Tianqing town? Jiang Fan's expression grew serious. The other party waited a few seconds before continuing. Jiang Fan, please do not be nervous. We just want to inform you that Tianqing town has been invaded by the evil sect, and it is very dangerous. Therefore, it is best for you to come to the law enforcement department for protection, ensuring your safety. Oh, no need him not in Tianqing town. Really? Where have you gone? The other party pressed on. Yuehua City. The other party clearly fell silent for a few seconds before saying, all right, then we won't disturb you further. Just as Jiang Fan hung up the phone, it rang again. Seeing the caller ID, he was shocked. It was Su Qingqing. Could it be that Su Qingqing had already discovered that Xiao Ran was dead? Jiang Fan picked up the phone, and without waiting for Su Qingqing to speak, he let out a cold laugh. How do you really think you can succeed? It was clear that Su Qingqing's tone had faltered. You know what I'm talking about. For some reason, upon discovering that Su Qingqing was in cahoots with the evil sects, Xiao Ran, he felt inexplicably disappointed. He couldn't even explain why. Perhaps it was because he had been neighbors with Su Qingqing for 2 years. On the other end of the line, Su Qingqing's beautiful eyes were somewhat frozen. So you really hate me this much? Of course you and I are from different worlds. Su Qingqing's red lips parted slightly, her hand gripping the phone trembling. She hadn't expected Jiang Fan to be so resolute in his words. It was as if Su Qingqing had committed some grave offense. After all, this betrothal was arranged by their grandfathers. Fine, do as you please. Su Qingqing hung up the phone with a pale face. Then she fell silent. Zhang Ma sighed behind her. She had long heard the young lady mention that Jiang Fan was unruly. Now she had witnessed it firsthand. This was indeed quite strange, and no man treated the young lady this way. Just because of the childhood engagement, the Su family was in quite a predicament. Most of the clan members believed that this engagement should be annulled. However, it was personally arranged by the old master of the Su family. The old master of the Su family had explored the wilderness in his youth and suffered severe injuries. By chance, he had spent several years recuperating at the Jiang family. He had a very good friendship with the old master of the Jiang family, who was Jiang Fan's grandfather. It just so happened that both family sons were about to have their own children, hence the engagement was arranged. Someone in the clan had suggested canceling the engagement, but they were harshly reprimanded by the old master of the Su family. He stated that unless the Jiang family was unwilling, no one could stop the engagement. Now it seemed that there was no need for anyone in the clan to work behind the scenes. Jiang Fan himself held a negative attitude towards it. Zhang Ma glanced at Su Qingqing's dejected profile and angrily exclaimed, "This brat doesn't understand the young lad's heart at all. She just wants to protect him, yet he doesn't appreciate it." Su Qingqing sighed. The situation in Tianqing town is unpredictable. I hope he can keep himself. Zhang Ma nodded. Miss Tianqing town is quite unusual. It seems they are looking for thieves from the Guard Corps, but they might have ulterior motives. Su Qingqing frowned slightly. Are they colluding with the evil sect? I'm afraid so. What about their strength? Unclear. A Director Chao is a 4th-grade warrior, but the evil sect likely has hidden experts in the shadows. Su Qingqing asked again. Yi Qinghua was dispatched from Yuehua City some days ago, but her situation shouldn't be very good now. To disable the Guard Corps warehouse door, she must be at least a 4th-grade beast master. It shouldn't be hard to guess her identity. Let's try to contact her, Su Qingqing said. Zhang Ma nodded, realizing that the young lady still wanted to do something. The Yi family was also a prestigious family from Yuehua City. Although their prestige was not as high as the Su families, the two families had a good relationship. Yi Qinghua probably would not refuse the young lad's invitation. But even if they managed to get in touch, what could they do? They were outnumbered. In the following days, Jiang Fan soaked in dozens of tubs of beast blood. He considered it quite extravagant. It was equivalent to starting directly from second-grade beast blood. The cost was quite high, or it was like burning money. But the effects were also very good. His vitality had already increased to 1 horsepower. The higher he went, the harder it became to grow. This was very normal. On average, every increase of 0.1 horsepower cost nearly $1 million in beast blood. If these beast blood were during normal times, he could sell them off. But now it was hard to do so it was better to use them to increase his own strength. After all, being stronger meant a higher chance of survival. The conversion effect of beast blood was too low. He could actually try using spirit stones. There were some spirit stones in the guard corps warehouse that he had taken. Spirit stones were something that students from the 3 major examinations could only long for. This item could ancient spiritual energy had to be buried underground for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years to produce spirit stones. They were an irreplaceable resource, so their prices kept rising. It was already quite remarkable for the guard corps to have 6 or 7 pieces. Most likely they were secretly kept by Wang Dawei, prepared for his own use. Based on the intelligence provided by the Ant Army and the Dragonfly Squad, the white-clad enforcers from the Law Enforcement Division might find him here in a day or two. At that time, he might have nowhere else to go, and he would have to fight to the death with the Law Enforcement Division. But before that, Jiang Fan smiled. Understood. Received. Several people in the group responded instantly. They didn't care how Jiang Fan knew. In any case, yesterday several comrades successfully eliminated 3 white-clad enforcers according to Jiang Fan's instructions. They were lurking in the shadows and had the advantage in numbers. With prior intelligence, they struck the enemy by... After making arrangements, Jiang Fan took out the spirit stone. The spirit stone was chillingly cold, brimming with spiritual energy. Visible spiritual energy radiated from the spirit stone. After making arrangements, Jiang Fan took out the spirit stone. The spirit stone was chillingly cold, brimming with spiritual energy. Visible spiritual energy radiated from the spirit stone. As he operated the foundational mantra, he immediately felt every pore in his body open, continuously absorbing the cool spiritual energy. He didn't feel this way when soaking in beast blood, and it was not stimulating, very gentle. No wonder everyone says spirit stones are the best resource for cultivation. It truly is marvelous. He absorbed energy equivalent to 2 spirit stones. Jiang Fan could vaguely hear the sound of bones cracking. It felt as if his tendons and bones were resonating. The teacher had mentioned this in class. A first-grade martial artist can resonate their tendons and bones. When they strike, one can hear a bang-bang sound. When they punch or kick, they unleash a powerful force. The aura was overwhelming, perceived as miraculous by ordinary people. This was akin to having the joints fully opened, resembling the narratives of unblocking the meridians in novels. With greater resilience, he could perform more difficult maneuvers. It allowed the body to break through human limits, making his limbs spring forth like a slingshot. Speedy and powerful, he could unleash even greater strength at any moment. This was a milestone for ordinary people stepping into martial arts, also a symbol of attaining first-grade martial artist strength. He had reached first grade, not merely with chi and blood power hitting one match, but truly becoming a first-grade martial artist. Jiang Fan suddenly moved his body agile as a cheetah, easily traversing the walls of the room. With a punch, his body trembled, releasing power more thoroughly. One punch shattered a wall. Jiang Fan was somewhat astonished. This was the true strength of a first-grade martial artist. Perhaps even his father had not reached this level, as he lacked foundational mantras and techniques. Though the Guard Corps organized martial artists to learn some introductory combat methods, they paled in comparison to orthodox foundational techniques. He had surpassed his father. Jiang Fan felt a surge of excitement. Every child might eagerly await the day they surpassed their father. The Dragonfly Scout transmitted an image back. 2 white-clad enforcers were approaching, seemingly to expedite the inspection of this area. Thus, several white-clad enforcers split up. The 2 enforcers walking over were inspecting a guest house at the street. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for them to reach this place. He immediately instructed the Dragonfly Scout to cover a 5-kilometer radius, to ensure there were no other white-clad scouts nearby. Jiang Fan smiled. Let's test the waters with these 2. He hadn't acted earlier because the commotion from the spirit beast would attract more enemies. But now he could act stealthily. When it came to close combat, martial artists were the strongest. What he needed to do next was to gather his energy and focus, then strike with thunderous force. About 2 hours later, Jiang Fan suddenly opened his eyes. The Dragonfly Scout landing in front of the hotel transmitted the image back. A white-clad enforcer entered the hotel. Here they come. Jiang Fan's expression stiffened a bit. This was his first time ambushing enemies without relying on spirit beasts. He only had a dagger less than a foot long, picked up casually from the Guard Corps' warehouse. After a few deep breaths, he calmed his breathing. Martial artists are very sensitive to their chi and blood power. If his emotions fluctuated too greatly, he would expose himself. Jiang Fan's ears were constantly twitching. Knock knock. Faintly, he heard knocking sounds from downstairs. His hearing was exceptionally sharp now. After reaching first grade, his enhancements included not just chi and blood power and combat strength. His perception abilities had also improved correspondingly. He wasn't sure of the visitor's strength. He needed to see with his own eyes to know. There weren't many people staying in this hotel, mostly outsiders trapped in Tianqing town. He could hear that the white-clad enforcer was checking each room. A somewhat urgent voice came through. Is anyone here? Hurry up, the evil sect has invaded Tianqing town. I'm here to evacuate you all. The urgent voice accompanied by footsteps. Many people opened their doors voluntarily. Seeing it was the law enforcement officers, they all inquired about what had happened. The white-clad enforcers identified one by one. They went upstairs. Jiang Fan squinted. Upon going upstairs, this person used the same method to get everyone to open their doors. Jiang Fan thought for a moment and opened the door as well. He wanted to lure the other party inside. As soon as Jiang Fan opened the door, he revealed a harmless face. Law enforcement officer, what seems to be the problem? The white-clad enforcer's gaze quickly scanned Jiang Fan and ignored his inquiry. Suddenly, as if recalling something, they quickly shifted their gaze back to Jiang Fan. They glanced at their phone, then at Jiang Fan, repeatedly comparing, and a flash of surprise appeared in the enforcer's eyes. Jiang Fan, aren't you supposed to be in Yuehua City? Why are you still in Tianqing town? Hurry and come with me. The evil sect's invasion of Tianqing town is aimed at you geniuses. The invasion of the evil sect is real. Jiang Fan's expression was one of shock. Of course it's real. Otherwise, do you think our law enforcement division would be so idle as to seal the city and conduct house-to-house inspections? Well, that's certainly good. The white-clad enforcer revealed a playful smile. It was just the right moment to take action in the room. By eliminating Jiang Fan, he could also gain substantial rewards from the Holy Clan. A glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. Students truly were inexperienced and naive. Even though the school had taught them some survival rules, when faced with seasoned veterans, they were still powerless prey. They had never experienced setbacks, never truly been on the battlefield, and never hovered on the brink of life and death. A few words of deception were enough to convince the students. It would be too easy to kill Jiang Fan, even if the latter had awakened his beast seal. But so what? To his knowledge, Jiang Fan had not purchased a beast egg from the trading center. Could someone who did not possess a spirit beast truly be called a beast master? Then hurry up, you will be free soon. The white-clad enforcer said eagerly, not pausing as he swiftly entered Jiang Fan's room. He even took the initiative to close the door. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan was also watching this white-clad enforcer. Next to the white-clad enforcer, several lines of data appeared. Iron Pillar, age 32, profession latest stage, tier 1 warrior, other characteristics, agile type, skilled in claw techniques, can tear through 5mm steel plates with his right hand. No wonder he was so reckless. His finger techniques were quite refined. Being able to tear through 5mm steel plates, his destructive power could easily crush a person's skull. However, this data was indeed useful. It even revealed his proficiencies. As long as he was wary of Iron Pillar's claw techniques, it shouldn't be a big problem. Even if the opponent was a latest stage tier 1 warrior. What are you looking at me for? Clean up. Iron Pillar changed his expression, no longer being so polite. Instead, he gave off a leisurely feeling as a hunter playing with his prey. He glanced at the shabby furnishings of the inn, disdainfully curling his lips. Tisk, can people really live in places like this? Hey, I'm saving money. I'll go in and clean up first. Jiang Fan chuckled foolishly. Iron Pillar was speechless. He found that he couldn't muster any interest in torturing Jiang Fan. He was just too foolish. Even if he tortured him, there would be no sense of accomplishment. Forget it, better to resolve this quickly. He raised his right hand, slowly approaching Jiang Fan. As long as he grasped Jiang Fan's head, he could crush his brain. Jiang Fan's innocent eyes suddenly changed. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed. There were many flaws right now. The dagger slid quietly into his hand from his sleeve, and he raised his hand, swiftly moving at high speed. The vertebrae at his waist crackled. With all his muscles activated, his waist was like a powerful spring propelling his arm to stab fiercely at Iron Pillar's right hand. Only then did Iron Pillar react. Did he discover something? Even if he discovered something, it was no big deal. Just an ordinary student. How could he harm him without the activation of blood chi? Dream on. No blood chi. No blood chi. No, it can't be. His blood chi was not weak, and even his muscles and bones were resonating. A tier 1 warrior. Iron Pillar wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The dagger, propelled by Jiang Fan's full force, pierced straight through Iron Pillar's palm. Jiang Fan did not hesitate and unleashed a series of basic fist techniques, striking fiercely at Iron Pillar. He sent Iron Pillar flying. Each strike was like a hammer, creating a chilling thud. A finishing blow. Jiang Fan maintained his focus, not daring to relax for even a moment. He pulled the dagger out of Iron Pillar's palm and drove it directly through Iron Pillar's head. Silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Bang. The corpse fell to the ground. Who? He gasped like a bellows. Jiang Fan felt dry in his mouth. that series of finishing moves was completed while holding his breath. His face was also splattered with quite a bit of blood. He killed. For the first time he personally killed someone. Even a latest-stage Tier 1 warrior. Jiang Fan forced himself to calm down. This is an enemy, a beast of the evil sect. He went to the bathroom to wash the blood off his face. He couldn't wash off the blood on his body, so he simply changed into a new outfit. Just as he raised his head, he suddenly heard a slight movement in his ears. Someone was coming up the stairs. Jiang Fan glanced at the uncleaned corpse of Iron Pillar. Gritting his teeth, he took the initiative to open the door to greet another white-clad enforcer. At the stairway, he bumped into the white-clad enforcer Heaton. Clearly the other party was also a bit stunned and was about to say, "You can't move about carelessly." Then he fixedly stared at Jiang Fan's face and instantly changed to a gentle expression. "Student, this is a critical time. I advise you not to move about carelessly. The evil sect is invading and it's very dangerous outside. Why not come with me to the law enforcement division?" This white-clad enforcer was speaking the same words. Jiang Fan acted immediately. The dagger appeared in an instant from his sleeve. Swinging his arm vigorously, he thrust it toward the white-clad enforcer's chest. Jiang Fan acted immediately. The dagger appeared in an instant from his sleeve. Swinging his arm vigorously, he thrust it toward the white-clad enforcer's chest. Enforcer's chest. One strike to kill. After the recent training, Jiang Fan had become more skilled. He understood how to leverage his identity to create a contrast. Others believed he was merely a beast master who had just awakened his beast seal, unaware that his martial prowess had already reached the first rank. A copious amount of blood flowed from the corner of the white-clad enforcer's mouth. After a few convulsions, his eyes lost their light. In his dying moments, he bore an expression of disbelief. This is the benefit of cultivating with spirit stones, allowing him to swiftly become a first-rank martial artist. Consider this, he had spent millions on martial arts training over these past few days alone. Fat Chin spent 2 million over 3 years in high school. Moreover, he used only first-rank beast blood at most, never utilizing second-rank beast blood or high-end resources like spirit stones. Thus, Jiang Fan could be said to have purely stacked resources to achieve his level. Indeed, where money is spent, there is comfort. Jiang Fan felt quite at ease. However, I need to change locations. This place might be exposed soon. Even if he disposed of the bodies of the two white-clad enforcers, the heavy scent of blood would be difficult for ordinary people to overlook. But for martial artists, it was quite obvious. Furthermore, with these two missing, the Enforcement Bureau would surely send more personnel to investigate the area. At that point, it would be too late for him to escape. Before leaving, he rummaged through the two white-clad enforcers. He found a small amount of beast blood and 2 diamond-shaped hard objects. Without inspecting them closely, he tucked them away. He followed the clues from the Dragonfly Scout and Ant Legion, avoiding the white-clad enforcers who were conducting house-to-house searches, and left the neighborhood. And all of this happened without anyone noticing. The Dragonfly Scout and Ant Legion acted like his radar, monitoring every movement within several kilometers. He couldn't go back home, not knowing how many people were waiting for him. Returning would be walking into a trap. He hid in an uninhabited courtyard. Through the Dragonfly Scout, he indeed spotted some suspicious individuals. Although they weren't wearing white, Jiang Fan could be certain that these people were likely disguised mutants. It seemed they were still suspicious of him. This was a bit troublesome. Suddenly, Jiang Fan's body tensed. Nearby, a bush stirred. Someone was hiding in the shadows like him. Was it a white-clad enforcer's lookout? Had they discovered him? Jiang Fan's focus sharpened. He was ready to unleash his spirit beasts at any moment. As a white-clad enforcer squad passed by, a figure emerged from the bushes. Jiang Fan's eyes widened. It was Lu Huan. Indeed, he never expected this. Sister Huan was surprisingly agile. Her movements were incredibly fast. In just a few breaths, her figure vanished around the corner. A martial artist. How could this be possible? Sister Huan should have failed the martial examination back then. Jiang Fan focused on the direction Lu Huan had taken. It led towards Lao's noodle shop. A strange sense of absurdity washed over him. First, Su Qingsheng colluded with the evil sect, and now Sister Huan seemed to be undertaking some mission. Why does it feel like a grand play with multiple protagonists involved? Laoguo's noodle shop was still in operation, though there were few customers. But there usually weren't many, so Laoguo was dozing by the stove as usual. The white-clad enforcers had come around several times, ignoring him since he appeared to be an unremarkable old man. Suddenly, Laoguo opened his eyes wide. A flash of brilliance crossed his gaze, starkly different from before. The next moment, Lu Huan dashed into the shop. "Is anyone following?" Laoguo inquired. Lu Huan stared outside for a long while before shaking her head in doubt. "It must be my imagination. I was very careful, and no one should have noticed me. Even if they did, they couldn't catch up." Laoguo nodded with a smile. As his most prized disciple, she deserved such confidence. "What's the situation?" "Not optimistic." Lu Huan shook her head, her delicate face serious, and took a deep breath, saying, "I haven't found Xiao Fan yet. No, there are many plainclothes enforcers near Xiao Fan's home. I suspect they haven't caught him. However, he is indeed missing, and if this continues, he might be found by them first." Lao Guo nodded solemnly. That kid is clever. He might have sensed the disturbance and hidden away. But with the Enforcement Bureau conducting a citywide search, it's only a matter of time before he gets caught. As he spoke, Lao Guo suddenly widened his eyes, staring at the door. The vigilant Lu Huan thought it might be a white-clad enforcer approaching. As she spun around, a flexible sword at her waist shot out like a venomous snake awakening. Jiang Fan couldn't react in time. Lu Huan's speed was too fast. She was much quicker and stronger than the two white-clad enforcers he had killed. Sister Huan. Only then did Lu Huan realize the identity of the newcomer. Xiao Fan. Both Lu Huan and Lao Guo were somewhat dumbfounded. It truly was a case of speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Lu Huan excitedly embraced him. Although Sister Huan wasn't as voluptuous as Su Qingqing, she was still soft and warm. You really are lucky, or were you the one tailing me earlier? What kind of question was that? No, I coincidentally saw Sister Huan just now and came over together. It's just that Sister Huan walks too fast. Sister Huan, you are a martial artist, right? Huan Lu hesitantly nodded. At least a second rank, right? Huan Lu proudly extended 3 fingers. So impressive, isn't that on par with the captain of the guard? Jiang Fan's eyes widened. This surprise was genuine. Sister Huan only participated in the 3 major examinations 3 years ago and failed them. How did it become a 3rd rank? Huan Lu didn't elaborate, just saying she had some opportunities. Xiao Fan, where have you been these past few days? Old Gui asked. Old Gui's eyes seemed to shine as he stared at Jiang Fan's body without end. Suddenly he exclaimed, you reached 1st rank. Jiang Fan looked at Old Gui in astonishment. He always thought Old Gui was just a lonely old man barely getting by selling noodles. But Old Gui could see his changes at a glance. Shouldn't even Sister Huan have noticed? Xiao Fan, you reached 1st rank. Huan Lu's voice turned sharp. The 3 of them were somewhat stunned. Jiang Fan looked at Huan Lu and Old Gui. Huan Lu and Old Gui stared blankly at Jiang Fan. To be honest, it genuinely surprised Old Gui. As far as he knew, Jiang Fan's blood vitality should be very weak. How did he reach 1st rank in just a few days? Could it be that a master assisted him? There are secrets. Their identities were all beyond each other's expectations. No one knew who started it, but everyone laughed. Then they began to talk about the sealed city of Tianqi. The cause was that the Guard Corps was robbed by thieves, but now it's getting more and more intense, so we suspect that the Guard Corps and the Law Enforcement Department have defected to the evil sect. Huan Lu shared their speculation with Jiang Fan. Your speculation is correct. Huan Lu and Old Gui were taken aback. Why are you so certain? Don't you find it hard to believe? Not at all, because I saw it with my own eyes. Jiang Fan recounted what he had witnessed at the Brilliant Club to the 2. Indeed. Old Gui snorted coldly. No wonder they didn't allow the Dark Department to get involved from the beginning, and even intentionally expelled them. Dark Department. Jiang Fan didn't fully understand. Old Gui didn't hide it. The order of the Xingyue Federation is actually maintained by multiple parties, with the Law Enforcement Department being one and the Dark Department being another. It's just that the Law Enforcement Department operates openly, while the Dark Department operates in secret. You can also understand that the Dark Department has the authority to monitor the Law Enforcement Department. In these past few days, I've sensed that the Law Enforcement Department is investigating Dark Department members hidden in Tianqing Town. The Dark Department is so powerful. This was a bit beyond Jiang Fan's expectations. As far as he knew, the Law Enforcement Department had always been the largest official security agency of the Xingyue Federation. But from Old Gui's words, it seemed that there were other transcendent organizations that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Law Enforcement Department. If the Dark Department is so powerful, why do they let the Law Enforcement Department act with impunity? This question instantly left Old Gui speechless. Huan Lu shot Old Gui a glance, as if to say, you brag, you explain. It's like this. Although the Dark Department is strong, its main forces are concentrated in city-level areas. In such a remote place, the Dark Department won't dispatch strong individuals here. Jiang Fan gazed deeply at Old Gui. They won't send experts here. What about you? I came to Tianqing Town on a mission, so I'm an exception. Jiang Fan did not speak, but his eyes said it all. Is that so? Do you think I believe you? Alright, stop saying useless things. The Dark Department in Tianqing Town consists only of the 2 of us, far from being a match for the Law Enforcement Department. Huan Lu's words caused the last shred of Old Gui's dignity to vanish. Xiao Fan, since you are also a 1st-rank martial artist and have a 3rd-rank spirit beast, let's act together. Maybe we can accomplish something. At the very least, we won't let the evil sect act so wantonly. But you will hold me back. Jiang Fan was very direct. Hold. This statement left both of them speechless. Huan Lu was even somewhat amused. What are you thinking? I am a 3rd-rank martial artist, and Old Gui he is. Old Gui suddenly waved his hand, giving Jiang Fan a meaningful look. Do you have a plan? Sort of. Jiang Fan nodded. How many people? 20 people. 20. Are they all martial artists? Jiang Fan nodded again. This made Old Gui and Huan Lu both take a deep breath. 20 martial artists, that's not weak. They might even be stronger than the Law Enforcement Department. As if seeing through Old Gua's thoughts, Jiang Fan smiled wryly, far weaker than the law enforcement department. From what I can tell, the law enforcement department's white-clothed enforcers likely number at least over 100, all of them martial artists. Hiss. Over 100 people. Old Gua and Huan Lu gasped again. They did not underestimate the law enforcement department and the evil sect. But they also didn't expect the disparity in strength to be so vast. How do you know? Huan Lu asked, somewhat incredulous. She had used her exceptional agility to scout around. A few times she was spotted by the white-clothed enforcers and had to retreat at high speed. Even so, she still couldn't ascertain the exact number of white-clothed enforcers. Maybe I was just lucky they didn't discover me. Jiang Fan smiled. Then your luck is really good. Huan Lu gave a thumbs up. Jiang Fan nodded, but inwardly he thought he had hundreds of dragonfly scouts. Even unknown surveillance would be more than adequate. If they could discover him, then he would be too foolish. However, if you are willing, you may cooperate with me in action. Although the strength of Old Gua is unknown, he should be at least a third tier. Lu Huan hesitated. Old Gua fell into deep thought. What is the strength of the 20 helpers on your side? Jiang Fan did not hide anything. Most of them are first-tier warriors. Such strength is far inferior to the white-robed law enforcers. While there is also a fourth-tier Beast Tamer. Although he had a good relationship with Huan Jie and Old Gua, it did not mean they would trust him with their lives. The two were once again astonished. They had lost count of how many times they had been surprised. Yi Qinghua? Lu Huan asked. Jiang Fan did not understand why Lu Huan brought up this name. Shaking his head, he said, no, it's a Beast Tamer clad in a black robe. Lu Huan became excited. She had heard of this mysterious black-robed Beast Tamer who was likely a bounty hunter undertaking a task in Tianqing Town. Still in Tianqing Town. Yes. Lu Huan instantly revealed a starry-eyed expression. He is incredibly powerful. I've heard he has 3 third-tier spirit beasts, and to think he also has a 4th-tier spirit beast. With him, our chances of victory are very high. Lu Huan's excitement was met with disdain from the two men. Wipe your drool. Lu Huan was undeterred, still asking Jiang Fan about the age and looks of that black robe. Jiang Fan could only say he had never seen him, but the other party would help him. He knew nothing else. All right, we will also join your team, but you have to introduce him to me. Lu Huan was so excited that she pressed her body against Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan leaned back forcefully. Watch your drool, it's about to drip. He had no clean clothes left, just this one set. After reaching a consensus, Jiang Fan added Lu Huan to his group. He had already changed the group name. Hunting group. Who are we hunting? Lu Huan asked. The white-robed law enforcers. Jiang Fan said, then left, reminding Lu Huan to pay attention to the group chat messages. There will be surprises. Lu Huan and Old Gua were once again taken aback. How come they seemed more like the hunted? What was Xiao Fan thinking? A few seconds later, a map location was sent in the group. It was sent by Jiang Fan. In 2 minutes, 2 white-robed law enforcers will pass through this location. Be careful and take them down. Received. 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 Immediately someone responded. Efficiency was extremely high. Lu Huan and Old Gua were puzzled. What is happening? A few minutes later, those who responded to Jiang Fan sent some photos. They were the corpses of the law enforcers after being killed. They really took them down. They found a diamond-shaped crystal from each of these two. The symbol of the evil sect. So this is the symbol of the evil sect. I thought it was some treasure. Jiang Fan also sent a photo. The photo showed 2 pitch-black diamond-shaped objects. Lu Huan was astonished. Jiang Fan had already eliminated 2 enemies. The key was that there were so many white-robed law enforcers outside. How did they do it without anyone knowing? This was not just about strength, but also intelligence. Could it be that Xiao Fan had mastered an enormous intelligence network? A network larger than that of 100 white-robed law enforcers. This was almost impossible. In the next second, Jiang Fan sent another map location. It was right next to Old Gua's noodle shop. Jiang Fan said, in 1 minute 4 white-robed law enforcers will walk through here. There is no enemy reinforcement within 5 kilometers. You can kill them, but be quick and quiet. Lu Huan and Old Gua exchanged glances. Were they really going to be next? Lu Huan looked at Old Gua with an inquiring gaze. Old Gua nodded, and Lu Huan replied with a received. Some were more worried, for white-robed law enforcers are very strong. What if we just let it go? Even if it's a sneak attack, there are too many of them. A minute later, Lu Huan sent a photo to the group. 4 white-robed law enforcers were lying neatly on the ground. The group immediately erupted. 4 white-robed law enforcers were killed so quickly. Who has this ability? So amazing. Xiao Fan is so capable, bringing in such strong teammates. Lu Huan felt a bit proud. Actually, that wasn't anything. For her, and Old Gua, killing 4 first-tier warriors was incredibly easy. They didn't even need to shed blood. It was handled very simply on site. This feeling was exhilarating. Moreover, that ambush was truly simple. The 4 first-tier warriors were completely unprepared and were caught off guard by their sudden assault. Old Gua was also very shocked. He had thought that according to the current trend, they would be the ones ambushed. He never expected the tables to turn. Xiao Fan was truly incredible. Not long after Jiang Fan sent another map location, the 22 people in the group all focused on the screen, excited and eager, hoping the location would be near them. Inside the enforcement division, Director Chow received another report of personnel missing. His serious face slightly frowned. Jiang Fan had already taken down several waves of opponents, and the number of fallen white-clad enforcers had exceeded double digits. This was a great victory. Jiang Fan was currently using a flying dragonfly scout to track 2 white-clad enforcers, trying to see where they would go. As the 2 men turned the corner, he instructed the dragonfly scout to follow them. Suddenly 2 beams of white light shot toward him, and his vision vanished in an instant. Jiang Fan couldn't comprehend why these 2 would suddenly attack an ordinary dragonfly. Well, it wasn't an ordinary dragonfly, but shouldn't others be unaware of the scout's true nature? He checked the number of other dragonfly scouts and found that many were missing nearly half. Moreover, when he switched to the view of another dragonfly scout, he happened to witness the scene of it being taken down by the white-clad enforcers. This was intentional. Jiang Fan suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Had he been exposed? How could that be? It was almost impossible. Who would suspect a beast master of controlling ordinary insects? The dragonfly scout he had placed in front of the law enforcement office window had also been eliminated. Had it been discovered? A beast master? Jiang Fan suddenly thought, could there be a beast master within the law enforcement office? Or perhaps a beast master was secretly assisting them. Thinking of that dragon egg, Wang Dawei had sacrificed the lives of all the warriors in the guard unit to bloodily resurrect it. But what happens after it is revived? There would surely be a beast master controlling it. The beast master assigned as the dragon controller by the evil sect would definitely possess extraordinary talent. It seemed quite normal for them to discover the secret of the dragonfly scouts. He quickly messaged the group. There seems to be a beast master in the law enforcement office, rank unknown, but their strength should not be weak. Lu Huan replied, as expected, being able to weaken nearly 1/5 of the enemy's combat power is already quite good. We should prepare for a full-scale battle next. Jiang Fan thought for a moment and replied, no rush. Indeed, there was no hurry. Tianqing Town was in the rainy season, with dragonflies flying everywhere in the sky. Not to mention they had been killed, he could still control them. Even if they saw a dragonfly and attacked aside from that beastmaster, could anyone tell that it was his? Moreover, even without the dragonfly scouts, he still had an army of hundreds of thousands of ants. Although the ants couldn't provide him with vision, their antennae were very sensitive and could sense nearby spiritual energy fluctuations. The hundreds of thousands of ants formed a vast radar map for him. The dense red spots on the radar were all his. The scattered blue spots represented spiritual energy fluctuations. He knew the positions of his people, so those not in those positions were the enemies. Regardless of whether they were enemies or not, they had to be treated as enemies. He observed a location and quickly sent a map to the group. 3 people are approaching the stronghold from this location. Relocate. The person in the east is retreating from Furong Road to Donghua Road. They need to leave Donghua Road within 2 minutes. In the southwest corner, 2 people are approaching you. There are no other enemies nearby, but do not act rashly. The spiritual energy fluctuations are significant, likely indicating a strong opponent. Jiang Fan provided clues to the members in the group while taking action. He was right. The enemy had become vigilant. Weaker white-clad enforcers were now moving in groups of 4 or even 5. Those who dared to act alone or in pairs were likely powerful and might be intentionally luring them into a trap. So there was no more room for opportunism. They should seize the chance while the enemy had yet to fully react and strike decisively to kill more. It was quite simple for Jiang Fan to kill. Wherever there were blue dots, he would go to kill. A first-grade warrior could cover 100 meters in just 3 seconds. Like a gust of wind, he swept through the alley, and as he turned the corner, he did not hesitate, stabbing his dagger. The speed was too fast. So much so that the white-clad enforcer on the other side of the corner did not even have time to react before the dagger lodged in his chest. The white-clad enforcer's face was filled with terror, seemingly not expecting Jiang Fan to ambush him here. After eliminating this person, Jiang Fan did not linger and quickly left the scene. Within just a few seconds, a white-clad enforcer appeared, looking in shock at his colleague lying in a pool of blood. What had just happened? How could he have been killed so suddenly? It was chilling. He immediately prepared to report to headquarters. Suddenly, a shadow loomed overhead. The bald-headed hound opened its bloody mouth and bit down. Not even giving the other party time to feel fear, it directly swallowed him. After finishing this kill, the bald-headed hound returned to the spirit beast space. Taking advantage of the enemy's lack of reaction, he aimed to kill more. If these white-clad enforcers banded together, killing them would become very difficult. He quickly moved towards another blue dot and used the same method to ambush 3 white-clad enforcers. Among them was a second-grade warrior. The bald-headed hound's combat strength might not be considered very strong among third-grade spirit beasts. However, taking down a few first- and second-grade warriors was relatively simple. In just 1 or 2 hours, Jiang Fan already held a black diamond-shaped crystal in his hand. Although he didn't know what it was for, it was at least a trophy. What if it was some rare material? As a token of the evil sect, it shouldn't be of low quality, right? The emblem of a first-grade white-clothed enforcer is black, while that of a second-grade enforcer is red. It seems this insignia symbolizes one's rank. Sensing several strong waves of spiritual energy rapidly approaching, Jiang Fan hurriedly departed. The newcomers frowned slightly. Apart from some scratch marks on the ground, there were a few drops of blood. No other remnants were left. It appeared the body had been dealt with by someone else. Beast Tamers. Typically, after a Beast Tamer kills, they let their spirit beasts consume the corpses. They immediately relayed this information to headquarters. At the law enforcement department's headquarters, a young man appeared beside Director Chow. Upon closer inspection, the young man's eye seemed somewhat unusual, emanating a disquieting spiritual fluctuation. A spirit master. Director Chow inquired about the young man's opinion. The youth had investigated several locations where people had mysteriously vanished. Ants. Director Chow frowned. Among beast tamers, there are specialized professions, the most famous being dragon tamers. The young man slowly continued, there are others such as bug tamers. Bug tamers. Yes, this type of beast tamer usually controls vast numbers of insects. Using rare beast seals to control insects. It was almost enough to refresh Director Chow's worldview. Wasn't this akin to using a cannon to swat a cockroach? Generally, a beast tamer awakens only 1 or 2 beast seals to control insects. Sensing Director Chow's doubts, he chuckled. Insects and spirit beasts are fundamentally no different. For instance, ants, if cultivated long enough and provided with sufficient resources, can also become spirit beasts. Director Chow's eyes brightened, using insect-type spirit beasts to control ordinary insects. The young man nodded with a smile. Thus I speculate that there is a bug tamer among the enemy ranks controlling a considerable number of insects to provide them with surveillance. Director Chow was astonished. What a formidable tactic. This unusual reconnaissance capability, along with counter-reconnaissance abilities, could almost render a bug tamer invincible. It was also thanks to their own talented beast tamers that anyone would notice an ordinary-looking dragonfly perched on a branch. The dragonfly that had been resting on the treetop for a long time was, according to this person, actually monitoring him. He was unclear about the principle behind it. However, following the young man's method after eliminating the dragonflies en masse, it seemed the enemy had fallen silent. While bug tamers have their advantages, their disadvantages are also evident. Their combat power is too weak, in the wilderness insect types are the weakest. Therefore, this bug tamer poses no threat. As long as we eliminate these insects, the bug tamer will be insignificant. The young man appeared quite confident. Eliminating the ants is a task for us. That bug tamer. The young man said, leave it to me. After they took my dragon egg, I will personally make them pay the price. With a cold snort, a layer of mysterious fluctuations rapidly expanded. Director Chow was slightly surprised. Oh, what powerful spiritual energy. Comparable to a second-grade spirit master of the law enforcement department. The key is that this person's true profession is a beast tamer, a talented individual highly regarded by the Sacred Clan's upper echelons. This time the Sacred Clan was making a grand move, determined to seize a town. On one hand, they wanted to transform Tianqing Town into a stronghold for the Sacred Clan, and on the other, it was for this genius. The discovery of the dragon egg in Tianqing Town needed to be surrendered to Yuehua City. If they were unwilling to comply, Tianqing Town would need to break free from Yuehua City's control. At that moment, Yuehua City would undoubtedly dispatch strong warriors to suppress the rebellion in Tianqing Town. Thus, the Sacred Clan aimed to use all the citizens of Tianqing Town as hostages to deter Yuehua City from taking drastic action. This was a remarkably well-thought-out plan, and he was shocked upon hearing it. The Sacred Clan spent several years subverting the first aristocratic family of Tianqing Town, the Chow family, and subsequently swayed the Guard Corps and the Law Enforcement Department. They were merely waiting for this day to arrive. The Sacred Clan secretly placed many powerful individuals disguised as the Law Enforcement Department's white-clothed enforcers. This sudden blitzkrieg was met with unshakable resolve from the Sacred Clan. They should not be disturbed by these unforeseen factors. Jiang Fan was hiding in an abandoned factory, his brow furrowed. His ant army was rapidly disappearing. Someone in the group mentioned that numerous white-clothed enforcers were carrying pesticide containers and spraying potent pesticides along the streets. It seems the ant army has been discovered by them. This further confirmed Jiang Fan's suspicion that someone was guiding them from behind. Suddenly, someone in the group spoke urgently. Someone has discovered us and is coming this way, very powerful. There's no escape, you must succeed. Then came a sudden piercing sound. It sounded like a phone being smashed. Then there was silence, and old Jiang quickly inquired what happened. That person did not respond again. Old Jiang then asked Jiang Fan why there was no report. Jiang Fan's heart tightened. There was no time to explain. Guerrilla warfare was no longer effective. Without intelligence, they were essentially blind. The enemy had likely already figured out their location based on prior actions. Continuing like this would lead to them being picked off one by one. They must regroup. Meet at the central tower of the city, move quickly, and even if someone is chasing you, don't mind them. Gather first, and then talk. Jiang Fan shouted in the group. Draped in a black robe, riding a bald-headed husky, he paraded through the spacious streets. He aimed to attract more attention. He arrived first, about a minute or two ahead. Soon some people approached. Some were followed by the white-robed enforcers, and Jiang Fan directly ordered the bald-headed husky to deal with them. Counting, there were 16 present. With his mother absent, she was likely arranged by his father to a relatively safe location. Jiang Fan glanced at his father, who nodded in acknowledgement. Everyone looked at him with some delight. After all, Jiang Fan had previously used this disguise to help them fend off the beast tide. They realized now what they did not know before. This black-robed beast master was indeed Xiao Fan, though everyone silently acknowledged it. Old Jiang looked at Jiang Fan with pride from among the crowd. His son had truly grown up. He was already capable of standing on his own, more promising than him, the father. Hello everyone, please report your strengths. On midstage of first rank, old Jiang reported first. Early first rank. Late first rank. After everyone reported in turn, Jiang Fan had formed a psychological expectation. There was one warrior at early second rank, the rest were all at first rank. Including him, there were 16 at first rank and 1 at second rank. After a while, Lu Huan and Old Gua also arrived. Those who hadn't come probably wouldn't make it. Everyone understood this, but no one voiced it. Including the one who had half reported in the group earlier, no one mentioned him. Most likely he had already sacrificed himself. Bringing it up now would only dampen everyone's fighting spirit. What they could do was to live and die together. If they won, they would all honor the heroes together. If they lost, they would fight side by side in the next life. Let me share the intelligence I currently possess. Jiang Fan said, we have killed a total of 33 white-robed enforcers. 33. Old Jiang was stunned. When did we kill so many? Jiang Fan took out a diamond crystal from his pocket and smiled. I just killed a batch. Everyone gasped in surprise. Truly impressive. Lu Huan and Old Guo were also somewhat astonished. How did this happen? Killing them might not be difficult, but finding them and quickly and accurately locating others after killing them was the hard. Jiang Fan didn't explain how he killed them. Continuing, currently within Tianqing Town, the enemy still has at least 100, which may include Soul Masters and Beast Masters. Speaking of Beast Masters, wasn't there a second-rank Beast Master in the guard unit? Where is he? Old Jiang snorted coldly. He and that Wang Dawei are in the same boat. He must be with Wang Dawei now. Wang Dawei. Mentioning this name ignited a fire of anger within Jiang Fan. This person nearly killed his parents. He didn't know where he was hiding now, but he must personally cut down Wang Dawei. Then we don't have to worry about him. If we encounter him, I will kill him, but... Jiang Fan thought of two people. Su Qingqing and that old lady. These two were still in Tianqing Town, and their strength was formidable. Su Qingqing's dragon mastiff pup had great qualifications as a spirit beast. It was he who proposed the evolution plan that allowed the dragon mastiff pup to evolve to third rank. Its strength should be quite strong, surpassing the bald-headed husky and bald-headed parrot, both at third rank. He wondered if the bald-headed blue cat could suppress it. It was hard to say. The bald-headed blue cat had activated the grade-qualified flame demon cat bloodline. But the difference between grade and scrade was huge. It might not necessarily win. What do you mean by but? Lu Huan asked. She had already sensed someone approaching from this direction. What is this black robe holding back? The voice of the black-robed beast master had undergone disguise, so she couldn't tell. But judging by the figure, it didn't seem like an old man. It's nothing. Perhaps in the enemy camp, there will be a third-rank beast master and a strong one with unknown strength. Why do you say that? Lu Huan was somewhat puzzled. Jiang Fan hesitated for a moment, thinking about how he personally pushed Su Qingqing to third rank, and said it's possible that Su Qingqing and an old man beside her are also from the evil sect. Su Qingqing, Lu Huan, and Old Guo were both taken aback. Do you think you misunderstood something? Lu Huan asked. I shouldn't have. Su Qingqing is actually from Yuehua City, and she is exceptionally talented. Her family is quite wealthy. Lu Huan nodded. She knew that. Don't you find it strange? Why would someone like her come to Tianqing Town, and why would she live in that old dilapidated place? I heard she came to Tianqing Town specifically because of a marriage contract. That makes it even more impossible. How could that waste from the Wang family upstairs be in a marriage contract with Su Qingqing? Jiang Fan shook his head with great certainty. He knew too well the character of that Wang family kid, even more of a loser than him. After graduating from university, he had no good job, staying at home living off his parents playing games all day. Could Su Qingqing possibly like him? Seeing Jiang Fan's indignant expression, Lu Huan was somewhat puzzled. She also knew that wasteful fatty and was confused. Why do you think Su Qingqing has a marriage contract with him? Because there are only 2 young people in that building. If it's not that kid, could it be me? Jiang Fan said with a sarcasm. Everyone fell silent. How did the topic of the marriage contract come up? Moreover, who is Su Qingqing? Can she be stronger than Xiao Fan? In the eyes of some, Jiang Fan has already reached the pinnacle of battle prowess. Even if Wang Dawei came, he wouldn't be a match for Xiao Fan. Wait. Are you Jiang Fan? Lu Huan was momentarily taken aback, just now realizing. Staring at Jiang Fan in shock. Old Guo was much calmer. He had actually recognized him earlier, but was silent. Jiang Fan turned out to be that black-robed beast master with 3 third-grade spirit beasts. It was simply unbelievable. This rate of growth is unimaginable. Let alone in this desolate Tianqing town is there such a genius even in Yuehua City. Or has Xiao Fan been playing the fool all along? Right? Didn't I tell you before? Jiang Fan asked dryly. You did, oi? Lu Huan's eyes widened as she pulled aside the black robe, revealing Jiang Fan's somewhat youthful face. The harmless look of Jiang Fan under the black robe gave a strong visual impact. It seemed so out of place with the calm, decisive figure from earlier who could kill, without hesitation, boasting remarkable achievements. If one only looked at Jiang Fan's face, who could have thought he was a dangerous individual? It really is you. As if fearing someone might be using a disguise, Lu Huan even tugged at him several times with her delicate hands. Only then did she reluctantly accept reality. I said it's me. Jiang Fan touched his swollen face, feeling wrong to the point of wanting to cry. Well, I just didn't want anyone impersonating you. The first procedure we all feel at ease, right? Lu Huan smiled somewhat sheepishly, playfully sticking out her small. Perhaps she didn't even realize that her reaction towards Jiang Fan had become somewhat different. No longer the domineering big sister, she suddenly felt like a neighboring little sister or a smitten fan. A third-grade beast master with 3 third-grade spirit beasts. With such a configuration, if Jiang Fan joined the Dark Division, he might receive even more recognition and attain a higher position. Becoming someone of Old Guo's caliber isn't impossible. Old Guo's eyes sparkled with brilliance. A genius. A top tier. No, an absolute genius. Who would have thought to discover such a transcendent genius in this desolate Tianqing town? Does he possess a unique talent in evolving ordinary beasts? It sounds far-fetched, but in this vast continent, anything is possible. Just like there's a guy in the Dark Division who is also a beast master. He is useless elsewhere, a weakling. But once he encounters water, he becomes the invincible king of naval warfare. Because he can only control spirit beasts in the sea. Dark Division experts came for a consultation and said this is a condition that can't be cured. Perhaps Jiang Fan is suffering from a similar condition, only able to control ordinary beasts. And the evolution speed is extremely fast. Alas, what a pity. If such talent could be applied to spirit beasts, he would truly be invincible. Jiang Fan's expression was peculiar. Why did it seem from Old Guo's gaze that he was a patient? You're the one who's sick. Jiang Fan cursed, inwardly certain that Old Guo was cursing him in his heart. Speaking of the marriage contract, Old Jiang suddenly pondered, your grandfather indeed arranged a betrothal for you. Jiang Fan was suddenly taken aback. Others also looked at Old Jiang in surprise. Old Jiang felt a bit shy. What? When did that happen? Jiang Fan appeared dazed. Probably in the 3rd year before your birth. Or was it the 5th year? It's been too long, I can't remember clearly. Why has no one ever told me about this? Old Jiang thought for a moment and said to Jiang Fan, because we never took it seriously, that betrothal. Was when your grandfather and that old man were drinking and playing dice. When he won, he casually mentioned it while trying to find a way out. Old Jiang continued, what I know isn't very detailed. That person stayed at our house for a while, then left after recovering from an injury. It's been so many years, I guess they never took it seriously. Besides, even if they did, it couldn't be that Miss Su. Old Jiang seemed quite certain. Why, oi? Jiang Fan asked. That Miss Su clearly isn't an ordinary girl. You're not worthy of her. Jiang Fan was speechless. Don't you have any confidence in your own son? Lu Huan spoke up. That's not necessarily true. A 3rd-grade beast master isn't a weakling anywhere, even in Yuehua City. Exactly, Sister Huan's point is valid. Jiang Fan nodded in agreement. Don't call me Sister Huana. If you keep calling me that, others will think I'm much older than you. We're actually the same age. Everyone looked at Lu Huan with strange expressions. Why did she say that? Suddenly Old Guo said solemnly. All right, someone is coming. A few seconds later, several whooshing sounds came from all directions. Several figures leaped agilely between the buildings as nimble as monkeys. All of them were at least 2nd grade. There was also a familiar figure holding a spear. A trace of hostility appeared in Jiang Fan's eyes. Wang Dawei. He has come too. And at a higher position, a person walked directly through the air. Walking on air? This is the mark of a mid-grade martial artist. Spiritual energy can be released, and one can even walk on air. Not like others who use their jumping ability to traverse between buildings. And that person walking on air was Director Chao, the most powerful man in Tianqing town. Moreover, many law enforcement officers surged in from all directions like a tide. They were surrounded. Leave Chao Jingguang to me. Old Gu stepped forward proactively. Someone said, Old man, why don't we take it from here? You're not as spry as you used to be. Lu Huan chuckled softly. Old Gus's face turned dark. He indeed looked quite miserable, dry and thin. His skin was dark and his face appeared desolate. No wonder Jiang Fan always called him a lonely old man. Old Gu was about to explain. Jiang Fan suddenly said, leave Director Chao to me. Everyone turned their gaze towards Jiang Fan. At this moment, Jiang Fan donned the black robe once more. Old Gu frowned. Xiao Fan, I know your trump card, the three-headed third-grade spirit beast, is indeed formidable, but Qiao Jingguang is not an ordinary fourth-grade warrior. He has been a fourth grade for many years, and now he is likely at least mid to late fourth grade. I want to give it a try. Before Old Gu could continue, Jiang Fan had already charged towards Qiao Jingguang. It wasn't a matter of bravado, but rather the need for strategy in team combat. The law enforcement division likely already knew of his existence. He had revealed himself while defending against the beast tide, thus he was in the open. But Old Gu was in the shadows. Old Gu seemed quite confident in battling Director Qiao, suggesting that his strength might be exceptionally high. At least fourth grade, and not an ordinary fourth grade at that. Thus Old Gu was their trump card. He could unleash his power at a critical moment to achieve extraordinary results. Old Gu, can Jiang Fan handle this? Lu Huan quickly asked. Old Gu's expression was grave. No, it was highly unlikely. Even if Jiang Fan had 3 third-grade spirit beasts, if they weren't mid to late third grade. Even combined, they might not be able to match Qiao Jingguang. But Jiang Fan had already acted, so he could only prepare to assist Jiang Fan at any moment. If Xiao Fan can really hold Qiao Jingguang for a moment, I could suddenly strike and assassinate. Old Gus' eyes glimmered with intent. Could it be possible? Hopefully it could. Woof! The bald-headed Erha let out a furious roar, shaking the heavens. The sound of the third-grade spirit beast could be heard several kilometers away. Qiao Jingguang snorted coldly, noisy. He brought down a long knife in his hand. Whoosh! The air was torn apart, creating a sound like a knife cutting through the wind. The blade's light shook the heavens. From a kilometer away, Jiang Fan felt as if his skin was about to be sliced apart. So powerful. This is the strongest man in Tianqing Town. Incredible. But Jiang Fan's gaze flickered, instantly focusing on Wang Dawei, who was darting between buildings. His true target was Wang Dawei. He had to deal with this beast first. The bald-headed Erha suddenly changed direction, dodging that slash of blade light. It charged straight toward Wang Dawei. Wang Dawei was horrified. During the Beast Tide battle, he had already witnessed the black-robed Beast Master's ultimate control over spirit beasts. Commands were absolute. The black-robed Beast Master's orders to the bald-headed Erha were like military commands. Unhesitatingly, with its massive mouth wide open, it lunged at Wang Dawei. Wang Dawei hurriedly summoned his long spear, seeking death. Wang Dawei was furious. After all, he was a late-stage third-grade warrior. He could fight against a third-grade spirit beast. How dare they underestimate him? Did they really think he, the leader of the Tianqing Town's guard regiment, was easy prey? Flame Wave Spear. Old Jiang and the others exclaimed. This was Wang Dawei's signature skill. A full-powered spear could pierce through a third-grade fierce beast. The crimson spear light instantly descended upon the bald-headed Erha. Jiang Fan coldly snorted. Bite it. The bald-headed Erha clamped down on the spear light. The spear light seemed almost tangible, and it was truly caught by the bald-headed Erha. Sizzle. The searing heat instantly produced white smoke in the bald-headed Erha's mouth. Yet the bald-headed Erha refused to let go, fully showcasing its stubborn nature. Seeking death. Wang Dawei's wrist shook, jolting the spear's tip. The bald-headed Erha's mouth bloodied and mangled. Awoo! The bald-headed Erha also rarely showed such ferocity. Crack! A sound of shattering echoed. The flame wave spear light was bitten apart by the bald-headed Erha. Hiss! Wang Dawei inhaled sharply. His face turned pale instantly. The flame wave spear light exploded, and the spiritual energy rebounded. However, the bald-headed Erha was also not unscathed, blood pouring from its mouth. One of its teeth was broken. The pain made it howl. Can't win. Everyone's heart sank. Wang Dawei was indeed powerful. Old Jiang began to worry about his son. If even a third-grade spirit beast couldn't defeat Wang Dawei, what could they do about him? Lu Huan's gaze also grew heavy. This Wang Dawei, although he was a late bloomer. But the flame wave spear technique was impressive, and its spiritual energy was robust, significantly stronger than hers. Jiang Fan was unsure if he could handle Wang Dawei. But that was not the most terrifying part. The most terrifying part was that Director Qiao was actually charging towards Jiang Fan from behind. The two aimed to jointly eliminate Jiang Fan. Despicable. Old Jiang saw this scene and was furious. He rushed forward without a second thought. But his speed could not compare to that of Director Qiao. Oh, to Director Qiao. Old Jiang looked like he was moving in slow motion. He couldn't even catch a glimpse of Director Qiao's shadow. Old Gu moved instantly despite looking somewhat aged. He took strides with the grace of a dragon and tiger, rapidly closing in on Director Qiao's rear. Director Qiao was slightly surprised, seemingly not expecting this old man to arrive so quickly. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Lu Huan and began to understand. This person should be a master sent by the Dark Department. The Law Enforcement Division is the official enforcement agency, while the Dark Department operates from the shadows. The Dark Department is extremely mysterious. During missions, even the local Law Enforcement Division is unaware. It is said that the Dark Department is filled with experts, yet few can genuinely name several of its powerful members. The Dark Department usually presents itself with masks. Thus, even after Director Chow served in the law enforcement division of Tianqing Town for over a decade, he had no idea who Old Gua truly was. However, Director Chow did not intend to heed Old Gua's presence. The blade was still aimed at Jiang Fan. The blade was less than a few dozen meters away from Jiang Fan. For such a powerful being, it was merely a moment. Arrogant. Old Gua was furious. Even in the face of his pursuit, Jiang Fan dared to expose his back. Chao Xingguang, you will surely die today. A rolling pin appeared in Old Gua's hand, the very one he used to make noodles. It still had dry noodle dough stuck on it. However, at this moment, the spiritual energy fluctuations on the rolling pin were exceptionally intense. The dough was instantly swept away by the spiritual energy, revealing the dark blue body of the rolling pin shimmering with light. A beam of sharp light shot out, rivaling the blade in Director Chow's hand. The pressure was equally overwhelming. Your opponent is me. Just then a house below exploded. A silver light shot up into the sky. It was a sword. A middle-aged man wielding a 3-foot-long sword blocked Old Gua's rolling pin. Old Gua was shocked, not expecting someone to be hiding right beneath him. Very strong. Not inferior to his own strength. Upon closer inspection, this person appeared rather ordinary with a buzz cut. The sword in his hand. Li Gong. Old Gua recognized this person, the Grand Deacon of the evil sect Li Gong. The hierarchy of the evil sect was strict. From bottom to top, they were instructors and deacons. Above the deacon was the Grand Deacon. Each Grand Deacon possessed immense strength. Never did he expect the evil sect would send a Grand Deacon over. Old Gua felt a chill in his heart. He was not afraid of Li Gong, but what about Xiao Fan? Xiao Fan's bald-headed dog had already been injured by Wang Dawei, and Chao Xingguang had already charged in. He will surely die regardless of who he is. Anyone daring to oppose my holy clan must die. Li Gong sneered coldly. His grip on the sword slightly trembled. Just now he had forcefully received Old Gua's rolling pin. The tremendous force had actually numbed his arm and torn his palm. This person is very strong. Chao Xingguang might not even be his opponent. Xiao Fan. Old Jiang was nearly going mad. It was too fast. In an instant his son had fallen into a deadly situation. Jiang Fan. Lu Huan had also rushed over with Old Gua just now. However, she was not as fast as Old Gua and had only just arrived. She prepared to go around Li Gong to support Jiang Fan, but it was too late. Li Gong's speed far exceeded hers. Now no one could save Jiang Fan. Meow. Suddenly a fierce cat's cry sent chills down everyone's spines. A massive figure leapt out from the void. A paw swiped towards Director Chow. He barely had time to react. Clang. His blade was instantly shattered by the cat's paw. Director Chow staggered back several steps, incredulously staring at the enormous spirit beast before him. The spirit beast of the black-robed Beast Master. It was easily recognizable because they were all bald. The bald blue cat stared eerily at Chao Xingguang. One of its claws had a broken nail and blood dripped steadily. A 4th-grade spirit beast. This black-robed Beast Master actually had a 4th-grade spirit beast. He was a 4th-grade Beast Master. Not only were Chao Xingguang's side astonished, but even Lu Huan and Old Gua were shocked. Jiang Fan is actually a 4th-grade Beast Master. It's him. The one who stole the dragon egg is him. Wang Dawei shouted hurriedly. Initially thinking it was Yi Qinghua's doing, it now seemed that Yi Qinghua was nowhere near Tianqing Town. The 4th-grade spirit beast that destroyed the warehouse must have been this bald blue cat. Jiang Fan smiled. At this point you're about to die, yet you still care about the dragon egg. Wang Dawei suddenly froze. He looked at the current situation. Chao Xingguang was blocked by the bald blue cat, while Grand Deacon Li Gong was confronting an old man. Now only he was face to face with this black-robed Beast Master. Years of battlefield experience quickly led him to the conclusion he had to run. He turned to flee. But just as he turned around, a sharp claw reached out. It came too fast, piercing through his chest directly. The ball he had seen. Immediately after, the bald dog charged up, biting Wang Dawei's hand. With a fierce shake of its head, it brutally tore Wang Dawei's hand off. Chunks of flesh fell to the ground as Wang Dawei screamed in madness. It hurt. Excruciating pain. The bald parrot prepared to dig out Wang Dawei's heart, but Jiang Fan intervened. He slowly walked over to Wang Dawei's side, a peculiar smile on his face. You want to use my parents' lives as a blood sacrifice for that dragon egg? Wang Dawei's face turned pale, even though he was a latest-stage 3rd-grade warrior. Faced with the pressure of 2 3rd-grade spirit beasts, and having one arm torn off with a hole pierced through his chest, and his heart about to be dug out, he was completely outmatched. He had been careless. Upon seeing the 4th-grade spirit beast of the black-robed Beast Master, he instinctively thought the black-robed Beast Master had exhausted his means. Wait. Your parents. Who exactly are you? Jiang Fan crouched down slightly, revealing part of his face from beneath the black robe. Wang Dawei was completely stunned. Jiang. Bang. Jiang Fan's fist crashed down, shattering Wang Dawei's mouth in an instant. I won't let you die so easily. Jiang Fan's smile sent a chill deep into Wang Dawei's bones. At that moment he longed to scream the truth, that this black-robed beast tamer was Jiang Fan. But he could utter no sound. Would death by gnawing be more agonizing? Or by 1,000 cuts? Jiang Fan drew a dagger and posed a question that froze Wang Dawei's soul. Wang Dawei strained with every fiber of his being to resist, yet it was utterly futile. His frantic head shaking only earned him a dagger driven deep, pinning his skull to the ground like a salted fish nailed to a chopping block, helpless before slaughter. As a third-rank martial artist, his vitality was extraordinary. So long as vital organs remained unharmed, death would not come swiftly. Jiang Fan yanked the dagger free, then plunged it into Wang Dawei's shoulder. Infusing the blade with Qiblood energy, he vibrated it violently, ripping through tendons and muscle until Wang Dawei's shoulder hung in tatters. Ugh! Wang Dawei convulsed violently, emitting guttural, heart-rending whimpers. Jiang Fan's expression remained cold and detached. As if mincing vegetables, he methodically hacked Wang Dawei to death. Vengeance fulfilled. Shrieks pierced the air, raising gooseflesh on every scalp. Lu Huan and Lao Guo stared astonished at this unfamiliar Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan's ruthlessness in battle brought them quiet satisfaction. Yet this, was it not excessively cruel? Excellent. Well done. That monster deserved nothing less than damnation. In stark contrast to Lu Huan and Lao Guo, the martial artists of the Guard Corps roared with fervent approval, as though Jiang Fan had just delivered a long-awaited act of righteous justice. Lu Huan soon learned the truth. Wang Dawei had sacrificed comrades who had bled side by side in the Guard Corps, offering them as blood sacrifices for a dragon egg. Such a man truly did not deserve a swift or merciful end. Still, Jiang Fan's methods surpassed even their darkest imaginings. Wang Dawei begged for mercy again and again, yet Jiang Fan remained unmoved. His death was unspeakably brutal, yet no one pitied him, for he had dared to cross Jiang Fan and nearly murdered Jiang Fan's parents. This grudge was absolute. No shared sky, no common earth. Li Gong smiled. This man would make an excellent addition to our holy clan. He'd surely rise as a slaughter god. Li Gong, you're about to die, and still scheming for your heretical sect. Truly you are a loyal hound. Lao Guo mocked him. Li Gong didn't flinch. Instead, he appraised Lao Guo's weapon. He held no memory of this man. Lao Guo was obscure. The Shadow Division was shrouded in such mystery. Even the Holy Clan possessed scant intelligence on it. But that weapon? After a moment's reflection, Li Gong suddenly asked, "Were you the one who slew Moonfire, the senior inquisitor, in Yuehua City?" Lao Guo replied coolly, "Moonfire? Yes, there was such a person, though I recall little of him." He was indeed insignificant. Slaying Moonfire was no great feat. He was weak. Though nominally a senior inquisitor, he was but a newly appointed novice, unworthy of serious regard. With one sentence, he dismissed Lao Guo's accomplishment entirely. Lao Guo's slaying of a senior inquisitor of the heretical sect in Yuehua City had once stirred great waves. Yet Li Gong clearly believed himself leagues stronger than Moonfire. It matters not. All filth of the heretical sect is equal in my eyes. The crowd stood stunned. Lao Guo was even fiercer, implying that both Moonfire and Li Gong were equally contemptible in his view. Li Gong's smile faded, replaced by a chilling, venomous glint. Murderous intent surged forth. "You seek death." His silver sword flashed forth instantly. Blinding sword light pierced the heavens. Its shrieking resonance pierced eardrums. The very heavens darkened. Clang. All gasped in awe. This was the true might of a fourth-rank martial artist. Even Jiang Fan felt momentarily dazed. It was commonly said that the martial path was open to all, regarded as the least esteemed among the three great paths. Yet how many martial artists ever attained such transcendence? An ordinary beast tamer would pale in comparison before such power. Mere flashy spectacle. Lao Guo roared. Golden light blazed along his rolling pin. Though barely 2 chi long, it radiated a world-shaking aura, its spiritual projection stretching hundreds of meters into the sky. It rivaled the silver greatsword in sheer magnitude, and when the two clashed, boom! A thunderous detonation rent the sky as if tearing open a colossal wound. Clouds shattered outward, leaving a vast cloudless expanse spanning several kilometers. Divine combat. Truly divine combat. One staff, one sword, one black, one white. Wind and clouds churned, storm and tempest raged. Jiang Fan stood dumbfounded. There existed a fundamental chasm between fourth-rank and third-rank martial artists. Aerial mobility, spiritual energy projected hundreds of meters outward. Every movement radiated transcendent power. No wonder ranks below third were called the lower 3 ranks, while fourth marked entry into the middle 3 ranks. "You are Jiang Fan." Chao Xingguang, shielded by the bald blue cat, whispered so softly only Jiang Fan could hear, his tone as casual as an ordinary conversation. Jiang Fan was startled. Wearing the black robe, only his closest allies should recognize him. Was it also you at the Splendor Club that day? Jiang Fan remained silent, but his expression hardened. So Chao director had indeed seen him that day. Chao Xingguang, unfazed, continued unprompted. Never imagined Tianqing Town would produce a prodigy like you. Yet your fortune is poor. I'd say it's yours that's run out, running into me while executing your plan. Chao Xingguang paused, then chuckled. Perhaps. Do you know why the Holy Clan seeks to seize Tianqing Town, to hold its million citizens hostage? Chao Xingguang nodded. Correct, sharp mind. But do you know why? Jiang Fan suddenly froze. Indeed, why is it Tianqing Town? Dragon egg. That's just one aspect. Is there another reason? Jiang Fan became intrigued. He didn't understand why Chao Xingguang wanted to tell him all this. But knowing more couldn't hurt. Dragon nest. Jiang Fan was taken aback. What? Under Tianqing Town lies an ancient dragon lair. The dragon egg you took was extracted from the lair, but there are more dragon eggs inside, and quite a few of them. Chao Xingguang's information truly shocked Jiang Fan. This was simply world-shattering news. The value of a dragon nest is unimaginable. The vast Xingyue Federation has 28 giant cities and hundreds of satellite towns, like Tianqing Town. Yet there isn't a single dragon nest. If Tianqing Town really has a dragon nest, then it will instantly become the center of attention for the entire Xingyue Federation. No wonder the evil sect is making such a big move. The true purpose of seizing Tianqing Town is to conceal the information about the dragon nest beneath it. Such audacity. Jiang Fan frowned. Why are you telling me this? Who knows, perhaps I think you're bound to die anyway, so it doesn't matter if I tell you. He found Chao Xingguang. Since they had seen him that day, they should know that he might already know their secret. Why didn't they pursue him then? And now they are revealing this earth-shattering secret to him. Is it a trap? Chao Xingguang, kill that beast master quickly, then come help me. Li Gong sent a distress signal. Looking up, Jiang Fan saw that the imperious Li Gong was currently being suppressed and beaten by Lao Gua. The illusion of the rolling pin in the sky had already subdued the illusion of the silver sword. Jiang Fan was astonished. Only now did he see Lao Gua's true strength. Very strong. Much stronger than Li Gong, who prided himself as a top-tier 4th-grade expert. He was likely a peak 4th-grade expert. The Dark Division truly keeps its secrets well. When did they insert such a master right under my nose? Chao Xingguang smiled, seemingly a bit helpless. You should leave, you shouldn't die here. Chao Xingguang's sudden helplessness and kindness left Jiang Fan momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Chao Xingguang's betrayal has another hidden agenda? Or perhaps it was not his wish. But Jiang Fan looked at his father and the warriors of the guard being besieged. Due to the overwhelming numbers, almost everyone was facing 2 to 3 enemies at once. The only 2nd-grade warrior was also bleeding profusely from multiple wounds. There were still a large number of white-clad enforcers and some evil sect members gathering around. His father and the others were in imminent danger, especially his father, who was too valiant. He charged into strong opponents that others dared not face without hesitation. Thus, he was currently being attacked by 2 2nd-grade warriors. The situation was extremely precarious. You must make the white-clad enforcers retreat. Chao Xingguang shook his head. These people are all trusted subordinates of the Holy Clan and won't listen to my commands. Chao Xingguang became increasingly helpless. Then there's no other choice. Jiang Fan disregarded Chao Xingguang and sprinted towards his father. He needed to provide support, just as Chao Xingguang was about to move. Who? The bald blue cat suddenly let out a threatening growl, preventing Chao Xingguang from going to support. But Chao Xingguang glanced at Jiang Fan's retreating figure. The look of helplessness on his face instantly faded, replaced by a sneer of disdain. Students are just students. A little act, and they believe it. Chao Xingguang suddenly moved, but in the opposite direction of Jiang Fan. Xiao Fan. Lao Guo was shocked to see this scene. Jiang Fan had actually given up on watching Chao Xingguang freeing him up. Even though he had the bald blue cat watching, a spirit beast is ultimately just a spirit beast. Li Gong smiled, well done. Although he didn't know what Chao Xingguang had done. But it actually made that black-robed beast master let down his guard. A free 4th-grade warrior on the battlefield is undoubtedly a game-changer. The bald blue cat was instructed to keep an eye on Chao Xingguang, so it almost immediately chased after him. But in the next moment, Chao Xingguang suddenly changed direction. He easily shook off the lazy cat and nearly instantly rushed behind Jiang Fan. Everyone watching this scene nearly had their hearts stop. Without the bald blue cat, Jiang Fan would definitely be no match for Chao Xingguang. Jiang Fan turned around just in time to meet Chao Xingguang's eyes filled with malice. Young man, sometimes having talent alone is not enough. Those without brains are destined to live a short life. A dead genius is of no use at all. Chao Xingguang's blade gleamed suddenly. Jiang Fan was initially surprised, but the next moment he revealed a playful expression. Chao Xingguang ignored him, closing the distance between them. With the bald blue cat absent, could he still turn the tide? The Beast Master himself is a well-known weak point. You don't need to be cryptic. I bet you don't have a 4th-grade beast. If you did, you would have used it by now. Jiang Fan sneered. There was definitely no 4th grade. But suddenly Chao Jingguang, who was aggressively pursuing, halted. A tremendous pain and itchiness spread throughout his body. It felt as if countless ants were crawling and biting all over his body. Ants. This is impossible. At his level, how could he fear the bites of ants? Sizzle. A foot-long ant tore open his clothing, biting him frantically several times. This was not an ordinary ant clan spirit beast. 2nd grade. How is this possible? How could he be invaded by a 2nd-tier spirit beast? Instantly horrified, even though he was a 4th-tier martial artist with a body of steel. Yet he could not withstand the 2nd-tier spirit beast gnawing on him. How on earth did Jiang Fan manage this? Crackle crackle. The sound of the ant tribe's spirit beast biting him sent chills down his spine. There was no time to think. He had to eliminate this beast that was frantically gnawing at him. He dodged his palm wind directly, but due to the ant tribe's spirit beast darting around wildly on him, Chao Jingguang dared not use his full strength. Instead, it gave the spirit beast a chance to evade his palm wind. With one slap, the ant tribe spirit beast was remarkably fast. Slash. A piece of flesh from his shoulder was torn away by the spirit beast. Hiss. The pain was excruciating. Even as a martial artist, he had almost no means to counter such a fast, close-moving spirit beast. He couldn't possibly slice himself with a knife. Lu Huan and the others were astonished. How did a 2nd-tier spirit beast suddenly emerge from Chao Jingguang? The key is, how did Jiang Fan manage to do this without Chao Jingguang noticing? A monster. Jiang Fan truly is a monster. His combat capability probably surpasses most people present. He was clearly just a student who had just finished the 3 major exams. Simply astonishing. Lu Huan's soft sword, like a slender snake, pierced the head of the 3rd-tier martial artist before him. With a flick of his wrist, the blade trembled, causing the head of the 3rd-tier martial artist to explode. He paused, casting a strange look at Jiang Fan. He thought of the topic that had just been abruptly interrupted. Su Qingxin came to Tianqing Town because of a childhood betrothal, and the betrothed was likely Jiang Fan. Until now, she still found it somewhat hard to believe. After all, the gap between the two was still quite large. But now it seemed. Did the Su family see Jiang Fan's talent? Did they think Jiang Fan was more outstanding than that dragon rider? In Yuehua City, there was a dragon rider from the Dragon God Temple pursuing Su Qingxin. Many people knew about this. Jiang Fan. Even if it's the Su family, what's so remarkable about them? The soft sword struck like lightning, instantly claiming the lives of several white-robed enforcers. He rescued 2 members of the guard team. However, these 2 did not thank him immediately because Lu Huan's expression was terrifyingly cold. At this moment, the bald blue cat had already caught up with Chao Jingguang. Meow. The sound was extremely sharp, accompanied by the furious cry of the bald blue cat. A claw as swift as lightning struck towards Chao Jingguang. Even though Chao Jingguang dodged, 3 shocking blood marks appeared on his back. Cat claws have slight toxicity. The poison is not fatal, but causes unbearable intense pain. It is a mental poison. In this moment, Chao Jingguang was in so much pain, he doubted his life. The ant tribe spirit beast also carries poison, and so does the bald blue cat. The key is that both poisons cause intense pain. Jiang Fan glanced at Chao Jingguang, temporarily disregarding him. He immediately rushed to his father's side, launching a punch at 2 2nd-tier martial artists. The 2 2nd-tier martial artists instinctively dodged. Who would dare to underestimate this black-robed Beast Tamer? Based on current strength, the black-robed Beast Tamer is one of the strongest individuals present. A 4th-tier Beast Tamer. In Yuehua City, they hold quite a high status. Regardless of the strength of the Beast Tamer themselves, when the black-robed Beast Tamer charges forward, 2nd-tier martial artists would instinctively retreat in fear. Waste. He is a Beast Tamer, and without a beast you all can't kill him. Li Gong was exasperated. That was clearly the best opportunity. After being scolded by Li Gong, the 2 2nd-tier enforcers came to their senses. Right? A black-robed Beast Tamer without a spirit beast is practically useless. At this moment, the bald dog, the bald parrot, as well as the bald blue cat, and the ant tribe spirit beast joined forces to attack Chao Jingguang. This was indeed the weakest moment for the black-robed Beast Tamer. The 2 2nd-tier enforcers exchanged glances. A fierce look appeared in their eyes. Kill him. The 2 charged towards Jiang Fan simultaneously. His father was shocked. Son, hurry and run, ill hold off these 2 beasts. But Jiang Fan did not react. He flicked his hand towards the sky. This action puzzled everyone watching. What was he doing? Li Gong mocked. In a desperate situation, are you starting to perform a ritual? Shut your mouth, you're courting death. Old Gu struck Li Gong with a stick, causing him to become disoriented. However, he was also somewhat puzzled. What was Jiang Fan actually doing? As a Beast Tamer, even if he had reached the 1st tier without Spirit Beast, what means did he have to deal with 2nd tier? Still 2 of them. Jiang Fan ignored Li Gong's mockery. He was sensing. Then he suddenly opened his eyes wide and felt it. 2 ants had landed on one of the men. He immediately thought system evolve these 2 ants into 2nd-tier spirit beasts. Evolving. Evolution successful. Wealth value 1/0. Evolution results as follows: Iron-eating ant spirit beast level 2. Talent F101000. Every 100 growth points increase talent by 10 race. Flying growth points 110000. Vitality 116. Strength 199. Speed 308. Combat power 303. Special skill bite accompanied by slight toxicity, capable of inducing intense pain. Evolution method comprehensive evolution. It succeeded. Using the same method, he replicated the earlier technique on Qiao Jingguang. These warriors, confident in their overwhelming strength, are oblivious to the ordinary insects and mundane beasts around them. Thus, Jiang Fan took the opportunity to fling an ant onto Qiao Jingguang while he was distracted. Then, as Qiao Jingguang let down his guard, the ant instantaneously evolved into a second-tier spiritual beast. His earlier banter with Qiao Jingguang was not due to belief in his expose, but rather a search for opportunity. The chance to completely catch a fourth-tier beast master off guard was the exact moment when the opponent believed Jiang Fan had been deceived. Just moments ago, he used the same tactic to summon second-tier iron-eating ants onto his enemy. The man was instantly filled with terror. He had witnessed the terror of these iron-eating ants. Their mandibles were particularly pronounced, resembling two sharp iron pincers. They swiftly and accurately pierced into his carotid artery. Vivid red blood gushed forth. Clearly, this second-tier individual was not as formidable as Qiao Jingguang when faced with the iron-eating ants. At such close range, he was bitten through the artery. He immediately shouted to another white-clad enforcer, "Help me." That enforcer had no choice but to abandon his attack on Jiang Fan and turn to assist. He intended to punch the iron-eating ant away. Even if he couldn't kill it, he at least wanted to rescue his colleague. Second-tier powerhouses were already scarce, losing too many would have a significant impact on them. Jiang Fan observed, but did not intervene. Instead, it aligned perfectly with his intentions. Just as another second-tier individual approached. Ding. Evolution successful. Wealth points 100. Evolution results as follows. The second ant had successfully evolved. It instantly burrowed out from the clothing of the previously mentioned white-clad enforcer. With a body over a foot long and a pair of transparent wings fluttering rapidly, it pounced onto that person. Its mandibles, akin to iron pincers, clamped down directly on the man's neck. Clearly beyond the man's expectations, he could not have anticipated that there would be a third iron-eating ant. Just how many spiritual beasts did the black-robed beast master possess? 6 beast seals. Who exactly is this person? Individuals who awaken 6 beast seals should be quite renowned in Yuehua City. Yet it seems there are no beast masters in Yuehua City who possess these spiritual beasts. Could they have come from another major city? But why would they go out of their way to meddle in this matter from tens of thousands of miles away? Amidst overwhelming confusion, both men were taken down by the iron-eating ants. These two second-tier individuals were merely at the initial stages of their rank. In terms of strength and speed, they could not compete with the iron-eating ants, which were spiritual beasts. Moreover, the iron-eating ants had struck them unaware. The deaths of the two instantly sent shivers through the crowd on the battlefield. Everyone instinctively shuddered and checked to see if they had any of those sinister iron-eating ants on them. There are many varieties of iron-eating ants, each with different appearances. They are considered quite common ferocious beasts in the wilderness. The key is, how did these iron-eating ants appear on people without anyone noticing? And just how many are there? A second-tier spiritual beast, even one more, could influence the entire battle. The disparity in reactions from both sides was immense. As for the enforcers, their expressions were grave. Although they appeared to have the numbers advantage, many were first-tier, and a majority were hastily trained first-tier fighters. Thus, their combat effectiveness was comparable to that of the miscellaneous warriors of the guard. Second-tier fighters were exceedingly rare, with even fewer than 20 present. Losing two was a massive blow. The crucial point was the black-robed beast master's astonishing performance, which had frightened them. Even third-tier fighters would lack confidence in outpacing the killing speed of the black-robed beast master. Meanwhile, Lu Huan and Old Guo were left dumbfounded. Just how many spiritual beasts does Jiang Fan have? Moreover, their ranks are not low, any one of them would be enough to make many beast masters proud. His power was terrifying and his methods were inscrutable. Qiao Jingguang frowned. He had just shaken off the bites of the iron-eating ants only to see two second tiers meet their demise. Jiang Fan, what on earth is going on? Just terrifyingly powerful. It was hard to imagine that someone so young could possess such extraordinary combat prowess. A monster. Could he be the legendary Innate Beast Master? Innate Beast Master, as the name suggests, is the rarest type among Beast Masters in terms of talent. It is said that they awakened their beast seals from birth, allowing them to control spiritual beasts earlier than others. Thus, this type of Beast Master possesses astonishing strength at a young age. In Yuehua City, innate Beast Masters are sought after by all major powers. Including the young Beast Master sent by the Sacred Clan, he is indeed an innate Beast Master. Speaking of which, why hasn't he shown himself? What is he waiting for? Li Gong was on the verge of spitting blood. He realized he truly couldn't defeat this old man. The rolling pin was extraordinary. Every strike was powerful enough to shatter his blade aura. If he guessed correctly, his opponent should be at least a 4th-tier latestage, or even peak warrior, not far from legendary status. Li Gong forced Old Guo back with all his strength, dragging his leg that had been broken by Old Guo. While fleeing, he roared, "Evil ghost, old thief, are you still waiting for us to fail before you act?" Old Guo, evil ghost. Is it that evil ghost? The evil ghost is a high-ranking deacon of the evil sect stationed in Yuehua City with astounding strength. He is a 4th-tier soul master. Low-tier soul masters are not that terrifying. They may even be outmatched by warriors of the same rank. But once a soul master reaches the mid-tier, the difference becomes stark. The true power of a soul master can be unleashed. They can crush warriors of the same tier. Hee hee. A chilling laughter sent shivers down everyone's spine. Li Gong, you are becoming more useless. You might as well retire and go home. The sound was like a magical melody piercing deep into the hearts of everyone. Then a bottomless vortex appeared, resembling an endless abyss. It made the threads of spiritual concentration sway wildly within the vortex. His mind went blank as if struck by lightning. This is the might of a soul master. At the location where Lao Guo and Li Gong were battling, a massive black whirlwind emerged, as if woven from ink. Lao Guo snorted coldly, playing tricks. He swung a stick, shattering the ink tornado to pieces. It worked. Lu Huan shouted joyfully. What could a soul master do? Lao Guo was no ordinary warrior. Especially Lao Guo's rolling pin, which was no ordinary weapon. It was a treasure unearthed from an ancient ruin capable of withstanding spiritual attacks and shattering them as well. Yet Lao Guo still wore a grave expression. It wouldn't be that simple. This reverse ghost was the highest-ranking chief steward of the evil sect in Moonlight City. Many in Moonlight City even knew his identity, yet no one could do anything about him. This is troublesome. He guessed that the evil sect might have more than one chief steward coming, but he didn't expect it to be this old rascal reverse ghost. You all go. He'll hold them off. Immediately Lao Guo, who was usually brimming with confidence, seemed to face a formidable enemy, urging everyone to leave. From his appearance, it seemed he was prepared for a fight to the death. Lu Huan and the others had yet to react. Another ink-colored vortex appeared in the sky, this time darkening the entire firmament. Darkness descended in an instant. Jiang Fan was aghast. What kind of technique is this? Why does the world change color? Isn't a soul master supposed to attack with spiritual force? Can spiritual force really change the color of the heavens? The techniques of Reverse Ghost exceeded Jiang Fan's understanding of soul masters. He remembered the lesson in class: the strengths of a soul master lie not in combat, but in research. Many brilliant cultural classics in human history were produced by soul masters, including the evolution routes of fierce beasts and spirit beasts, as well as records about the wilderness. Thus, soul masters are more akin to civil servants. They do not have to remain in danger like warriors. Suddenly, a tearing high-frequency sound exploded in Jiang Fan's ears. This is a mental attack. Not just Jiang Fan, but everyone shrouded in darkness felt the same. This sound inflicted an unbearable pain. It felt as if they had been struck by a neurotoxin. Lao Guo, closest to Reverse Ghost, seemed to suffer the most severe attack. His eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins as he cradled his head and groaned. Hell, warriors are just a bunch of brutes, Reverse Ghost mocked Lao Guo, producing a pitch-black dagger and leisurely stepping through the air. He approached Lao Guo step by step. At this moment, Lao Guo seemed to have no ability to resist. Jiang Fan's heart tightened. Lao Guo is in danger. Reverse Ghost actually rendered Lao Guo combat ineffective. Lao Guo. Lu Huan felt her head was about to explode. Yet she leaped up, wielding her slender sword, aiming at Reverse Ghost, trying to save Lao Guo. Reverse Ghost glanced at Lu Huan, a sly smile appearing on his face, which was covered in runes, before he flicked his blade. An invisible wave swept over Lu Huan. In an instant, her resolute pupils lost focus. Her body began to freefall. Falling from hundreds of meters in the air, even if Lu Huan didn't die, she would be gravely injured. Sister Huan. Jiang Fan couldn't jump as high as Sister Huan. He could only rely on the bald parrot to catch her. The bald parrot was incredibly fast, being the fastest among his creatures. Jiang Fan had always felt reassured. But now he was somewhat anxious, as the bald parrot's catch position was very close to Reverse Ghost. Reverse Ghost watched the bald parrot with a smile, seemingly with no intention of attacking. Grabbing Lu Huan with its claws, it immediately turned and fled wildly from Reverse Ghost. Jiang Fan kept a close watch on Reverse Ghost. Only when they were over 1,000 meters away did Jiang Fan finally relax. Typically, the range of a mental attack is shorter than that of physical energy release. A 4th-grade warrior can project their vitality over 1,000 meters, while a 4th-grade soul master's spiritual force would be somewhat shorter. 1,000 meters should be sufficient. Eek! Suddenly, the bald parrot let out a cry of distress. Turning around, Jiang Fan saw a large hawk with its entire body covered in shiny silver feathers had injured one of the bald parrot's wings. On the back of the hawk stood a tall, handsome young man wearing a subtle smile. The hawk seemed to be several times larger than the bald parrot. with powerful wings that even without flapping created a strong gust beneath them, allowing it to hover in mid. As its wings spread, they were about 20 to 30 meters long, imposing in the sky. On the ground, the bald blue cat emitted a threatening sound. The bald blue cat sensed a threat. 4th grade spirit beast. Jiang Fan frowned. The evil sect also sent a 4th grade beast master here. Moreover, this person looked quite young, around the same age as him, probably 18 or 19. Gao Yu, that beast master is yours to deal with. The dragon egg might be with him. Reverse Ghost said with a smile. The young man, named Gao Yu, lightly scrutinized Jiang Fan, chuckling, brother, if you hand over the dragon egg, I might consider sparing your life. Jiang Fan was stunned. Others were also taken aback. What audacity! Jiang Fan was also a 4th grade beast master, and the number of his spirit beasts was astonishing. Did the opponent have such confidence, thinking they had Jiang Fan in their grasp? To outsiders, this person named Gao Yu seemed to have a mysterious confidence. However, Jiang Fan did not share this view as a panel appeared beside Gao Yu. Name Gao Yu. Age 18. Occupation 4th grade Beast Master, 2nd grade Soul Master. Beast Emblems 4. Talent top tier. Spirit Beasts 3. Other characteristics: spiritual power level 2nd grade exceeds 10, adept at controlling time, with spirit beasts, extremely high level of control over spirit beasts. Silverwing Demon Hunting Eagle. Spirit Beast level 4th grade. Talent S. Type Flying. Stamina 6055. Strength 6984. Speed 10,001. Combat power 13,760. Evolution route. So powerful. This was the 2nd grade spirit beast he had seen aside from Su Qingcheng's Dragon Mastiff. All the data was remarkably strong. Compared to the bald blue cat, it was basically 3 to 4 times stronger in every aspect. Combat power was 4 times exceeding the terrifying mark of 10,000. The bald blue cat was only 3,008. It was too far off. Indeed, there was capital to be arrogant. Their ages were similar, but the combat power of the spirit beasts was vastly different. The key was that Gao Yu was also a 2nd grade soul master. A 2nd grade soul master might not necessarily provide much of an increase in combat power, but they could control spirit beasts more intricately, indirectly enhancing combat power. Everyone looked at Jiang Fan. Currently, it seemed that only Jiang Fan had the strength to fight. Old Gua had regained some awareness, but facing Li Gong and the Reverse Ghost, he was unable to support Jiang Fan. Among the others, the only slightly stronger one was Lu Huan. But Lu Huan was clearly not Gao Yu's opponent. This was troublesome. Even if Jiang Fan wanted to use the same method to throw a couple of ants at Gao Yu. However, Gao Yu was a beast master and was extremely sensitive. Therefore, he would react immediately, and at that time the secret of his ability to rapidly evolve spirit beasts would be exposed. It would be counterproductive. This was tricky. Glancing at his father's worried eyes, Jiang Fan smiled at Gao Yu. You and I are merely of the same rank. What confidence do you have? This statement made their side feel reassured. Indeed, they were all beast masters of the same rank. Who could be significantly stronger than the other? Xiao Fan would certainly not lose to this person. Old Jiang's furrowed brows relaxed as it seemed there was still hope for a fight. Hee. Gao Yu disdainfully glanced at Jiang Fan's bald blue cat. Could such deceptive words even be spoken? They merely served to boost the unfounded confidence of these outsiders. It couldn't change the tide of battle. A bunch of clowns, go Demon Hunting Eagle, kill them. The Silverwing Demon Hunting Eagle received the command and immediately dove down. This kind of responsive control ability, aside from Jiang Fan, could only be seen in Gao Yu. The target of the Demon Hunting Eagle was the warriors of the Guard Corps. It seemed Gao Yu's purpose was simple: to kill. First eliminate those annoying people, then slowly deal with Jiang Fan. Bald cat. Jiang Fan also gave the command. No need to say much. The bald blue cat was in sync with his thoughts, instantly grasping Jiang Fan's meaning. The bald blue cat pounced towards the Demon Hunting Eagle. Ordinarily, cats catch birds. This was the law of nature. However, this bird was no ordinary one, but an eagle. An eagle that hunted for food. Eek! The sharp cry of the Demon Hunting Eagle, accompanied by the gust of wind from its flapping wings, easily uprooted the large tree planted in the ground. Many warriors were affected, their bodies swept up to a height of over 10 meters. Meowed. The bald blue cat swiped at that gust of wind. Crack. The sound of a broken claw. A claw shot out like an arrow, piercing a white-clad enforcer in the distance. It directly pinned that white-clad enforcer to the ground. This white-clad enforcer was a 2nd grade powerhouse. The residual force from the clash of the two beasts could easily take the life of a 2nd grade warrior. Everyone felt a chill. This was too formidable. But even more impressive was the Demon Hunting Eagle. The bald blue cat shattered the gust of wind at the cost of a broken claw. However, the Demon Hunting Eagle was unscathed, and it hadn't even formally launched an attack, merely flapping its wings, as if it were just the prelude. The gap in strength between the two sides was vast. Even if unwilling to face it, even if Jiang Fan appeared confident, this was the reality. Xiao Fan. Old Jiang began to worry, seeing his son's expression that seemed to hold no great surprises. He understood. His son's previous ease was just for show. He didn't want to worry them, so he put on a brave face. Jiang Fan snorted. Currently, he could only mobilize the bald blue cat. The bald husky and bald parrot along with 3 iron-eating ants were all entangled by Li Gong. It could be said that on the entire battlefield they were at a comprehensive disadvantage. In terms of high-end and mid-range combat power, the opponent had the advantage. Although Old Guo was strong enough that rolling pin could indeed shatter spiritual attacks. Encountering either Li Gong or the reverse ghost would not end well. But ever since he was attacked by the reverse ghost's spiritual force, he seemed to be in a daze. His reactions had slowed down, and he began to retreat step by step. Old Guo endured 3 strikes from Li Gong, resulting in 3 bloody holes appearing on his body. Coupled with the relentless mental assaults from the reverse ghost, Old Guo frequently found himself stalling. Defeat was merely a matter of time. What options do we have now? Bang! A loud crash echoed. Jiang Fan looked up, his pupils constricting. Old Guo had been knocked to the ground. With the support of the reverse ghost, Li Gong held the upper hand and was about to strike Old Guo down with a single sword. This is bad. If Old Guo is defeated, they would have no chance to turn the tide. What to do? Jiang Fan was genuinely panicking. His fists were tightly clenched. There was no way out. He had to take desperate measures. 7 or 8 shadows quickly crawled toward the spot where Old Guo had fallen. The speed was incredibly fast. Someone with keen eyesight exclaimed, "Iron-eating ants." So many iron-eating ants. 7 of them. How is this possible? Clearly 3 had already entangled with Chao Xingguang. Just now Jiang Fan had spent 100,000 to evolve, not just 3. In total 10 had evolved. Those 7 had merely been hiding underground as his backup plan. But now to save Old Guo, they had to be revealed. The 7 iron-eating ants worked together with 3 directly flying towards Li Gong's sword energy. Li Gong frowned. Did they think they could stop him? He quickly glanced at Jiang Fan, realizing the clever strategy. This person had seen that he was gathering sword energy, preparing to finish off Old Guo. So he sent out 3 iron-eating ants as a suicide squad to force him to release his sword energy. What a bold move. Throwing away 3 second-grade spirit beasts just like that. It was simply not the method one would expect from a beast master. It is not easy for a beast master to cultivate a spirit beast. It is the foundation of their existence. Most importantly, unless the beast master actively relinquishes control over the spirit beast. Once a spirit beast dies, the beast seal that was occupied also disappears. He must be insane. Li Gong was furious. Although he did not understand Jiang Fan's methods, they indeed forced him to respond. As the 3 iron-eating ants flew towards him, Li Gong released his sword energy in advance. Clang! The sound of the sword echoed through the skies. The powerful sword energy instantly shattered the 3 iron-eating ants. Like countless blades, it cleaved downwards, creating a crack in the earth that stretched for hundreds of meters. The buildings on either side collapsed due to the ground's collapse. This was a residential building home to hundreds of ordinary people trembling in fear. Yet at this moment, they were all buried beneath the ruins. The tragic wails soon ceased. Ordinary people had no ability to protect themselves in such a war. Jiang Fan was stunned. He could hardly believe Li Gong could so easily harm defenseless ordinary people. But he had no choice. His abilities were limited, and he could only protect Old Guo. In the brief moment the 3 iron-eating ants held off the attack, the other 4 iron-eating ants dragged Old Guo away. Otherwise Old Guo would also perish. Is this what you righteous people call justice? Li Gong sneered, slightly irritated after missing his strike. Isn't it still for your friends while abandoning those ordinary people? Ordinary people were the term the evil sect used to refer to commoners. In their eyes, the lives of ordinary people were as insignificant as ants. They could be exterminated at any time for their own purposes. Chao Xingguang glanced at the collapsed residential building and the bodies of ordinary people buried under the rubble. He frowned slightly. Do not involve ordinary people. Li Gong, you have already joined the evil sect. You should understand that these ordinary people are obstacles to humanity's extraordinary evolution. How many die is of no concern. Chao Xingguang did not continue speaking. Extraordinary evolution of humanity. On the other side, Jiang Fan confirmed that Old Guo was temporarily out of danger. He mocked Li Gong. You are just a group of outcasts not accepted by humanity. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Gong was furious. What do you know? The righteousness of the Holy Clan is something you cannot comprehend. Jiang Fan no longer wanted to waste words with Li Gong, but instead turned to Chao Xingguang. Director Chao, you have always been the guardian in the hearts of the people of Tianqing Town. Now that you see the people in distress, will you remain indifferent? Chao Xingguang glanced at Jiang Fan, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Jiang Fan had no idea what Chao Xingguang was thinking. It seemed that there was some internal conflict within Chao Xingguang. Perhaps it was the Chao family that betrayed the Holy Clan, and he, Chao Xingguang, was merely cooperating with the Chao family's actions. Chao Xingguang had a very good reputation and position in Tianqing Town. This indicated that Chao Xingguang was indeed very diligent in his work. Right now the people of Tianqing Town you protect are about to be used as hostages by the evil sect. Can you really turn a blind eye to such despicable tactics? Qiao Xingwang's frown deepened. Jiang Fan's eyes brightened. There was hope. At the very least, the last shred of justice in Qiao Xingwang's heart still remained. As long as Qiao Xingwang was willing to switch sides, they still had a chance to fight. Hee hee. The reverse ghost laughed. You sure can talk, but will Qiao Xingwang abandon his family for so-called righteousness? Jiang Fan froze, suddenly realizing something. He looked around several times, but saw no one. No members of the Qiao family. Hee hee. As long as he dares to betray the Holy Clan, from then on there will be no more Qiao family in this world. So that was it. The evil sect was using the lives of the Qiao family as leverage, forcing Qiao Xingwang to work for the evil sect. The members of the Qiao family might have already been confined somewhere. As long as they could rescue the hostages, perhaps Qiao Xingwang could really change sides. Meanwhile, at the law enforcement office building, it was completely deserted. Almost all the white-clad enforcers of the law enforcement office had been dispatched. The others who hadn't been deployed hid away after receiving the rumors. Suddenly, two individuals stepped into the law enforcement office building. These two were Su Qingqing and Zhang Ma. The people imprisoned by the evil sect should be here, Su Qingqing said. Zhang Ma replied, we just searched through the entire law enforcement office and found no one. As a critical location of Tianqing Town, there should be a hidden chamber. Su Qingqing nodded. She summoned her dragon mastiff pup. Its golden fur shone as if it were a source of light. Zhang Ma was astonished. Miss, your dragon mastiff is already of the 3rd rank. When did this happen? Wasn't the Miss still looking for an evolution master to provide a plan for the dragon mastiff's evolution? This is beyond my expectations. The Miss Dragon Mastiff is a spirit beast of grade quality. Its talent is exceptionally high and its lineage is also very good. The Dragon Mastiff is not merely a mastiff carrying dragon bloodline. It is a legendary spirit beast distinct from dragons, yet comparable to them. The difficulty of evolution is extremely high. Originally, the Su family intended to find an evolution master friendly with the family to provide an evolution plan for the Dragon Mastiff. However, that evolution master went missing while exploring the wilderness. Thus, the evolution plan was shelved. Later, the Miss Mother also went missing during an expedition in the wilderness. The Lord knew the Miss wanted to quickly increase her strength and go to the wilderness to search for her mother. Therefore, he deliberately prevented the Dragon Mastiff from evolving and did not allow other evolution masters to assist the Miss. But the Miss managed to achieve it herself. This seems improbable. Could it be that an evolution master secretly helped the Miss? Who could it be? Evolution masters are well known. There hasn't been any report of one visiting Tianqing Town. No one in the Su family likely knows that the Miss has already become a 3rd-rank beast master. The Dragon Mastiff has an exceptionally strong sense of smell and high intelligence. It quickly led the two deeper into the law enforcement office. Deep within the law enforcement office, several narrow corridors intertwined. This area is located underground, free from the constraints of the above-ground structures. Thus, each corridor is very deep, and one cannot see the end at a glance. Found it. The Dragon Mastiff stopped in front of one of the doors. The door was locked. Zhang Ma acted directly and smashed it with one palm. However, as she broke it, the entire corridor lit up with red warning lights. We shouldn't trigger the alarms here. Zhang Ma underestimated the situation. No problem, act quickly. Su Qingqing glanced at the Dragon Mastiff, and it understood. Its massive body instantly broke through the door frame. Crowded in the small room, it sniffed a few times, confirming a location. One paw struck the ground. The tiles were instantly reduced to powder. However, the layer of brown metal beneath the tiles only trembled slightly. Meteorite iron. It requires at least 4th-rank destructive power to break through. Miss, please step back. Zhang Ma squeezed in and struck down at the ground with one palm. The brown metal instantly formed a large dent. However, it had not been completely destroyed. At that time, the bald blue cat also took several swipes to scratch open the deepest storage room of the soldier group's warehouse. Zhang Ma needed to strike 10 times before creating a crack. She was somewhat out of breath and couldn't help but think about how difficult it was for someone to smash the meteorite iron door. It must be at least a 4th-rank spirit beast. Initially, they suspected it was Yi Qingguo's doing, but after contacting him, they found out he wasn't even in Tianqing Town. They did not know who this mysterious figure was. It wasn't until the 16th strike that the meteorite iron door was completely shattered. In that instant of breaking the door, a fist rushed out. Zhang Ma was prepared and blocked this fist. A 3rd-rank martial artist. Zhang Ma snorted coldly. How dare you be so reckless? She retaliated with the same punch. A scream echoed from below the iron door passage. Miss, wait a moment. Zhang Ma rushed into the passage alone. The Dragon Mastiff was too large to enter this hidden chamber made entirely of fine iron. Therefore, Su Qingqing did not push herself, instead intercepting at the entrance with the Dragon Mastiff. As long as someone escaped, it was highly likely they wouldn't be a match for the Dragon Mastiff. Several roars and intense fighting could be heard from below. After a few minutes, some individuals crawled up. The first to emerge was a composed, middle-aged man who appeared somewhat disheveled. Meeting Su Qingcheng's gaze, he hurriedly said, "I am the commander of Tianqing Town. Thank you for your rescue. You are the benefactors of Tianqing Town." The benefactors of Tianqing Town. Following him were several young people, all wearing expressions of relief after surviving a disaster, especially Zhang Hua. The first to emerge was a composed, middle-aged man who appeared somewhat disheveled. Meeting Su Qingcheng's gaze, he hurriedly said, "I am the commander of Tianqing Town." Su Qingcheng's brows furrowed instantly as she asked Zhang Hua, "Where is Jiang Fan?" "I don't know. Who cares, Qingcheng? Do you know? There's danger in Tianqing Town, Chow." Before Zhang Hua could finish, Su Qingcheng immediately grabbed one of the individuals dragged up by Zhang Ma. She questioned sternly, "Where is Jiang Fan?" The man was clearly scared, trembling as he hurriedly said, "Jiang Fan hasn't come. It seems he has hidden himself. The law enforcers have searched the entire city, and it appears he has left Tianqing Town. He has said so himself." Su Qingcheng was even more puzzled. Jiang Fan definitely hadn't left Tianqing Town. She understood Jiang Fan, as long as his parents were still in Tianqing Town, he would never leave alone. "Qingcheng, don't worry about that kid anymore. He's either hiding somewhere, or he's dead. Right now Zhang Hua's words interrupted once again. This time it was Su Qingcheng's cold, penetrating gaze. Zhang Hua couldn't understand why she cared so much about Jiang Fan. Currently, there was a crisis in Tianqing Town. The law enforcement department and the guard corps had betrayed them. Joined with the evil sect, they cast the entire Tianqing Town into darkness. Their fate would be extremely terrifying. They might even be used as bargaining chips in negotiations between the evil sect and Yuehua City. With their fate in the hands of others, what was the use of finding Jiang Fan at this moment? Su Qingcheng no longer paid attention to Zhang Hua, but coldly looked at some members of the Chao family. "Chao family, have you betrayed us?" The Chao family members were slightly startled by the question. The head of the Chao family hesitated for a long time, but still didn't dare to speak the truth. Behind the head of the Chao family, a young man stepped forward. If Jiang Fan and Lu Huan were here, they would definitely recognize him as Chao Gang from the trading center's Spirit Beast Egg Trading Hall. But the current Chao Gang was not the same as before. Instead, he appeared somewhat disheveled. "We were deceived by the Holy Clan, the evil sect." Chao Gang disregarded the head of the family's obstruction and revealed the truth. "The evil sect originally promised us that once we helped them seize Tianqing Town, they would allow the Chao family to become the masters of Tianqing Town, managing all affairs of the town for them." As he spoke, Chao Gang was filled with righteous indignation, holding a frail young man, his voice choked with emotion, but they never regarded the Chao family as partners. They kept delaying the Chao family's position as directors of the evil sect's branch in Yuehua City, draining the Chao family's resources. "And just now that guy called Gao, you stripped the beast seal from my brother." Stripping the beast seal. Su Qingcheng frowned. This was an extremely cruel method. It involved the technique of live extraction to obtain others' beast seals, increasing one's own number of beast seals. This method is strictly prohibited by the Star Moon Federation. However, the evil sect frequently employs it. They hunt talented beast tamers from remote areas for this very purpose. "The evil sect truly deserves to die," the commander of Tianqing Town gritted his teeth and said. Zhang Ma glanced at the commander, her eyes filled with a hint of doubt, but she said nothing. "You all should leave here and find a safe place to hide." After saying this, Su Qingcheng prepared to leave. Suddenly, she was called back by the commander. "Are you going to the city center for support?" "I will go too." Su Qingcheng frowned. "How do you know there's fighting in the city center?" This place was underground, and the sounds from the outside world hardly reached them. Therefore, these people should, like Zhang Hua, be unaware of the battle that had already erupted outside. The commander looked visibly taken aback, then smiled. "I believe that the people in the city are valiant and will not easily succumb to the evil sect." This reason seemed plausible. "But you are not a martial artist. It would be useless for you to go." "But I must go, for I am the commander of Tianqing Town. In such a dire moment, I should stand with the warriors." "As you wish," Su Qingcheng said indifferently. Perhaps Jiang Fan really was on the battlefield in the city center. If that's the case, Jiang Fan would be in danger. "Miss, I think this." Zhang Ma was about to whisper her conjecture. Su Qingcheng waved her hand, quickening her pace, leaving the law enforcement department to head towards the city center. Zhang Ma glanced at the commander, who was slightly panting behind, and hurriedly followed Su Qingcheng. Meanwhile, the situation in the city center had already reached a boiling point. The warriors of the guard corps were suffering casualties at an alarming rate. Only 10 remained, and that was Jiang Fan had given Old Gu some beast blood, all of which was third-grade beast blood. Although the quantity was small, it was barely enough to allow Old Gu to recover some combat strength. Using beast blood to restore strength was purely a method of overexerting one's vitality. But Old Gu didn't care. Even if he didn't do this, he would die anyway, so he might as well give it a shot. He didn't know where this kid got so much beast blood, but it wasn't his, so he used it freely. Jiang Fan was almost in agony. He had emptied the guard corps warehouse and only got this little third-grade beast blood in return. Yet Old Gu devoured it all like candy. A few 100,000. Hiss. Aren't you done yet? Jiang Fan couldn't help it. The third-grade beast blood was finished. Old Gu weakly shook his head. Is there more? I'm seriously injured cough cough. Spirit stones. Old Gus' eyes suddenly lit up. You? Jiang Fan was left with a head full of question marks. With this spirit, are you sure you need them? Cough cough cough, I'm too heavily injured. But I feel like I can use spirit stones to save myself. Jiang Fan's gaze was sharp. He sensed that Lao Guo was trying to manipulate him, but he had no evidence. Looking at Lao Guo's sickly state, it seemed he was on the verge of death. He genuinely feared that Lao Guo might really die. Thus he had no choice but to endure the pain of parting, giving Lao Guo the last 5 spirit stones he had. Seeing that Jiang Fan had made no further moves, Lao Guo expressed disappointment. Is that all? As Jiang Fan was silently putting the stones away, Lao Guo hurriedly blocked him. No, no, no. Though it's a bit few, it's better than nothing. One day I'll take you to see the reserves of the dark department. Lao Guo added. Hiss. This statement felt unsettling. Watching the two of them, who looked like they were performing a comedic act, Li Gong couldn't help but frown. Can you two delay time and act a bit more convincingly? Just now Jiang Fan and Lao Guo had openly shared resources, healed wounds, and exchanged trash talk under everyone's gaze. Did they think they were invisible? Now Jiang Fan had shrunk all his spirit beasts, protecting the two of them. The members of the guard troop and Lu Huan were now relatively safe. This was because Jiang Fan had agreed to an unequal treaty. Jiang Fan needed to duel Gao Yu. If he lost, he would have to reveal the location of the hidden dragon egg. If Jiang Fan won, they would let everyone go. It seemed generous, but they fundamentally did not believe Jiang Fan could win. They firmly believed that Jiang Fan was inferior to Gao Yu. They indeed had the confidence, as Gao Yu possessed and scrayed qualified 4th-tier spirit beast, making him nearly invincible among equally ranked beast masters. Given this, why not seize the opportunity to obtain clues about the dragon egg? That dragon egg was unusual, belonging to a relatively vibrant life force within the dragon nest. It was also relatively easy to revive, so extracting information about the dragon egg from Jiang Fan would be the best outcome. It was more valuable than killing him. Of course, Jiang Fan also knew that even if he handed over the dragon egg, he would ultimately still die. Lao Guo, do you have any money? Jiang Fan suddenly asked in a low voice. What? Lao Guo was puzzled, not understanding the meaning. The beast blood and spirit stones I provided you should be worth at least 2 to 3 million, right? That's about right. Actually, it's still a bit low. Based on market price, it should be at least 4 to 5 million. So much. Jiang Fan's eyes widened. No wonder you're the one who stole. Took from the guard troops warehouse. You must have money. Lao Guo praised while greedily absorbing the information. Jiang Fan was not one for pretense and held out his hand. Moi. Lao Guo was confused again. Hand over the money. Are you trying to get a free meal? This left Lao Guo utterly speechless. You're about to die, and you still want money. You're the one about to die. No, the key point is you want money. With our relationship, you still want money. Lao Guo felt wronged to the point of tears. Jiang Fan remained expressionless, thinking, what kind of relationship do we have? Isn't it just that I always eat noodles at your place? If it weren't for your cheap noodles, would I have endured eating these terrible noodles for so many years? Jiang Fan sighed. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't ask for it, but I need it now. I need to evolve my spirit beasts. In fact, he did have a chance against Gao Yu. Although the silver-feathered demon-hunting eagle was an scrayed qualified 4th-tier beast, and its combat power was formidable. He had many spirit beasts, and if he could manage to have 1 or 2 more 4th-tier spirit beasts, he might have a shot at victory. The thoughtful expression on Jiang Fan's face made Lao Guo feel that he was deeply worried. Suddenly realizing, Lao Guo thought that Xiao Fan might not be asking for money for himself. Perhaps he wanted to provide his parents with an inheritance, allowing them to live a better life in the future. Xiao Fan, I didn't expect you to have filial piety. Lao Guo was touched, tears flowing as he looked at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan was extremely bewildered. What does this have to do with filial piety? Then Jiang Fan and Lao Guo executed a series of complicated maneuvers. Lao Guo's phone was shattered by sword energy, making it impossible to transfer money, so he borrowed Lu Huan's phone. Lu Huan was also puzzled, wondering what payment software Lao Guo wanted to log into. What time was it? When Lao Guo finally accessed the payment software, Jiang Fan was instantly stunned. He asked Lao Guo, how many accounts do you have? Lao Guo rolled his eyes. A person can only register 1 account, you know. The dark department is no exception. But, is it only 800,000? He initially thought this was a huge sum, believing Lao Guo, being so strong and having lived so long, should have quite a bit of money. But it was only 800,000. Lao Guo smiled. At my level, I am no longer interested in money. What matters more are resources that money can't buy. After saying all that, you're still poor. Lao Guo felt sad, a heart-wrenching moment. He transferred all of his remaining 80,000 to Jiang Fan. Ding. Received a transfer of 830,000 from Lao Guo. Wealth value increased by 800,000. It had arrived. Adding to his original wealth, he now had over 1,300,000 in wealth value. A smile crept across Jiang Fan's lips. It was enough, with clever use of words. Gao Yu was not impossible to defeat. Is that enough? I'll give you a discount this time. This amount is far from enough. Lao Guo was dumbfounded, and everyone else was taken aback. What was this guy talking about? Gao Yu's expression darkened, and his previously graceful and amiable smile vanished. That last statement was his question. He was truly losing patience with Jiang Fan. Old Guo felt a bit awkward, as if he could no longer delay. Jiang Fan, who seemed to have just realized something, smiled at Gao Yu and said, "That's fine, but I think we should choose another place to duel, so we can both let loose." Gao Yu immediately sensed an issue and was about to refuse, but then heard Jiang Fan say, "We both have our secrets, I believe you would agree too." This single phrase left Gao Yu with no way to refuse. Otherwise would he not be admitting that he had no secrets? In fact, he had no secrets. What he displayed was all of himself. Where do so many top young talents come from? They all exhaust every resource in one or two areas, striving with all their might to earn a chance to stand out among geniuses. The cost is a remarkable achievement. But what is seen is everything. However, he would not admit to being this embarrassed. True geniuses are relaxed at ease and full of creative strategies. All right, Gao Yu agreed with great confidence. Jiang Fan thought to himself, system evolved the bald parrot to the 4th rank. Evolving. Jiang Fan suggested the dual location at a private golf course far from the city center. Initially, Gao Yu disagreed because it was close to the city wall, making it easier for this guy to escape. But Jiang Fan persuaded Gao Yu. The view was magnificent, a panoramic sight of lesser mountains. A duel between experts should take place in such an extraordinary location. Remember, this golf mountain was originally a barren hill that many developers wanted to buy. Later, the Chao family purchased it and developed it into a playground for the wealthy. Gao Yu, you must not that place is. Li Gong suddenly stopped speaking. It seemed to concern a secret. Gao Yu smiled and said, "No worries, those things are buried deep, they won't come out." Li Gong's expression darkened. Geniuses are incredibly difficult to restrain. Jiang Fan glanced at Chao Zhongyang in the crowd, who suddenly nodded slightly. This confirmed Jiang Fan's suspicion that the dragon's nest was located beneath the golf mountain. It seems the Chao family deliberately purchased this land. But to assign this land to the person in charge of the Chao family. Without time to think further, the two had just arrived at the golf mountain when Gao Yu commanded the demon hunting eagle to launch an attack. With one claw, the demon hunting eagle tore through the ground. Fortunately, the bald parrot timely helped him dodge, otherwise it would have ended the battle in an instant. Glancing at the bald blue cat, it meowed once. It propelled itself a few hundred meters, then leaped up toward the demon hunting eagle. The enormous cat paw struck toward the demon hunting eagle. Dodge! Gao Yu immediately ordered the demon hunting eagle to evade. The combat power of the demon hunting eagle was impressive. Even among spirit beasts of the same rank, it was top tier. But it also had weaknesses. Its physique was relatively weak. It relied on sudden attacks, seeking to achieve a one-hit kill. Close combat could be said to be the only weakness of the demon hunting eagle. Old Gua and the others were delighted. They had excellent battle thinking, accurately identifying the weakness of the demon hunting eagle. Li Gong and others frowned slightly. The black-robed beast master had considerable battle experience, even comparable to Gao Yu. Just as everyone thought the bald blue cat had caught the demon hunting eagle, Gao Yu sneered, "Naive. Rise." Upon receiving the command, the demon hunting eagle instantly flapped its wings and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it shot up to 10,000 meters. The power of a 4th-rank spirit beast was simply beyond imagination. The bald blue cat missed, unwillingly rolling up its sleeves. The demon hunting eagle then dove down like a silver lightning bolt from the heavens. Accompanied by a strong sound of breaking air, it bombarded downwards. Jiang Fan was alarmed. This seemed to be the hunting stance of the demon hunting eagle. The void shattered slightly wherever the demon hunting eagle passed. The cry of the eagle was deafening. The bald blue cat quickly dashed through the forest. Utilizing the trees as cover, it ran, while keeping an eye on the diving direction of the demon hunting eagle. Swish, swish, swish. Both sides moved at tremendous speed. Not good. Too slow. Jiang Fan frowned. It was evident the demon hunting eagle could adjust its direction even in the high altitude. No matter where the bald blue cat tried to escape, the direction of the demon hunting eagle was always right toward it. Boom. The demon hunting eagle plunged into the forest, sweeping away large swathes of trees with its powerful shockwave. Blue cat! Jiang Fan shouted loudly. He quickly commanded the iron-eating ants to support the bald blue cat. Additionally, he sent the bald silly dog to attack Gao Yu. Gao Yu sneered. Trash is still trash, a bunch of trash is still trash. Whoosh. Suddenly, the demon hunting eagle burst out from the explosion of dust. Even on the ground, the speed of the demon hunting eagle was still remarkably fast. It almost instantly reached the bald second-hound's front. The feathers on its wings were like steel, and with a swift slap it sent the silly dog reeling. The body was sent flying hundreds of meters away, crashing heavily into the mountains and creating a series of large pits. The distant spectators felt a heavy sensation. Gao Ye's spirit beast was so strong. The gap was too vast. Jiang Fan, does he have a chance of winning? Lu Huan asked Old Gua. Originally, she thought both were fourth-ranked beast masters. Even if there was a gap, it shouldn't be that significant. But now it seemed that combined Jiang Fan's two spirit beings were utterly powerless. Sigh. Old Gua could only let out a helpless sigh. It could be said that the hope of victory was less than 1 in 10. Gao Yu could be sent by the evil sect to become a dragon master. His talent was undoubtedly exceptional. Moreover, with the resource supply from the evil sect, it further empowered Gao Yu. Being such a young fourth-rank beast master itself was like a bug existence. Old Gua's expression was grave. Jiang Fan was stalling for time with his life. He needed to recover quickly. At the moment of Jiang Fan's defeat, he must rescue him. If Tianqing cannot hold its ground, at least these young talents must escape. Overestimating yourself. Li Gong and the others seemed quite relaxed at this moment. Gao Yu is indeed very strong. No wonder he was a top genius blessed with abundant resources from the evil sect. They only needed to wait for Gao Yu to eliminate the Black Robe Beastmaster. Otherwise, if they really forced a mid-grade Beastmaster into a desperate situation, they would have to pay the corresponding price. This time the instructors sent by the evil sect had already sacrificed quite a few. If they sacrificed any further, they would have no strength left to guard. The bald blue cat had survived, but was seriously injured with patches of fur missing and its flesh a bloody mess. One of its claws was broken, severed by the diving attack of the demon-hunting eagle. Although the bald dog only received a slap from the eagle, its injuries were even worse than those of the bald blue cat. Is this all the strength you have? Gao Yu mocked. Hey, your weaknesses are quite obvious too. The demon-hunting eagle is the only one you can rely on. Gao Ye's expression froze. Indeed, the only spirit beast he could deploy was the demon-hunting eagle. Although he had 3 creatures, all resources had been allocated to the eagle, leaving the other 2 as mere first-tier beings. Once the demon-hunting eagle launched its attack, he would have no time to return for support, and he would surely die. The demon-hunting eagle is more than enough to deal with you. Gao Yu was quite domineering. He had absolute confidence in the demon-hunting eagle. Its power and speed were impeccable. With a single flap of its wings, it could reach a kilometer away in the blink of an eye. No accidents were possible. Eek! The demon-hunting eagle launched another attack, and this time the bald blue cat and the bald dog found it hard to evade. Jiang Fan snorted coldly. He fled frantically with the bald blue cat and the bald dog disregarding his appearance. He was truly crawling and scrambling. Is this your reliance? The voice of the reverse ghost was filled with sinister laughter. However, Old Gua's side was filled with worry. Old Jiang was on the verge of fainting. If it weren't for Old Jiang supporting him, he would have collapsed. He often told his son that a good man should aim for the world, punishing the strong and aiding the weak. But now he regretted it. All he wanted was for his son to be safe. Just as everyone's hearts were raised, Old Gua suddenly moved. The rolling pin in his hand sparkled with lightning. He strode towards Gower Mountain, but the next moment a dark whirlpool appeared before him. The reverse ghost. A fair duel is taking place over there. Let's not interfere. Fairness, you old ghost. Without hesitation, Old Gua swung his stick. He instantly extinguished the dark whirlpool of the reverse ghost. However, the next moment another whirlpool appeared behind Old Gua. The reverse ghost stepped out unscathed. The unpredictability of his methods sent chills down one's spine. Old man comes to lend a hand. Suddenly, an old woman appeared from afar, walking in the air, coming swiftly. Old Gua looked over and realized he didn't seem to know this person. But this old woman was formidable. With a single punch, she dispersed the reverse ghost's dark whirlpool. Old Gua quickly said, "Go save over there." But the old woman continued to come straight over. Until Old Gua was nearly frantic, the old woman leisurely said, "Someone is over there." Among the crowd, Old Jiang glanced several times before daring to conclude, whispering with disbelief, "Is that Su Qingcheng's aunt?" Su Qingcheng. Lu Huan was taken aback. Was Su Qingcheng still here? Shouldn't she have been taken away by the Su family? The intelligence received by the Dark Division indicated that the Su family had sent someone to Tianqing Town to take Su Qingcheng away. Roar. A roar echoed. It came from Gower Mountain. Everyone quickly turned their heads. A massive golden-furred mastiff dog adorned with what appeared to be dragon horns on its head. With a furious roar, it was glaring at the sky, waiting to hunt the demon-hunting eagle. Its imposing presence resembled that of a ruler in the desolate lands of Tibet. There was a feeling of overwhelming dominance. Su Qingcheng has arrived. Jiang Fan's reaction was different from the others. He instantly felt a chill in his heart. Although everyone said Su Qingcheng came to Tianqing Town for the so-called arranged marriage, he had witnessed with his own eyes that the evil sect Xiao ran, and Su Qingcheng appeared to be quite familiar. Su Qingcheng was definitely a member of the evil sect. He just didn't expect that so-called aunt to actually be a fourth-tier warrior. This was troublesome. One wave had not yet settled, and another had arisen. This battle could not be dragged out any longer. You go stop the mastiff. Jiang Fan commanded several iron-eating ants. These iron-eating ants were originally prepared to serve as cannon fodder to entangle the demon-hunting ants. But now it seemed they must first stop the dragon mastiff. Though the dragon mastiff was a third-tier beast, it was still of S-grade quality, and its combat power should not be underestimated. Su Qingsheng had just arrived and had not yet grasped the situation. She saw 3 iron-eating ants flying over. These flying insects were quite troublesome. Encountering them in the wild was a disaster. But only in groups. Except for the insect tamer, but since when did Gao Yu become an insect tamer? He shouted, "Hold on for a moment, I'll deal with these little bugs, and then come to help you." Gao Yu frowned. Su Qingsheng was still here. Previously Xiao Ran was very confident he could deal with Su Qingsheng. Now that Xiao Ran was missing, Su Qingsheng was still alive. Xiao Ran had failed. Glancing at Su Qingsheng's dragon mastiff, he understood in his heart. So that's how it is. Su Qingsheng had actually succeeded in evolving the dragon mastiff. Naturally, Xiao Ran was no match for Su Qingsheng. He chuckled, having heard long ago that the Su family had an escaped princess with extraordinary talent. As a natural beast master, she awakened her beast seal at birth, achieving an astonishing 90 compatibility with spirit beasts. However, the head of the Su family was unwilling to let her spirit beasts evolve too quickly, as he did not want her to search for her missing mother in the Xishao wilderness. He recognized this Gao Yu, who often appeared around the Xiao family. Their relationship with Xiao Ran seemed quite good. "I didn't expect you to be from the evil sect." Does that mean Xiao Ran and the entire Xiao family are just pawns of the evil sect? Su Qingsheng asked lightly. Gao Yu smiled. "Why ask? Miss Su should have known long ago the moment you killed Xiao Ran." "Kill Xiao Ran?" Su Qingsheng frowned. "Did Xiao Ran die?" She truly did not know. "Huh, wasn't it you who killed him?" Gao Yu was momentarily stunned. Suddenly the hunter eagle let out a painful screech. A giant iron-eating ant over 10 meters long with a pitch-black body and a shimmering surface was frantically attacking the hunter eagle with its 2 mandibles. The hunter eagle tried to rise to great heights, attempting to escape. However, the iron-eating ant was also a flying type capable of soaring to the sky. Gao Yu was horrified. Why did a 4th-grade iron-eating ant appear? And suddenly, too. He couldn't help but glance at Jiang Fan, who was this black-robed beast master that he had 2 4th-grade spirit beasts. "I killed Xiao Ran." Jiang Fan shouted domineeringly. "And you all stop pretending you're in cahoots thinking I don't know." Jiang Fan cast a disappointed glance at Su Qingsheng. Su Qingsheng was slightly puzzled. She sensed that even though the black robe concealed his face, he seemed to feel disappointed in her. Suddenly it dawned on her. The iron-eating ant was the spirit beast of the black-robed beast master. And the black-robed beast master mistakenly thought she was also from the evil sect, which was why he initiated the attack first. The dragon mastiff was currently biting an iron-eating ant, crunching it. It was about to shatter the ant's steel-like body. She hurriedly instructed the dragon mastiff to release the iron-eating ant. Then she explained, "I am not from the evil sect. I came to support you." "You're not from the evil sect." Jiang Fan frowned. "But I saw you with that Xiao Ran. Your relationship seemed quite close." "Xiao Ran is from the evil sect. How could you not know?" "Indeed, I did not know, or rather I could not confirm." Su Qingsheng spoke the truth. The Xiao family has considerable power in Moonlight City, so even if I suspect the Xiao family, I cannot easily raise doubts. "You are really not from the evil sect?" "No." "Then why did you bite my iron-eating ant?" That iron-eating ant had been bitten by the dragon mastiff. Even if it was not dead, it was crippled. With the dragon mastiff's biting power, it had pierced right through. "You attacked first." Su Qingsheng felt exhausted. This person was so reckless. Moreover, he was very direct. This reminded her of someone, a guy who was also a big straight man. "What are you still doing? Go kill Gao Yu and he'll deal with his hunter eagle." Gao Yu panicked instantly. He didn't expect that the black-robed beast master actually had 2 4th-grade spirit beasts. Even if the 2 combined, they were far inferior to the hunter eagle. However, the 4th-grade iron-eating ant could use its flying ability to entangle the hunter eagle in the sky. Meanwhile, the bald blue cat was watching intently on the ground. As soon as the hunter eagle's altitude dropped within range, the bald blue cat would leap up and scratch it, even at the cost of its life. "This is troublesome." Su Qingsheng decisively commanded the dragon mastiff to pounce at Gao Yu. Gao Yu was even more decisive, summoning his other 2 spirit beasts. Although these 2 spirit beasts were both 1st grade, they just needed to hold out for a moment. "Evil ghost, save me." Gao Yu ordered his 2 1st-grade spirit beasts to be a sacrificial squad, then turned and fled at full speed. The evil ghost moved quickly, overtaking Zhang Ma. With a speed comparable to that of a ghost, it swiftly went to intercept Gao Yu. Gao Yu could not die. He was a genius, highly regarded by a figure from the evil sect. He was meant to be cultivated into a dragon rider. He absolutely could not die here. Old Gu spat out a mouthful of blood. "What happened to the fair duel we agreed upon? You're so shameless to strike in a contest of juniors." He raised a rolling pin and charged forward. Li Gong was about to stop Old Gu, but Zhang Ma was staring at him intently. He shouted at Chao Jingguang, "Go stop that old man." Chao Jingguang frowned. I am not his opponent. As long as you stop him, I will let your Chao family go. Chao Xingwang's eyes instantly became resolute as he charged out without hesitation. Three fourth-grade powerhouses engaged in a chase in the air, each one as unstoppable as a bolt of thunder. The momentum was incredibly fierce. The sound of wind breaking was clear to those on the ground. Many white-clad law enforcers also bore down on old Gu with gritted teeth, encircling him. Gao Yu looked back. The two first-grade spirit beasts he had thrown out had not even lasted a minute. The Dragon Mastiff was exceptionally formidable, its combat power comparable to weaker fourth-grade spirit beasts. Even first-grade spirit beasts couldn't withstand a single bite. It was also incredibly fast, almost catching up to Gao Yu in the blink of an eye. Gao Yu felt his scalp tingle. The Beast Master himself was quite weak, and without spirit beasts, he had little combat power. Roar! The Dragon Mastiff opened its bloody maw. Gao Yu gritted his teeth and used his own arm to block. Crack! His sleeve was instantly shattered by the terrifying bite force of the Dragon Mastiff. It revealed a special metal-made sleeve armor inside. This sleeve armor appeared quite extraordinary, seemingly forged from the bones of a high-grade ferocious beast. The Dragon Mastiff actually couldn't bite through. This armor was remarkably expensive, worth a fortune. Even in the whole month of watching, there weren't many sets. Clearly Gao Yu had truly obtained priceless resources from the evil sect. However, once bitten by the Dragon Mastiff, it would shake wildly. Bang! 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 The sound of rapid impacts echoed. Gao Yu was slammed to the ground like a sandbag. If it weren't for the armor protecting him, he would have turned into a puddle of mud long ago. Nevertheless, even so, his body was already in excruciating pain, and his limbs and torso were numb. At that moment, the reverse ghost arrived. The reverse ghost's eyes were hollow, and it struck the Dragon Mastiff on the forehead. The seemingly light slap caused the Dragon Mastiff to freeze in its movements for a moment. Gao Yu seized the opportunity to escape from the Mastiff's mouth. Although a mental attack couldn't inflict visible physical harm like a martial artist, sometimes the effect was quite good. By the time the Dragon Mastiff reacted, Gao Yu had already been whisked away by the reverse ghost, engulfed in a swirling vortex of ink. Gone without a trace. This is the means of a spirit master. Xiao Fan, be careful. Lu Huan's voice suddenly came through. Jiang Fan felt a chill behind him. The vortex had appeared silently behind him. How is that possible? With the reverse ghost behind, and Gao Yu in front, Gao Yu wore a sinister smile, holding a silver dagger in hand. You shall die. The true essence of a beast master is weak. He understood this better than anyone. Don't be fooled by the ferocious spirit beasts of the beast masters. Their strength surpasses that of martial artists of the same rank. But without their spirit beasts, beast masters are only slightly stronger than ordinary people. They spend too much time controlling and evolving their spirit beasts. There was simply no time to cultivate other skills. Even if there was, they would choose to cultivate the path of the spirit. The strength of their mental power relates to the duration and precision of their control over spirit beasts. Ordinary beast masters achieve a control level of 60 over their spirit beasts, which is already quite good. Excellent ones can reach 70 or 80. Exceptional geniuses can achieve 85 or even 90. This is closely related to their mental power. The higher the control level over the spirit beast, the more freely it can be utilized. It's like controlling one's own limbs, agile and responsive. Thus, very few beast masters pursue martial arts as it wastes time and energy. Moreover, practicing martial arts also requires money. If one has money, it is better to buy more evolution materials for spirit beasts. Therefore, he believed that this unexpected strike would surely take the life of the black-cloaked beast master. Even the reverse ghost thought so. So he allowed Gao Yu to act, and reminded him, just injure him, we still need him to reveal the location of the dragon egg. Gao Yu certainly understood injuring was sufficient. Even stabbing him 10 or 20 times would suffice as long as he didn't die. The silver dagger thrust forward. Everyone's hearts tightened instantly. Xiao Fan was cornered. It's over. The other spirit beasts couldn't come to his aid in time. Old Gus' eyes widened. Others might not know, but he did. Though it was unbelievable, Xiao Fan was a first-grade martial artist. Was Gao Yu a first-grade martial artist? Certainly not. Could he injure Jiang Fan? At this moment, old Gu thought if Jiang Fan had the courage, perhaps he could. Jiang Fan was also momentarily, then at a speed that Gao Yu couldn't even imagine, he turned, seized the dagger, and struck. The entire process was fluid, especially how easy it was to take the dagger from Gao Yu. Gao Yu's eyes widened. The silver dagger lodged in his neck. His neck was the only part of his body not covered by armor. The entire ordeal took less than a second. Even the reverse ghost didn't react in time. The reverse ghost hadn't expected Jiang Fan's blood vitality to be so strong. He was a legitimate first-grade martial artist, even stronger than some half-baked white-clad enforcers. Save me. Gao Yu trembled all over. His carotid artery had been pierced by Jiang Fan, and bright red blood gushed out. In the distance, the demon-hunting eagle entangled with the fourth-grade iron-eating ant, and the bald blue cat rushed over regardless of everything. But it was seized by the iron-eating ant, which clipped off one of its wings. As it descended, it was clawed by the bald blue cat in the abdomen. A large amount of blood rained down from the sky. It scattered on the grass of Gulf Mountain. The demon-hunting eagle was defeated. In battles between spirit beasts, once defeated, death is almost certain. Meanwhile, Gao Ye's convulsions gradually ceased. The light in his eyes slowly faded. The reverse ghost was furious. A genius sent by the evil sect had been killed in his hands. He couldn't bear that responsibility. You seek death. The reverse ghost suddenly struck towards Jiang Fan with a palm. It was the same as the palm he had just struck at the mastiff. The mastiff had paused for several seconds, let alone Jiang Fan. This strike, while Jiang Fan's head might not explode, his spirit would likely be shattered. Get out of the way. A voice came from behind belonging to Su Qingqing. Jiang Fan instinctively lowered his head. A jade pendant suddenly shot over. It struck precisely against the reverse ghost. The reverse ghost scoffed, thinking a mere jade pendant could harm him. He shattered the jade pendant with a single palm. Suddenly, the jade pendant trembled, releasing an ocean-like burst of mental power. This mental power formed a mental shield around Jiang Fan. After the strike, Jiang Fan felt slightly dizzy, but was almost unharmed. In the distance, Zhang Ma, who was confronting Li Gong, wore a shocked expression. The young lady actually took out a mental power shield pendant. This is a treasure of immense value containing a shield garment crafted by a legendary spiritual master. It can withstand a single psychic attack from a peak legendary spiritual master. It is a one-time use item, and such a treasure cannot be bought in the market. No spiritual master would be foolish enough to expend their own psychic energy to create something they wouldn't use. Only because the Su family has a legendary spiritual master did they specially make one for the young lady. However, she unexpectedly gave it to the unknown black-robed beast master. Jiang Fan was in a daze, the layer of psychic shield around him still maintained. It forced the reverse ghost to retreat several steps, pale-faced and somewhat terrified as he looked at the shield. The psychic energy of Su Xingshan. Su Xingshan is one of the 3 legendary spiritual masters in Yuehua City, holding a high status. It is said that he is not far from becoming a spiritual master. He is one of the few people that Jiang Fan fears in Yuehua City. Unexpectedly, Su Xingshan actually made a psychic shield garment for Su Qingqing. Even more surprisingly, Su Qingqing gave the rare shield to the unknown black-robed beast master. There were too many unexpected events. The dragon mastiff had already regrouped and lunged forward. Ultimately, a spiritual master has no effective means to deal with spirit beasts. Even if he could momentarily halt the dragon mastiff, the second use had little effect. The dragon mastiff's pursuit speed was remarkably fast, but the reverse ghost's escape speed was even faster. While fleeing, he laughed maniacally. A mere spirit beast, what can a spiritual master do to me? The dragon mastiff was fast and agile, but the reverse ghost's reflexes were even more acute, seemingly able to predict the landing point of the dragon mastiff each time. He actually managed to escape. Meanwhile, Old Guo was fighting against Chao Jingguang. Chao Jingguang had not been using his full strength, so he still had considerable energy left. Old Guo had consumed beast blood and spirit stones for quite a while, his face flushed, indicating an accumulation of various spiritual energies. The battle was also rather difficult. Jiang Fan glanced at Su Qingqing, who was also looking at him. Do you know who I am? What do you think? Su Qingqing chuckled lightly. Even if you turned to ash, I would still recognize you. This remark felt less than complimentary. However, it was precisely because of Su Qingqing and Zhang Ma's arrival, coupled with Jiang Fan's second 4th grade spirit beast appearing unexpectedly, that they managed to defeat Gao Yu and the hunting eagle. Now the situation had reversed. On their side, there was Old Guo, Zhang Ma, and Jiang Fan, with Jiang Fan possessing 2 4th grade spirit beasts. On the opposite side, there were only the reverse ghostly Gong and Chao Jingguang. However, since Chao Jingguang had been holding back, he could only be considered half a combat force. Their chances of winning were much greater. Suddenly, Old Guo struck Chao Jingguang with his staff and charged towards Li Gong. He needed to eliminate Li Gong first, as Li Gong's battle intent was the most vigorous. Without Li Gong, the reverse ghost might not continue to hold out. After all, he was from Yuehua City. If Tianqing Town fell, it would fall, and he wouldn't fight to the death. Old Guo and Zhang Ma teamed up to strike at Li Gong. Li Gong was already heavily injured, and he was never Old Guo's match to begin with. Boom. With one strike, Old Guo shattered the right side of Li Gong's body. Li Gong coughed up a mouthful of blood. After assessing the situation, he turned to flee. Burning the last remnants of his vitality, he instantly fled thousands of meters away. Just as he was about to leave Tianqing Town, suddenly a figure appeared on the horizon. A legendary warrior. Old Guo's pupils constricted sharply. He never expected that such a small Tianqing Town would actually involve a legendary warrior. It was simply a legendary warrior. Old Guo's pupils constricted sharply. He never expected that such a small Tianqing Town would actually involve a legendary warrior. It was simply unbelievable. Everyone was shocked. Who is this person? Could it be reinforcements sent by Yuehua City? Trash, you can't even handle a small Tianqing Town, and I have to step in. This person's voice was like thunder. Boom, 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 it felt as if needles were piercing through people's ears. Jiang Fan was taken aback. This person is the commander of Tianqing Town. His conjecture was confirmed. Initially, he had suspected that there might be a dragon nest beneath Golf Mountain. He had also doubted whether granting land to the Chao family's commander was problematic. The surge of vitality was overwhelming. This person was like a tidal wave, blood energy flooding the entire sky. Under the sky, everyone was apprehensive. Is this a legendary warrior? It felt far more powerful than a 4th grade warrior. If a 4th grade warrior can traverse the skies, then a 5th grade legendary warrior is like a god suspended in the heavens. It was simply terrifying. The reverse ghost frowned slightly as he gazed at the legendary warrior. Who are you? The reverse ghost was stationed at Yuehua City, holding a high position. But he had never heard of a legendary warrior being stationed in Tianqing Town. Through the radiant light, the commander's face was obscured. Just the sound of his laughter was enough to send chills down one's spine. Beast God Temple, Cheongqi Division, Wu Daong. The Beast God Temple. Everyone was astonished. A notorious organization. If the common folk were to vote on the most wanted evil force to eliminate the evil sect, would only rank second, with the Beast God Temple taking first place. The evil sect kills and kidnaps geniuses from various places, all while claiming to achieve the overall evolution of humanity. But the Beast God Temple is purely about destruction. The Beast God Temple comprises 4 major divisions: Taoye, Huanyuan, Cheongqi, and Taozhou. They exclusively accept wicked individuals. To join the Beast God Temple, there is a significant prerequisite. One must have committed heinous acts such as murder, arson, robbery, or theft, proving oneself to be a true villain. Thus, wherever the Beast God Temple goes, it is left in ruins with corpses strewn about. Their methods surpass those of the evil sect. Let's take action. With Wu Diang's order, many white-clad enforcers shed their white robes and charged at the nearby individuals with blades drawn. Blades entered white and exited red. The white-clad enforcers immediately descended into chaos. There were dozens of casualties. In the blink of an eye, only 20 or 30 black-armored warriors exuding a sinister aura remained. The eyes of the reverse ghost narrowed sharply. All these white-clad enforcers were secretly dispatched by the evil sect. When did they get replaced by the black-armored warriors of the Beast God Temple? Suddenly, he recalled something and questioned Wu Diang. Li Gong has betrayed us. Only now do you realize it. Too late. After saying this, Wu Diang shook his head regretfully. It's a pity I arrived too late. I never expected someone could actually kill Gao Yu. Gao Yu has also betrayed us. The voice of the reverse ghost became even raspier. He now felt a chill running down his spine. Their holy clan had spent years planning and tending for Gao Yu to be their greatest benefactor. Yet he nearly became a pawn for the Beast God Temple. Wu Diang shook his head. Or rather, you could say that Gao Yu was a piece we inserted into the Holy Clan from the very beginning. This statement even made the reverse ghost question his own life. How is this possible? From what he knew, Gao Yu was still very young when he first arrived at the Holy Clan. Alright, you all can die. I thought your Holy Clan could at least seize the Heavenly Star Town, but I didn't expect you to be so useless. Since that's the case, you have no value left. Wu Diang waved his hand. The black-armored warriors instantly charged skillfully in all directions. Upon closer inspection, these black-armored warriors had concealed their strength while disguised as white-clad enforcers. These individuals originally possessed at least 2nd grade strength. Old Gua couldn't care less about dealing with Chao Jingguang and swung his stick to kill a black-armored warrior rushing towards him. The black-armored warriors were considered the elite force within the Beast God Temple. Their lethality was formidable. Moreover, once they formed a battalion, they could easily flatten even a gigantic city. The reverse ghost attempted to escape, instantly transforming into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing into the air. It was yet another ghostly tactic. However, this time he did not succeed because his opponent was a legendary warrior. Wu Diang let out a cold laugh, then rapidly disappeared from his original spot. With a kick aimed at the place where the reverse ghost had vanished, he sent him flying several thousand meters away. A mere 4th grade soul master dares to show off in front of me. Let Reverse Ming come. The reverse ghost had his arm shattered by that kick. For the first time, fear appeared in his eyes. Reverse Ming is his father. Who is this person daring to call his father's name so casually? His father held a high position within the Holy Clan, and being a legendary soul master, few dared to directly utter his name. Jiang Fan felt somewhat disoriented. He looked up at the chaotic scene in the sky. His father and the others were under the protection of Lu Huan and Old Gua, and for now they were safe. Although these black-armored warriors were generally strong, most were of 2nd grade. Unfortunately for the white-clad enforcers, Chao Jingguang hesitated and did not attack the black-armored warriors. The evil sect schemes against one another, and in the end they still fell for the trap of the Beast God Temple. Su Qingqing seemed unsure whether she was talking to herself or enlightening Jiang Fan. So what should we do now? Jiang Fan asked. At this point, Wu Diang appeared invincible. The reverse ghost couldn't even escape. No one could see through the reverse ghost's tactics. Even Old Gua had suffered multiple defeats. Yet Wu Daong had instantly found the flaw. Wait, wait, wait for what? Su Qingqing smiled, and her smile was truly stunning. Jiang Fan momentarily became entranced. He couldn't help but wonder if this school beauty really had a childhood promise with him. It felt so unreal. However, even if there was a childhood promise, so what? It was merely a commitment made by their ancestors, and Su Qingqing, being a top-tier Beast Tamer genius, would never be willing to settle for a small-town youth. Not to mention that Gao Yu. If Gao Yu hadn't been distracted and had evolved his second fourth-grade beast, he would likely not have been a match for Gao Yu. From the way Gao Yu looked at Su Qingqing earlier, it seemed there was a hint of interest. Perhaps there were many talents like Gao Yu who were pursuing Su Qingqing. He might not even be considered anything. Su Qingqing was probably tired of chasing after geniuses. Although the Beast God Temple is powerful, it is not invincible. At least within the bounds of Yuehua City, they cannot overturn the situation. Su Qingqing spoke with confidence. It seemed she had a backup plan. In just a moment, the reverse ghost's right hand was also shattered. His spiritual power techniques had no effect on Wu Daong. How did Wu Daong manage to always kick the reverse ghost out? The methods of a legendary warrior are equally unfathomable. The reverse ghost coughed up blood. Wu Daong, what benefit is there in offending the Holy Clan? Do you really think the Beast God Temple is invincible? Annoying. Wu Daong slapped the mouth of the reverse ghost, distorting its lips. He then scoffed. The Beast God Hall is not invincible, but will the Holy Clan really go to war with the Beast God Hall for you? Wu Daong was quite confident. The Holy Clan has always been timid in their actions. Kidnapping so many geniuses and cultivating so many experts is simply a waste. Just like this time, it is precisely because they fear failure and dread being annihilated by Yuehua City. That is why they mostly sent low-ranking warriors, with the mid-ranking ones being the Reverse Ghost and Li Gong. They couldn't even take a small town like Tianqing. If this gets out, the Holy Clan would lose face, haha. Would they really go to war with the Beast God Hall over a mere Reverse Ghost? Absolutely not. The Reverse Ghost's face turned pale. This time he was truly finished. Old Gua and the others simply wouldn't care. After all, both were not good people. It was better for them to kill each other. The Reverse Ghost endured dozens of kicks from Wu Daong, and what little remains of his body was also obliterated. The once notorious Reverse Ghost in Yuehua City met such a tragic end. Not just the Reverse Ghost, but the people from the evil sect were basically all dead. Only Chao Jingguang was left. Chao Jingguang asked, "Where are my family members?" Wu Daong smiled. "Don't worry, they are all safe. Since I promised you, I will not break my word." Everyone was shocked again. Even Chao Jingguang was a pawn placed by Wu Daong beside Li Gong. He even used the existence of hostages to make Li Gong believe that Chao Jingguang was obeying his commands. In fact, from the very beginning, the hostages from the Chao family were safe. This was simply a heartless act. Jiang Fan suddenly laughed. The infamous evil sect was being pecked at by the notorious Beast God Hall. Wu Daong squinted at Jiang Fan, also amused. "You are about to die. What is there to be happy about? Don't you want to know the whereabouts of the dragon egg?" "I do, but you won't tell me." Wu Daong was also quite straightforward. The current Wu Daong was entirely different from the cultured scholar who once appeared before the common people. "If you are willing to leave Tianqing town, I will consider giving you the dragon egg." Wu Daong was taken aback for a moment, then threw back his head and laughed, as if he had never heard such a ridiculous joke. "Few dare to bargain with me. You are one of them. Of course, also the only one still alive." Wu Daong grinned. "Let me add also someone who is about to die." However, Wu Daong did not directly attack Jiang Fan, but instead ordered the black-armored warriors to surround and attack his father and the others first. Jiang Fan snorted coldly, glancing at the bald parrot. "Fool. Big fool." The bald parrot had just indirectly participated in the killing of the demon hunter eagle. So at this moment, it was a bit arrogant. Its shrill voice sounded rather harsh at this moment. While flapping its wings, it madly ridiculed Wu Daong. Wu Daong glanced at the bald parrot, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Anger suddenly surged within him. Seeking death, Wu Daong immediately ordered the black-armored warriors to change their target and kill the noisy bald parrot first. "Can't catch me. Can't catch me." The bald parrot continued to taunt while fleeing. Although Wu Daong was a warrior, he was a legendary level warrior, and his mental strength was also quite formidable. The bald parrot could not fully attract their hatred. "Just a bunch of useless trash. Your black armor, in my eyes, is the same as the instructors of the evil sect, merely weaklings." Jiang Fan also began to mock. This directly made Wu Daong even angrier. Su Qingqing was astonished. Was Jiang Fan planning to draw all of Wu Daong's hatred onto himself? Too foolish. He underestimated legendary warriors too much. Legendary warriors are top-tier experts in Yuehua City. Even the Su family has very few. Why hasn't Uncle come yet? Has he not received the response of the jade pendant breaking? This old guy is indeed unreliable. What does it mean that once the jade pendant shatters, he can come from miles away? It's all a lie. 2 or 3 dozen black-armored warriors rushed over in a frenzy. Jiang Fan hurriedly had the 4th-grade iron-eating ant take him away. He needed to escape Tianqing town and enter the wilderness. In the wilderness, everyone's conditions are more or less the same. The wilderness outside Tianqing town, although not as vast as the Xisha wilderness, there are still fierce beasts residing there. Jiang Fan's reasoning was simple. In Tianqing town, Wu Daong is invincible. But it is not necessarily the case once they enter the wilderness. Moreover, with Wu Daong leaving Tianqing town, at least his father and the others would be safe. Watching Jiang Fan deliberately lead him toward the wilderness, Wu Daong frowned slightly. Immediately, he revealed a sneer. Overestimating oneself, Wu Dayang's body transformed into a brilliant light and charged out. Su Qingsheng wanted to follow but was pulled back by Zhang Ma. Miss, don't act rashly. The wilderness outside Tianqing town is not peaceful recently. Due to the evil sect deliberately luring ferocious beasts to attack Tianqing town, several battles have occurred, and it is suspected that 5th-grade ferocious beasts have come from elsewhere. Zhang Ma was also quite astonished. This black-robed beast master was so courageous. 5th-grade ferocious beasts. Beasts that can destroy cities. Could it be that Jiang Fan knew about this situation and was doing this on purpose? Too bold. But Jiang Fan is in danger. Jiang Fan. Zhang Ma was taken aback, then a look of shock appeared on her face. Miss, you mean that kid Jiang Fan? How can he be a kid anymore? Aunt Zhang was speechless. The young lady had been in Tianqing town for 2 years and seemed to have changed. Yet she was still astonished. Jiang Fan, a 4th-grade beast tamer. 2 4th-grade spirit beasts. And he also appeared to be an insect tamer. How is this possible? Such a genius could actually emerge from the desolate Tianqing town. It seemed that Su Qingsheng intended to follow. Aunt Zhang still held her back, saying young lady Jiang Fan deliberately led Wu Daong away to protect everyone. If you follow, it will surely cause trouble. Though reluctant to admit it, Jiang Fan was indeed more outstanding than the young lady at the moment. His various displays just now could undoubtedly be considered key to this battle. Jiang Fan's spirit beasts were emerging one after another, and he had killed Gao Yu at a crucial moment, turning the tide. Young lady, please wait here. I will go lend a hand to young Master Jiang. Aunt Zhang and the others turned to look at Chao Jingguang, who did not follow, but instead said with a grim expression, don't look at me, I want to take action actively. Whether you win or Wu Daong wins, I just want the Chao family to be safe. If you win, I will accept my punishment. Chao Jingguang was indeed a man of character. Once the guardian of Tianqing town, he was now a man caught in the family's troubles, neither human nor ghost. This was also the Chao family's just deserts. No one felt pity for Chao Jingguang. The wilderness was a place almost untouched by human feet, except for some bounty hunters who would hunt fierce beasts in the shallow parts of the wilderness. Usually ordinary people would not be seen here. Jiang Fan had never been here either, so as soon as he rushed out of Tianqing town, he didn't care about directions. He simply chose a direction and pressed on. Along the way, he could already see some weak, fierce beasts cautiously. However, they were frightened by the pressure of the 2 4th-grade spirit beasts, so they only dared to low growl defensively. The black-armored figures led by Wu Daong did not hesitate in the slightest. Their strength was comparable to that of the peak period of the Guard Regiment, even stronger. Moreover, with Wu Daong leading the charge, they felt fearless. Both sides moved extremely quickly, but the fastest was still Wu Daong. His speed was even much faster than that of a 4th-grade iron-eating ant of the flying type. Having run just 7 or 8 kilometers, Jiang Fan could feel the scorching heat from behind. It was the temperature of Wu Dayang's blazing light. It burned like fire. Once a martial artist reaches the 3rd grade, they can match attributes. Absorbing corresponding attribute spiritual energy grants them even greater power. They become more specialized than martial artists who do not choose attributes. It seems that although Wu Dayang's name contains water, he is more suited to the fire attribute. The fire attribute is one of the strongest in terms of attack power among various attributes. When Wu Daong threw a punch, it was like a volcanic eruption. Fiery waves surged. Jiang Fan just grazed it, yet he felt a burning sensation on his back. His body was like a bomb following a parabolic trajectory as he fell into the dense forest of the wilderness. This was truly terrifying. Jiang Fan dared not linger and hurriedly dashed towards the deeper parts of the forest, skimming the ground. The rustling of dense leaves sounded as if some colossal creature was rampaging through the woods, accompanied by the sound of branches snapping. Jiang Fan felt his scalp tingle and his heart grow cold. He had underestimated the situation. He originally thought that as long as he ran fast, the wilderness was so vast that there were many places to hide. Moreover, he could engage in guerrilla warfare and have more room to maneuver. But unexpectedly, after just running 10,000 meters, he was caught up. Wu Dayang's speed was terrifying. His black robe was already singed, and his back clothing was burnt through with a large hole. The skin underneath was red and hot, painful. In the dense forest, it was the realm of the bald blue cat. Jiang Fan rode on the bald blue cat's back, which nimbly jumped between the towering trees. Wu Daong was much more straightforward. Anyone who blocked his path was directly punched down. Thus the distance was not widening at all, but rather gradually closing. Not knowing how far he had run, the surroundings became increasingly desolate. He could also see some remnants of battle. Weeds were scattered, and even the soil faintly glimmered with blood. There was also the thick, pungent smell of beast blood. Had a fierce beast brawl just occurred here? In the wilderness, it was common for fierce beasts to engage in bloody fights. Most of the time, it was to compete for prey, or otherwise, it was to fight for territory or mates. Experts and scholars have long stated that the number of fierce beasts on the continent exceeds that of humans by 100-fold. If one day these fierce beasts establish order and cease their internal strife and begin to launch organized attacks on humans, the human race could hardly hold out for days. Over the years, most of the fierce beasts that died in the wilderness were due to their infighting. Have I really ventured deep into the wilderness by coming to such a place? Jiang Fan began to feel dizzy. He looked back and discovered that he no longer heard any movement from behind. Hey, where did you go? Why aren't you chasing me? Jiang Fan shouted. No one responded behind him. Aunt Jiang had chased out of Tianqing town and was sprinting along the traces. Her face grew increasingly grim. How far had they run? How could one casually delve so deep into the wilderness? In the wilderness, besides the terrifying fierce beasts, there were also some special terrains. Such terrains could create a special field. Once one entered the field, there was a danger of losing direction. It was called the Ghost Wall. Even a master could get lost. Jiang Fan ascended into the air aboard a grade 4 iron-consuming ant. Surveying the horizon, he saw nothing but an endless expanse of desolate plains and dense primeval forest. No trace of Tianqing town remained in sight. He had run with such single-minded intensity that he hadn't spared a thought for how far he'd gone. After leaving Tianqing town, I first flew on the grade 4 iron-consuming ant. Its top speed must exceed 500 kilometers per hour. I flew for over 10 minutes. Jiang Fan then estimated how far the bald blue cat had carried him. At least 200 or 300 kilometers combined. A chill ran down his scalp. 200 or 300 kilometers in straight-line distance seemed modest enough. But he had already forgotten the direction from which he'd come. He'd only taken a brief aerial survey moments earlier. And yet he'd already lost all sense of orientation. This roar. From deep within the distant forest, a bestial roar echoed faintly. Though muffled by distance, his instincts screamed one truth: it belonged to a beast above grade 4. A grade 5 ferocious beast. The wilderness stretched vast and boundless. 200 or 300 kilometers likely marked only its outermost fringes. By all logic, mid-grade ferocious beasts should not appear here at all. Trouble looms. If I truly encounter a grade 5 ferocious beast, it would be far more terrifying than Wu Daong. Which way was home? Trusting instinct alone, Jiang Fan directed the iron-consuming ant to fly onward. To his astonishment, he spotted a lake. He had never seen it before. He was utterly off course. Things had just grown worse. Jiang Fan's face stiffened. Even the earlier bearing was now irretrievable. He summoned the bald hound, hoping its keen sense of smell might retrace their path home. Yet the bald hound led him in dizzying circles, only to lose its way completely, dragging Jiang Fan deeper into untamed wilderness. Here vegetation flourished with extraordinary vigor, lush radiant green under perpetual sunlight. Yet such vibrant abundance often masked profound peril. Powerful ferocious beasts could emerge at any moment. Jiang Fan slowed his pace, forcing himself to calm. He withdrew the other spirit beasts into his spatial domain. Their auras were too potent. They risked drawing the attention of formidable predators. Only a few grade 2 iron-consuming ants remained posted as sentinels around him. He also scanned the ground for ant burrows, the treetops for beehives. Anything visible became part of his living. These creatures held little combat value, but excelled at reconnaissance. He found several dragonflies and swiftly captured them, binding them to his will. He elevated one dragonfly to grade 1, enhancing its survivability. Its compound eyes would prove invaluable to him. Who's there? Jiang Fan snapped sharply. His dagger flashed toward the source of movement. Silence lingered, profound and unbroken. Only then did he lower the blade. Nothing emerged. Perhaps it had been nothing at all. Can ferocious beasts understand human speech? They likely cannot, but they may well read my emotional state. The forest stood unervingly still. No wind stirred the thick canopy. That oppressive silence unsettled him, so he offered himself quiet reassurance. Come out. I see you. His voice turned icy and commanding. Minutes passed, still no movement. No deception revealed itself. It seemed the vicinity truly was safe. Yet solitude in the wild tightened the nerves unbearably. Just as Jiang Fan began to relax, light flickered overhead. In the next instant his hair bristled. He leapt aside in panic. Shoo! A faint whistling cut the air. Jiang Fan's pupils contracted violently. He accelerated, fleeing the spot with desperate speed. Shoo! 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 Again and again, the sharp hiss of arrows cleaving the void. White projectiles rained down from every direction. At their center, a massive black shadow surged forward. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan summoned the bald parrot. It shot upward, intercepting the dark silhouette hidden. Only then did Jiang Fan gain a clear view. His heart nearly stopped. He almost died of fright. A spider, 2 or 3 meters long, loomed before him. Furry jet black, grotesquely disproportionate, its minuscule head sat atop a colossal body. It was as if a chicken's head had been grafted onto an elephant's frame. Its enormous black abdomen pulsed rhythmically, extruding thick, viscous white silk. The silk struck the earth like spears, sticky enough to fuse entire swaths of soil. This creature was infinitely more revolting than the iron-consuming ant. At first he'd found the iron-consuming ant unsettling, its swollen belly unnerving. Now by comparison it seemed almost endearing. Many beast tamers prided themselves on subduing ferocious beasts in the wilderness, even boasting of it. But this monstrosity, he'd rather die than claim it. Eat it, Jiang Fan commanded the bald parrot. It pinned the giant spider beneath its talons, stared for a moment, and shuddered, shaking its head in disgust. It simply couldn't stomach it. Jiang Fan suddenly recalled the parrot ate only birdseed, or at most green caterpillars. Yes, you refuse and you starve. He couldn't afford such a gluttonous bird. How many sacks of seed? How many The bald parrot looked crestfallen. It felt nauseated just looking at the thing. Yet its master had spoken. Obedience left no room for choice. What else could it do? Face true starvation. Crunch, crunch. With visible reluctance the parrot tore into the creature and devoured it entirely. Jiang Fan nearly retched watching it. It was utterly repulsive. No sooner had the bald parrot finished than the earth began to tremble. It seems like something is stirring in the nest. The commotion is immense. If it weren't for the absence of rushing water here, Jiang Fan would have thought it was a dam bursting. The ground is trembling. Jiang Fan quickly dispatched the newly recruited dragonfly scouts to help him assess the changes around. A mountain has erupted. Why is the lava black? Jiang Fan instructed the dragonfly scouts to take a closer look. Suddenly, several dragonfly scouts' visions turned dark. Upon closer inspection, he realized what that black substance resembling lava was. His face turned green instantly. Spiders. Countless spiders, big and small. Some are spirit beasts while others are ordinary beasts. The sheer number made Jiang Fan's scalp tingle. Is this the apocalypse? Are the spiders going to bring about the end of the world? These spiders surging like a tide are remarkably similar to the one the bald parrot just devoured. They seem to originate from the same lineage. How many years must this tribe have lived to reach such a staggering number? He quickly instructed the dragonfly scouts to retreat immediately. Spiders are the natural enemies of insects, especially dragonflies, which have little combat power. As the dragonfly scouts were retreating, they captured an interesting figure. Isn't that Wu Daong? At this moment Wu Daong was crouched down, hiding in a patch of low shrubs. If it weren't for the retreat path chosen by the dragonfly scouts, which mostly went through shrubbery, vines, or thicket, he would have been completely invisible. Truly at the end of the road it feels as if there is no way out. Since the other party hadn't emerged, he felt relieved. I wonder how strong the leader of the spider nest is. Can it defeat Wu Daong? However, this is a double-edged sword. The risks are high he might also perish. Just as he was plotting in his mind, Wu Daong suddenly raised his head. He stared at one of the dragonfly scouts and then revealed a strange smile. As if to say, I've caught you. Seeing this scene, Jiang Fan also wore a playful smile. It all comes down to who can survive until the end. Tianqing Town remains eerily quiet. Even though there is no battle, now no one dares to step outside. Chao Jingguang and the discovered members of the Chao family are bound and restrained on the ground. They are being watched by dedicated personnel. A few individuals from Yuehua City have arrived, and they seem to be familiar with Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing is also very polite to them. Did Zhang Ma follow after them? The leading refined middle-aged man frowned slightly. He glanced at a burly man behind him who nodded. The burly man radiates a golden aura. He is also a legendary warrior. With a single leap, he soared into the sky. One cannot help but marvel at the strength of the Su family. 2 legendary powerhouses have arrived. The middle-aged man is a legendary spirit master. Compared to the well-known Su Xingshan, the advancement difficulty for spirit masters is far greater than that of warriors. Thus, legendary spirit masters are almost at the pinnacle. It's rare to hear of spirit grandmasters. The Su family is indeed powerful. Just these 2 could easily annihilate Tianqing Town. If what Chao Jingguang said is correct, there is a dragon's nest beneath that mountain. Tianqing Town is about to become the focal point of the entire Xingyue Federation. Su Xingshan's expression grew serious. Is this a good thing? Not necessarily. Tianqing Town is an affiliated town of Yuehua City. Once a dragon's nest emerges in Tianqing Town, Yuehua City will surely not stand idly by. At that time, the Su family will also be involved in the exploration of the dragon's nest. This could be troublesome. Even the evil sect and the Temple of Fierce Beasts will come back, and other forces will want to take a share. The Xingyue Federation, while superficially a unified entity, actually has weak constraints on various cities and factions. Moreover, in recent years the beast tide has been continuously attacking, coupled with the expansion of the Xisha wilderness squeezing the territory of the Xingyue Federation. The Federation has been somewhat overwhelmed and gradually abandoned some peripheral cities. For instance, Lin City, which was swallowed by the Xisha wilderness 20 years ago. Lin City had sought help multiple times, and even nearby major cities sent support. However, in order to preserve their strength, the Xingyue Federation not only refrained from providing assistance, but also withdrew the federal personnel stationed in Lin City. This led to a sudden gap in Lin City's defensive forces. A total of 32 affiliated towns, including Lin City, were completely engulfed by the Xisha wilderness, leaving almost no survivors. Since then, some major cities have begun to show signs of breaking free from the Federation's control. For example, Yuehua City. Yuehua City has not paid resources to the Xingyue Federation for 7 years. With the Dragon's Nest matter exposed, the Xingyue Federation will inevitably use this to make things difficult. How should Yuehua City respond then? This could be troublesome. Su Xingshan said, seriously, Qingqing, you must set off back to Yuehua City immediately. Do not linger here. As for Zhang Ma, they'll find a way to locate her. If I can't find her, she may have perished. Su Xingshan was furious. Your worth far exceeds theirs. How can you disregard your own safety for them? Su Xingshan was furious. Your worth far exceeds theirs. How can you disregard your own safety for them? Worth. Su Xingshan furrowed his brow. He knew that Qingcheng despised this term the most. 2 years ago, she insisted on going to the Xisha wilderness to search for her mother. However, the elders of her family informed her that her value surpassed that of her mother. Therefore, she was forbidden from going to the Xisha wilderness and was even placed under house arrest. Afterwards, she instructed Zhang Ma to help her escape, but once she fled, her whereabouts became unknown. Later, she learned that she had arrived at Tianqing town and enrolled in Tianqing No. 1 high school. Qingqing, that's not what I meant. Zhang Ma, we will definitely do our utmost to find them, but that kid. If he truly possesses 2 4th-grade spirit beasts, his chances of survival may be higher than Zhang Ma's, so you need not worry. Su Xingshan was somewhat curious. The arranged marriage set up by the old man many years ago turned out to be with a beast-taming genius. Unfortunately, Qingcheng bore the mission of her family, and 2 4th-grade spirit beasts could not compare to a Dragon Clan beast. Thus, Qingcheng's best choice remained Long Hao. As long as she had the support of the Dragon God Palace, the Su family would possess greater counterattack capabilities when crises arose. That kid was simply too weak. Compared to a behemoth like the Su family, he was ultimately insignificant. I don't care, I must see them safe, or... Su Qingqing had not finished speaking. Suddenly her expression froze as she looked at Su Xingshan in disbelief. Then she fainted. This bastard uncle actually attacked her with spiritual power. Jiang Fan kept retreating as the army of spiders had already spread throughout the entire mountain range. They were densely packed. From deep within the shattered spider caves at the mountain's peak, one could still hear beast-like roars. What he had just heard should have been this sound. 5th-grade spider ferocious beasts. He needed to withdraw. Being caught by a 5th-grade beast would result in serious consequences. He had retreated nearly 10 kilometers. In reality, he did not even know if it could still be called retreating. By now, he had completely lost his sense of direction. Perhaps due to the frenzy of the Spider King, the surrounding ferocious beasts had fled. Thus, the dense forest became even quieter. Suddenly, it seemed he heard sounds of fighting. He quietly approached and discovered that it was Wu Daong and Su Qingcheng's aunt. Unexpectedly, Su Qingcheng's aunt had also come. However, at this moment, she was impaled by a sword through her abdomen, pinned to a stone tablet beside an ancient tree. Blood flowed endlessly. Her vital energy was weak. The surrounding forest was in disarray, feeling as if it had experienced a great battle. I originally hesitated to spare you due to the Su family, but fate has decreed your death, and you must die. With the ferocious beasts in turmoil, you will be gnawed to nothing, and no one will know it was I who killed you. Zhang Ma slightly lifted her eyelids. Breathing heavily, she seemed to lack even the strength to respond. Many bones in her body were broken, and if not for the sword pinning her to the stone tablet, she would have no strength left to hold on. Even if Wu Daong were to abandon her, she likely wouldn't survive much longer. Jiang Fan's eyes widened. How could someone be so cruel? She slightly raised her hand, and suddenly a wave of darkness surged towards her from behind. Wu Daong turned abruptly, only to see the dark tide surrounding him from all directions. The spider swarm has arrived. Wu Daong was horrified, but upon closer inspection, it was not spiders. It was ants. Countless ants, an unending swarm. Though these ants were small in size, their numbers were astonishing. As they crawled over flowers, grass, and trees, the entire forest buzzed with noise. Insect Tamer. Although Wu Daong had not seen Jiang Fan control the insects earlier, he had witnessed Jiang Fan's 4th-grade iron-eating ants. Hence he easily guessed it was Jiang Fan's doing. A mere trick. Wu Daong punched out, accompanied by scorching heat, instantly killing a large number of ants. Though these ants made his scalp tingle, even if Wu Daong lay on the ground letting them bite, they would hardly be able to harm him even a hair's breadth. In Jiang Ma's dim eyes a glimmer of light appeared. Unexpectedly, this Jiang Fan would actually save her. Unfortunately, it was too late. She would surely not survive. Her organs had been crushed by Wu Daong. Her meridians were shattered inch by inch. Now she relied solely on the last vestiges of her fourth-grade warrior's vital energy. Even if Jiang Fan could truly save her, it would merely be saving a corpse. Quick, run. Don't worry about me. Jiang Ma shouted with all her strength. Wu Daong sneered. If he dares to come out, he won't escape. Sensing the surroundings, he instantly vanished into the dense forest, appearing before Jiang Fan in the blink of an eye, looking down at him. His gaze was like that of a corpse. The bald parrot on the other side screeched with a harsh voice, "Fool! Fool! Big fool! Idiot! Idiot! Big idiot!" These insults accompanied by a mental attack. Those with a spiritual power below 10 would be affected 100%. Though Wu Daong was a warrior, he was a 5th-grade warrior. His physical strength was so formidable that his spiritual power would correspondingly increase. Thus Wu Dayang's spiritual power exceeded 10. The bald parrot could not fully attract Wu Dayang's hatred. "Do you think I would fall for it again, eh?" Wu Daong revealed a cruel smile. Just now he had underestimated Jiang Fan and did not expect to chase him this far. His anger was at its peak. If it were not for this damned fellow, how could he have fallen into a predicament? Flames of scorching red spiritual energy surged from his fist. With this punch, Jiang Fan would undoubtedly die. Jiang Fan sneered. "Are you sure you haven't been tricked?" "What?" Suddenly, several sounds of slicing through the air were heard. Wu Daong quickly turned around only to find a sticky white spider silk sticking to his back. "You attracted the spiders over here. Still a 4th grade. Hey, if we're going to die, let's die together." Jiang Fan laughed recklessly. It truly felt like a deadlock. Madman. Wu Daong was furious. He had specifically hidden here, yet he hadn't expected to be lured over by this guy. All previous efforts wasted. Roar. A thunderous roar echoed not far behind. A massive black beast as large as a small mountain was charging towards them madly. That 4th-grade spider had attracted the 5th-grade Spider King. They couldn't stay here any longer. Wu Daong was so angry his teeth nearly shattered. He hated it. This black-robed beast master was simply his nemesis. He immediately stopped caring about Jiang Fan and instead grabbed Jiang Fan, hurling him towards the direction of the Spider King. Jiang Fan's face changed dramatically. Damn, can it be played like this too? Wu Daong wanted him to hold back the Spider King. What a joke. In the air, he caught a clear glimpse of the Spider King's true form. It was dozens of meters tall, countless legs. It ran through the dense forest as if traversing flat ground. Its pitch-black body resembled rock, easily crushing small hilltops. Behind him, the 4th-grade iron-eating ants were flapping their wings with all their might, clinging to him. They were about to fly away from this place. However, the iron-eating ants underestimated the strength of the 5th-grade Spider King. A spider silk shot out as fast as lightning. In an instant, it wrapped around him, and the iron-eating ants layer upon layer, quickly turning them into a rice dumpling. The 5th-grade ferocious beast. Unmatchable. This was Jiang Fan's final consciousness. When he woke up again, he found himself in some sort of cave. His entire body was crawling with spiders, and countless sticky webs were about to drown him. A giant spider was perched deep within the cave. Around him, a swarm of spiders was sharpening their claws, eager to devour him. Jiang Fan was dizzy. What was happening? Sweat flowed like water. His heart was racing uncontrollably. Could it be him going to die? He realized that they liked to eat prey marinated in saliva. Jiang Fan glanced at the Spider King deep within the cave. Its small eyes sparkled with golden light. It looked quite extraordinary. Suddenly, he thought of something and quickly took out some beast blood, tossing it into the distance. Sensing the scent of beast blood, the spiders swarmed towards it. He had plenty of beast blood, but even so, he couldn't withstand so many spiders sharing it. Roar. The Spider King let out a low growl. Countless spiders quickly scattered. The beast blood on the ground was all pulled back by the Spider King using a spider silk. It seemed to be savoring it. Countless pairs of eyes stared at him, making Jiang Fan feel a chill down his spine. He was done for. Really done for. He understood that the reason the Spider King did not eat him was that it found his flesh too inferior. Instead, it was very interested in the beast blood rich in spiritual energy. Jiang Fan, weak and helpless, exerted all his strength to emit a bit of spiritual energy. The spiders looked at him, and so did the Spider King. Jiang Fan felt a bit embarrassed. This is all I have. Jiang Fan's face turned red. He felt quite awkward. He even felt a bit ashamed. He was of the 1st grade. This was all a 1st grade could do. The Spider King seemed very disappointed. It probably never expected that someone venturing deep into the wilderness would be so weak. Jiang Fan also didn't know how to communicate with the Spider King. Many years ago, someone had researched beast language, but later they gave up, because there were simply too many types of ferocious beasts. According to statistics, the number of ferocious beast species recorded by humans is still less than 1% of those in the wilderness. Can spirit beasts communicate with ferocious beasts? I wonder if anyone has tried it before. Is beast language the same? Or is it like humans where people from different regions and cultures speak differently? He glanced at the iron-eating ant playing dead nearby. Insects should be fairly close to each other. Would they be able to communicate? Jiang Fan kicked the iron-eating ant. The iron-eating ant, stealing its resolve, awoke. You go tell the Spider King to let me go, and I'll bring a strong one for it to eat. The iron-eating ant was almost in tears. Why did it have to do this? Hurry up, Jiang Fan urged. The iron-eating ant had no choice but to slowly approach the Spider King. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It spoke in a language Jiang Fan couldn't understand with the Spider King. The Spider King's eyes lit up. Roar, I. The iron-eating ant turned back to ask Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan was overjoyed. It really could. Perhaps other beast masters couldn't do this because they could only give orders to their spirit beasts. Just like dog trainers making spirit beasts perform corresponding actions. But they couldn't understand the meaning behind the expressions of spirit beasts. But he understood. He and the spirit beast had a system. Long ago he realized that he and the spirit beast could understand each other perfectly. The iron-eating ant relayed his words, and the Spider King asked how strong it was. Jiang Fan thought for a moment. A legendary warrior of the human race. Wait, I don't know if it knows the classification of human levels. Just say, as strong as it. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The iron-eating ant turned and told the Spider King. The Spider King's eyes brightened even more. It was so excited that it moved its legs. The entire cave trembled. Roar. The iron-eating ant relayed, and the Spider King was afraid he would run away and not return. Jiang Fan directly said, tell it that I'm holding you here, and when the time comes I'll use Wu Daong to exchange for you. The iron-eating ant was stunned for a moment and then burst into tears. Was this something a person would? Trust me, I will definitely come back to save you, for you are the one I evolved with 1,000,000. The iron-eating ant sobbed as it conveyed this to the Spider King. The Spider King nodded sure. After all, it had no interest in this weak human. It had just emerged from the mountains and needed a large amount of spiritual energy. On the contrary, it was more interested in the human who was as strong as itself. The Spider King slowly crawled out from the depths of the cave, its hard claws scraping against the iron-eating ant. Understood. If he can't bring back Wu Daong, the iron-eating ant will be eaten. The iron-eating ant was almost in tears. Jiang Fan solemnly nodded. Rest assured, I will definitely come back to save you. After all, you are worth 1,000,000. Jiang Fan struggled for a long time, but could not free himself from the pool of slime. Unable to bear it any longer, the Spider King directly flicked Jiang Fan out. Jiang Fan rolled and crawled away with many spiders eyeing him along the way. There were even fourth-grade spiders. Roar. The Spider King let out a furious roar. All the spiders dared not approach it. Jiang Fan felt a lingering fear. Only after exiting the cave did he see that several nearby mountains were occupied by spiders. Terrifying, this was a super large army. He needed to find Wu Daong quickly. Despite the vastness of the wasteland, it was actually not hard to find. First, Wu Daong had also been caught in the ghost wall and couldn't have run too far. If one truly gets lost in the wasteland, it is very likely that they would never find their way out again. So he found a spot and released a large number of ants and dragonfly scouts. Although he couldn't spread them across the mountains like the spider horde, he could still cover a small area densely. He tossed those ants into the sky. Carried by the wind, they fell onto various mountain peaks. These ants formed a densely scattered radar map for him. After sweeping through, he found many presences with stronger spiritual energy. However, they all paid no attention to the ants and dragonflies. It was akin to a dragon soaring high where the mountains are blessed and life thrives. The stronger the beast, the less it cares for weaker beings. Wu Daong's spiritual energy fluctuations must be very intense. A 5th-grade spiritual energy should appear as a very large dot on his radar map. After searching for nearly 2 hours, the sun was about to set. Just as Jiang Fan was preparing to give up and wait for daylight to search again, he suddenly spotted a huge light point in an inconspicuous wetland pit to the west. Unprecedentedly large. 5th grade. Was it Wu Daong or some other fierce beast? Jiang Fan was somewhat uncertain. 5th grade reigns. Logically, the Spider King shouldn't allow another Beast King to appear here. But the current situation was that the Spider King appeared later, or was there originally a Beast King here? It was hard to say. He had to be cautious. He sent the dragonfly scouts into the wetland. The wetland was heavy with moisture, and ordinary dragonflies would stick their wings together if they got too close. He could only send one dragonfly scout to carefully fly in and investigate. The wetland was located in a lowlying basin, so visibility and light were dimmer. The dragonfly scout was very agile, maneuvering around the tangled branches in the wetland. At a steady pace, it slowly approached the location of the huge light cluster. When Jiang Fan saw the true form of the light cluster, he smiled. It really was Wu Daong. How cowardly of Wu Daong, a legendary warrior, to hide in such a damp and humid. He truly brought shame to the human race. Jiang Fan instructed the dragonfly scout to retreat. He needed to carefully plan how to bring Wu Daong before the Spider King. Wu Daong was not foolish. He would not easily submit to him. There was only one way: let him chase after him. With this thought, Jiang Fan rolled on the ground several times. Besides, there was still some spider web slime on him, making him instantly dirty. He looked quite disheveled. Great. Then Jiang Fan stumbled down into the damp basin deliberately, making a loud noise, giving the impression that he was nervously escaping from a tiger's mouth. He could sense that Wu Daong seemed to suddenly retract some of his aura. Jiang Fan pretended to know nothing and cursed. Damn, such a troublesome beast, why didn't the school teachers teach us what that thing is? Wu Daong, you actually made me your shield, and if I see you again, I will definitely peel your skin off. In the depths of the wetland, Wu Daong frowned slightly. This kid actually escaped alive. How is that possible? A 5th grade fierce beast at the Beast King level. Even he had no confidence in escaping from the Spider King's webs. How did this person manage to do that? What bad luck sacrificed so many spirit beasts just to barely escape? Fortunately, I can control insects and avoid the Spider King. Jiang Fan muttered regretfully. Wu Daong suddenly understood, so that's how it is. This guy actually used his spirit beasts as scapegoats for himself. Such a decisive method. But then again, when a person is about to die, spirit beasts are useless. However, Wu Diang's mouth curled into a cruel smile. A beast master without spirit beasts is no different from an ordinary person. Now killing this person is as easy as pie. After all, he had killed even members of the Su family, and was seen by this person. If he didn't eliminate him, it would be very dangerous for him. He must kill him to cover up his actions. A glint of malice flashed in Wu Diang's eyes as he quietly leaned closer to Jiang Fan. At that moment, Jiang Fan sensed a stronger fluctuation of spiritual energy through the ants. Wu Daong was approaching him. Jiang Fan took a deep breath, determined to remain calm. He could not allow Wu Daong to detect anything unusual. If he failed this time, Wu Daong would never fall for it again. There was only one chance. Jiang Fan had one significant difference from other beast tamers. That was his spiritual power. Although beast tamers did not possess the formidable spiritual power of soul masters, they lacked spiritual techniques as well. However, an exceptional beast tamer would not have weak spiritual power. 4 ordinary beast tamers controlling spirit beasts required consuming spiritual power. Thus, whether it was Gao Yu or Su Qingqing, their spiritual power was not weak. Strong spiritual power implied strong perception. But Jiang Fan was an anomaly. He controlled spirit beasts without the need for spiritual power, and the spirit beasts were completely loyal and obedient to him. Therefore, Jiang Fan had never cultivated spiritual power. An ordinary 4th-tier beast tamer should have decent spiritual power, right? How strong would their perception be? Jiang Fan was calculating as an ordinary 4th-tier beast tamer. How extensive was their range of perception? How close could Wu Daong get before he noticed? The ants were becoming increasingly agitated, indicating that the fluctuations of spiritual energy were growing stronger. Though Jiang Fan appeared calm, his back was already soaked with sweat. Beads of sweat the size of mung beans kept dripping from his forehead. Legendary warriors could kill from 1,000 meters away. Just like Wu Daong ambushed the reverse ghost. Forget it. Just run. Let Wu Daong think that his spiritual power is formidable. Jiang Fan pretended to suddenly realize something, and then glanced fearfully into the depths of the marsh. He immediately summoned the bald parrot, urging it to take him away with all its might. Wu Daong snorted coldly. He had long known that the black-robed beast tamer had decent spiritual power, but did not expect him to be so perceptive. He detected the anomaly from 1,000 meters away. But it was too late. Without a spirit beast, what could you possibly do? Wu Daong furiously set off in pursuit, shouting, "You can't escape. Today you must die." Jiang Fan, tightly clutching the bald parrot's claws, turned back and shouted angrily, "Bah! You old fool, I will definitely live longer than you." Wu Daong was so enraged that his spiritual energy began to fluctuate. A mere 4th-tier beast tamer dared to humiliate him like this. Seeking death, his spiritual energy surged as he lunged forward, striding swiftly to pursue Jiang Fan. The distance between them was rapidly closing. Jiang Fan was genuinely starting to panic. He had thought that the bald parrot's speed would not be much slower than Wu Daong's. But in reality, the bald parrot was much slower than Wu Daong. Moreover, being pursued by Wu Daong visibly flustered the bald parrot. Its wings flapped rapidly, wasting a considerable amount of spiritual energy, yet it did not increase its speed significantly. Jiang Fan doubted whether he could reach the Spider King's cave in time. He calculated the time. How long would it take? At most 5 seconds, and the bald parrot would be caught by Wu Daong. Jiang Fan was completely panicked. He suddenly shouted, "Don't chase me. Up ahead is the Spider King's territory. If we enter, we will both die." Sure enough, as soon as these words were spoken, Wu Daong instantly halted. He began to examine the terrain below. It appeared there were no tall mountains, just some low hills. These hills were barren, with numerous caves on the surface which were dug out by spiders. Was it really like that? Wu Daong was highly skeptical. Under normal circumstances, he would have left without hesitation. However, when he saw Jiang Fan showing no sign of slowing down, but instead speeding up, the distance, which had only been a few seconds apart, was suddenly stretched to more than 10 seconds. Wu Daong was furious. "You dare to deceive me. You must die." He thought he was a fool. Did he really think he hadn't heard that guy's muttering? This guy was a bug tamer, so he could determine where the Spider King was and where was safe. Even if there were spider beasts here, they would definitely not be strong, otherwise that guy wouldn't dare to rush in. Jiang Fan had been keeping an eye on what was behind him. When he saw Wu Daong chasing him again, Jiang Fan smiled. Indeed, he had fallen for it. The distance was quickly reduced to within 5 seconds. The speed of a legendary warrior unleashing their full spiritual power was truly terrifying. If it were normal, Wu Daong might not have dared to be so brazen, but with Jiang Fan paving the way for him, he felt no reservations. Because Wu Daong was convinced that Jiang Fan would not seek his own death. Jiang Fan was not idle either, continuously shouting, "My Lord Spider King, I bring you prey." Jiang Fan's voice echoed. Wu Daong snorted coldly, "Do you think I'm a fool? I've been tricked once, do you think I would fall for it again?" With a burst of spiritual energy, his speed increased again. The distance between him and Jiang Fan was now less than 1,000 meters, which was already within range for a legendary warrior. Jiang Fan felt an intense heat behind him and could sense the furious spiritual energy of Wu Daong. "My Lord Spider King, I bring you food. A 5th-tier warrior abundant in spiritual energy enough for you to have a hearty meal. My Lord Spider King, if you do not appear soon, he will escape." Jiang Fan was in a panic, drenched in cold sweat. The Spider King wouldn't be unable to hear him, would he? Or perhaps he felt that Wu Daong was not someone to be provoked, thus choosing to feign death. It is quite possible. He had just overlooked one point. The Spider King is merely a 5th-grade fierce beast. Can it truly surpass Wu Daong? It is certainly not guaranteed. The main issue is that he cannot see through Wu Daong's strength, and he does not know which stage of the 5th grade Wu Daong belongs to. If he is in the late stage of the 5th grade, he indeed possesses the power to fight a 5th-grade fierce beast. Oh no, could it be that he is going to end up killing himself? Jiang Fan felt a chill run through his body. The bald parrot was also exhausted, merely flying on the desire to survive. Without the 4th-grade iron-eating ant, he cannot outrun Wu Daong. At this moment, whoosh, several strands of white spider silk shot out from the low hill below. These white spider silks passed over Jiang Fan and directly entangled Wu Daong. Wu Daong's attention was entirely focused on Jiang Fan, leaving him completely unprepared for these thick strands of spider silk. A look of fear and disbelief appeared on his face. How could the Spider King truly exist? He was not lying. The Spider King was indeed hidden within this mountain. Why did it bypass the black-robed Beast Master? What could be the reason? Wu Daong quickly changed direction, but was still ensnared by 3 strands of spider silk. Jiang Fan had experienced this spider silk before. Once entangled, even the 4th-grade iron-eating ant could not resist. Just a trivial beast. Wu Daong snorted coldly and swung his fist, striking the spider silk. The incredibly tough spider silk was actually torn apart by Wu Daong. So powerful. This is a legendary warrior. However, the breaking of 2 strands of spider silk also enraged the Spider King. In an instant, the mountain trembled. A thunderous roar echoed. It was as if the entire earth was trembling. Earthquakes, landslides, mudslides, and the breaking of lakes. Such terrifying natural disasters occurred simultaneously in this place. Jiang Fan's face turned pale, astonished once again. 5th-grade fierce beasts are even more astounding. Just a casual display of their divine might brings about such cataclysmic disasters. No wonder 5th-grade fierce beasts are called Beast Kings. A king terrifying all around, intimidating in all directions. Several more strands of spider silk shot out, wrapping around Wu Daong. No matter how furious Wu Daong roared, how he burned with scorching spiritual energy, these spider silks only tightened further. Blazing flame. Wu Daong, wrapped like a dumpling, shouted fiercely. A red light erupted from the spider silk, blasting it into shreds. Jiang Fan quickly hid far away. Compared to their previous battle in Tianqing Town, this is truly a battle of deities. Both sides exchanged blows. It was evident that Wu Daong should also be considered quite strong among the 5th-grade warriors. If it weren't for the Spider King's intervention, anyone else would be no match for Wu Daong. He could only imagine how difficult the fight must be. Boom. The mountain crumbled. The massive body of the Spider King appeared, its steel-like legs thrusting towards Wu Daong. Wu Daong responded with a punch. Bang. The Spider King let out an angry roar, its spider leg pushed aside. However, the injuries Wu Daong sustained were far more severe, with the punching hand reduced to a bloody mess. His body was also knocked back several hundred meters, crashing to the ground. The body of a 5th-grade warrior is tougher than steel, causing the ground to nearly cave in. Before Wu Daong could even crawl out on his own, the Spider King spat out a strand of spider silk like a chain. It directly pulled Wu Daong out. Then it violently slammed him down repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. The ground echoed with resounding thuds. Wu Daong coughed up blood from the corners of his mouth. Although he was a legendary warrior, he had little experience fighting against a Beast King. Moreover, this Spider King was incredibly formidable. It was at least a 5th-grade late stage, or even a peak Beast King. Jiang Fan was in awe. Good heavens, so impressive. When will his spiritual beast evolve to the 5th grade? Wouldn't he then be able to walk sideways? but he could only think about it. He certainly didn't have 10 million aside from possibly raiding a few more soldier groups' warehouses. Bang 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 bang. The Spider King slammed Wu Daong down several hundred times. Even though Wu Daong was tougher than steel, he could slowly hold on no longer. The Spider King wove several layers of webs around Wu Daong, firmly binding him in midair. Each layer of web was woven from countless strands of spider silk, making it increasingly difficult for Wu Daong to break free. The fiery spiritual energy was of no use against the overwhelmingly powerful Spider King. The webbing grew denser, frantically draining Wu Dayang's spiritual energy. Wu Dayang's struggles weakened, and in the end the Spider King drained him of all his spiritual energy and swallowed him whole. Jiang Fan remained silent throughout. The sight of the Spider King feasting was truly terrifying. He could hardly imagine how fearful Wu Daong must have been before being eaten. This is the greatest natural enemy of the human race, the Lord of the Wilderness, the ferocious beast. This was the first time Jiang Fan witnessed the terror of the wilderness. Jiang Fan suddenly realized what was he waiting for. He needed to hurry and rescue the fourth-grade iron-eating ant. He couldn't rely on a fierce beast to keep its word. Taking advantage of the Spider King's attention being focused on devouring Wu Daong, Jiang Fan quickly slipped into the spider's lair. Since the Spider King had intimidated them before, the other spiders did not dare to block his way. The fourth-grade iron-eating ant was obediently lying in a corner. Upon seeing Jiang Fan, it immediately jumped up in delight. Jiang Fan signaled the ant to be quiet, and together they stealthily exited the spider's cave. The Spider King had not yet finished its meal, indicating that devouring a legendary warrior was not an easy task. It was evident that the hard fur on the Spider King's exterior was becoming increasingly glossy, gradually taking on a metallic sheen. It seemed that for the Spider King, Wu Daong was truly a great supplement. Jiang Fan searched around before finally locating the area where Zhang Ma had been. He had sent numerous ants over there and could sense that Zhang Ma's current spiritual energy fluctuations were very weak. The fourth-grade iron-eating ant carried him over. When Zhang Ma saw him, her weak gaze clearly displayed a hint of surprise. She opened her mouth but could not speak. However, Jiang Fan could guess that she was likely asking, "Where is Wu Daong?" Wu Daong is currently being devoured by the Spider King. He is as good as dead, Jiang Fan said. Zhang Ma was taken aback, and a glimmer of glee flashed in her eyes. Deserved it. Let's not worry about him. We must first leave this wasteland. Although Jiang Fan was not a doctor, he understood. Zhang Ma's condition was extremely serious, hanging by the last thread of her vitality. Once that last thread dissipated, she would also perish. Zhang Ma's expression showed no signs of fluctuation, as if she had already accepted her fate. She looked softly at Jiang Fan. It was evident that her gaze had changed significantly from when she first visited his home. Her mouth slightly opened, producing barely audible sounds. Jiang Fan leaned closer to listen. "You must treat the young lady well. She has been raised by me." Jiang Fan fell silent. "Do I really have a marriage contract with Su Qingqing?" Zhang Ma affirmed with her gaze. Jiang Fan rubbed the back of his head helplessly. "To be honest, this kind of thing is really hard for me to imagine." Zhang Ma smiled faintly. Anyone would feel the same way. After living for more than a decade, suddenly being told that a girl has a marriage contract with you. Who wouldn't react like that? However, Jiang Fan made her feel gratified. This child, Jiang Fan, was quite different from other boys of his age. If others knew about the marriage contract with the young lady, they would likely be so overjoyed that they would forget themselves, thinking they had soared to greatness. They would never consider the sense of responsibility they should have towards the young lady. The young lady has her own things she wants to do, searching for her mother in the wasteland. But the Su family doesn't allow her, so she needs support. I hope you can. Zhang Ma's condition had deteriorated to the extreme. Her speech was intermittent, and she lacked the strength to pronounce many words. However, Jiang Fan understood. He nodded. "Don't worry, I will definitely help her. However, she probably wouldn't look at someone like me from a small town. But no matter what our relationship is, I will help her, even if it's just as a friend." Zhang Ma instantly became agitated. "No, it's not like that. She regards you." Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Ma tried to explain, but her physical condition prevented her from continuing. She coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, yet she still couldn't express what she wanted to say. Jiang Fan hurriedly said, "Please don't speak, it'll take you out." Zhang Ma was anxious. She knew the young lad's character. The young lady was definitely not someone who could express her feelings openly, so it was unlikely she would take the initiative to tell Jiang Fan. If she didn't say it now, there might not be another chance. However, Jiang Fan couldn't afford to listen. He needed to find a way to pull the sword out of Zhang Ma's abdomen. Zhang Ma was leaning against a stone tablet. The inscriptions on the tablet were no longer legible. It was unclear what era it was from, but it felt ancient beyond imagination. This was strange. Tianqing Town was the outermost town of Yuehua City. It had only been established there for a few hundred years, and before that it was just a wasteland. Let alone the place where the stone tablet stood, it was impossible for there to be any human-made structures. Could it be that countless years ago humans lived here? Or did someone purposely erect a stone tablet here? This was not Jiang Fan's first discovery. Throughout various explorations of the wasteland, remnants of structures had been sporadically found. Someone had even discovered an enormous boundless city in the wasteland. Just based on the ruins of that city, one could speculate how prosperous it had once been. It was more flourishing than any of the largest cities in the Star Moon Alliance. Yet the location of that city was now deep within the wasteland. Exploration alone was already fraught with danger, let alone actually residing there. Experts have posited that tens of thousands of years ago humans may have experienced an unprecedentedly prosperous history. However, this is merely speculation. Jiang Ma, bear with it, I'm going to pull the sword out now. Jiang Fan grasped the sword hilt. He exerted a bit of force, but the sword hilt did not budge. Jiang Fan was astonished and increased his strength, yet it still did not move. Until Jiang Fan's vitality erupted completely, his body cracking like thunder. He put forth all his strength, yet the sword hilt remained immovable, the blade embedded in the stone tablet, showing not the slightest sign of shaking. Jiang Fan suddenly realized that the sword driven into him by the 5th-rank warrior was not something he could pull. With the combined efforts of 2 3rd-rank spirit beasts and 2 4th-rank spirit beasts, they finally pulled out the sword. Jiang Ma was thrown several dozen meters away in the process. Jiang Ma fainted directly. Jiang Fan hurriedly checked her condition, and it had worsened. However, there was still He glanced at the rather extraordinary sword in awe. Jiang Fan was astonished. Wu Daong was indeed impressively exaggerated. But the Spider King that had devoured Wu Daong was even more formidable. They had to leave quickly. But how could they exit this wasteland? How could they break the ghost wall? Although he had an army of ants and dragonfly scouts. However, this wasteland was too vast, and they had already traveled over 1,000 kilometers. Excluding the locations of the spider caves and the large lake within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Other directions might lead home. A full 270 degrees of a sector. A Jiang Fan was not good at math and could not calculate how large the area was. In any case, relying on the army of ants and dragonfly scouts to find the correct route seemed like an impossible task. The key issue was that Jiang Ma could not hold on. Just as he was pondering, the stone tablet suddenly began to tremble. Then the ground started shaking. The intensity of this tremor was comparable to the commotion when the Spider King emerged. Damn, could another 5th-rank, fierce beast emerge? Or is the Spider King after devouring Wu Daong here? Soon Jiang Fan realized that neither was the case. It seemed he had triggered some mechanism of the stone tablet. Buzzing. The stone tablet shook violently. The ground trembled as if it had moved over half a meter. This was already a super earthquake. Take me away. Jiang Fan had just wanted the 4th-rank iron-eating ant to take him away when suddenly the ground cracked open. A powerful suction force erupted from the crack. Jiang Fan and the others had no strength to resist and were all sucked underground. After they disappeared, the land stopped shaking. Countless trees had collapsed, the earth was shattered, and everything was in disarray. Yet the stone tablet still stood tall. Due to the earlier tremor, some moss and rust fell from the stone tablet, revealing 3 shining golden characters: Dragon Corpse Pit. Boom. A massive shadow rushed over and suddenly halted several thousand meters away from the stone tablet. It looked at the tablet with a head that was disproportionately large compared to its body. For a brief moment, it locked eyes with the golden light on the stone tablet. Bang! It seemed to turn to stone. Its head exploded instantly. Then its body began to explode, the power of the explosion astonishing, like several oversized artillery shells detonating in succession. The Spider King was dead. The golden light also dissipated. What on earth is happening? Jiang Fan struggled to rise. Surrounding him was pitch darkness. He reached out and felt something furry beside him. It was the bald-headed Air Ha, and next to him was the bald-headed blue cat. His spirit beasts had all fallen in with him. Where is Jiang Ma? The bald-headed Air Ha lowered its body. Jiang Fan understood now. Jiang Ma had fallen onto the back of the bald-headed Air Ha during the fall. The bald-headed Air Ha was protecting Jiang Ma. But what should he do now? There was no light at all around. It was pitch dark. Had he fallen into the earth's crust? He released the remaining ants and dragonfly scouts. At this moment, the vision of the dragonfly scouts was useless. They could not see, and neither could the dragonfly scouts. Even the bald-headed blue cat could not see. However, the dragonfly scouts could act as transport for the ants. After all, the ants were too small and moved too slowly. It would take a long time for them to naturally disperse. He did not rush to leave, but let the army of ants explore the area first. What if this place was a cliff or something? Who knew what the world beneath the Earth's crust was like? Perhaps there was an even deeper crust below. The radar map drawn by the army of ants was filled with blue dots, all indicating the ants' positions. No red energy fluctuations had been found yet. This meant that there were currently no living beings in this place. Moreover, the ground around should be level. After waiting for a while, the army of ants had roughly spread out. The distribution pattern was somewhat strange, forming a straight line. It seemed there was a wide and long corridor in front of him, definitely a structure built by humans. But this structure was actually buried underground. And how big was it? Some ants had already been brought several kilometers away by the dragonfly scouts, yet they were still within this corridor. Surely the entire structure could not consist of only one corridor. If this corridor was part of the structure, then this building. It would be comparable to a palace, or even that of an emperor. Jiang Fan rode on the back of the bald-headed air and began to delve deeper with his spirit beasts. After all, this was the only path. They tried going upward with the fourth-rank iron-eating ants and bald-headed parrot, but found no way out. They could not figure out where they had fallen from. Jiang Fan felt Zhang Ma's pulse. It was almost imperceptible. This is troublesome. If I don't think of a way quickly, Zhang Ma will die. Starry Town was now quite empty. Since the first wave of Su family members arrived, many more had come within 2 days. Moreover, someone had started to orderly evacuate the townspeople of Starry Town. The townspeople were still puzzled and did not know what had happened. However, they did not oppose the evacuation because the battle 2 days ago had truly frightened many people. It was said that quite a few unfortunate souls had been affected, with thousands dead. How is the evacuation of the civilians going? In the law enforcement office of Tianqing Town, several prominent figures were gathered around. At the door of the conference room, a young man in a military uniform respectfully replied. In response to the deputy director, 30 has already been evacuated, and the entire evacuation is expected to be completed within 2 days. The deputy director nodded. The law enforcement office of Tianqing Town was managed by some white-clad law enforcers. The badge on their chests indicated they were from Yuehua City. The law enforcement office of Yuehua City is quite different from the half-hearted efforts of Tianqing Town. Each of them possesses formidable strength. The former law enforcement office of Tianqing Town still had many ordinary people. In contrast, the white-clad law enforcers recruited by Yuehua City had a minimum requirement of being a first-rank powerhouse. Even the military corps of Yuehua City are formally organized. In the Xingyue Federation, formal structures start only at the city level. That's why the military corps and law enforcement of Tianqing Town appears so inadequate. In fact, they can be considered self-established town units. At this moment, the deputy director of the law enforcement office of Yuehua City personally arrived. This is a significant figure. The director of a city-level law enforcement office is usually at least a 5th-rank powerhouse. Even if the deputy director is not a 5th rank, he is at least at the peak of the 4th rank. The deputy director nodded, dismissing the young man, then glanced at Su Xingshan, who was meditating nearby. He smiled and said, I didn't expect that the Su family would dispatch 2 super strong individuals. This is quite remarkable. Su Xingshan nodded. We need to be more cautious in bringing the young lady back. Oh, is it true that Qin Cheng is really in Tianqing Town? Is it because of a childhood betrothal? The deputy director asked with a curious look. Su Xingshan helplessly nodded. Hey, this is really exciting. The young lady of the Su family is eloping for love. It's not an elopement, as she came to Tianqing Town to study. After this, I will take Qin Cheng back to Yuehua City. Su Xingshan corrected him. Yes, you are impressive. What you say is what goes. The deputy director seemed to have a good relationship with Su Xingshan. Otherwise, who would dare to joke around with a legendary soul master? They wouldn't even know how they died. Once Qin Cheng returns, Long Hao will be at ease. However, I heard Long Hao is also preparing to come. Upon hearing this, not only Su Xingshan, but everyone else frowned. The Dragon Temple is coming. Long Hao is not just Long Hao, he is also a genius of the Dragon Temple. He is a dragon rider cultivated by the Dragon Temple with countless resources. Among the younger generation of Yuehua City, he is also extremely powerful. The deputy director sighed and stroked his goatee. Yes, the Dragon Temple has always been interested in anything related to the Dragon Clan. With the suspected appearance of a dragon nest in Tianqing Town, how could they not come? Another person spoke. Currently, the attitude of the Dragon Temple is still unclear. They may not be on our side. That's right. If the Dragon Temple supports the Xingyue Federation. The deputy director shook his head. We don't need to worry about that. Oh, I've just received news that the Xingyue Federation will also send a genius beast master over. Even Su Xingshan, with his refined demeanor, couldn't help but frown at this moment. The Xingyue Federation. Are they that bold? The deputy director smiled coldly. Right now, we haven't clearly distanced ourselves from the Federation, so they seem certain that we won't dare to oppose them. Moreover, the dragon nest is of great importance. They certainly won't miss this opportunity. The appointed genius beastmaster is said to be a congenital beastmaster with a high level of beast seal, and he is very likely to become a dragon rider. Everyone felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Exploring the dragon nest will undoubtedly yield the greatest benefits for the beastmasters. A beastmaster with a high level of beast seal has a certain chance of becoming a dragon rider. Speaking of which, it seems that the dragon egg was taken away by that so-called black-robed beastmaster. The deputy director suddenly said. Everyone was taken aback. Even Su Xingshan couldn't understand. What dragon egg? It seems you all don't know yet. The evil sect, or rather the fierce beast temple, caused such a big commotion just for that dragon egg. Although it is an egg that is not yet revived, and we don't know if it can revive, they have incited Gao Yu, presumably promising him that he would possess that dragon egg and become a dragon rider. The deputy director was indeed the deputy director of Yuehua City. Even if it was later, the news was already quite well informed. It seems that Tianqing town had long been set up with spies, but previously the evil sect had blocked the information, making it impossible to relay. What a pity. If that dragon egg could be taken into the dragon nest, the chances of revival would still be quite high. Suddenly, everyone's eyes became much more fervent. After all, the dragon egg exists in reality compared to the dragon nest. Su Xingshan shook his head. That black-robed beastmaster's fate is unknown. I sent Xingwu to find him, but he has not returned yet. Just then a strong man with dark skin and well-defined muscles appeared at the door. It was Su Xingwu, the legendary warrior of the Su family, one of the two fifth-rank powerhouses who came to Tianqing town this time. Did you find him? In fact, Su Xingshan already had a rough idea. Su Xingwu shook his head, his voice deep. In the wilderness outside Tianqing town, a group of spider-fierce beasts appeared, led by a fifth-rank beast king. What? Immediately someone stood up. A fifth-rank beast king. What a joke. A beast king can destroy. Even if these people came, who would dare to guarantee they could defeat a beast king? A beast king, in a sense. Even the deputy director wore a serious expression. It seems we need to build defensive structures, otherwise when the beast king emerges from the mountains, it will be during a time of hunger, and it is highly likely it will come to slaughter the city for food. However, Su Xingshan remained the most composed, waving his hand. Continue speaking. Su Xingwu held a piece of dark brown stone in his hands and tossed it in front of everyone. Everyone was puzzled, wondering why he threw the stone. Su Xingshan immediately recognized it, his extraordinary eyes shimmering with a mysterious purple light, and he exclaimed, "Is this the remains of that fifth-tier beast king?" Yes, the beast king is dead, but the cause of death is unknown. Despite Su Xingwu's gloomy demeanor, he was actually quite shocked when he saw the massive spider king, its body scattered across the mountains. He was equally astonished. Was it done by Wu Deyang? The deputy director asked. Su Xingwu shook his head. He doesn't have that capability. Though both were legendary warriors and had never met, Su Xingwu understood that Wu Deyang could not possess such strength. Unless Wu Deyang transcended legend and became a master. It seems this exploration will be even more thrilling than we imagined. Su Xingshan chuckled. The expressions of everyone were incredibly strange. How could he still be laughing? They were already feeling creeped out, and their scalps tingled. Where's Zhang Ma? Su Xingshan asked again. Su Xingwu shook his head with a somewhat somber expression. Is that so? Su Xingshan sighed. Qing Cheng would surely be heartbroken. Having already lost her mother, now it was Zhang Ma. In the pitch-black space, Jiang Fan had already walked quite a distance. The surroundings remained silent, with only the faint sound of dripping water audible. That sound should be the sound of underground water dripping. Jiang Fan tried to comfort himself. This barren land was lush with vegetation, indicating a rich water resource. Moreover, there was a large lake in the distance, making it quite normal to have underground water. The large lake. If he could follow the flow of the underground water and escape from that lake. Soon Jiang Fan shook his head, abandoning this unrealistic idea. Not to mention that he currently had no sense of direction and did not know the location of the lake. Even if there were indeed underground rivers formed by the underground water, they would certainly be interwoven in all directions. Moreover, this was a man-made structure, and he should be able to find an exit. Suddenly, the radar in his mind indicated that ants were being led away by dragonfly scouts from this long corridor. This long corridor was estimated to be at least several dozen kilometers long. Outside, the corridor connected to an even broader space, as if stepping into a large courtyard of a building complex. Jiang Fan was even more shocked. Whose handiwork was this? Based on the structure he had just traversed, it was as if he had passed through a long corridor and arrived at the front hall of a palace. Jiang Fan shivered. If this guess was correct, then this building complex was terrifyingly large, possibly comparable to a small city. Who lived here? What was even more frightening was that if the direction he had come from was the main entrance to this building complex, then the main entrance had already been buried. He could only grit his teeth and venture deeper. At this moment, there was still not a hint of light, and being in such a state for a long time made Jiang Fan very uncomfortable. Forget it, waste is waste. Let's use some beast blood as candle oil. He only had about 20 milliliters of first-tier beast blood left. He had given away the second and third tier to Old Gua. Beast blood was originally a high-energy substance, very easy to ignite. Spiritual energy was already the highest-end energy in this world. By slightly rubbing Wu Deyang's sword on the ground, a few sparks appeared, igniting the beast blood. Placing a milliliter of beast blood on the sword tip ignited a flame half a meter high in an instant. Although the flame was not very hot, its brightness was decent. The light could radiate dozens of meters away, and for the first time Jiang Fan saw the scene of the underground space. It was roughly as he had estimated. The underground space was constructed from smooth black bricks. It was vast. Even the glow that extended several dozen meters could not allow him to see the walls. However, the ground was exceptionally clean, with not a trace of moss. It was as if throughout countless ages someone had been regularly cleaning it. Cleaning. Jiang Fan suddenly felt a chill. Looking down and rubbing his finger across the ground, there was not even a speck of dust. How could this be possible? Could it be that someone really is here? Jiang Fan suddenly felt a chill run down his back. It felt as if a cold wind had truly passed by. He didn't believe that anyone could be in such a place, that at least there couldn't be any living people. This place wouldn't be a tomb, would it? Impossible, huh? Jiang Fan forced a stiff smile. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He didn't know if it was a psychological reaction, but it seemed he really heard some strange sounds. He felt a bit colder. Quickly raising his sword, he widened his eyes and scanned around for a long time. He found nothing unusual. Well, if there was any spiritual energy fluctuation, it wouldn't escape the notice of the army of ants. Wait, if there were living beings with spiritual energy fluctuations, then what about the non-living ones? No, I can't think recklessly, I'm just scaring myself. Jiang Fan encouraged himself. This place couldn't possibly have any living things, and even if there were, so what? He had 2 4th-tier spirit beasts and 2 3rd-tier spirit beasts. Regardless of whether it was a person or a ghost, he had the strength to fight. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the depths of the building complex, another strange sound echoed. Jiang Fan's scalp instantly went numb. Something was wrong, there hadn't been such a sound before. It seemed that the deeper he went, the louder and more frequent this sound became. Suddenly, at the edge of the radar of the army of ants, a red light spot appeared. Something was approaching. A fearsome beast from beneath the earth. This is troublesome. The murderer above has yet to be figured out, and now one has emerged from below. I must find a place to hide. Jiang Fan quickly scanned the area and noticed a broken brick in the wall. It wasn't exactly broken, but rather had a crack. There are quite a few such cracks, considering this building complex must have existed for a long time. The crack was just big enough for a person to slip into, so Jiang Fan had no choice but to carry Zhang Ma on his back. He gathered all the living beings into the spirit beast space, even bringing back the ants and dragonfly scouts. In here, insects are expendable. As he just entered the crack, that eerie sound reappeared. It was accompanied by the rustling of movements. It seemed that the creature was enormous, needing to scrape against the walls to pass through. My goodness, how massive of a beast must it be? Jiang Fan was sweating. He was nearly scared to death. The Spider King isn't even this big. What kind of creature is this underground beast? Hoo. The strange sounds drew ever closer. Only from a close distance could one discern that the noise was not a singular entity. Rather, it was an amalgamation of numerous cries of despair and anguish. The closer it got, the clearer it became. Is it a tribe? Jiang Fan held his breath and forced himself to calm. If the other party consisted of a tribe of beasts that had long lived underground, their vision would have deteriorated while their other senses heightened. He tried to blend in with the wall. Zhang Ma need not worry, her aura was already faint and barely perceivable. The woo-woo-woo sound grew sharper and more piercing as it approached, resembling a bird's call. Yet it was drier than a bird's song, sounding somewhat unsettling. No wonder, Jiang Fan thought, it was the wailing of ghosts. The sound didn't seem of this world. It was as if countless birds were flocking towards him. Boom rumble. The myriad rustling sounds combined, forming a roar akin to a river's wrath. The corridor trembled. Jiang Fan, squeezed in the crevice, held his breath the entire time. Without the flames of beast blood burning, his vision was engulfed in darkness. However, he could sense that something was flying past the gaps in the black bricks in droves. Some even crashed into the black bricks, falling by his feet. Jiang Fan reacted quickly, promptly stepping on the disoriented creature. It appeared small, about the size of a... It didn't seem to be a fearsome beast. By the feel of it underfoot, it felt like a bat with hard bones, which favored dwelling in such dark environments. Just as he pondered this, a gigantic creature suddenly swept by the crack. Jiang Fan felt a gust of wind, as if it were trying to suck him out of the crevice. It was definitely beast grade. It appeared that this tribe was somewhat similar to the spider tribe, composed of both ferocious and mundane beasts. Due to the darkness, he couldn't see the creature's size. From the sense of pressure, it seemed comparable to a 4-rank beast. Aren't 4-rank beast tamers rare? Aren't 4-rank spirit beasts quite formidable? Why does it feel like there are 4-rank fearsome beasts roaming freely in the wilderness? Jiang Fan dared not breathe or move. Bats possess the ability to locate using echolocation. The principle is that after emitting ultrasonic waves, they bounce back when hitting an object. Humans also utilize this function to explore some hidden and perilous caves in the wilderness. As soon as Jiang Fan moved, he had no doubt that a multitude of bats would immediately sense his presence, then block the crack and tear him apart. Jiang Fan's cheeks puffed up. He was on the verge of bursting, even though the power of his blood allowed him to have extraordinary oxygen capabilities. However, before holding his breath, he hadn't intentionally taken a deep breath. It took a full 10 minutes for the swarm to leave. Once he was certain those creatures wouldn't return, Jiang Fan let out a long sigh of relief. Jiang Fan felt like he was alive again. The creature underfoot was nearly crushed by him. Once he reignited the beast blood, he could see clearly. It was indeed a bat, just with a rather peculiar appearance. On its small head, there was a horn, and two long hairs resembling whiskers flanked its mouth. Its bones were significantly harder than those of ordinary bats. As he stared at the bat for a while, several lines of information appeared next to its head. Dragon bat, level 0 rank talent, not mainstream, 3100 race, flying type, stamina 20, strength 30, speed 40, combat power 5, special bloodline 11000. Dragon bat, king bloodline. Other description: a fearsome beast tribe guarding the dragon corpse pit, often wandering around the dragon corpse pit periodically. Dragon bat. That sounds quite impressive. Wait a minute. Dragon corpse pit. Jiang Fan's eyes widened. Is this place where the dragon race's corpses are kept? An ominous place. Jiang Fan was somewhat bewildered. How could this place be a dragon corpse pit? Could it be that this place is connected to the dragon nest in Tianqing Town? Or perhaps beneath the Gulf Mountain in Tianqing Town, there's actually not a dragon nest, but a dragon corpse pit. Jiang Fan had never heard of a dragon corpse pit, but just from the name it's clear that it's a cursed place. If the people of Tianqing Town are planning to explore that dragon nest, they will undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. Moreover, if the dragon bat tribe rushes out of the mountain and into Tianqing Town could face a bloodbath. His parents are still in Tianqing Town. I must hurry back. Upon leaving, I casually took this blood bat as my spiritual beast. Fortunately, there's no need to ignite the beast's blood, as I discovered that the dragon bat's ultrasonic exploration ability is even stronger. It directly formed a virtual space in his mind. This space was constructed through the continuous release and reflection of the dragon bat's ultrasonic waves. It was as if a model had been established. I could discern the shapes of all things within a certain range, even the dragon bat corpses lying on the ground or hanging on the walls. However, the dragon bat needed to constantly emit ultrasonic waves to shape the space. This dragon bat looked like it was on the verge of death, being merely at the ordinary beast level. Jiang Fan only spent 10,000 coins to directly evolve the dragon bat to the second tier. The second-tier dragon bat's size grew more than tenfold, standing nearly as tall as half of Jiang Fan. Its vitality also became much more vigorous. The range of ultrasonic detection expanded significantly, covering nearly a kilometer in radius. Instantly, it clarified everything surrounding Jiang Fan's body. Very useful. In a certain sense, in this pitch-black environment, it was even more effective than the Dragonfly Scout. All the way, the second-tier dragon bat continuously emitted ultrasonic waves. This allowed Jiang Fan to maintain a state of vision. As long as he ensured there were no enemies within a kilometer radius, he could run wildly without restraint. He wanted to see how large this dragon corpse pit was. Perhaps following it would lead him back to Tianqing Town. Riding the bald-headed husky, he galloped for several minutes, covering nearly dozens of kilometers. Suddenly, he signaled the bald-headed husky to stop. There was something unusual ahead. It was called unusual because that thing was completely motionless. Its shape was also quite strange. It felt like a pile of massive rottenwood haphazardly stacked together. Jiang Fan stopped, searching for a crack in the wall to slip through. Then he instructed the Dragonfly Scout to take some ants and investigate the spiritual energy fluctuations over there. The Dragonfly Scout flew slowly over 1,000 meters, taking at least a few minutes. But just after flying for less than a minute, Jiang Fan suddenly felt his heart stop. An immense spiritual energy fluctuation. It was more intense than anything he had ever encountered. Surpassing the 5th-tier Beast King, could it be a 6th tier? This was simply unbelievable. This was a dead end. The size of that object was terrifying. It truly looked like a 6th-tier ferocious beast. Although he had never seen a real 6th-tier ferocious beast, the sense of oppression was undeniably real. I need to find another way. In fact, there were other forks in the road, but Jiang Fan was determined to stick to the path, believing that even if he made a wrong turn, he could retreat. He continued straight and ignored the forks. But now he had to turn. He took a right turn into a junction, and Jiang Fan hadn't walked far when he suddenly heard a faint wailing sound. Jiang Fan's expression changed dramatically. It was coming again. From which direction? Standing at the junction, he couldn't determine the source of the sound. It felt like the sound could be coming from all 4 directions. However, if he chose incorrectly, it could mean disaster. Boom boom. The sound was getting closer. Yet he still couldn't tell where it was coming from. This was troublesome. Which way to go? Jiang Fan glanced at Zhang Ma on the back of the bald-headed husky, who had not woken up. No one could offer him advice. Suddenly, the second-tier dragon bat emitted a series of chirps. Its wings pointed in a direction, indicating that this route was safe. Jiang Fan was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting slightly. He squinted at the second-tier dragon bat, which was now his spiritual beast. Its loyalty was 100%. Illogically, it shouldn't harm him. However, the direction indicated by the second-tier dragon bat was precisely the path he had just abandoned. Ahead, there was a massive spiritual energy fluctuation. How could the second-tier dragon bat say it was safe? What was going on? Rustling. While Jiang Fan hesitated, several dragon bats had already flown over. They scraped against the walls, producing a sound like metal scraping. It was extremely harsh. Moreover, behind them, even denser sounds were approaching. There was no time to delay. Jiang Fan had to trust the second-tier dragon bat. Gritting his teeth, he urged the bald-headed husky to sprint through the darkness with all its might. Since they had set off a little later, a large number of dragon bats quickly caught up behind them. The buzzing sounds merged into one resembling a dense hailstorm, madly pounding everything in the narrow valley. It was deafening, sending chills down his spine. Hurry, Jiang Fan urged the bald-headed husky. He had no doubt that if they were caught, he would likely end up as nothing but bones. However, there was an even more terrifying presence ahead. There was no need for the ants to sense it. He could feel it himself. A strong spiritual energy accompanied by the acrid scent of blood. It came rushing toward him. Damn, he wanted to kill the second-tier dragon bat. The great terror ahead far exceeded the dragon bats behind. But now it was too late to retreat. Although the second-tier dragon bat was trembling, it still insisted that its master continue onward. Jiang Fan gritted his teeth, charged through. The bald-headed husky was terrified as well. It could smell it. This was the scent of death. A great terror. A super great terror. But since the master ordered it, it had no choice but to comply. With all his might, he surged forward, forcing his four legs to stop trembling. In the space constructed by the second-grade dragon bat's ultrasonic waves, they were mere inches away from that terrifying entity. It felt as if he was enveloped in a thick, bloody aura. Breathing was incredibly difficult. Each inhale caused a searing sensation throughout his body. Spiritual energy. The spiritual energy was overwhelmingly terrifying. He sealed all his pores and reversed the basic mantra's flow. He tried to prevent this spiritual energy from entering, yet still a trickle managed to seep through. It was this trickle that sent waves of excruciating pain throughout his body, as if a flame coursed through his. Such violent spiritual energy. Thankfully, I didn't absorb it earlier. Otherwise, even a slight attempt to absorb it could lead to utter ruin, at the very least turning me into a cripple. Jiang Fan felt a wave of fear wash over him. What on earth was this place? It felt as if this bloody spiritual energy resembled that extracted from beast blood. Suddenly, he turned around. He discovered that the dragon bats, which had originally been closing in, had now vanished without a trace. It seemed they were afraid of the terrifying aura of this place. The bald-headed hound and the second-grade dragon bat were trembling in fear, pressing their heads against the ground, too afraid to lift them. Jiang Fan wanted the second-grade dragon bat to use ultrasonic waves for reconnaissance. However, the second-grade dragon bat didn't even dare to move, let alone use ultrasonic waves for exploration. He could only store them in the spirit beast space for now. Steeling himself, he ignited the remnants of beast blood on the tip of his sword. The flames radiated for dozens of meters, yet even that distance was insufficient to glimpse its entirety. But he didn't need to see it all, he knew what it was. Jiang Fan widened his eyes, for it was an enormous mound of colossal bones. And the terrifying spiritual energy and blood essence were emanating from this pile of bones. These bone mounds appeared to be chaotically stacked. Yet it seemed that the quantity and structure were complete, as within the intricate tangle of bones he discovered a dragon head. It looked as if someone had forcibly twisted the head into the body. Incredibly bizarre. There really are dragon remnants. Cough, cough. This was the first time Zhang Ma had awakened. Upon waking, she was astonished by the scene before her. She was choked awake by this overwhelming spiritual energy. This gigantic body, the sharp dragon fangs, the unmatched power of blood essence, all showcased its dominance as the ruler of the wasteland. The dragon clan remains hidden deep within the wasteland, the most invincible existence. To be able to control the dragon clan is the highest honor for a beast master. I never imagined I could discover the bones of a dragon. Cough, cough. Zhang Ma seemed to be rejuvenated, instantly becoming excited. She even eagerly attempted to jump down from Jiang Fan's back, staggering towards the dragon's remains. Zhang Ma, what's wrong with you? Jiang Fan noticed that Zhang Ma's condition was a bit off. It was as if she could collapse at any moment. I'm fine. Cough, cough. The more she spoke, the more she coughed. She coughed up the last few drops of blood and some fragments of her lungs. Was she truly fine? Or did martial artists also experience a revival before the end, only to perish afterward? Jiang Fan found it hard to judge, and could only let Zhang Ma go. She seemed to be murmuring to herself, good things. Cough, cough. All good things. Cough, cough. Jiang Fan felt a bit embarrassed. She was on the verge of passing away, yet still thinking about good things. He watched as Zhang Ma, in a frenzy, climbed onto one of the bones. She seemed to have activated some kind of technique, her body shimmering with an otherworldly blue light. It resembled a basic mantra, but seemed to be of a higher grade. Zhang Ma was absorbing the spiritual energy and blood essence clinging to the dragon's bones. Such violent spiritual energy was even more terrifying than flames. Yet Zhang Ma was able to absorb it directly. However, considering her status as a fourth-grade martial artist, it was somewhat normal. Her tolerance and physical strength far exceeded his. Suddenly, a miracle occurred. Zhang Ma's battered body began to heal. Originally, she was on the brink of death, her life force extremely weak. But now it was as if she had inflated like a balloon and her emaciated body swelled. The wounds on her body emitted wisps of white smoke as if healing rapidly. It was evident that the spiritual energy and blood essence in the air seemed to have thinned out. Zhang Ma was devouring it like a cow. The scene was truly magnificent. She was also making strange noises that made Jiang Fan's scalp tingle. If it were a younger girl, perhaps Jiang Fan would have been more inclined to listen. But Zhang Ma was of advanced age. Even if she felt good, she should have restrained herself. Jiang Fan just wanted to cover his ears. It was too torturous. After recovering some vitality, Zhang Ma turned to Jiang Fan. I never expected that you would save me. Her tone carried a hint of guilt. After all, she had initially looked down on Jiang Fan. She believed he had used some strange method to delay the young laddie's return to Yuehua City. Yet he risked his life to save her. Although she still didn't know where they were, at least she was no longer in danger of losing her life. Seeing the puzzled look from Jiang Fan, she explained, the spiritual energy of the Dragon Clan possesses a strong healing ability related to their innate talents. The Dragon Clan is known as the immortal race, possessing infinite self-healing capabilities. Thus, by absorbing some of their spiritual energy, I can heal my wounds and gain a substantial amount of vitality. Zhang Ma was very excited. Her luck was truly remarkable. Or rather, Jiang Fan's luck was extraordinary. I never expected to encounter such a treasure. Jiang Fan understood. Out to him it felt like spiritual energy akin to flames. Yet to Zhang Ma, it was an excellent medicine. Jiang Fan asked. Zhang Ma pondered for a moment, shaking her head. I'm not sure, but it's at least of 6th grade, and it's very likely to exceed that. Jiang Fan was astonished. He observed the state of the dragon's remains. It was clearly not a natural death. It felt as if a pair of enormous hands had forcefully twisted this dragon beast into such a state. Moreover, this dragon corpse pit was also artificially constructed. Who has such capability? Can the human race defeat beasts of 6th grade or higher? Jiang Fan truly did not know. Zhang Ma was momentarily taken aback, then she smiled bitterly. Even if you ask me, I don't know. The sky in Yuehua City is higher than that of Tianqing Town, but not by much. In Yuehua City, legends are already top-tier powerhouses. 6th grade means a grandmaster, and there is only one grandmaster warrior in the entire Yuehua City. As for those above 6th grade, there should be some in the Xingyue Federation, but I don't know their names specifically. Jiang Fan was initially startled, then felt relieved. 5th grade is already quite powerful. In Tianqing Town, the strongest is merely 4th grade. However, in the eyes of the strong in Yuehua City, the strength of Chao Jingguang should be insignificant. Moreover, Yuehua City is one of the 28 major cities in the Xingyue Federation. Thus, the sky of the Xingyue Federation is even higher. Looking at it this way, he felt incredibly small, as tiny as a speck of dust. There are countless beings stronger than him. However, now there is a problem. As Zhang Ma absorbed more and more blood chi spiritual energy, the blood chi spiritual energy attached to the dragon's remains became increasingly thin. The dragon bat swarm outside turned back again, already restless. They appeared to be long-term hungry. Their eyes were red. They stared at Jiang Fan and the others like wolves and tigers. Zhang Ma heard the rustling sounds outside, but she could not see. The flames of burning beast blood only illuminated a radius of a few dozen meters. So beyond a few dozen meters was utter darkness. What noise is that? Zhang Ma wondered. It's nothing, just a dragon bat swarm. Jiang Fan replied nonchalantly. Zhang Ma's face changed instantly. The action of absorbing blood chi spiritual energy paused immediately. Her mind quickly recalled the name of this fierce beast, the dragon bat. The human race has limited statistics on fierce beast types, but there is information about dragon bats. This data often accompanies information about dragon nests. Is this the dragon corpse pit? Zhang Ma asked hoarsely. Do you know? Yes, dragon bats often appear in dragon nests and dragon corpse pits, but they most frequently appear in dragon corpse pits. What is the relationship between the dragon corpse pit and the dragon nest? Jiang Fan asked. The dragon nest is the ancient dragon race's nesting ground, their residence. Thus, exploring the dragon nest has a certain chance of obtaining dragon eggs, while the dragon corpse pit is the burial ground of the dragon race, a place of great danger. Zhang Ma, being from the Su family, had a certain amount of information. Generally speaking, she was correct. The dragon corpse pit was constructed by humans. Could it be that these dragons were also hunted by the human race? It's highly likely. The glory of the ancient human race is beyond our imagination. Having dragon-slaying powerhouses is not surprising. It is even speculated that in ancient times there was a clan dedicated to slaying dragons. Hiss! Jiang Fan inhaled sharply. How terrifying. The dragon race, which modern humans see as their natural enemy, was actually hunted in ancient times. The rustling sounds grew closer. Zhang Ma felt a bit of a chill. Why do I feel like they are coming over? Zhang Ma asked. Your feeling is correct. Originally, they were wary of the blood chi on the dragon's remains, but now that you've absorbed quite a bit, they might not be afraid anymore. Jiang Fan said very nonchalantly. Zhang Ma's face turned pale instantly. Why didn't you say so earlier? What good would it have done to say it early? Would it have stopped you from absorbing? If you didn't absorb it, you'd be dead. There was no fault in this statement. Thanks to this blood-chi spiritual energy, she had returned from the brink of death. However, if she had known earlier, she wouldn't have absorbed so much. In fact, she had long since left the near-death state, and now she had mostly recovered. Hoo-hoo-hoo, the rustling sounds transformed into spine-chilling wails. It signified that a large wave of dragon bats was approaching. Let's hurry and leave. Although the blood-chi spiritual energy here hasn't been fully absorbed, there was no time left. Jiang Ma prepared to drag Jiang Fan to flee madly. Get on and run. Jiang Fan extinguished the flames directly. For the dragon bats, it made no difference whether there was light or not. He just wanted to conserve energy. There wasn't much beast blood left. Earlier, he tried to absorb some blood-chi spiritual energy from the dragon's remains, but it failed. Blood-chi spiritual energy could only be absorbed, not refined. If it were a soul master, there might be a way. What a waste. Jiang Ma rode the bald blue cat, while Jiang Fan rode the 4th-grade iron-eating ant. The speed of the 4th-grade iron-eating ant was faster, so he led the 2nd-grade dragon bat ahead, scouting and flying. Behind him, Jiang Ma was engulfed in darkness. She could only tightly grasp the fur of the bald blue cat, listening to the wailing sounds receding further and further behind, indicating that this 4th-grade spiritual beast was now at full speed. The key is, how did they manage to do that? How can one discern direction in this darkness? It is simply unfathomable. It feels as though Jiang Fan is in a realm devoid of human presence. Just as Jiang Ma was pondering, the bald blue cat abruptly hit the brakes and then made a turn. Startled, Jiang Ma gripped on even tighter. It could actually turn, and it did so quite smoothly. Jiang Fan. This kid is truly perplexing. At first glance, the qualifications of the spirit beasts seem rather low, even somewhat unsightly. However, their numbers are plentiful, and they appear to possess special abilities. If only Jiang Fan had such abilities, the danger of exploring the wilderness would be significantly reduced. In a certain sense, this kid's innate talent is on par with Long Hao's. Could it be that the young lady has already recognized Jiang Fan's talents? Hold on tight. There's a deep pit ahead, we need to jump over it. Jiang Fan's calm voice echoed from the front. Jiang Fan has always been so calm and unruffled. Not a trace of panic. It seems as if everything is within his control. How many seasoned experts can maintain such composure at his age? The key is that she is incredibly tense. In this pitch-black environment, they are occasionally pursued by dragon bats. How does Jiang Fan, so young, manage to remain so serene? Ahead, Jiang Fan sat atop the 4th-grade iron-eating ant. His expression had solidified. His hands were tightly gripping the ant, wishing he could find a rope to tie himself down. He was in a state of panic. Below was an unfathomably deep cliff. Such a large crack, if not for the ledges on the adjacent walls. The bald blue cat simply could not jump across. Moreover, the path ahead was even more treacherous. There were pits at intervals, or sensing a large group of dragon bats lingering ahead. How on earth can we get out of here? Although Jiang Ma is no longer in a life-threatening state, Jiang Fan's sense of foreboding only grows stronger. He couldn't tell if it was his imagination, but he felt as if he was going up and down intermittently. Additionally, there were some mountain structures nearby. This meant that many areas were actually connected to the mountain ranges. Being connected to the mountains is not a good thing. The mountains in the wilderness are mostly inhabited by ferocious beasts. The larger the mountain range, the more ferocious beasts there are. The dragon bat population is already considerable, and if they encounter other ferocious beasts, it would be troublesome. Suddenly, the 2nd-grade dragon bat's body twitched. It stretched out its head, opened its mouth, and emitted a silent screech. Then it began to call out in fear with a series of hissing sounds. What's wrong? The 2nd-grade dragon bat shared a deep connection with him. Thus, Jiang Fan immediately understood. There was a terrifying presence ahead. It was not a dragon skeleton, but a dragon bat of immense power. How powerful! The 2nd-grade dragon bat conveyed to him that it was at least a 5th grade. Damn! Run! He shouted back. Change direction, hold tight. The 4th-grade iron-eating ant quickly led the bald blue cat into a side passage. But they were still a step too late. A terrifying aura suddenly surged. The sharp screeching echoed through the corridor without hindrance like a sonic cannon. The 4th-grade iron-eating ant and the bald blue cat stumbled in unison. Jiang Fan felt as if his eardrums were about to burst. What was happening? It was terrifying. Jiang Ma could endure a little more, but her expression was pained. She didn't know what was happening and didn't dare to ask. Now all she could do was rely on Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan was the first to sense the terrifying beast's presence, but he was uncertain whether he could create another miracle. A 5th-grade dragon bat is unlike those ordinary dragon bats. They are faster, and if they are caught, there is only a dead end. Turn left. Jiang Fan adjusted their escape route based on the feedback from the 2nd-grade dragon bat. In terms of speed, they definitely cannot compete with the Dragon Bat King. However, they are more agile. The 5th-grade dragon bat's body must be quite large, so this corridor should be very narrow for it. They would use more turns to reduce its pursuit speed. Jiang Fan's thoughts were clear, primarily due to the presence of the formidable 2nd-grade dragon bat as a navigator. Behind them, the fifth-grade dragon bat continued to roar. Jiang Fan's expression turned grave, meaning the fifth-grade dragon bat was constantly using sound waves to locate their presence. This escape may be a very long road. Now Jiang Fan somewhat regretted not bringing along a dragon's boner. With a bone in hand, the fifth-grade dragon bat might not have dared to pursue them so relentlessly. Roar. Suddenly, that roar seemed to come from the side passage. Jiang Fan's face changed dramatically. This was trouble. He had underestimated the fifth-grade dragon bat. Although the fifth-grade dragon bat was large and had difficulty turning in the corridor, its intelligence is actually quite high and it is very familiar with the area. Thus it can take shortcuts to encircle and corner them. Cold sweat poured down. He had witnessed the pursuit capabilities of a fifth-grade ferocious beast. It was like a tide, making it hard to escape. Jiang Fan. Suddenly Zhang Ma shouted from behind. I'll stay back to block it, you leave quickly. What? Jiang Fan was taken aback. Then he instantly became furious. Shut up, don't disturb my thoughts. After all that effort to save you. And now you want to sacrifice yourself? What's the point of all I've done to put myself in danger? He had actually guessed the reason Zhang Ma appeared in the wilderness. It was highly likely that Su Qingsheng had sent her here. If he didn't bring Zhang Ma back, wouldn't it mean he owed Su Qingsheng a huge favor? Jiang Fan might be able to live off a woman, but he will never accept such a humiliating dependence. Aunt Zhang instantly closed her mouth. At that moment she realized she didn't dare to express any anger. Why? Simply because Jiang Fan had saved her life. Moreover, the extraordinary abilities displayed by Jiang Fan repeatedly made it impossible for her to maintain her seniority in front of him. Suddenly Jiang Fan smiled. Because ahead he had discovered a pile of dragon bones. This was the place that could save his life. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan rushed towards the pile of dragon bones. This time the dragon bones emitted even stronger blood chi and spiritual energy. Just getting close made his skin feel like it was burning. He quickly sealed the pores all over his body and adjusted his breathing to the lowest frequency. Each breath felt as if his lungs were about to explode. It felt as if a burning sword was thrust into his lungs, stirring wildly. He sensed that the pile of dragon bones was even stronger when it was alive. At about 100 meters away, Jiang Fan began to struggle. The blood chi and spiritual energy permeating the air was like a mountain. But behind them, a fifth-tier dragon bat had come after them, stopping not far away. It seemed to be wary of the dragon bones. Aunt Zhang noticed Jiang Fan's suffering and hesitated slightly, saying, "It seems you have only practiced the basic mantra." Jiang Fan remained silent, or rather he had no strength left to speak. "I can't give you the Su family's cultivation mantra even if you saved my life." "I'm sorry." Aunt Zhang felt somewhat guilty. The Su family's mantra could not be passed on to anyone. For Aunt Zhang, it was more important than life itself. Jiang Fan nodded, so when he saw Aunt Zhang's extraordinary technique, he never thought of asking for it. But I have a set of profound level techniques here. Although it doesn't compare to the Su family's techniques, it's much better than the basic mantra. Aunt Zhang took it out and handed it to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan was slightly suspicious. Profound level techniques. Techniques are classified by levels. He didn't know about that. The school teachers had never taught it. Let alone techniques, even the basic mantra was out of reach for students. Talking about this was useless. What level is the basic mantra? It doesn't even count as yellow level. Give it to me. A good thing. Jiang Fan had never refused. He had experienced the effects of the basic mantra, which allowed him to break through to the first tier in just a few days thanks to his reckless consumption of beast blood. He was very much looking forward to the profound level techniques. If the profound level techniques could allow him to absorb some blood chi and spiritual energy, his martial arts might advance further. The fifth-tier dragon bats stood quietly in the distance. Jiang Fan couldn't see them, but they were always there. In fact, quite a few other dragon bats had also come. This technique is called beast blood decision. It isn't a rare technique. The basic mantra is simplified from the beast blood decision. Aunt Zhang clarified for Jiang Fan. The efficiency of transforming beast blood into spiritual energy is much higher. How much is the beast blood decision worth? Jiang Fan asked excitedly while flipping open the beast blood decision. As soon as he glanced at it, his eyes felt excruciatingly painful. In that instant, it felt as if his mental power had been drained and waves of drowsiness washed over him. His body began to sway. Aunt Zhang was surprised. How could this happen? This scroll of beast blood decision was written with high-grade beast blood, so reading it would consume mental power. Conversely, reading high-grade beast blood characters could also enhance mental power. This technique is different from ordinary printed versions. It can be read with mental power, allowing one to master the technique faster. However, your mental power should be quite strong, right? Aunt Zhang was genuinely puzzled. In her view, Jiang Fan's mental power should be terrifyingly strong. He could control so many spirit beasts, and the degree of control was remarkably high. From just commanding the fourth-tier iron-eating ants to make agile turns and shake off the fifth-tier dragon bats, it was evident. She believed that Jiang Fan's mental power was not comparable to that of ordinary beast tamers. She had seen many fourth-tier beast tamers. Controlling a single fourth-tier spirit beast was their limit. They couldn't maintain control for long. However, Jiang Fan seemed to have plenty of strength left. Jiang Fan didn't know how to respond. He wanted to say that his mental power was actually very weak. But would Aunt Zhang believe him if he said that? Aside from him, what fourth-tier beast tamer had mental power as weak as an ordinary person? Could it be that controlling spirit beasts for a long time consumed too much mental power? Aunt Zhang speculated. Jiang Fan immediately nodded. That's right, just like that. Fortunately, Aunt Zhang came up with a reason for him, otherwise he really wouldn't know how to explain. So that's it. Then, it's fine, I'll keep this technique for now. He'll learn it once my mental power recovers. Jiang Fan quickly put away the beast blood decision. This was a great thing. Not only could he learn the technique, but it could also enhance his mental power. There were very limited ways to enhance mental power. A technique scroll that could enhance mental power must be extremely precious. No wonder you're from the big city. You're quite generous. Aunt Zhang was both amused and exasperated by Jiang Fan's demeanor. If you said Jiang Fan was poor, he had 2 fourth-tier spirit beasts. Which one of them wasn't a gold-swallowing beast? But if you said he was wealthy, this kind of shabby appearance was something normal people couldn't fake. It was getting more mysterious. Aunt Zhang had a relatively strong physique, so she could get closer. She took the opportunity to refine her body with the blood chi and spiritual energy, while also completing her recovery from the remaining injuries. Perhaps she could even advance further. Having lingered in the middle stage of the 4th tier for too long, this breaking and standing up again might be an opportunity. Jiang Fan felt bored. Did he really have to just stare at the 5th tier dragon bats from a distance? Suddenly he remembered. He had stolen a dragon egg from the soldier regiment's warehouse. That dragon egg needed a large amount of blood chi to revive. It might not necessarily succeed. Would using the blood chi and spiritual energy from the dragon bones increase the efficiency of revival? Jiang Fan suddenly had a whimsical thought and took out the dragon egg. It was pitch black, resembling a lump of charcoal. If he hadn't seen it emit extraordinary light before, he would never believe this was a dragon egg. The moment he took out the dragon egg, its dark surface came into contact with his blood chi and spiritual energy. Buzz! Suddenly, it emitted intense vibrations, as if it had gained life. A faint red light began to appear beneath the shell. This really works. Moreover, it was even more effective than using the blood sacrifice of a warrior. The frequency of the light flickering increased rapidly, seeming to be extremely lively. At the same time, upon the appearance of the dragon egg, some blood chi and spiritual energy flowed over on their own. It circled around the dragon egg for a while. Gently touching the egg, it trembled lightly, resembling a satisfied infant being comforted. Jiang Fan's eyes widened. This dragon egg was about to awaken. It hadn't even been born yet. Following that, a large amount of blood chi and spiritual energy gathered towards it. They surged rapidly into the dragon egg. Zhang Ma opened her eyes, looking at him with some confusion. Jiang Fan had his back to Zhang Ma, not because he was overly cautious, but rather because he had to be cautious. Some people who were friends now might become enemies upon their next meeting. Thus, Jiang Fan could not expose everything about himself to others. He kicked the nearby bald blue cat and cursed. I told you not to suck, yet you're doing it so fast. Aren't you afraid of bursting yourself? Meow. The bald blue cat looked puzzled. What was it sucking? It avoided this blood chi and spiritual energy and wouldn't dare to suck it. Suck less. Jiang Fan ignored the bald blue cat's scornful gaze. Zhang Ma felt relieved. Ew, so that was the case. No wonder she sensed a large wave of blood chi and spiritual energy being drawn in. So it turns out that spiritual beasts could also cultivate, and the commotion they made was surprisingly large. She really didn't know much about this. As the saying goes, crossing fields is like crossing mountains. Even though she knew some beast tamers, they wouldn't share such secrets with her. Seeing that Zhang Ma did not pay much attention, it seemed she had no suspicions. Did Zhang Ma know that he had a dragon egg? Maybe she did, maybe she didn't. But it didn't matter. He didn't need to expose himself actively. The dragon egg continued to absorb blood chi and spiritual energy, and the patterns on its surface faintly glowed with the red light from within. The blood chi and spiritual energy from the dragon's corpse were far purer than the life force offered by a warrior's sacrifice. Even so, the awakening of the dragon egg showed no breakthrough changes. This indicated that the degree of awakening of this dragon egg was not as high as Jiang Fan had imagined. It was possible that they had obtained this dragon egg a long time ago. They had secretly been attempting to revive it. It was even possible that when they discovered this dragon egg, it had already been in this state. In fact, whether this dragon egg can awaken is still uncertain. Jiang Fan seemed to understand. No matter what, he would try it out first. After all, there should be plenty of blood chi and spiritual energy in this dragon corpse pit. Even if he didn't use it, it would likely gradually dissipate over the long years. If it really couldn't awaken, he could always sell it to someone else. He believed there were many who would be willing to pay for a dragon egg that looked like it was on the verge of awakening. Hey, he was truly a genius. Jiang Fan was beginning to admire his own cleverness. After all, he wouldn't lose anything but was all free. Jiang Ma's body had completely recovered. She emitted a sound as if breaking through some barrier. Powerful spiritual energy was released. This is a breakthrough. It feels so strong, even stronger than Qiao Xingguang. Qiao Xingguang himself said he was in the mid-stage of the 4th rank. Does that mean Jiang Ma is now in the late stage of the 4th rank? Jiang Ma was very excited. She really had broken through. In the Dragon Corpse pit, her gains were immense. Not only had she healed all her injuries, but she had even improved her strength. This was completely an unexpected joy. The Dragon Corpse pit was regarded as a dead end by everyone. But following Jiang Fan, she had reaped numerous benefits. This feeling was simply wonderful. Jiang Ma cast a grateful glance, and Jiang Fan merely nodded slightly in congratulations. He didn't take any credit. This was all Jiang Ma's own ability. If someone else were here, they might be just like him, only able to watch these blood chi and spiritual energies helplessly. Jiang Ma's breakthrough was a good thing for them. Jiang Fan glanced at the dragon egg, which was still absorbing blood chi and spiritual energy. The intensity of the light was not much different from before. This dragon egg was simply a bottomless pit. It seemed to be forever stuck in this state. Thud thud. Suddenly Jiang Fan heard a barely audible heart. It came from the dragon egg. Jiang Fan crouched down, squinting his eyes as he stared at the eggshell. Unsure if it was an illusion, he seemed to vaguely see something through the red light of the eggshell. How should he describe it? In the middle there was an object connected by countless lines all around. Could it be that this dragon egg had not fully developed and was still in the embryonic stage? Jiang Fan was shocked. This was a major discovery. If his guess was correct, it meant that this dragon egg still had hope. The endless absorption of blood chi and spiritual energy was also justifiable. Goodness, the vitality of the dragon race is truly formidable. A half-developed dragon egg could survive for such a long time. Moreover, it can continue to develop itself through external spiritual energy. It's simply unbelievable. Such vitality is impossible to find in either human or other races. Suck. Work hard to absorb. There's plenty of blood chi and spiritual energy. The dragon egg seemed to understand, and it began to absorb even more enthusiastically. Jiang Fan was astonished. Is this dragon egg defying the heavens? It has intelligence even in the embryonic stage. No wonder dragon tamers are exceptional beings. The dragon race is truly terrifying. And Jiang was shocked. While consolidating his cultivation, he frequently glanced at the bald blue cat. Is this spiritual beast so fierce? Absorbing so much blood chi and spiritual energy, isn't it afraid of bursting itself? In the distance, a 5th grade dragon bat was stirring restlessly. It could sense that the terrifying power of the dragon race was gradually thinning. In a little while, it would be able to charge forward and tear apart the invaders. Another day passed. The citizens of Tianqing town had all evacuated. There were very few people left on the streets, but they were all powerful individuals. A large number of white-clad enforcers and armored troops were present. They were real military forces, unlike the self-organized guards. Their equipment was very formal, and each one looked formidable and not to be trifled with. However, they were not the protagonists of this event in Tianqing town. The real protagonists were those prominent figures and individuals from great families and powerful factions. Roar. Suddenly a furious roar echoed through the sky. Everyone looked up. The clear sky was instantly engulfed by dark clouds accompanied by flashes of lightning and rumblings of thunder. Amidst the thick dark clouds, a particularly thick silver lightning could be seen rolling wildly within the layers of clouds. Some were horrified while others were envious. Above that silver lightning stood a tall and handsome young man. Some talented young women couldn't help but scream with excitement. Oh, Long Hao. Long Hao actually came. I am so fortunate to explore the dragon's lair with him. So handsome and powerful, how can such a perfect person exist in this world? The male talents, however, were left with nothing but envy and self-deprecation. With Long Hao around, they could only play supporting roles. Long Hao was a top-tier genius with an exceptionally high level of awakened beast seal and was a rare dragon tamer. His multiple identities placed him at the pinnacle of genius. Yet Long Hao remained unfazed, his angular, handsome face devoid of any smile. Only when he saw one person did he reveal a rare, faint smile. That person was Su Qingqing. The talented young women looked on with envy and jealousy. It was rumored that Long Hao pursued Su Qingqing without success, even going so far as to enlist the Dragon Temple. The Dragon Temple was willing to gift a dragon egg to Su Qingqing, not including other generous betrothal gifts. With such sincerity, any girl in the world would surely be won over. However, it was said that Su Qingqing still refused Long Hao. It was simply incomprehensible. Is there any genius in the world more outstanding than Long Hao? But Su Qingqing herself was also quite impressive. She had many innate beast seals, each of high quality. A potential daughter-in-law sought after by the Dragon Temple must also be a top-tier genius. Indeed, she had the capital to be proud. Moreover, the Su family was powerful, the notion of who was elevating whom did not apply. However, everyone felt they were a perfect match, a couple made in heaven. It was unclear what Su Qingqing was thinking. She stood alone, not joining the Su family members. Standing atop the tall building, she coldly gazed at Long Hao. With a tall and graceful figure, she captivated the male talents, proving to be an unparalleled beauty. No matter how many beautiful women one had seen upon seeing Su Qingqing, they would forget the appearances of others. Beside her was a golden dog, majestic and imposing. The dragon hound stared at the thunder dragon in the sky, revealing a fierce expression. It knew that its master disliked the master of the thunder dragon, so it also harbored animosity towards the thunder dragon. It let out low growls, seemingly intimidating the thunder dragon. The thunder dragon, on the other hand, looked at the dragon hound with a hint of schadenfreude. Having chosen the wrong master, it was now just a third-grade beast. What was there to be arrogant about? If it weren't for the sake of its master, it would have devoured you directly. The two spiritual beasts exchanged displeased glances. However, the thunder dragon was fourth grade and also of class quality. Thus, its strength far surpassed that of the dragon hound. Qingqing, I'm late. Long Hao patted the thunder dragon and then spoke gently. Such tenderness made the young women blush and their hearts race, screaming in delight. Unfortunately, this gentleness belonged solely to Su Qingqing. One must ask which woman wouldn't want Long Hao's blatant affection. Su Qingqing remained silent, as if she didn't realize Long Hao was speaking to her. I heard about Aunt Jiang. I'm so sorry I wasn't by your side when you needed me the most. Long Hao felt very guilty, and then he spoke earnestly, but don't worry, I will definitely help you find Aunt Jiang. What? Our people discovered a large area of collapse in the wasteland outside Tianqing town. Perhaps it was at that time that Zhang Ma fell into the ground, and it is very likely that this is another entrance to the dragon's nest. Su Qingqing nodded, thanks, and immediately set off, preparing to enter the dragon's nest. Long Hao quickly stopped her. No, the entrance to the dragon's nest is not yet stable and could collapse at any moment. Su Qingqing frowned. In recent days, some people from Yuehua City have been excavating the dragon's nest beneath Gaofu Mountain, at least to stabilize the entrance first. Otherwise, if everyone goes in and it collapses, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the high-rise building of the law enforcement department, some people stood by the window watching this scene. Su Xingshan let out a sigh of relief. It seems that only Long Hao can handle this situation. Behind him, an elderly man dressed in a purple dragon-patterned robe smiled and shook his head. The whereabouts of Zhang Ma are what you have investigated, yet you let Long Hao speak about it. What does this mean? Su Xingshan replied helplessly. Ever since Qingqing's mother went missing, the family has not allowed her to search in the Xisha wasteland. She has stopped trusting the Su family and us. It's the same now. The elder from the Dragon Temple nodded. I understand Ao Qingsheng is a girl with deep feelings and loyalty. Su Xingshan appeared somewhat weary and said with a smile, as long as you understand this girl, Qingqing bears a heavy burden. Long Hao understands too. They will come together, whether as partners growing together or as allies exploring the Xisha wasteland. Long Hao is the most suitable for Qingqing. Su Xingshan frowned slightly. The term ally was used rather casually. However, the Dragon Temple has always been like this, as an organization known for training dragon tamers. It is one of the few organizations aside from the official ones that can rival the evil sect and the fierce Beast Temple. They are indeed quite proud. No matter how much the Dragon Temple values Qingqing, they still fundamentally believe that this marriage proposal is Qingqing reaching too high. Su Xingshan remained silent, not revealing any emotional fluctuations. The attendant who came with Long Hao was Long Chong. He himself is a legendary soul master with immense strength. His research on the Dragon Clan is profound, so this exploration of the Dragon's Nest will heavily rely on his efforts. There are many forces gathered in Tianqing Town. Long Chong should be the most knowledgeable about the Dragon's Nest. Building a good relationship with him now can allow the Su family to gain more advantages in exploring the Dragon's Nest compared to others. When will we enter the Dragon's Nest? Suddenly someone else asked. Su Xingshan and Long Chong looked toward the speaker. It was Lao Gua. They were not familiar with Lao Gua, but his identity is quite sensitive. A strong figure from the Dark Department. The Dark Department is an organization set up parallel to the Law Enforcement Department by the Xinhua Federation. There are not many members, but each is a powerful individual. Moreover, even the Law Enforcement Department does not grasp the identities of these strong individuals. Most of them are cultivated in secrecy. The key point is that the stance represented by the Dark Department should be that of the Xinhua Federation. Others from the Xinhua Federation have not yet arrived. They should still be on their way. Exactly. Lao Lin stopped dawdling. Another middle-aged man in full armor said loudly. Lao Lin is the title for the deputy director. This middle-aged man is Yang Jiang, the deputy commander of the Yuehua City Guard, on the same level as Lao Lin. Yang Jiang is not familiar with Su Xingshan, or rather, as a legendary warrior, he does not like to engage in secretive and overly eloquent discussions like soul masters. So he directly asked the deputy director. The deputy director thought for a moment. There's no rush. Those who need to come haven't all arrived yet. It's not too late to go in once everyone is here. Why wait for them? Let's go in first and take all the benefits. When they arrive, there will be nothing left, but an empty shell. Wouldn't that be better? Yang Jiang said very assertively, or rather a bit greedily. The deputy director sighed. Brother Yang, I know your city guard lacks resources, but you must understand the principle of possessing a precious stone brings trouble. Why do you have to speak so eloquently? Can't you just say it plainly? Yang Jiang said somewhat angrily. The deputy director had to be more straightforward, putting aside whether there are treasures in the dragon's nest. Exploring the dragon's nest is inherently dangerous. We need to gather the strength from all sides. Moreover, if we enter the dragon's nest first, even if we obtain treasures, we will undoubtedly be heavily injured. By the time we come out, we may have unknowingly become a stepping stone for those who come later. Humph. Do they dare? Yang Jiang's eyes widened. If they really dare to snatch, that would mean they do not take the city guard seriously. The deputy director did not want to speak anymore. It was exhausting to talk to such a thick-headed person. Su Xingshan chuckled. Lao Lin is actually right. Whatever needs to be said should be communicated in advance. Even if we turn against each other afterward, we will have a justified reason, won't we? Yang Jiang's big bell-like eyes turned several times. It seemed he took a while to understand, and then he said loudly, I got it. We should make an agreement in advance. If anyone breaches the contract, I will directly deal with him, and he'll be justified in doing so, right? Exactly. Su Xingshan nodded with a smile. Lao Lin, you should learn from him. He speaks eloquently, and he can get to the point. He can express himself well. Yang Jiang praised Su Xingshan. The deputy director covered his face. After returning, he would need to tell the city guard commander about this. In the future, when recruiting soldiers, they need to find someone with a bit of cultural background. Otherwise, communication would be too exhausting. Old Gua glanced at the few people. He wasn't very familiar with them and estimated that the head of the dark department from Yuehua City would arrive soon. Who was it again? I forgot. He looked out the window at the vast wilderness outside Tianqing town. What is that kid Jiang Fan up to now? You better come back alive. Don't let Lu Huan continue to be heartbroken. Another person has arrived, the deputy director suddenly said. Roar. A violent roar of sound waves blew out the beast blood flames. The corridor was once again engulfed in darkness. Jiang Fan frowned. The dragon egg had absorbed too much blood chi spiritual energy, causing the dragon aura's power on the dragon corpse to weaken significantly. The fifth-grade dragon bat was slowly approaching continuously, using its roar to disperse the residual blood chi spiritual energy. We can't stop here. We must leave this place. Not allowing the dragon egg to continue absorbing blood chi spiritual energy, Jiang Fan slapped the bald blue cat and the iron-eating ant and immediately took Zhang Ma to continue sprinting. As soon as they moved, the fifth-grade dragon bat behind let out an enraged roar. These damn creatures even deliberately left some blood chi spiritual energy. It's not that it can't bear it, but as a ferocious beast, it is unwilling to touch such an aura. This fear originates from its bloodline and soul. Even if these dragon clans have died, their power can linger for thousands of years. We can only take another route to continue the pursuit. Jiang Fan was still riding the fourth-grade iron-eating ant, leading the way. In fact, after running for so long, he established a spatial perception through the second-grade dragon bats. He discovered some clues. In this dragon corpse pit, a dragon corpse would appear on average every few dozen corridors. The area of this group of buildings was astonishingly large, but overall it was a rectangular structure. He had roughly figured out its width, which should be over 10 kilometers. The length was still unknown. It depended on how far this dragon corpse pit could stretch. If the direction was correct, perhaps he could indeed reach Tianqing town. On the way, they encountered a large number of dragon bats. These dragon bats seemed to live in groups within the buildings. The various dragon bat groups may not even know each other. If his guess was correct, there might be more than one dragon bat in this dragon corpse pit. Soon he verified his guess. Just as the dragon bat behind hadn't shaken off, another fifth-grade dragon bat appeared ahead. Jiang Fan's face stiffened in fear. This place was indeed an ominous land. A place of great danger. If that group of people from Tianqing town really came down recklessly, they should just wait to die. The number of dragon bats in this dragon corpse pit had surpassed that of the spider group outside. The number of fifth-grade dragon bats might be more than imagined. That was quite terrifying. Behind him, two fifth-grade dragon bats were relentlessly chasing. Zhang Ma had prepared several times to stay back and fight them to the death, giving Jiang Fan ample time to escape. However, Jiang Fan repeatedly used his superb positioning and agility to shake them off. Zhang Ma was now somewhat impressed by Jiang Fan. This was real skill. It might not seem imposing, but only Jiang Fan possessed such ability. This scouting ability was something even spirit masters might not be able to match. Jiang Fan felt a bit nervous. It wasn't that he was afraid of not shaking off the fifth-grade dragon bats. However, the bald blue cat and the fourth-grade iron-eating ant were only fourth-grade spirit beasts. Their spiritual energy and stamina were limited. They were already quite exhausted. But they couldn't absorb blood chi spiritual energy. This place was relatively sealed, so their recovery of spiritual energy was slow. What should I do? Jiang Fan thought for a moment and decided to let one return to the spirit beast space first. Whatever recovery was possible would be done. He slowed down the fourth-grade iron-eating ant and told Jiang Ma to jump onto its back. Then the bald blue cat returned to the spirit beast space. However, recovering might be quite difficult. They could only linger for a while near the next dragon corpse. Ahead, unexpectedly, another dragon corpse appeared. This time, he didn't let Jiang Ma and the dragon egg absorb. Let's take it slow first. Jiang Ma agreed. She had also solidified enough. There hadn't been any battles, so her spiritual energy was saturated, and even if she absorbed, she couldn't take in anything. Although the blood chi spiritual energy from the dragon corpse had excellent effects for body refinement, Jiang Fan's decision was paramount. If Jiang Fan didn't want her to absorb, then she wouldn't. Then the fourth-grade iron-eating ant also returned to the spirit beast space. However, Jiang Fan soon realized something was wrong. There had originally been 2 fifth-grade dragon bats behind him, but now there was only one left. Were they not pursuing anymore? Absolutely not. It was possible they went ahead to intercept him. They wanted to trap him in this corridor. How insidious. Let's take the dragon corpse with us. Jiang Fan said. What? Jiang Ma was taken aback looking up at the gigantic dragon corpse. The shape of this dragon corpse was even more bizarre. It indicated a more tragic death as if it had been twisted into a twist. But that didn't mean the size of this dragon corpse was small. It was enormous, even larger than the 5th-grade dragon bat. How would they carry it? Jiang Fan summoned the 4th-grade iron-eating ant in advance. The two rode on it. Jiang Ma looked at Jiang Fan in confusion, sensing that he seemed particularly cautious this time. Even if they took the dragon corpse, it wouldn't be possible to take it all. Though she had storage treasures, there were only a few dozen square feet. At most, she could only fit a few broken bones. There would still be a large number of dragon corpses left here. The 5th-grade dragon bats behind shouldn't dare to pursue. Let's go, Jiang Fan said quickly. The 4th-grade iron-eating ant immediately flapped its wings and sprang forth like a projectile. At the same time, Jiang Fan waved his hand. The massive dragon corpse vanished in an instant. The entire long corridor became incredibly empty. Aunt Jiang was bewildered. Where did the dragon corpse go? Did Jiang Fan store it in his spatial storage? What kind of spatial storage would be needed for that? At least several hundred cubic meters. Even the 5th-grade dragon bat behind them was stunned. What is going on? That dragon corpse had been piled up here for countless years. How could it just disappear? By the time it realized what had happened, Jiang Fan had already run far away. Feeling like he had been toyed with, his mood soured immensely. With a roar, he immediately launched a furious pursuit. That cunning human deserved to die. As Jiang Fan ran, he paid close attention to the movements within his spatial storage. His spatial storage had a free allocation of 10,000 cubic meters from the system. Not to mention a single dragon corpse, even 100, could be easily accommodated. He had the dragon egg continue to absorb the blood and spiritual energy within the storage, developing a complete embryo. Without Aunt Jiang competing for it, the dragon egg absorbed much faster. Absorb away. Perhaps he could become not for any other reason, just because it sounds impressive. With the system, he truly did not envy the so-called dragon. Are dragons really invincible? If so, why were they pushed back into the depths of the wilderness and afraid to come out? The overlords of the wilderness sound quite formidable. But he truly did not believe that there were no other more powerful ferocious beasts in the wilderness. Hold on tight, there's another abyss ahead. Jiang Fan warned Aunt Jiang. She did not hesitate in the slightest. Her obedience to Jiang Fan's commands was on par with her obedience to Su Qingqing. Her obedience to Su Qingqing was mostly due to status. But to Jiang Fan, it was because of his extraordinary abilities. The 4th-grade iron-eating ant increased the frequency of its flapping wings and flew to a certain point. Suddenly, a cold current rose from below. They had reached above the abyss. Jiang Fan took out a drop of beast blood, ignited it, and tossed a sword into the abyss. The fiery glow of the beast blood was like a signal flare, gradually descending into the unfathomable depths below. Until the light extinguished, he did not see anything. So deep. Aunt Jiang also sighed. Who on earth built this underground palace? It's truly a marvel. Jiang Fan felt increasingly awed by the terrifying strength of the ancient human race. But why does the current human race seem somewhat disadvantaged? Nowadays, across various regions, reports of the wilderness expanding and ferocious beasts slaughtering towns have been common. Next to the Star Moon Federation, the most famous is the Shisha Wilderness. A few years ago, a metropolis comparable to Moonlight City, seemingly called Lin City, was swallowed by the Shisha Wilderness along with over 20 towns. Hundreds of millions of people were reduced to food for the ferocious beasts. From ancient times until now, why has the strength of the human race declined so drastically? What exactly happened in between? Suddenly, from a fork in the road ahead of them, a powerful wave of spiritual energy surged forth. It wasn't over yet. From the opposite fork also arose an aura. Jiang Fan's face turned pale. Had the underground ferocious beasts never tasted flesh before? Counting the ones behind, there were 3 5th-grade dragon bats surrounding and chasing him. As for him, they weren't even enough to get stuck in their teeth, right? Aunt Zhang's mental state was about to explode. Fortunately, Jiang Fan was with her, otherwise she would have collapsed by now. Being chased by 5th-grade spiritual beasts was already a rare occurrence. And being hunted by 3 5th-grade ferocious beasts. Apart from the family head of the Su family, she probably was the only one with such an experience. Aunt Zhang felt a wave of panic, but she noticed Jiang Fan remained calm, seemingly composed. So she casually said, "Shake them off." Jiang Fan's face turned dark. This was easy to say without knowing. If you have the ability, then you do it. But even without Aunt Zhang's suggestion, Jiang Fan had to think of a way. He did not allow the 4th-grade iron-eating ant to stop, as stopping would mean certain death. Even though the iron-eating ant was extremely fatigued, it could only persist a little longer. As they approached the fork, Jiang Fan instinctively threw out a massive bone. This bone was incredibly large and heavy. Jiang Fan could only rely on the inertia of the 4th-grade iron-eating ant to fling the bone away. This was a bone he had seen that had already been mostly absorbed by the dragon egg. However, there was still some pressure from the blood and spiritual energy of the dragon race. It should have some effect on the ferocious beasts, at least enough to stall them for a moment. In fact, Jiang Fan's gamble paid off. The 5th-grade dragon bat that was about to emerge was instantly frightened back by the bone. Meanwhile, the 4th-grade iron-eating ant sprinted at full speed through the fork. As they passed through the fork, both Jiang Fan and Aunt Zhang had no visibility. But they could clearly feel a wave of bone-chilling cold. It felt as if they had nearly brushed past the 5th-grade dragon bat. That was close. Aunt Zhang felt it was extremely perilous. If Jiang Fan had hesitated for just a moment and failed to throw the dragon bone, the 5th-grade dragon bat would have blocked their path, being ambushed by 2 5th-grade ferocious beasts. Even if Jiang Fan could create miracles, they would certainly be doomed. Upon arriving at another straight corridor, Jiang Fan immediately commanded the bald blue cat to switch from the iron-eating ant. The bald blue cat, running at full speed, was jolting quite violently. Behind them, 3 5th-grade dragon bats regrouped and closely pursued. Jiang Fan felt a headache. He wondered just how far they had traveled in this underground palace. There was no concept of time here, but it felt like at least a day had passed. A 4th-grade spirit beast running at full speed could navigate several hundred kilometers in a day, right? Had they not reached Tianqing Town yet? Or was it possible that this dragon corpse pit did not lead to Tianqing Town at all? This was the most terrifying outcome. If they could reach Tianqing Town, there might be hope for survival. But if they couldn't, their fate would be uncertain. Suddenly, Jiang Fan sensed something small flickering by in the feedback of the 2nd-grade dragon bat's ultra. It was considered small because it was much smaller in size compared to the 5th-grade dragon bats. In fact, it should have been similar to a human size. The flash was so quick that he couldn't clearly see what it was. The 2nd-grade dragon bat's ultrasound detection had its limitations. Although it could sense up to a kilometer away, it was slightly beyond that range. The shape outlined was sometimes not very precise. Perhaps it was just an illusion. Jiang Fan felt somewhat doubtful. Is there someone or humanoid creatures underground? Jiang Fan asked. It can't be possible, right? Zhang Ma replied. If there were, it would be too frightening. That's true. It can't be possible, Jiang Fan reassured himself. Just as the words left his mouth, suddenly another shadow flickered past the edge of the 2nd-grade dragon bat's detection. It was not an illusion. There really was something. And in the next moment, 2 figures appeared swiftly approaching them. Jiang Fan's scalp tingled. What were these things? There was more than one. Jump! Jiang Fan suddenly issued a command to the bald blue cat. The bald blue cat didn't know why, but immediately leaped. At the same time, Jiang Fan ignited another beast blood and threw it behind him. Through the flames of the beast blood, he saw. It was 2 people clad in black armor. People from the Fierce Beast God Hall. He had only seen those in black armor from the Fierce Beast God Hall. No. A look of terror appeared on Zhang Ma's face. This is the Dragon Armor Army. They really exist. What is the Dragon Armor Army? Jiang Fan urged the bald blue cat to continue running. Looking back, the 2 in black armor seemed to engage in battle with the 5th-grade dragon bats. The sounds reverberated through the entire corridor. So powerful. The 2 in black armor actually forced the 5th-grade dragon bats to retreat. Each of them seemed to possess the strength of a 5th-grade warrior. Zhang Ma collected her thoughts and said gravely, legends say that in ancient times there was an invincible army, each soldier clad in armor made from dragon scales, known as the Dragon Armor Army. Jiang Fan was astonished. Armor made from dragon scales. And it formed an army. How many dragon clans did this army actually slay? It was simply unimaginable. Boom. An explosive sound erupted. A 5th-grade dragon bat was blasted apart. But there were 2 consecutive explosions. The 2 members of the Dragon Armor Army were also blasted. Jiang Fan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. It seemed the Dragon Armor Army was not invincible. At least they could still be killed. As long as they could be killed, there was no need to panic. But in the next moment, a clattering sound echoed. Jiang Fan felt an ominous premonition. However, he had already been taken far away by the bald blue cat. The sound just now was like scattered armor being reassembled. Logically, the dragon armor army was a relic of ancient times. Even if they survived to this day, they should be quite aged. Fortunately, it seems the dragon armor army has been dealt with. Zhang Ma breathed a sigh of relief. She was not foolish and certainly did not consider the dragon armor army to be allies. Even if they were both human clans, were the ancient humans and modern humans necessarily in the same camp? The relationship between humans was not unbreakable, let alone the gap of countless eras. Jiang Fan said nothing. Were they dead? He always felt that things were not so simple. The clattering sound reappeared. This time it was from the side. He had not noticed it earlier. Standing against the wall were two members of the dragon armor army. It seemed they had sensed them and revived. They could truly come back to life. How could this be possible? This overturned Jiang Fan's worldview. There couldn't possibly be living beings in this place sealed for so many years. The two members of the dragon armor army stomped on the ground, making a tremendous noise. They moved quickly, the clattering sounds echoing in a continuous series. Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma were so frightened that their hearts nearly stopped. It wasn't the fear of the enemy's strength, but rather the unknown nature of these beings that sent chills down their spines. If the other party spoke up claiming to be some elder from the fierce beast god hall, or a high-ranking member from an evil sect, they wouldn't feel this much fear. But the other party? Was it human or ghost? Just think about it. In the dark underground palace sealed for countless years, there were many powerful dragon corpses. Suddenly, ancient beings appeared, and they were powerful enough to contend with fifth-grade dragon bats. What kind of feeling was this? Where are the dragon bats? Jiang Fan turned around and saw that those dragon bats had actually stopped chasing them. Damn it! They had been pursued all the way to the brink of despair, and now they weren't following anymore. How could such good fortune exist? Turn back and find them. Jiang Fan was almost infuriated. Why should they just stop chasing on their own accord? Zhang Ma was dumbfounded. After finally shaking off the dragon bats, you actually want to go back and look for them. That takes a lot of guts. Jiang Fan knew very well that without the fifth-grade dragon bats, they couldn't withstand the dragon armor army. Upon arriving at the previous location, they suddenly discovered two corpses of fifth-grade dragon bats lying on the ground, with many dragon bat corpses along the way. But there were no signs of the two dragon armor soldiers. Jiang Fan's expression instantly turned grim. Without hesitating, he ordered the bald blue cat to turn around and leave. They had been careless. To think that three fifth-grade dragon bats weren't even a match for two dragon armor soldiers. Zhang Ma had seen nothing throughout, so she had no idea what Jiang Fan had actually witnessed. She could only smell the strong scent of blood. What was happening she didn't dare to ask. She just felt that Jiang Fan seemed very tense, and this time, he didn't appear as calm as before. Jiang Fan entered a mode of frantic turning. He almost turned at every intersection, leaving Zhang Ma feeling dizzy. Unable to help herself, she asked, "Where are we going now?" "To find." Find what?" "Find the critical point." Actually, they had just reached a certain place. Only then did they encounter the dragon armor army. Moreover, since the appearance of the dragon armor army, they had not seen any dragon bats, indicating that the dragon bats dared not step into that area. Now about 10 dragon armor soldiers were following them. Once caught, they would be instantly obliterated. He wanted to see where these dragon armor soldiers would go. On the way to find the critical point, he encountered a dragon skeleton. He casually stored it in his spatial storage. At this moment, the dragon egg absorbed a few dragon bones. Jiang Fan left it as a roadblock, but the dragon armor soldiers that passed through had no hindrance and were directly obliterated. It seemed that the pressure the clan exerted on the dragon race was not something they feared. "Seniors, why are you chasing after your junior? We merely stumbled into this place," Jiang Fan pleaded. The dragon armor soldiers showed no reaction. Jiang Fan turned a corner and was just about to continue when suddenly he heard an angry roar coming from another corridor. It was the voice of the dragon bats. After that voice came the dragon armor soldiers chasing them actually stopped. Instead, they turned and chased after that direction. At this moment, Jiang Fan suddenly understood that the dragon armor soldiers relied on sound to determine direction. As long as they didn't make a sound, perhaps they could avoid them. With this thought in mind, Jiang Fan boldly had the bald blue cat return to the spirit beast space. Zhang Ma's eyes widened, staring at Jiang Fan in shock. "What does this mean? Why aren't we running?" "Shoo," Jiang Fan whispered. He listened carefully to the sounds of battle from the other corridors. There were roars of dragon bats and the sounds of armor clashing. It sounded like an intense battle. Moreover, it seemed there was more than one fifth-grade dragon bat involved, and the scale of the explosion was quite large. He didn't know who would win. He actually didn't quite believe that the dragon armor soldiers were truly invincible. There must be some mechanism at play. Moreover, he had just tested that the range in which the dragon armor soldiers could move was actually quite limited. There were means to restrict them by distance. Jiang Fan pondered. As long as one's strength reached a certain level, blood and energy could be manipulated remotely, and spiritual power could also be controlled from afar. What could it be? If it was spiritual power manipulation, the dragon armor soldiers couldn't possibly unleash such formidable blood and spiritual energy. But But if it was blood and energy manipulation, how could it be so vibrant? Surely there can't really be someone inside. Just as he was thinking, the battle in the other corridor stopped. Jiang Fan held his breath and focused. Who won? After a long while, a sudden sound of bang 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 echoed. Jiang Fan's heart sank. The dragon armor soldiers won. The dragon armor soldiers had triumphed again. In this dragon corpse pit, the dragon bats were the younger brothers, while the dragon armor soldiers were the real bosses. The more he thought about it, the more his scalp tingled. It was understandable that dragon bats were strong. They had likely been in the dragon corpse pit for many generations. Long-term exposure to the blood and spiritual energy of the dragon race, even if they were fearful, they knew that this was a good thing, which was why they were unwilling to leave. Over time, they evolved into dragon bats. Thus, dragon bats like them were also outsiders. Having benefited, their strength was quite normal. But the dragon armor soldiers had existed for countless years, constantly in a declining state. Even at their peak, the dragon armor soldiers could still overpower the dragon bats. If it were the dragon armor soldiers at their prime, who could rival them? After a long silence, Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma still dared not move. They initially thought that without sound they would feel more at ease. In reality, it was the opposite. Without the sound of footsteps, they felt even more anxious, as they had no idea what had happened. They didn't know where those dragon armor soldiers had gone. Jiang Fan waited for what felt like over half an hour. Suddenly, the sound of bang 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 echoed. In that instant, Jiang Fan sensed through the dragon bats. An isolated dragon armor soldier was walking this way. It was moving slowly, its footsteps very heavy. It was as if he were a warrior whose oil had run dry, burning his life until the very last moment. The dragon armor army was not like this before. Could it be that they were injured just now? Jiang Fan felt this was an opportunity, a chance to slay the dragon armor army. Zhang Ma, do you really think the dragon armor army cannot die? Jiang Fan suddenly asked in a slightly louder voice. Zhang Ma was immediately taken aback. What are you doing? Didn't you hear the footsteps? Whether the dragon armor army can die, I don't know. But if we attract the dragon armor army over, we both will be doomed. Suddenly, it seemed Zhang Ma understood Jiang Fan's intention. After giving Jiang Fan a deep look, she whispered, "You have quite the courage, daring to provoke the thoughts of the dragon armor army. Are you attracted to that armor? Legend has it that the dragon armor army is the dragon-slaying force built on legends, with masters everywhere, an invincible army." While so formidable, Jiang Fan feigned surprise and exclaimed, "Can the dragon armor army also live for thousands of years without dying?" The two of them spoke loudly. Practically anyone who wasn't deaf could hear them. What Jiang Fan wanted was to be heard. He wanted to see what was truly inside that armor, whether it was man or ghost. Sure enough, the previously heavy-footed dragon armor army heard their conversation and suddenly rushed over. The footsteps became dense once more. Jiang Fan frowned. Could it be that his guess was wrong? Does the dragon armor army only move quickly when encountering enemies? Was it possible that the opponent hadn't burned out completely? Jiang Fan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, realizing he had dug a big pit for himself. This pit could be deadly. Zhang Ma, however, remained calm. She stood in front of Jiang Fan and said, "I'll go and tangle with it." "Wait, you're not its match. The dragon armor army can slay even 5th-grade ferocious beasts." Zhang Ma seemed to have made up her mind and smiled. "You shouldn't underestimate people. After you've protected me all this way, I have to show my skills too." Zhang Ma's aura immediately surged. With a slight roar, powerful spiritual energy erupted. Unlike Wu Diyang's fiery spiritual energy, one could faintly sense a chill from Zhang Ma's energy. It seemed Zhang Ma had initially mastered elemental spiritual energy, and it matched the ice attribute. He hadn't noticed before, but when Zhang Ma threw a punch, the force spread for dozens of meters, filled with frost. The frost crystallized on the ground, forming a layer of ice vines. When the dragon armor army stepped onto the ice vines, its speed slightly decreased. Jiang Fan was somewhat surprised. These ice vines actually had a slowing effect. However, the dragon armor army still ignored it, charging forward fearlessly, wielding a sword that appeared quite sharp, likely a standard weapon for the dragon armor army. However, this standard weapon also seemed quite extraordinary. It was much stronger than Wu Diyang's. One could say it was truly worthy of being equipped for the dragon armor army. Zhang Ma also drew a sword and charged at the dragon armor army. Jiang Fan did not sit idly by. He quickly summoned the bald blue cat to rush in for support. The bald blue cat was the strongest in combat among his spirit beasts, likely even stronger than Zhang Ma. One person and one cat charged toward the dragon armor army, which was incredibly ferocious. Without any hesitation, it swung its sword down. The momentum was astonishing. Clang! Zhang Ma collided with it just once and was sent flying back several dozen steps. The gust created by the clash of the blades blew out the beast blood flames. The surroundings were once again plunged into darkness. Jiang Fan thought to himself, "This is bad. Losing the light, Zhang Ma can no longer see. How can one fight like this?" He was about to reignite the beast blood when clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the long corridor. Could Zhang Ma actually see? It likely wasn't so. Perhaps she was judging the moves based on the footsteps and sword swings of the dragon armor army. This was a skill only seasoned warriors could master. Indeed, Jiang Ma was a true powerhouse. The Su family was truly terrifying if such a strong individual could only play the role of a caretaker. By the time Jiang Fan reignited the beast blood flames, Jiang Ma had exchanged hundreds of blows with the dragon armor army. A deep blood mark had appeared on Jiang Ma's shoulder. The bone was clearly visible inside, and if the sword had gone a few centimeters deeper, it would have cost her this arm. Yet the armor of the dragon armor army showed no signs of damage. What great armor! Jiang Fan exclaimed sincerely. Jiang Ma nearly spat blood. I could be hacked to death and you were just watching from the side. Jiang Fan smiled, giving the bald blue cat a knowing glance, and it understood. From behind it would attack. Just as the dragon armor army was in the heat of battle, the bald blue cat suddenly charged from behind. Meowed. A sharp cat's cry. The dragon armor army was directly pounced aside by the bald blue cat. Taking the opportunity, Jiang Ma thrust her sword forward. Clang! The blade touched the black dragon armor and slid right off. The bald blue cat also viciously struck a few times, but the armor remained unyielding. Beneath the helmet, those dark purple eyes flickered with anger. But the struggle grew weaker and the light in the eyes finally flickered for a moment before completely fading. Clang! The black dragon armor seemed to have lost its vitality, scattering on the ground. A pale purple crystal fell from the armor. Jiang Ma covered her bleeding shoulder, took a deep breath, and said, "It's actually a dragon crystal." The lavender-hued dragon crystal shattered upon impact, with the dragon scale armor scattering into countless fragments across the floor. Was it truly that fragile? Seeing Jiang Fan's anguished expression, Aunt Zhang couldn't help but explain dragon crystals are demonic cores of the dragon race, rarely formed, and only within high-tier monstrous beasts. Yet this one has long exhausted its energy, whose such spent cores hold no value and are inherently brittle, crumbling at the slightest touch. Her words did little to soothe Jiang Fan's grief. Even if it's worthless, it's still a dragon crystal. Wealthy connoisseurs would pay exorbitant sums just to possess one. Is that so? Aunt Zhang was genuinely unaware. The Su clan was no mere affluent family. They were an ancient lineage whose investments were never squandered on trivialities. Still, those on the periphery of the Su clan might well behave exactly as Jiang Fan described. Kneeling on the ground, he began carefully gathering each splintered shard of the ruined dragon crystal. Aunt Zhang sighed. Why not examine the dragon scale armor first? Her remark jolted Jiang Fan from his fixation. He blinked in sudden realization, glanced toward the scattered armor plates, and instantly dropped the crystal fragments he held. He lifted one scale. Contrary to expectation, it felt surprisingly light, perhaps several jin in weight. Yet its structure was astonishingly intricate, a full set comprised over 100 interlocking pieces. Even the knuckle joints were individually articulated, like a masterfully engineered mechanical exoskeleton. Altogether, the complete suit weighed several hundred jin, still manageable, though demanding considerable strength to bear. Aunt Zhang also cradled the scale, inspecting it closely and murmuring in awe, "I once saw a dragon scale armor set within the Su clan's vault, but it was badly deteriorated, far inferior in quality to this one. How much could it fetch?" Jiang Fan asked immediately. Aunt Zhang stared speechless. Was he jesting? Such a peerless treasure, yet he spoke of selling it. Well, though priceless beyond measure, coveted by countless martial cultivators as divine armor. She paused, biting back her unspoken thought. Who in their right mind would ever sell such a thing? Each piece was irreplaceable, a singular blessing granted by fate. Even the Su clan's tattered relic had drawn repeated visits from the city garrison commander, who offered vast wealth to acquire it. Yet the clan patriarch had refused every time. Jiang Fan smiled faintly. He understood her meaning. But this was not the only set. A second-rank dragon bat had already scouted the corridor where the earlier battle raged. Their fallen dragon-armored warriors and several fifth-rank dragon bats lay strewn about. Though the dragon-armored legion had narrowly prevailed, Jiang Fan and Aunt Zhang had arrived afterward, reaping what others left behind. Was this truly the fisherman's gain amidst clashing clans? When Jiang Fan led Aunt Zhang into that desolate battlefield, her composure utterly unraveled. Good heavens! There must be 5 or 6 full sets here. Their dragon crystals are utterly depleted, unclaimed and ripe for the taking. Yet Aunt Zhang remained rooted, refusing to step forward. For these belonged solely to Jiang Fan, his spoils of war. Only now did she grasp the true purpose behind his frantic, circuitous flight through the darkness, luring the dragon-armored legion straight into confrontation with the dragon bats. He had done nothing, yet dozens had perished. His courage and cunning sent chills down her spine. Those who crossed Jiang Fan would likely meet grim ends. Perhaps the entire Su clan had gravely underestimated the man their patriarch had casually designated as his granddaughter's unworthy husband. This husband was rather terrifying indeed. Jiang Fan claimed 4 sets. 2 more remained outside. He pointed to one and said, "Put it on." "What? Me?" Aunt Zhang was flustered. After all, even the patriarch's treasured set paled beside this one. Would she become the sole bearer of such armor within the Su clan? What nonsense are you thinking? I need you to wear it, to test whether it masks our presence. These dragon-armored warriors are surely not the only ones remaining. Jiang Fan was hardly that generous. Every trophy he claimed was earned through sheer prowess. Want one? Earn it yourself. Aunt Jiang flushed with embarrassment. She'd contributed nothing, having been little more than dead weight throughout. Yes, she replied, and began donning the armor. Donning the dragon-scale armor proved laborious. The assembly involved dozens of interlocking components, each requiring precise placement. Moreover, the armor possessed uncanny properties. Its outer surface was impervious. Even sword blades left no mark. Yet its inner lining was remarkably supple. Neither had ever worn armor of such sophistication, and they struggled through the process. Aunt Jiang marveled aloud. The artifact forging techniques of antiquity were truly sublime. How could craftsmanship reach such refinement? Though Jiang Fan's face betrayed no emotion, his heart raced with quiet astonishment. From material to metallurgy, the armor bore no trace of obsolescence. In fact, it seemed to transcend contemporary standards. Once clad, he affixed the matching mask. To his astonishment, Jiang Fan could no longer sense Aunt Jiang's aura at all. The armor truly suppressed spiritual presence. Even she gasped. Had she not experienced it firsthand, she would never have believed it possible. No wonder the dragon-armored warriors moved like phantoms, appearing without warning, vanishing just as swiftly. They exchanged a glance, and nodded wordlessly aligned. Jiang Fan extinguished the beast blood flame. Darkness swallowed them once more. Clang! He took a single step, his footfall heavy, echoing with resonant clarity down the vast hollow corridor. He froze instantly, stunned by the deafening reverberation. Hearing the dragon armors clanking rhythmically as they walked was truly captivating. However, mastering the movements himself proved to be quite challenging. The dragon armor he wore, though not excessively heavy, still felt somewhat burdensome to Jiang Fan. In contrast, Zhang Ma appeared to move with ease and excitement, running and jumping as if it were second nature. The dragon armor fitted her as if it were weightless. All right, let's go, Jiang Fan said. We must have entered a certain area, one guarded by the dragon armor army. It should be a dragon nest. According to legend, the dragon armor army only appears within dragon nests. I never expected this dragon nest to be connected to a dragon corpse pit. Jiang Fan's eyes widened. He seemed to envision that scene. At some ancient moment, the dragon armor army arrived at this dragon nest, and the entire dragon nest was mobilized, yet they were all extinguished. These dragon armor soldiers then proceeded to create a dragon corpse pit beside the nest. What a domineering style. After collecting a few dragon bat corpses, Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma slowly walked down the corridor. What seemed like a brief distance took a considerable amount of time. It was mainly because Jiang Fan was moving slowly. He had already begun to activate his blood vitality. During their exploration, they came across 2 dragon corpses, which Jiang Fan casually collected. Zhang Ma had grown accustomed to this, as she no longer cared to know the extent of Jiang Fan's storage space. They reached a fork in the road and peered ahead. In that instant, Jiang Fan's scalp tingled. His body felt rigid. Zhang Ma noticed Jiang Fan's stiffness and leaned in to take a look. It was indeed a tingling sensation. The two of them dared not move an inch. Ahead, a faint light flickered. It was the corridor's illumination, and these lights appeared to be dragon crystals. It was uncertain how long they had been lit, as the glow had dimmed significantly. In that dull light, they spotted numerous shadows. These shadows were clad in black dragon armor, flickering indistinctly. Many of them. Just by estimating with their eyes, there were at least dozens. Whoosh! Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma quickly withdrew their heads. Their hearts raced uncontrollably. One dragon armor soldier could contend with a 5th-rank ferocious beast with so many dragon armor soldiers. Could they not obliterate Moonlight City? No, they could likely destroy the entire Star Moon Federation. How many 5th-rank powerhouses are there in the Star Moon Federation? Dozens. Even if there are, can they match these dragon armor soldiers? They are not on the same level. At that moment, a series of footsteps echoed, drawing closer. Clank, clank, clank. The footsteps were remarkably synchronized. They had noticed earlier that these dragon armor soldiers were well trained. Even the two of them could form a unit. Jiang Fan wanted to leave, but Zhang Ma pressed her hand on Jiang Fan's shoulder. She gently shook her head. It was a gamble. They were betting on whether the dragon armor they wore could help them pass unnoticed. If they managed to slip by, they could survive. If they could not go undetected, it would be too late to run now. They had charged straight in without any paths to hide along the way. With the speed of the dragon armor army, catching up to them would be quite easy. Jiang Fan looked deeply at Zhang Ma, who seemed to gain courage after donning the dragon armor. Clank, clank, clank. The dragon armor army gradually approached. Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma stood against the wall. Jiang Fan felt anxious. Would it work? This was an exceedingly wide road, and the dragon armor army seemed to be patrolling. Their formation was orderly. As the dragon armor soldiers passed by them, their footsteps suddenly halted. Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma's hearts instantly tightened. Their heartbeats intensified. He tried to calm himself, but it was utterly impossible. Instead, their hearts raced even more. The leader of the dragon armor soldiers looked at the two of them. A purple glow flickered in its eyes, more intense than that of the other soldiers. From that gaze, one could sense a semblance of intelligence. Jiang Fan's heart sank. They were about to be exposed. Just as Jiang Fan prepared to summon his spirit beast for a desperate battle, the leader departed with several dragon armor soldiers. After a moment, Jiang Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had survived. Otherwise, they would have certainly perished. However, what was surprisingly gratifying was that the dragon armor truly concealed their aura. At least it led the dragon armor soldiers to believe they were one of their own. This indicated that the intelligence of these dragon armor soldiers was not as high as expected. They might be more akin to a program. The directive of this program was simply to identify those in dragon armor. Any being not clad in dragon armor, be it ferocious beasts or humans, would be exterminated. Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma exchanged glances, and then Jiang Fan bravely took a step forward. Clank. The sound was loud. However, the dragon armor soldiers in the distance seemed not to have heard it at all. Those that should be asleep were asleep, and those that should be patrolling continued their rounds. No dragon armor soldiers paid attention to Jiang Fan. In his heart, he was overjoyed. It was truly possible. With this set of dragon armor, could he not traverse the dragon nest without hindrance? His heart raced with excitement, and his hands trembled. Jiang Fan could not help but perform a dance of joy. Zhang Ma covered her face, unable to bear to watch. Jiang Fan, it seems the dragon armor soldiers only perceive aura, not sound. Jiang Fan nodded. Yes, I misjudged earlier. The mechanisms of the dragon armor soldiers were unexpectedly simple, yet deciphering them was as challenging as climbing to the heavens. The few dragon armors they collected were thanks to the blessing of the dragon bats. Unless others possessed this capability to incite the dragon armor army and the dragon bats to slaughter one another. However, Jiang Fan truly did not believe that others had this ability, unless they also instigated a war between the dragon armor army and the dragon bats. But that was quite difficult. Could they traverse the pitch-black corridors as if entering an uninhabited realm? Do those beast tamers have dragon bats? Would they dare to control ferocious beast-level dragon bats in front of the dragon bat clan? Or would they waste their beast seals on ordinary beast-level dragon bats? Thus, various conditions dictate that only Jiang Fan can hold an absolute advantage in this underground palace. Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma blended into the dragon armor army. Zhang Ma lamented that even the most elite city guards of Yuehua City paled in comparison to the dragon armor army. At this moment, Jiang Fan was also pondering if all these dragon armor soldiers possessed fifth-tier strength. It was simply unimaginable. Such a well-coordinated and orderly legion. 2 could form an army. 3 would be a formidable weapon. 10 could decimate a city. She was unaware of how strong those fifth-tier powerhouses outside were. However, it was common knowledge that human fifth-tier powerhouses could not compete against fifth-tier ferocious beasts. Furthermore, the individual combat strength of the dragon armor army could defeat fifth-tier ferocious beasts. This also indicated that the dragon armor army was superior to other human clans of the same rank. Miss, please do not enter. This place is no longer a dragon's den or tiger's hole. It's simply a purgatory. Zhang Ma was extremely worried. She knew that the dragon nest gate in Tianqing town was about to open. Many people would soon rush in, and when they saw the dragon armor army, it would mark their doom. At the very least, it would be accompanied by numerous sacrifices. The strong might fare better as they could at least escape. The truly endangered were those of weaker strength. If nothing unexpected occurs, some young talents would also come to Tianqing town. For talents, the biggest problem is not their weak strength. Instead, it is their overconfidence. Relying on their exceptional talents, they possess strength surpassing that of their peers. This leads them to feel invincible. Thus, they tend to underestimate their opponents. Underestimating the enemy is the greatest issue. Each time they explore the wilderness, the number of talented individuals who perish is not small. Do you think there are treasures within the dragon nest? Jiang Fan suddenly asked. Zhang Ma was taken aback. Haven't you already acquired several sets of dragon armor? Haven't you already obtained treasures? Jiang Fan didn't press the question further, likely because Zhang Ma was also unclear. Currently within the territory of the Star Moon Federation, there was only the dragon nest in Tianqing town, and beyond the Star Moon Federation in the West Sand Wilderness. There were rumors of a dragon nest, but Zhang Ma might not have the chance to explore. Zhang Ma was merely Su Qingqing's maid and bodyguard. Unless Su Qingqing could explore the dragon nest, Zhang Ma would never have the opportunity to go. It seemed that the Su family kept a tight watch on Su Qingqing, not even allowing her to venture into the wilderness, let alone explore the dragon nest. It was quite normal for Zhang Ma not to have explored the dragon nest. Boom. Suddenly a sound of something collapsing was faintly heard. Jiang Fan's hearing was not very good. He only caught the sound of collapse. However, Zhang Ma heard very clearly, before the collapse, there was also the sound of an explosion. This kind of explosion sound only existed in the firearms researched by humans. The people of Tianqing town have begun to act. Zhang Ma said immediately. Jiang Fan frowned, still missing the opportunity. The dragon armor army seemed to have heard the commotion, each one beginning to awaken. Under the dragon armor masks, pairs of eerie purple pupils opened. Clang, clang, clang. They assembled with incredible speed, rapidly converging towards the direction of the explosion. This is bad. Tianqing town is in danger. Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma immediately prepared to follow. However, they overestimated their speed, or rather underestimated the speed of the dragon armor army. In the blink of an eye, they were left far behind. By the time they passed a fork in the road, they could no longer see them. This dark corridor was eerily silent. Without the guidance of the dragon armor army, they felt as if they were lost in a maze. This is troublesome. Jiang Fan murmured, Father, please don't recklessly follow. In Tianqing town beneath the Gulf Mountains, several camps appeared, seemingly belonging to different factions. The sky was not yet bright. With the sound of a massive explosion, it immediately became boisterous. This time it could be said to be a grand operation. The artillery of the Yuehua city guards had arrived. The ultra-high spiritual energy cannon directly blew off the peak of the Gulf Mountain. A large pit with a diameter of several hundred meters appeared, from which white smoke continuously billowed. Smoke and dust filled the air. Some young women covered their noses in disgust. This smell is truly unbearable. Soon a group of strong individuals gathered around the pit. There were quite a few people in the entire camp, but not everyone would likely enter. Old Gua and Lu Huan stood at a considerable distance. They didn't join the commotion. Next to them was a chubby man with a smiling face. He even smiled in a somewhat lewd manner. Finally, it's opened. According to the agreement, after the explosion, the dust and smoke inside would be drawn out. It would take about half an hour. Old Gua surveyed the surroundings and sneered. Quite a number of people have indeed come, and many are unfamiliar faces. The chubby man chuckled. That's normal. The more ambiguous the situation, the more cautious everyone becomes, and they won't easily reveal their strength. Right beside him, someone immediately remarked, that refers to you. Exactly. Who would have thought that a restaurant owner is actually the minister of the dark department? The speaker is a woman dressed in a qipao, her figure exceptionally alluring. Her delicate features, enhanced by light makeup, are already captivating. She exudes a charm that penetrates to the bone. It's no wonder that at such a young age she manages the trading center in Yuehua City so effectively. Most men who see her upon hearing her soft and soothing whispers probably can't help but wish to empty their. The moment this woman appeared, she drew all eyes toward her. Around her, sounds of swallowed breaths filled the air. Even Old Gua couldn't help but glance over multiple times. This woman was simply enchanting. She is Tanya, the head of the Evolution Materials Trading Center in Yuehua City, playfully referred to as Fairy Tanya by some men who admire her beauty. There seemed to be a hint of water in Tanya's eyes, making people's hearts flutter. The fat man felt a bit embarrassed and instinctively took a half step back. Don't joke about such things. It's just a deputy minister, merely enacting one at that. The fat man felt a sense of being unable to provoke or escape from her presence. He understood very well that this woman, despite her seemingly pitiful appearance, was actually a femme fatale. Many promising young talents in Yuehua City fell for her. They fought among themselves, even going so far as to establish life and death contracts. Everyone in Yuehua City knew that Tanya was a woman of great depth, yet many men still flocked to her. Deputy minister. Even if she is a deputy minister, she has to be of the 5th rank, right? Tanya's laughter was enchanting, causing the surrounding men to feel a sudden heat. He wanted to quickly find a secluded place to resolve the situation. The fat man remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to Tanya's words. The crowd was slightly surprised if she truly was of the 5th rank. It was already well known that the Dark Division was mysterious. However, it turned out to be even more unfathomable than he had imagined. This fat man was actually quite a celebrity in Yuehua City. He had opened a 5-star hotel, and many prestigious families were his clients. What was frightening was that no one had anticipated that this chubby man with a chef's background was actually a deputy minister of the Dark Division. In terms of rank, he was on par with the head of the Law Enforcement Division and the commander of the City Guard. He was definitely a significant figure. Tanya looked at Old Gua and Lu Huan beside the fat minister. She first lingered on Lu Huan for a while and said with a smile, "What a lovely girl you are. I heard you work at the Tianqing Town Trading Center. What a waste. Why not come and be my capable assistant? The benefits will be much better, and I can introduce you to promising young talents." Lu Huan frowned. Oh, she did not like this woman. The fat minister felt somewhat embarrassed, saying, "Don't try this with me. Lu Huan is an elite cultivated by my Dark Division. Do you think her work at the trading center is her main job?" Tanya laughed again, raising the temperature around the men even further. She then turned her gaze toward Old Gua, particularly fixating on his rolling pin. Now this rolling pin was completely devoid of any dry skin. Its body was a pure black object made of an unknown metal. It was clear that this was a stick that had been broken in half. Tanya squinted her eyes. A few years ago, a new high-ranking deacon named Yu Hua from the evil sect was killed by you, wasn't he? Old Gua appeared wooden, looking like a dull old man. Tanya was unfazed and continued. Although Yu Hua was a new high-ranking deacon, he succeeded in pushing Li Gong off the stage to become the high-ranking deacon of the evil sect's Yuehua City branch, possessing immense strength. Old Guo raised an eyebrow. It seemed that Tanya had quite a bit of information. Tanya continued, after Yu Hua's death, the evil sect sent Ni Gui to become the high-ranking deacon of the Yuehua City branch. In reality, Yu Hua and Ni Gui were of similar strength. They were both at the late stage of the 4th rank, while Yu possessed the strength to kill someone at that level. Old Guo smiled. He remained silent, but was curious to see how far this girl could analyze. Long ago, about a decade or so ago, a legendary powerhouse named Lin Cheng emerged, skilled in the Monkey King staff, capable of splitting the heavens and earth. He was sought after by various forces in Yuehua City, but was always met with failure. After Lin Cheng was obliterated by the wilderness, the Monkey King staff also vanished, and everyone believed he had sacrificed himself. As Tanya spoke, Lu Huan couldn't help but glance at Old Guo. Was she talking about Old Guo? Old Guo was her master, but she actually didn't know much about his past. Old Guo sighed and said to Lu Huan, I didn't mean to hide it from you. It's just that after the battle of Lin Cheng, I was gravely injured, my cultivation was halved, and I could barely utilize 1/10 of the Monkey King staff, so I didn't mention that time to you. Lu Huan nodded. She understood. The battle of Lin Cheng was undoubtedly an unforgettable, painful memory for Old Guo. However, it was quite surprising that Old Guo was a legendary warrior. No wonder Old Guo could take on 2 opponents at the late stage of the 4th rank. Tanya, after gaining the upper hand, smiled beautifully. Yet Old Guo felt a sense of reverence toward this young woman. At such a young age, she managed to oversee the trading center in Yuehua City and possessed countless assets. She was indeed remarkable. He had thoroughly explored his foundation. These matters were not necessarily known to others. Was she harboring ill intentions, or did she simply enjoy watching the excitement of others? By the way, do you all want to hear the gossip about Su Qingqing, the young lady Su? Tanya said with great enthusiasm. Gossip? Old Guo questioned. When did Su Qingqing start growing melons? What kind of melons did she grow? The crowd looked at Old Guo in surprise. Lu Huan sighed. Eating melons means gossiping. Gossip? Old Guo's expression became even more surprised. The Su family has mastered the profound art of gossip. When did that happen? Tanya was exhausted. Fortunately, she decided to ignore Old Guo. She continued, Su Qingqing left Moonlight City in a fit of anger because the Su family was unwilling to let her explore the wilds, and they only considered allowing her to go once she reached the rank of a 4th rank Beastmaster. However, on the other hand, the Su family didn't provide Su Qingqing with the resources to evolve her spirit beasts, so she left. Tanya said mysteriously. Do you know why she came to Tianqing Town? The crowd had no reaction. This left Tanya feeling quite unaccomplished. She had finally built up suspense, but these people were not interested. Aren't you curious about Su Qingqing's situation? Tanya was still not giving up. Is it because of the engagement arranged by old Su? Lu Huan said indifferently. You know, we are from the Dark Division. Oh, our intelligence is no worse than yours. Lu Huan still looked down on Tanya. Tanya didn't care and continued. Do you know that Su Qingqing's fiancé has also awakened a beast mark? The crowd still had no reaction. Tanya was very disappointed and instantly lost her enthusiasm for suspense. It seemed these few people knew everything. Do you know where he is? I want to interview him about how it feels to have his fiancée publicly confess to buy a dragon. Tanya was very excited. He previously lured Wu Daong out of Tianqing Town into the wilderness for us. Lu Huan said heavily. Tanya was taken aback. Did she hear that correctly? A boy who had just awakened a beast mark actually accomplished such a grand feat. Then all her excitement and curiosity vanished, replaced by an elegant, yet somewhat cold expression. Oh, he should have been dead long ago. A spider swarm appeared outside the city, and even Wu Daong might not survive. Once a person dies, there is no value left in gossip. Besides, he was just a small-town youth who had awakened a beast mark. He was not worth gossiping about. In Moonlight City, not to mention being everywhere, at least in the Moonlight Beastmaster Academy, there were plenty of them. Not necessarily. Lu Huan said coldly. Jiang Fan is not an ordinary person. In the wilderness, everyone is an ordinary person. Tanya was also unwilling to back down. The two girls seemed to be sparking with electricity through their gazes. Old Guo and the plump minister could only shake their heads slightly. Roar. A deafening dragon roar resounded through the sky. Everyone looked up. Long Hao was standing atop the thunder dragon, surveying the gaping hole below from a lofty vantage. On the other side, another resounding roar echoed, shaking the heavens. The dragon mastiff stood atop a tall building, defiantly staring down at the thunder dragon. These two geniuses stand at the pinnacle of all talents in Moonlight City. Tang Ya's gaze appeared somewhat yearning. Even though she managed countless assets, her own strength was not formidable. Apart from business, her talents in other areas were rather ordinary. It's just a pity that the Su family deliberately obstructed Su Qingqing. Otherwise, she should not be weaker than Long Hao now. Tang Ya's tone was somewhat inexplicable. Perhaps deep down, she looked down upon the Su family's actions. Ultimately, they regarded Su Qingsheng as a tool attempting to control her by limiting her resources. These big families are all the same. However, the one from the Federation is truly not simple. Compared to Long Hao, he is not weak at all. The one Tangya referred to was Nangong Ji, who had just arrived in Tianqing Town, appearing very low-key, but when he made a move, he amazed everyone. The spirit beast Nangong Ji had currently revealed was a 4th-rank azure pattern heavenly python. Its triangular head bore 4 striking azure patterns. Judging by its qualifications, it might be somewhat inferior to Long Hao's Thunder Dragon and Su Qingsheng's Dragon Mastiff, but it should at least be grade or even a grade. They could not discern it. Usually only those who are very knowledgeable about spirit beasts can see through it at a glance. However, none of the people here should be evolutionists. Even Xingxin was not a soul master focused on the evolutionist direction. An elder stood next to Nangong Ji, followed by several armored guards. These people were the Royal Guard of the Xingyue Federation. The so-called Royal Guard refers to the elite military group specifically tasked with protecting the royal family of the Federation. From his surname, Nangong Ji indeed appeared to be part of the Nangong royal family. After their arrival, they remained very low-key and did not proactively contact others. It was unclear what their intentions were. The more they acted like this, the more cautious others would be, because they did not know what kind of trump card Nangong Ji had. It seems this dragon's nest exploration will be very— Tangya became excited again. Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma rode the 4th-grade iron-eating ant, quickly tracking their target. Yet they lost the trail, becoming ensnared in an even more bewildering maze of corridors. How do those dragon armor soldiers discern direction? Is it through sound recognition? It shouldn't be that miraculous. Even the living might not achieve such precision, and they are merely akin to puppets. It seems someone had set a certain program in advance, allowing them to operate autonomously for the following thousands of years. Yet the program shouldn't be that precise. Thus, they must possess a more direct method to locate their targets. Suddenly, Zhang Ma made a new discovery. Infusing mental energy into the dragon armor yields unexpected results. Oh, what discovery? You only need to infuse a little to see it. Zhang Ma seemed to have discovered a new world brimming with excitement. Jiang Fan was speechless. He had tried. Even with his meager 0.1 units of mental energy, it wasn't enough to infuse. My mental energy is too severely depleted. Zhang Ma suddenly recalled and quickly said, after infusing mental energy into the dragon armor, you can see the maze's chaotic layout. I see. The dragon armor contains the entire layout of this underground palace. Jiang Fan realized. No wonder those dragon armors couldn't be shaken off. They were more familiar with the paths than they were. Tell me how to go, and I'll let the iron-eating ant chase after it. Zhang Ma quickly pointed out the path, which was more targeted than the 2nd-grade dragon bat's exploration. Along the way, Jiang Fan discovered some dragon bones. However, compared to those in the dragon corpse pit, the blood energy and spiritual essence were far inferior. Essentially, only dry bones remained. Jiang Fan pondered for a moment and decided to collect them. Zhang Ma asked why he would want such things. Jiang Fan smiled. These are complete dragon skeletons. When assembled, they form a complete dragon specimen that many wealthy individuals desire. Jiang Fan's business acumen once again refreshed Zhang Ma's understanding. How desperate for money could this guy be? How could he think to sell everything? Such a state in Jiang Fan was unseen among the offspring of those major families. What a strange fellow. You'd say he was poor, yet he had 2 4th-grade spirit beasts, 2 3rd-grade spirit beasts, and 1 2nd-grade spirit beast. Such a massive number of spirit beasts couldn't be amassed with mere money. It seems there's some commotion ahead. Jiang Fan immediately ordered the 4th-grade iron-eating ant to halt. Through the ultrasonic waves released by the 2nd-grade dragon bat, he clearly saw 2 figures in the corridor ahead. The appearance of these 2 figures differed from the dragon armor soldiers. Were they another form of dragon armor soldiers? Jiang Fan signaled Zhang Ma to be silent, and she understood immediately. Suddenly, Jiang Fan felt that the 2 individuals seemed to be approaching this way. He and Zhang Ma immediately pressed against the wall. After a while, they could hear the voices of the 2 individuals. Thanks to those fools in Tianqing Town, their exploration of the dragon's lair has drawn all the dragon armor soldiers away, making it convenient for us from the sacred clan to act. Members of the evil sect. Jiang Fan frowned. Why had the evil sect entered the dragon's lair before anyone else? And from where did they come in? Given their current position, it seemed they hadn't entered through the Tianqing Town entrance. Perhaps like him, they had accidentally slipped in through another entrance. The 2 individuals walked through the corridor without making a sound. If it weren't for the dragon bat continuously releasing silent ultrasonic waves, Jiang Fan might not have realized when they would pass by. They were getting closer. A surge of anger welled up within Jiang Fan. He loathed the evil sect. It was the evil sect that had initiated all the disasters concerning Tianqing Town. Zhang Ma naturally heard the voices of the 2, noting their nonchalant demeanor. They seemed unconcerned about the dangers within the dragon's lair. Were they 5th grade? It was highly likely. Only a 5th-grade powerhouse could remain so calm. Normally 5th-grade legends were invincible, but now that might not be the case. The dragon armor has the ability to isolate spiritual energy, meaning it could accumulate spiritual energy without restraint. Then when it strikes, even if it couldn't kill the opponent, it could still severely injure them. If Jiang Fan could coordinate with her, killing a 5th-grade opponent might not be impossible. The reason she dared to think this way was mainly due to Jiang Fan's audacity. She bet that Jiang Fan had the same idea. The two of them, without any discussion, arrived at the same decision. Why do I feel a chill? One of them said. Be cautious, for I feel something too. The two immediately halted in their tracks. In this pitch-black corridor, they had no visibility. Whoosh! They ignited a beast blood flame. The burning flame was evidently of a higher grade. Thus the range of light was substantial. The two individuals instantly stiffened as they saw 2 dragon armor soldiers standing at the base of the wall. There are dragon armor soldiers. The two swiftly retreated hundreds of meters. Such reflexes and speed undoubtedly indicated they were 5th-grade warriors. Zhang Ma wanted to remind Jiang Fan to remain steady. If they were exposed now, they would miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, she noticed Jiang Fan standing still. It seemed as if he was also setting a trap. Such composure. At such a young age, he already possesses such courage. Truly remarkable. I wonder how many times stronger he is compared to the pampered geniuses of Yuehua City. Jiang Fan was certain the two would return. Not for any other reason, but for the 2 sets of dragon armor they possessed. After a while, the two came back much more cautious this time. It seems these 2 dragon armor soldiers cannot be revived, otherwise they would have pursued us the moment they sensed our presence. This could lead to fortune. With complete dragon armor, if we obtain this treasure, the two of us could rival 1,000 troops. The 2 men approached confident that these dragon armor soldiers would not awaken. Thus they moved quickly. People are inherently selfish. Even though their relationship was good, facing such rare treasures as the dragon armor made them wary. Who could guarantee that the other would not succumb to greed? Who would ever feel they have too much dragon armor? Old Duan, why are you in such a rush? There are only the 2 of us here. We can each take a set, right? Of course we are brothers. Treasures should be shared equally. The faster one, named Old Duan, still maintained his speed without slowing down. The slightly plumper one behind suddenly grew anxious. Old Duan, don't be so hasty. His large, Old Pan, what are you doing? Old Duan reacted instantly, slapping back with one hand. Old Duan, the middle-aged Pan was not willing to back down. What do you mean? Do you not trust me? I just wanted to gauge the situation for you. Old Duan explained. But his means of blocking Old Pan's hand was not weak at all. This provoked Old Pan's true anger. You've gone too far, he shouted. The two instantly grappled with each other, leaving Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma dumbfounded. What is happening? Is the evil sect so disunited internally? What should be done? Jiang Fan glanced at Zhang Ma from the corner of his eye. Zhang Ma's face was flushed. This was a bit excessive for the spiritual energy. She originally planned to act the moment the first person approached. However, as the two fought recklessly, it made it difficult for her to intervene. In battle, a 5th-grade powerhouse should not be underestimated. Their senses are extremely sharp. This is not the best time. Jiang Fan snorted coldly. These two may not actually be fighting, or perhaps they are just acting. They were indeed cautious. Even the dragon armor soldiers who showed no reaction would not easily approach, fearing it to be a trap. And it truly was a trap. It remains to be seen who the clever prey and the composed hunter will be in the end. Zhang Ma continued to maintain her spiritual energy. Her aged face flashed a dark hue. The cold aura of the spiritual energy enveloped her features. This is bad. If an opportunity does not present itself, soon she may not be able to maintain it any longer. If she leaks even a little spiritual energy, its power will diminish. Zhang Ma lightly nudged Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan paused for a moment as if he was slightly moved. Zhang Ma could no longer wait. But how could she get these two to approach? Suddenly Jiang Fan seemed to be blown over by an air current, crashing to the ground. The sound of his fall instantly caused the two in battle to stop. Both looked toward the fallen dragon armor soldier, showing no signs of revival. It seems there is no trick. It looks like we really found 2 sets of treasures for free. Old Pan, who had been the fiercest in the fight, was now the quickest to change his tune. So it was indeed all an act. Old Pan went to assist the fallen dragon armor soldier, his eyes filled with greed. Old Duan examined the standing dragon armor soldier. Oh, this dragon armor is truly formidable, so intricately designed with so many parts. I must see how it is worn. Old Duan was observing intently. Suddenly Zhang Ma made her move. The dragon-slaying sword in her hand, blade facing upward, shot straight up. Zhang Ma had been gathering spiritual energy for a considerable time. The blade bore a thread of exquisite ice vine which instantly enveloped Old Duan. His pupils contracted as he realized he had fallen into a trap. He tried to dodge, but the ice vine made his muscles stiffen. There was no time. He couldn't evade. He had to block. A short blade appeared in his hand. Clang. The dragon-slaying sword was incredibly sharp, instantly slicing through Old Duan's short blade. Screech. The blade swept through Old Duan, cleaving him from the midline, cutting upward with devastating force. Old Duan. Old Pan was shocked. He witnessed Old Duan being slashed right before his eyes. Even Zhang Ma did not expect the dragon-slaying sword to be so powerful. Severing the body of a fifth-grade powerhouse was as easy as cutting vegetables. Seeing that Old Duan showed no signs of life, Old Pan turned to flee. But behind him appeared a bald blue cat and a fourth-grade iron-eating ant. A ferocious beast. Old Pan was instantly dumbfounded. Here, if a ferocious beast appeared, it should be the dragon bat. Why would these two unrelated creatures appear? Jiang Fan also drew his sword. He had just realized the might of the dragon-slaying sword and felt he could manage as well. However, his dragon-slaying sword was kicked away by Old Pan in an instant. Old Pan retreated dozens of steps wearing a face of suspicion. Aren't you the dragon armor soldiers? The dragon armor soldiers are not this weak. Jiang Fan got up from the ground. Wearing the dragon armor was indeed a burden. He heard Old Pan's doubts. Jiang Fan exploded with a curse. He felt humiliated. Do you think I'm weak? Jiang Fan's temper flared. Earlier when Zhang Ma struck, that man had shown no suspicion. Yet the moment he moved, his mask slipped. How could a single gesture expose him so thoroughly? Lao Pan's eyes widened. It truly was a fake Longjia army soldier. How is that possible? They should have been the first to enter the dragon's lair. Anyone who sought to reach this place would have to get past the Longjia army first. How did you get in? Lao Pan, you're moments from death and still asking questions. Jiang Fan barked. He hated this man. The formidable image he had cultivated along the way had been undone by him. Meowed. The bald blue cat swatted with a paw. Lao Pan dared not meet it head-on. It was not mere fear of the cat, in the utter blackness of the space. A single lapse might plunge one into an even more terrible peril. Just now, to flee for his life, he had extinguished the beast blood flame, and the surroundings had fallen into pitch darkness. He could only grope instinctively in the ink-black void, hands groping for any foothold. Yet the bald cat found him with uncanny precision, because the figure clad in Longjia was issuing remote commands. Left front 45 degrees. Right rear 50 degrees. Lao Pan swore. It had to be a trick. Even angles were called out with pinpoint accuracy. He began to wonder whether only he had gone blind while others could see. Soon he grasped the crux in that dark corridor. The only presence moving as if in an empty realm was the lone Longjia. This man must possess extraordinary faculties. An instructor will not quibble with you. Lao Pan spat out and bolted. Bang. He slammed heavily into the wall. The masonry shuddered and cracked. Zhang Ma, though blind, felt it plainly. He must have hit it hard. Ow. Lao Pan nearly wept. The cold stone drove the pain into his... Those ancient structures were built with brutal solidity. They seemed impervious even to spiritual bombs. Zhang Ma moved swiftly, obeying Jiang Fan's command. She neatly severed Lao Pan's hand and foot tendons. Beneath the Longjia, Zhang Ma was exhilarated. This was deliciously satisfying. She had slain many heretical instructors before, but an instructor-rank adversary was a first for her, moreover a fifth-rank powerhouse. Jiang Fan hurried over and rekindled the beast blood flame, studying Lao Pan through the armor's shadow. With tendons cut, Lao Pan grimaced in agony, sweat beading as he stared at the two of them in terror. Jiang Fan inspected the severed tendons with concern. Can he self-heal? He asked. An ordinary weapon's cuts will mend, but the Zhanlong sword appears to block self-healing. It carries burning potency. He examined the wound carefully. At the ruptured ends of the tendons, a faint sizzle persisted, as if sustained heat were singeing away the Bodhi's regenerative ability. Yet it was not ordinary searing heat, but a burn-like phenomenon of another nature. Curse power. Lao Pan's face drained of color. Pain. Unbearable pain, gnawed at him. Even a legendary warrior found it nearly intolerable. Such warriors possess astonishing vitality. Even grievous wounds can be endured. But the Zhanlong sword seemed to harbor a virulent substance, drilling in agony into his very core. Curse power. Jiang Fan was surprised. That kind of force exists, he truly did not know. Zhang Ma's eyes lit with understanding. I see now. The Zhanlong sword was tempered with a strange material and bears a cursed toxin. She spoke with excitement. The Zhanlong sword is forged to slay dragons. Not merely because it cleaves iron, but because it severs the dragon's mighty self-healing. Could a legendary warrior's healing compare to that of a dragon beast? Certainly not. This was a downgrading blow across dimensions. So beneath this sword, even a legendary warrior is no more than a mortal. You could say that. Astonishing. Jiang Fan flicked the sword in his hand. His technique was crude, like a novice who had never truly wielded a blade. Zhang Ma instinctively stepped back half a pace. Though she wore Longjia, she did not know which was stronger, invulnerable armor or the all-consuming Zhanlong sword. If she were accidentally struck, to whom could she complain? Lao Pan was nearly paralyzed with fear as the blade skimmed his throat several times. The more Jiang Fan seemed a green hand, the more terrifying he became. Facing a master who never misses one need not fear a stray shot. If he wishes you dead, there is no escape. If he wishes you spared, he will spare you by the smallest margin. An amateur, however, is different even when merely posturing their chance of error is high, and that uncertainty Spare us, please. Spare our lives. Lao Pan pleaded desperately. Flash. The Zhanlong's sword suddenly hovered at his throat, its keen chill brushed him. Jiang Fan's hands were empty, and he felt awkward. Catching the gazes of Lao Pan and Zhang Ma, he cleared his throat. I did that on purpose. Scared you a little, he offered, trying to laugh it off. Are the cultists' nerves so thin? Old Pan's mind was filled with 1,000 galloping thoughts. Are you kidding me? Do you think I'm foolish? Clearly it was your blunder. Even Zhang Ma couldn't bear to watch any longer. To be honest, your shamelessness is quite remarkable. What kind of look is that? Do you look down on me? Jiang Fan's voice was somewhat grim. He raised the dragon-slaying sword once more. No. Old Pan quickly shook his head, sweating profusely. It's terrifying. He draws his sword at the slightest provocation. A novice in the way of the sword combined with unstable emotions is truly frightening, extremely frightening. Where did you come in from? Jiang Fan inquired. Old Pan hesitated. My. Jiang Fan brandished the sword blade. Old Pan immediately shivered. We came in from a cave developed by a spider clan outside Tianqing town. Spider clan. Jiang, what he said might not be false. The spider clan must have occupied this area for quite some time. They couldn't possibly be unaware of the dragon carcass pit underground. Perhaps they were intimidated by the Dragonbat clan, which is why they never entered. How did you know that the spider clan's cave could lead in here? Actually, it was just by chance. We were just here to hunt down Wu Daong. We didn't find him, but we inadvertently entered the spider cave. At this point, Old Pan was filled with rage. Damn the beast god temple. We the Holy Clan have laid our plans for over a decade only to have the fruit of our efforts snatched away. Jiang Fan nodded. So it was for revenge. It seems the evil sect and the beast god temple have harbored grievances for a long time. This time, it was merely a coincidence that they learned Wu Daong from the beast god temple was alone in Tianqing town. Thus, the evil sect dispatched 2 5th-tier powerhouses to kill him. But it backfired, and they entered the dragon carcass pit. How much do you know about the dragon carcass pit? Jiang Fan continued to ask. Stop messing around. If we had known there was a dragon carcass pit here, we wouldn't have come in at all. Everyone knows that where there is a dragon carcass pit, there is misfortune. Old Pan seemed to want to show off, and continued. However, we do have some information about the dragon nest. It is said that in this dragon nest, aside from the one previously discovered, there are at least 3 more dragon eggs. Speaking of dragon eggs, Jiang Fan secretly checked the condition of the dragon eggs. The red light on the surface of the dragon eggs was even more dazzling. The contents inside were becoming increasingly clear. I don't know if it's an illusion, but the embryo inside seems to have grown quite a bit. One could vaguely see countless blood vessels connecting to the embryo's heart. That heart was beating. The sound of the heartbeat was becoming more pronounced. It looked as if it was about to awaken. Jiang Fan felt somewhat excited, but also a bit pained. The consumption of blood qi and spiritual energy was severe. 2 dragon carcasses had been completely drained by the dragon egg. It's worth noting that this blood qi and spiritual energy were far more than what Zhang Ma absorbed. Zhang Ma absorbed about 1/3 and managed to heal her wounds, advancing from mid-4th tier to late 4th tier. However, the dragon egg had yet to reach full maturity of the embryo. Truly, it is the dragon race. That formidable vitality is likely accumulated through spiritual energy. If it weren't for the resilience of the dragon race, the mother dragon would have likely perished after giving birth. Reviving the dragon egg requires a massive amount of spiritual energy. How did you manage to allow the dragon egg to awaken? You know this. Old Pan was somewhat surprised, but upon considering that the other party entered the dragon nest ahead of time and even obtained 2 dragon carapaces, it was normal that he wasn't an ordinary person and might be quite familiar with the dragon nest. So knowing these details is quite normal. He explained, all collected dragon eggs need to be taken to the spiritual energy sanctum specially crafted by the Holy Clan. There is infinite spiritual energy that can revive the dragon eggs. Otherwise, ordinary people would have no way to revive dragon eggs. Currently, aside from the officials, only some transcendent forces have the capability to do so. I see. Infinite spiritual energy, your evil sect has quite a profound foundation. Of course, the Holy Clan is vast and boundless. Jiang Fan glared coldly at Old Pan. The gaze seemed to say, keep boasting. Old Pan, sensing the atmosphere, lowered his head and stopped talking. Let's deal with him. Zhang Ma suggested. Old Pan immediately became nervous. Jiang Fan thought for a moment, the dead evil sect is far less valuable than the living one. Right. Old Pan quickly nodded and added, capturing one of our Holy Clan alive could yield a hefty reward. Some places might even have bounties on us. Zhang Ma was once again left speechless. Jiang Fan truly studied the matter of making money quite thoroughly. Prevent him from escaping and strike him a few more times with the sword. Jiang Fan casually remarked. No. Old Pan showed a mournful face. Thud, thud, thud. Zhang Ma was also a decisive person. A few sword strikes fell, leaving several bloody scars on Old Pan's body. Jiang Fan inhaled sharply. Zhang Ma seemed simple-minded, yet her strikes were ruthless. From Old Pan's wrist to his knee, and then to his hip, all were severed. The same went for his arms. Now Old Pan had completely lost his ability to move. The excruciating pain brought by the curse made Old Pan's expression contort, his entire body twitching, and he was almost foaming at the mouth. Jiang Fan casually tossed Lao Pan onto the back of the bald blue cat. The bald blue cat shook off in disdain, and then picked him up with its mouth. Jiang Fan laughed. Even the bald blue cat seemed to dislike this fellow. All right, let's hurry to the entrance of Tianqing Town. Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma continued on their way. They were not far now. Tianqing Town. The smoke of battle at Gulf Mountain had dissipated. The crowd surrounding the cave entrance had increased, seemingly with two more factions arriving: the evil sect and the Beast God Temple. Yang Jiang, the deputy commander of the city guards, snorted coldly. You guys really dare to come? He pointed his spear directly at the two factions. The instructors of the evil sect were all dressed in white robes, which at first glance resembled the uniforms of the law enforcement division. Meanwhile, the people from the Beast God Temple were clad in black armor. They appeared somewhat reminiscent of the yin and yang figures, creating considerable pressure. No one from the evil. However, a thin-faced elder from the Beast God Temple cheerfully said, "We merely wish to lend you a hand in exploring the dragon's nest. It is extremely perilous, and we should cooperate." Yang Jiang recognized this fellow and replied coldly, "Who wants to cooperate with you? A bunch of despicable scoundrels." His words were harsh, filled with a sense of righteousness. The thin-faced elder was not angered. "Hey, speaking of despicable, it seems that group over there is even more despicable. I wonder what they were thinking sending just a fifth-tier person for such a significant matter. They are underestimating all of you." After being pointed out, the leader of the evil sect instructors suddenly turned serious. The reason he remained silent was that he had people observing from a distance. It was precisely because they were at a disadvantage. Just in terms of numbers, they were not fewer than those from the Beast God Temple. However, the difference in fifth-tier combat power was substantial. They only had him on their side. The Beast God Temple had sent two over. "Wu Dalu, don't go looking for trouble. If you irritate me, I'll take you down first." The thin-faced elder was Wu Dalu. From his name, it seemed he had some relation to Wu Daong. "He Chu Hong, you are all alone. Where do you get the courage to provoke the Wu brothers?" The Wu brothers. Their reputation was quite significant. They became famous in the Xingyue Federation, but not for good reasons. Rather, they were notorious. Once the three of them ruled a large city. The eldest Wu Dalu was the city lord. The second Wu Deyang was the director of the law enforcement division. The youngest Wu Daba was the commander of the city guards. They enjoyed a period of glory. Until later, when they relied on their power, committing arson, murder, and abduction of women. Their heinous actions were exposed. The Xingyue Federation stripped them of their positions and launched a manhunt. It was later discovered that they had joined the Beast God Temple, which was full of villains. Each of the Wu brothers was powerful and united, which was a key reason for their arrogance. This time, with Wu Daong absent, Wu Dalu and Wu Daba were in command. Chu Hong was not to be outdone, and mocked, "You three brothers will soon become two." Upon hearing this, Wu Dalu's expression changed. "What do you mean by that?" Chu Hong laughed. "Do you really think our evil sect lacks people? Would I come alone? Pan Yu and Duan Rongxing should have already dealt with Wu Daong." Wu Dalu's eyes widened. "Daring to touch the achievements of our holy clan is unforgivable." Chu Hong's voice was cold, even with a hint of schadenfreude. Wu Deyang's expression shifted unpredictably. After a moment, he smiled and said, "We are all fifth-tier. Who can intimidate whom? Fifth-tier individuals are not so easy to kill." Chu Hong agreed. Although it was extremely dangerous in the wilderness, this particular wilderness was not the high-tier beast-infested Shisha wilderness. The probability of fifth-tier deaths was quite low. The two factions ceased further conflict. Strictly speaking, they might actually belong to the same camp. At the very least, those righteous sects would not ally with them. Su Xing Mountain observed both factions with cold eyes. It appeared to be an unintentional act, but it was perhaps deliberately meant for them to hear. 6 fifth-tier individuals were showcasing their strength. Such formidable power, even with all the fifth-tier gathered in Tianqing Town, would surpass the opposing side. However, once the evil sect and the Beast God Temple colluded, while their side was actually harboring ulterior motives, if a real conflict arose, the outcome could indeed be unpredictable. All of this was within the expectations of Deputy Director Lin Tan. Thus, the reason for opening the dragon's nest so late was also to wait for them. The evil sect and the Beast God Temple had set up their schemes in Tianqing Town. It was impossible not to intervene. Their appearance had made the situation somewhat complicated. With 6 fifth-tier powerhouses, their strength was overwhelming. Coupled with numerous black-armored and white-robed instructors, if they combined forces, they would probably be the strongest faction aside from Lin Tan and Yang Jiang. Lin Tan and Yang Jiang represented the law enforcement division and the city guards of Yuehua City. These two factions were on the same front. Therefore, they were not necessarily afraid. The troublesome part was the other forces. For instance, the Su family. Originally, the Su family did not have to be too restrained by Lin Tan and the others. However, with these two troublemakers around, it seemed that the Su family would have to cooperate with Lin Tan for self-preservation. Su Xingshan gazed at Lin Tan, his eyes flashing with a hint of anomaly. The reason Lin Tan had not discussed cooperation with him was due to the prediction of the appearance of the two factions. Cunning indeed. Lin Tan seemed oblivious to Su Xingshan's gaze. His eyes were deep and no one knew what he was thinking. Lin Tan, despite his lack of presence compared to that esteemed figure in Yuehua City's law enforcement department, was actually the think tank of the department. Cunning and scheming, that is exactly what Lin Tan is. His character is unfathomable. Not even Yang Jiang would want to deal with him, let alone Su Xingshan. Now the Su family had basically lost their bargaining chips to negotiate with Lin Tan. This was troublesome. Su Qingcheng noticed her uncle's unusual demeanor. She could roughly guess what was troubling her uncle. However, what concerned her most was Zhang Ma, and that guy. Could it be that he really died? Su Qingcheng suddenly felt a wave of discomfort, as she did not want to endure such pain again. Meanwhile, Long Hao, standing a little aside, glanced at the troubled Su Qingcheng and Su Xingshan. He spoke directly. Qingcheng, we will act together shortly. I will protect you. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but nearly everyone heard it. Lin Tan cast a meaningful glance at Long Hao. It seemed somewhat unexpected. The Dragon Temple had clearly stated its intention to ally with the Su family. Long Hao had yet to catch up with Su Qingcheng. Such favoritism made other women envious to the point of despair. However, even in death, it would be a sweet demise. The elder Long Chong behind Long Hao hesitated slightly, as if wanting to stop him. But at this moment it was too late. Long Hao was too reckless. Let alone that Su Qingcheng was extremely stubborn and had not agreed to the proposal from the Dragon Temple. Even if she agreed, what would it change? Su Qingcheng was indeed a rare talent among millions qualified to become a beast master. But that was also predicated on her being utilized by the Dragon Temple. Only then would they consider truly gifting her a dragon egg. If the Dragon Temple had the chance to acquire another dragon egg, what would it matter if the engagement was gone? Dragon eggs are even scarcer than geniuses. Yet unfortunately, Long Hao had already made his stance clear. If he were to backtrack now, it would only make others underestimate the Dragon Temple. Su Qingcheng did not even glance at Long Hao, casually responding whatever. It was far too indifferent. Long Hao's confession stirred not even a ripple in her heart. Not to mention being touched, as she couldn't even be bothered to be polite. Everyone felt astonished. They had long heard that Su Qingcheng was extremely aloof, and today's encounter was indeed extraordinary. Such resoluteness made Long Hao's infatuation a laughingstock. Yet Long Hao himself seemed unfazed, appearing to have grown accustomed to Su Qingcheng's coldness. In the distance, Nan Gongji wore a slight smile. His expression was somewhat mysterious. It must be said that this young noble from the royal family was not lacking in temperament or appearance compared to Long Hao. However, Long Hao's reputation in Yuehua City was indeed too great. Thus most people still believe Long Hao should be superior. Nan Gongji suddenly smiled and said, Miss Su, if you don't mind, we would like to explore the dragon nest together with the Su family. Suddenly the entire venue fell silent. Following that, Nan Gongji's next words were even more astonishing. All rewards from within the dragon nest shall belong to the Su family. The Nangong royal family keeps its promises. Long Hao's gaze immediately sharpened, his pupils shimmering with a faint golden hue. He stared intently at Nan Gongji. Even Lin Tan cast a surprised glance at Su Xingshan, as if asking when the Su family had become associated with the royal family. Su Xingshan was similarly filled with questions. He looked at Su Qingcheng in surprise. He saw Su Qingcheng merely responding indifferently whatever. This tone was identical to how she had brushed off Long Hao earlier. It signified that in Su Qingcheng's heart, neither Long Hao nor Nan Gongji caught her fancy. One couldn't help but wonder who exactly could win Su Qingcheng's heart. Nan Gongji consciously joined the ranks of the Su family. He ignored Long Hao's eyes, which were about to ignite. At this moment, Long Hao exuded a terrifying aura, his pale golden pupils dangerously fixed on Nan Gongji. The middle-aged guard beside Nan Gongji immediately frowned and shouted, impudent. How dare you show disrespect to the royal family? Humph, the royal family. In front of my dragon temple, there is no such thing as a royal family. The speaker was Long Chong. Long Chong also exuded an aura of dominance, not weaker than Nan Gongji's guard. Humph, the dragon temple. How strong can your branch in the Star Moon Federation really be? The middle-aged guard asked with evident implications of threat. With a clearly threatening tone, Long Chong narrowed his eyes. Want to know? You can go and try. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The smell of gunpowder was intense, even more so than when the evil sect and the beast god temple clashed. All right, we are about to descend into the dragon nest. Any issues shall be resolved below. Lin Tan spoke. It was now the eve of descending into the dragon nest. It was not the time to engage in conflict. Even if there was a need to fight, it should at least be meaningful, primarily to attract the crises within the dragon nest. Pointlessly exhausting strength was something only a fool would do. Everyone's attention immediately turned to the entrance of the dragon nest. This was the main event. The scouts who went down haven't returned. This is the most troublesome situation at hand. If they haven't come back, there are only two possibilities. One is that they have gone missing or lost their way. The other possibility is that they encountered danger, possibly leading to the annihilation of the entire unit. The atmosphere on site was somewhat heavy. Those who had just gone down to investigate were not weak. There were indeed some at the 4th tier. If it were the latter scenario, even those at the 4th tier could vanish without a trace. Then this dragon's nest would be terrifying beyond belief. Although the 4th tier is not currently the top combat power, it can definitely be considered mid to high-end strength, surpassing the vast majority of those present. The crowd began to murmur. Yang Jiang remarked, "What are you afraid of? Exploring the dragon's nest is inherently perilous. Don't mention the 4th tier. Even the 5th tier has lost countless lives." Yang Jiang as a leader was indeed experienced in this regard. He suggested that each faction send out a 5th tier expert accompanied by 30 people to first enter the dragon's nest for reconnaissance. This was to avoid a complete annihilation. Moreover, it also pressured those small factions. If they couldn't afford a 5th tier powerhouse, they would have to choose a side. Thinking of taking advantage of the chaos. Don't even think about it. Chu Hong pondered, "I suggest we act in full force. It might be extremely dangerous inside. Distributing our strength could lead to trouble. We must not act in full force." Lin Tan shook his head. The situation inside is unknown. Perhaps there are such things. If everyone rushes in, it will only lead to faster deaths. After saying this, he looked at Su Xingshan. "You are quite familiar with such things, right?" Su Xingshan glanced at Lin Tan and smiled. "The dragon armored army. My brother once killed one." Mentioning the dragon armored army, some looked bewildered while others turned pale instantly. Lin Tan added, "It is also the only one in the entire Star Moon Federation. Indeed, the dragon armored army is known to many. However, the only one who has truly killed a member of the dragon armored army is the head of the Su family. Yet today that head of the Su family was not present. Before coming here, my brother instructed me that upon encountering the dragon armored army, I must not hesitate. Just run away." Su Xingshan's expression was serious. "We have no chance against the dragon armored army. This clue is indeed very important to prevent someone from being reckless and provoking existences they shouldn't." Long Chong hurriedly asked, "May I ask, if we encounter the dragon armored army, how should we avoid combat?" Su Xingshan did not hide the truth. The dragon armored army identifies non-entities by their aura, so one must conceal their aura as much as possible. Under certain circumstances, perhaps we can avoid the dragon armored army. Everyone understood. They also realized that the aura concealment Su Xingshan mentioned meant complete concealment. Usually one would need to rely on certain magical artifacts. Those daring enough to explore here are certainly not empty-handed. Magical artifacts for concealing aura are essential. With Su Xingshan's words, they felt somewhat reassured. "All right, send people." Lin Tan commanded. Each faction sent out a 5th tier expert. In total, there were 10 5th tier experts and 300 people below the 5th tier. Such a lineup could be considered unprecedented. Generally, apart from exploring extremely dangerous wastelands, one would not see this in other places. Chu Hong did not go down. He secretly told a 4th tier black armor, "After you enter, hide immediately. No matter what happens, do not expose yourselves and never trust the evil sect." Understood. The 4th tier black armor nodded. Wu Dalu watched as 30 black armors approached. He said nothing but tacitly approved. Chu Hong would definitely not go down, otherwise as soon as he emerged the black armors outside would have been slaughtered. On the side of Yuehua City, Lin Tan did not go down. The one leading was Yang Jiang. Leading the Su family was Su Xingwu. Although Long Hao and Nangong Ji both said they would join the Su family, they actually sent out their own 5th tier experts. It seemed that Long Hao and Nangong Ji intended to enter in the first wave. "Qingqing, I give you two choices. One, you cannot go in. Two, you can enter in the second wave. You choose." Su Xingshan provided Su Qingqing with two options. Neither of these choices was what Su Qingqing wished to choose. Su Qingqing nodded but said nothing. Su Xingshan took it as if Qingqing understood. Anyway, with him here, Qingqing was safe. Enter the dragon's nest. At Lin Tan's command, 10 5th tier experts and several hundred personnel orderly charged into the pit. Su Xingshan felt somewhat worried. The dragon's nest was not like an ordinary wasteland. The danger level was extremely high, and he did not know if Su Xingwu could handle it. Turning to Su Qingqing, he said, "Qingqing, you should return to Yuehua City. Tianqing Town will be turned upside down because of this dragon's nest. This is just the beginning." He was stunned. When he turned around, the person had vanished. This. Su Xingshan panicked instantly. There was no sign of Su Qingqing around. He immediately released a vast and boundless mental force to search for Su Qingqing's whereabouts. Everyone was instantly taken aback. They could clearly feel Su Xingshan's probing power. However, seeing Su Xingshan's expression was not right. He seemed somewhat angry. Not someone to be provoked. Even when probed, they did not dare to say anything. They could only suffer this silent loss. Lin Tan frowned. What did Qingqing go in? Su Xingshan nodded heavily. It should be fine. Oh, Qingsheng is very smart and should know how to protect herself. Su Xingshan sighed. Even if she is smart, she has never explored wastelands and has no experience. He could only hope that the previous batch would quickly bring back good news, and then he would lead the second batch in. Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma were currently hiding in a corner. A battle had just occurred ahead. In the distance, bright lights illuminated a group of people who were flamboyantly burning a large amount of beast blood flames. The darkness of the long corridor was brightly lit. Those people were clad in black armor, engaged in a fierce battle with a group of dragon bats. The dragon armor army was nowhere to be seen here. The Beast God Temple. Jiang Fan frowned. Why was it that the first thing he saw was this group? Where were the others? Was Tianqing Town actually overrun by the Beast God Temple? Jiang Fan had a terrifying thought. Wu Daong had been killed by the Spider King, but that didn't mean the Beast God Temple wouldn't send other powerful figures over. The leader appeared to be a fifth-tier powerhouse. He was skilled in martial arts. Isn't it said that fifth tier is legendary? Why does it feel like fifth-tier powerhouses are everywhere? These dragon bats cannot deal with this group, Zhang Ma remarked. Just after she spoke, swarms of dragon bats were taken down. The black-armored group suffered almost no casualties. They were the elites among the elite. As they pressed further inside, Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma hurriedly retreated. The black-armored figure leading the way was a thin and short middle-aged man. Elder Bao, this dragon nest is nothing. It is simply too easy for us. One of the black-armored men behind him exclaimed excitedly. Originally thinking it would be a brutal massacre, the crisis had been resolved so easily. Do not let your guard down. These fierce beasts should only be inhabiting the dragon nest and are not its original residents. Wu Debao's was quite cautious. Following them was a group of people in white robes. They were from the evil sect. The two groups temporarily converged. Dozens of people marched through the corridor with a clattering sound accompanied by the bright flames of beast blood. There was essentially no sense of horror surrounding them. That Suishing Mountain said that the dragon armor army relies solely on sensing breath. We have brought treasures to conceal our presence, but with so many people, would it even matter? The leader of the evil sect commented. That makes sense. Wu Debao's pondered. We have figured out the structure of the dragon nest, and there are many paths we can take. We can split up, but our directions must be consistent, otherwise it will be difficult to regroup later. Good. The leader of the evil sect agreed, and then led his men away through another path. After watching them leave, Wu Debao's snorted coldly. They still do not trust us. Suddenly, he spotted a pitch-black armored soldier standing next to the wall ahead. At first glance, it bore some resemblance to the black-armored soldiers of the Beast God Temple. However, it was far more intricately designed. In comparison, the black armor of the Beast God Temple looked like inferior knockoff products. Dragon Armor Army. Wu Debao's suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. The black-armored soldiers of the Beast God Temple immediately took a defensive stance, suppressing their fear. The invincible army known for slaying dragons was encountered so quickly. Prepare to engage. Wu Debao's commanded. He saw that the dragon armor army had brightened its eyes and awakened. Raising the pitch-black dragon-slaying sword in hand, it emanated an extraordinary aura, as if one man could hold back 1,000. However, in the next moment, the dragon armor army unexpectedly turned and fled. This left Wu Debao's in shock. The dragon armor army will run away. Elder Bao, should we pursue them? Someone asked. Wu Debao's hesitated. They had never encountered the dragon armor army before. They had only heard of its fearful reputation. But for those exploring the dragon nest, the dragon armor army was like a nightmarish existence. Wouldn't it be better to avoid them than to chase after them? Elder Bao, I heard that the dragon armor is a treasure. If we can obtain it, wouldn't you be invincible? Wu Debao's eyes lit up, a hint of greed manifesting. He quickly made a decision. Perhaps not every dragon armor has the strength of a 5th tier. That one just awakened might be very weak. This is our opportunity. Even if we cannot get the dragon egg, obtaining a set of dragon armor would still be worthwhile. Chase. We must not allow that dragon armor to fall into someone else's hands. For martial artists, the dragon armor is even more enticing than a dragon egg. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan was observing in the shadows. Very well, Zhang Ma succeeded. Next, let the Beast God Temple face the dragon armor army. He didn't seek out Zhang Ma, believing she would be safe with the dragon armor on her. He needed to look elsewhere. He couldn't let his straightforward father stumble in here as well. Jiang Fan walked down the corridor while supporting Lao Pan. Although he couldn't see the map provided by the dragon armor, it wasn't too necessary at the moment. Sounds of fighting could be heard from all directions. It seemed that many people had come in this time. Besides the black-armored soldiers of the Beast God Temple, he also spotted the white-robed members of the evil sect. The white robes were mostly instructors, and the star levels on their robes might represent their ranks. Leading them was a figure in a blue robe. He was of unknown rank, but the red robes indicated the Grand Instructor, which was 4th tier. Could it be that the blue robe was 5th tier or higher? It was possible. After all, the Beast God Temple had sent a 5th tier member, and so the evil sect couldn't be too lacking. However, he didn't have time to pay attention to the evil sect right now. Ahead, he could still hear sounds of fighting, and he was unsure who was engaged. As he passed through a long corridor, Jiang Fan was stunned. A swarm of dragon bats was wildly flapping around in the corridor. It seems that these individuals have awakened the entire dragon bat clan. The piercing screeches are almost driving Jiang Fan's head to explode. Even though he possesses dragon armor for protection, he is still overwhelmed by a multitude of dragon bats pinned down and unable to rise. Old Pan let out a heart-wrenching howl. Jiang Fan has dragon armor, but he does not. These dragon bats want to devour his flesh and drink his blood. What are you screaming for? They're just a bunch of ordinary beasts. Jiang Fan scolded, and Old Pan immediately fell silent. Although his bones were all broken, he was still the physique of a fifth-tier warrior, so it didn't hurt too much. A mere ordinary beast, no matter how many come, cannot harm him in the slightest. It's just that the smell of these dragon bats is too foul, flapping around his face while also defecating. When has he ever suffered such humiliation? Jiang Fan summoned several spirit beasts encircling these ordinary beasts. Though they are ordinary beasts, they might prove useful to him. There were so many that it took nearly half an hour to control them all. Around a few hundred now obediently standing on the ground after Jiang Fan's training. In rows standing tall and proud. This left Old Pan utterly stunned. What does this mean? He couldn't comprehend. No, it seemed he understood, but just couldn't believe it. This person in the dragon armor has controlled all these dragon bats. How is this possible? Ordinary beasts are still beasts. One beast, one seal. Hundreds of beast seals. Even now he cannot believe it. How is it possible to have so many beast seals? Or is it similar to the principles of an insect tamer, where one spirit beast can control many ordinary beasts of the same kind? It's not impossible, provided that the beast tamer controls the king of the species. In any case, he does not believe this person possesses so many beast seals. Throughout history, whether in official records or legends, there have been numerous accounts of geniuses. Yet there has never been mention of a beast tamer with hundreds of beast seals. Such a beast tamer could single-handedly command an army. While beast tamers are formidable, they are not to that extent. Jiang Fan commanded all the dragon bats to return to the spirit beast space. After walking through several long corridors, he came to a halt again. Ahead appeared a hall where 3 dragon armor soldiers were pacing swiftly. It seemed they were searching for something that had been lost. When Jiang Fan turned around, he noticed Old Pan had somehow draped a cloak around himself, wrapping himself up. Seeing Jiang Fan looking at him, he quickly forced a smile, saying, "I'm cold." Jiang Fan ignored him. After all, he wasn't planning to kill him just yet. If he had the ability to protect himself, that would be fine. If not, then he would die. This cloak should be a treasure for concealing one's aura, not bad. Once this guy becomes worthless, he can be disposed of, and the cloak can be kept. Jiang Fan peeked into the hall. It was empty, looking like there was nothing at all. The hall was not very dark. There were some faint candles on the pillars. Surprisingly, they had burned for such a long time without extinguishing. Could it be that the lamp oil was made from dragon blood? However, the dragon armor soldiers lingered around the hall. Jiang Fan abandoned Old Pan and walked in front of the dragon armor soldiers. Inside the hall there were a few pillars and some decayed items looking like remnants of past supplies. They had decayed to the point where their original forms could not be recognized. It is presumed that these were the living supplies of those who constructed this underground palace in ancient times. They were not valuable items. Valuable items like dragon armor and the dragon-slaying sword remained pristine and glossy even after many years. Strangely, there is nothing here. What are these dragon armors doing? Jiang Fan looked up. He was taken aback and then found himself bemused under the dragon armor. There are people on the pillars. In fact, there are almost people on every pillar. Various factions. Why are there various factions? Because he saw the black armor of the Beast God Temple, as well as the white-robed instructors of the evil sect. It even includes the white-clad of the Law Enforcement Division and the guards. He recognized the white-clad of the Law Enforcement Division, but he had never seen this batch of people in brown armor. They were similar to the guards, but appeared much more formal. He exchanged glances with the individuals on the pillars, both sides staring at each other in surprise. These people had dull expressions, pretending to be dead. It shouldn't be possible. Don't the dragon armor soldiers sense through aura? Can they see with their eyes? Jiang Fan was watching this bizarre behavior of the dragon armor soldiers from another pillar. Then something astonishing happened. This dragon armor soldier actually began to climb the pillar. On the pillar Jiang Fan was climbing, 3 black-armored figures were lying on top. Instantly panic ensued. They had been discovered. They could not sit idle. One person jumped down and slashed with a knife. The blade grazed the dragon armor, creating a long spark. However, his movement caught the attention of the dragon armor soldiers outside. Bang, 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 bang. They rushed in with terrifying strides. The 3 exposed black-armored individuals were not willing to be the only ones discovered. They immediately began indiscriminate attacks, forcing the people on the other pillars to defend themselves. Now everyone hidden in this hall was exposed. The 3 dragon armor soldiers struck down a black armor with a sword. Their speed was so fast that there was no time to react. 5th rank. Yang Jiang was shocked. Another soldier from the Dragon Armor Army charged towards him. Don't get entangled. Retreat. Lin Tan had reminded him before entering. When encountering the Dragon Armor Army, one must never engage in a death struggle. The Dragon Armor Army is suspected to be undying. The main strategy is to escape. If necessary, one can let others take the fall. Lin Tan did not specify who these others were, but there were some present. He saw several cultists in white robes about to flee the hall. Yang Jiang reached out and grabbed one, throwing him to the dragon armor. He blocked another dragon armor soldier, allowing his people to escape in time. You all go first or I will find you, Yang Jiang shouted. The entire hall descended into chaos. 3 dragon armors, no 4 dragon armors, overwhelmed them instantly. This is the Dragon Armor Army. Having often led troops, he had never seen such powerful individual combat capabilities. He could hardly imagine how strong the Dragon Armor Army was in ancient times. Jiang Fan pretended to chase after those fleeing, leaving the hall. After all, 3 dragon armor soldiers were enough to keep those people busy. He didn't know how many would survive. It didn't matter, there was no need to confirm whether they were enemies. When Tianqing town was invaded, these people didn't come. Once the dragon's nest opened, they swarmed in. They deserved to die. Jiang Fan went to find others. He arrived at another hall. There were no dragon armor soldiers surrounding this hall. However, Jiang Fan was sure someone was present. He heard voices as if the others had detected his arrival and were hiding. As for the hiding method, according to custom, Jiang Fan first walked around symbolically. After finding no one, Jiang Fan walked around a few more times. Then he stood against the wall, pretending to fall into a deep sleep. At that moment, there were a few people by the pillar. They were nearly going mad. Why was this dragon armor not following the usual patterns? Other dragon armor soldiers would leave after finding no one, but this one just lay down to sleep. On one of the pillars, a younger person gestured towards another on a different pillar. That person was also nearly going mad. This was infuriating. The Dragon Armor Army could awaken at any moment, and moving now would be tantamount to seeking death. Outside, there were rustling footsteps. Several people quickly passed through the hall. They did not stop, but their footsteps were not light. Jiang Fan had no reaction. After a long time, one of the pillars said, "Guo Chao, it seems that the sounds don't activate them." Guo Chao. Jiang Fan could finally see clearly. There were 3 people in this hall, none other than Guo Chao, Lu Yue, and Lin Mei, with whom he had previously collaborated. Had they not yet left Tianqing town? Instead, they had entered the dragon's nest. Jiang Fan smiled. This world was indeed small. In the blink of an eye, he encountered familiar faces. They were quite bold. Guo Chao and Lu Yu were merely 3rd-rank warriors, while Lin Mei seemed to be a 2nd-rank soul master. Weak yet when it came to strength, they were truly insufficient in the dragon's nest. Let alone the Dragon Armor Army, even encountering dragon bats would easily lead to their demise. If it weren't for his urgency to find his father, he would have loved to tease them a bit. Jiang Fan revived automatically. He walked out of the hall with a clatter. After a while, Jiang Fan changed into a black robe and ran back in. Outside, there was the sound of black armor. Jiang Fan naturally leaned against a pillar. Then he naturally saw Guo Chao and the others. Guo Chao and his companions wore expressionless faces, pretending to be aloof. After all, they did not have many acquaintances. This time, the 3 major academies of Yuehua City had also sent some geniuses to participate in the trial. However, they were to enter in the 2nd batch. Jiang Fan paused and spoke in a somewhat surprised tone. "Guo Chao, did you all come in too?" Guo Chao froze, taking a moment to respond, and tentatively asked, "Brother Jiang Fan." "It's me." Seeing him as if he had seen family, Guo Chao immediately jumped down from the pillar. Then with tears of joy, he leaned against Jiang Fan's pillar and hugged him tightly. "Brother Qin, you have no idea how dangerous it was just now. There was a dragon armor soldier right there." "Oh." Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you afraid?" "The Dragon Armor Army." "What?" "The Dragon Armor Army." Jiang Fan's voice rose several notes. "This reaction should suffice, right? Don't be nervous. They have already left just a short while before you arrived. You are truly our lucky star." Jiang Fan chuckled awkwardly. "By the way, how did you all get in?" "We sneaked in. The Academy's teachers originally didn't allow us to be in the 1st batch, but how could they stop our desire to become stronger? A strong person must lead the way. How can one grow stronger by following behind others?" Jiang Fan interrupted Guo Chaos' grand discourse. "Academy? Have people from your academy come?" "Yes, didn't you know? Not only our martial arts academy, but also the Soul Master Academy and Beast Taming Academy have come." "Who else?" Also Lin Tan, the Vice Director of the Law Enforcement Division of Yuehua City, Yang Jiang, the Vice Commander of the City Defense Army, and some prominent families from the Su family. Oh, the Evil Cult and the Beast God Temple have also come, as well as Long Hao from the Dragon God Temple, and even Nangong Ji from the Star Moon Royal family. Guo Chao listed a whole bunch. Other than Su family, Jiang Fan hadn't heard of any of them. "Has anyone from the Tianqing Town Guard Corps entered?" "The Heavenly Star Town Guard Battalion." Guo Chao was taken aback. "I really don't know about that." At this moment Lin Mei said, they should have already been settled in Moonlight City. Their strength is too weak to be of any use. Settled in Moonlight City, it seems my parents should be safe. By the way, you mentioned the Su family came. Is Su Qingqing also here? Yes, but the Su family probably won't let Su Qingqing in. She hasn't come in then. Jiang Fan pondered. That's good, otherwise if Aunt Jiang finds out she would be very worried. Upon learning that his father hadn't come in, Jiang Fan let out a sigh of relief. Alright, let's go, but should be safe now. Jiang Fan jumped down from the post. How do you know? Guo Chao seemed a bit uneasy. Those dragon armor troops can come at any time. Who knows where they might be hiding right now? The dragon armor troops that haven't revived are almost invisible in the dark environment. I said it's fine, so it is, whether you believe it or not is up to you. Jiang Fan was not one to hesitate. Outside, several dragon bats were dispersed nearby. He was constantly using ultrasound to scout for any movements, and he would know immediately if anything happened. I believe you. Of course I believe you. Guo Chao quickly jumped down and called for the two girls to come down as well. With a strong ally, one must hold on tight. Thanks to Chen Fan last time, they had brought back so many hunter points to the academy and exchanged them for numerous precious resources. Following Chen Fan meant there was meat to eat. Moreover, Chen Fan surely wouldn't harm them, right? Lu Yu and Lin Mei didn't say anything and followed behind Jiang Fan. As soon as they came out, Chen Fan first dragged Old Pan over. The three of them looked around in the dim light for a while and then screamed in shock. Black robe. What's wrong with the black robe? Jiang Fan kicked Old Pan, annoyed at how heavy he was. Old Pan dared not make a sound facing the ground. It was so embarrassing. They had still been found out. Guo Chaos' eyes widened as he looked at Jiang Fan with a curious expression. After a while he finally calmed down a bit and exhaled. The hierarchy of the evil sect is strict, starting from the bottom: white robe instructors, yellow robe deacons, red robe senior deacons, green robe patriarchs, and black robes. The Grand Patriarch. Grand Patriarch? Jiang Fan glanced at Old Pan. How could someone like him be called a Grand Patriarch? Old Pan remained silent. He had been ambushed. Besides, he was punished by the Dragon Slayer sword, otherwise he wouldn't be so weak. However, he couldn't say this out loud. If he got his head chopped off by a sword, who would he complain to? How did he become like this? Guo Chao still found it hard to believe. He was cut down, left with his life, while someone wearing the same outfit was killed. A Grand Patriarch of the evil sect died. This is big news. The Grand Patriarch of the evil sect is a federal-level powerhouse infamous for miles. Brother Chen Fan. You. Guo Chao suddenly realized that he seemed to not know this brother very well. Both familiar and unfamiliar. Jiang Fan waved his hand. It wasn't me, it was someone else. Upon hearing this, Guo Chao finally understood. So that's how it is. Guo Chao was excited. It must be a legendary powerhouse, otherwise it would be impossible to kill a Grand Patriarch and seriously injure another. Jiang Fan knew what Guo Chao wanted to ask next, and said directly, "You'll know when the time comes. No need for me to say anything now." Jiang Fan didn't want to waste time. Since his parents were safe, there was nothing to worry about. Let's see what treasures are in the dragon's nest. Alright. Guo Chao was overjoyed. With Brother Chen Fan as a backing, he felt more confident. There are plenty of treasures in the dragon's nest. You've seen the dragon armor troops, and both the dragon armor and the dragon slayer sword are top-tier treasures. Jiang Fan was speechless. Mass-produced items have become top-tier treasures. The modern human race is indeed weak. If the ancestors saw this scene, they would probably be furious and bang their coffins. What else? Also, dragon crystals, spirit stones, countless gold and silver treasures, and countless herbs. Where? As soon as gold and silver treasures were mentioned, Jiang Fan immediately became interested. I just heard that the dragon clan seems to have a habit of collecting treasures, so there would be a lot of treasures in the dragon's nest. Oh, let's hurry and look. Now it was Guo Chao and the others who were left speechless. They had no interest when it came to dragon armor and the dragon slayer sword, but when it came to money they were all spirited. This genius beast master truly is a remarkable person. The dragon armor and the dragon slayer sword are treasures that even grandmasters yearn for. How could they be measured by money? Thus most people entering the dragon's nest probably aimed for this. As for dragon eggs, that depended on luck. Not to mention that the dragon eggs in the dragon's nest might have already depleted their vitality. Even if there were some that could be revived, they would need to be fortunate enough to be among them. The greatest beneficiaries of exploring the dragon's nest would undoubtedly be the beast masters. That's why Long Hao and Nangong Ji came especially prepared with powerful allies surrounding them. Their current low profile is just to build momentum for an explosive reveal later. The dragon eggs would definitely cause a huge uproar. Guo Chao was thinking about Jiang Fan, unaware that Jiang Fan's interest in the dragon egg had diminished considerably. On one hand, the dragon egg in his storage space was nearing maturity. Once it matured and hatched, he should also be able to become a dragon tamer. On the other hand, the resources needed to revive the dragon egg were too overwhelming for him to afford. Taking the risk of life to snatch, it would yield little benefit. It was better to earn more money and honestly evolve his own spirit beast. It was far more cost-effective. What could the dragon race achieve? They were merely a race known for their general strength and high aptitude. Would a dragon of S-class aptitude necessarily be stronger than other S-class races? Not necessarily. Battles within the dragon nest were incessant, and they had already caused quite a commotion. Occasionally, the furious roars of powerful beings could be heard along with the distinct clanging sound of dragon armor. Someone was fighting against the dragon armor army. Moreover, the battle was quite fierce. That person was extraordinarily strong. Who is it? Jiang Fan asked. I can't tell. It doesn't seem to be Yang Jiang or a teacher from the academy, or perhaps it is a powerful figure who came in with someone else. Roar. Suddenly, a furious dragon roar echoed through the entire corridor. Lightning Dragon, it's Long Hao. Long Hao has encountered the dragon armor army. Lin Mei suddenly said. Long Hao. Jiang Fan was puzzled. You all keep mentioning Long Hao, but who exactly is he? Brother Chen Fan, as a beast tamer, you don't know Long Hao. Do I need to know him? Long Hao is a dragon tamer. Oh. Jiang Fan responded apathetically. I heard it just now. The dragon roar was quite loud. He is also a suitor of Su Qingqing. You know Su Qingqing, right? The #1 beauty and genius of Yuehua City, who is also a beast tamer. What? Jiang Fan suddenly felt a bit displeased. Yes, the Dragon God Temple is willing to marry Long Hao to Su Qingqing, even offering a dragon egg as a dowry. Guo Chao spoke excitedly. Everyone in Yuehua City was aware of this matter. Finally encountering someone who didn't know it instantly ignited Guo Chaos gossip spirit. The Dragon God Temple. Jiang Fan pondered. He had heard some rumors about it. It was an organization similar to the evil sect and the Fierce Beast Temple, a transcendent organization. Its power was unfathomable. However, he was surprised to learn that Long Hao was a suitor of Su Qingqing. This made Jiang Fan feel somewhat displeased. Wasn't Su Qingqing his betrothed? Though he didn't know how Su Qingqing felt about this engagement, Long Hao's open pursuit of her was a blatant disregard for Jiang Fan's face. You all go hide in that hall, don't come out until I return. Jiang Fan tossed Old Pan to Guo Chao and keep an eye on him. If he tries to run, just kill him with this sword. Due to Jiang Fan's rapid instructions, Guo Chao didn't quite react in time. He glanced at the trembling Old Pan at his feet, and then at the sword Jiang Fan had thrown to him. No way, this person is the grandmaster of the evil sect. I'm afraid this sword. Guo Chao was momentarily dumbfounded. This pitch-black sword carried an aura capable of destroying the heavens and obliterating the earth. Just holding it seemed to resonate with the sound of dragon roars. Rather than a dragon roar, it was more akin to the despairing wails of countless dragons. The Dragon Slayer sword. Guo Chao wanted to ask more, but Jiang Fan had already left. What had he just said to Chen Fan? The Dragon Slayer sword was a treasure. No wonder Chen Fan seemed disinterested. He originally thought that Chen Fan lacked the confidence to seize the Dragon Slayer sword. In fact, he had already obtained it. What's wrong? Lu Yu asked when she saw Guo Chao lost in thought. Guo Chao instinctively looked around and whispered the Dragon Slayer sword. Lu Yu was taken aback for a moment, then glanced at the sword. It does resemble the Dragon Slayer sword equipped by the Dragon Armor Army. Resemble? It is. Guo Chao was certain. Even though it was his first time wielding the Dragon Slayer sword as a martial artist, he was confident that this was the Dragon Slayer sword. No way. Lu Yu still found it hard to believe. Why not give it a try? Guo Chao was eager to try it out. Saying that, the three of them turned to look at Old Pan. Old Pan, who had been tense all along, finally broke down. He cried. He was truly crying. How unjust. As the esteemed grandmaster of the Holy Clan, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? He had been reduced to a mere practice target for others. No, it is indeed the Dragon Slayer sword. Oh, I was injured by this sword. Old Pan felt exhausted. It truly is the Dragon Slayer sword. Lu Yu exclaimed excitedly as she snatched it from Guo Chao. She waved it around excitedly, nearly scaring Old Pan, who was lying on the ground to death. Old Pan weakly said, shouldn't we hide for a moment? It seems someone is coming. Guo Chao was about to question. Lin Mei suddenly said, indeed someone is approaching, and there are quite a few of them. Guo Chaos' expression turned serious instantly. Lin Mei, as a soul master, had a strong detection ability and could not be doubted. He immediately dragged Old Pan into the nearby hall, grumbling, as he did, we have to be careful of this guy. He can detect things so clearly. I suspect he is pretending to be weak. Old Pan wanted to curse. He was merely suffering from a complete muscle strain, not a mental explosion. Of course he could detect things. His mental strength was at least comparable to a second-rank soul master. Jiang Fan naturally knew that a group of people had gone over there. From a distance, this group exuded an air of nobility. The young man at the forefront stood tall, his gaze revealing a condescending attitude. It seems this group might be the Xingyue royal family that Guo Chao mentioned. It seems like one of them is called Nangong Ji or something. It should be fine. That kid Guo Chao has a bit of cleverness. He was more interested in that Long Hao, who was said to be a 4th-grade beastmaster. Jiang Fan had only seen one 4th-grade beastmaster before, and that was Yi Qinghua, for whom he had helped devise an evolution plan. Roar. The sound of a dragon's roar grew closer. He could also hear the crackling of electricity. Even before arriving, he could already feel the electric current permeating the air. Even though he was wearing dragon armor, he still felt a slight sensation. It was just very weak. However, this indicated that the power of lightning might somewhat restrain the dragon armor army. Upon reaching the corner of the long corridor, he was about to peek, when suddenly a muffled shout rang out. A wave of spiritual energy spread over, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds. It sounded as if high-voltage electricity was leaking. A powerful electrical force directly struck one of the dragon armor soldiers, sending it flying. Jiang Fan was somewhat surprised. This was the first time he had seen the dragon armor army in such a disheveled state. Dense blue and purple electric currents churned on the surface of the dragon armor like twisting arcs. At the end of the corridor, a massive silver dragon was raising its head and roaring fiercely. Jiang Fan was shocked. Was this a 4th-grade spiritual beast? What a joke. He had seen Yi Qinghua's 4th-grade spiritual beast before. He had also seen 4th-grade fierce beasts, including his iron-eating ant and bald blue cat, both of which were 4th grade. However, compared to that silver dragon, they were on completely different levels. This 4th-grade thunder dragon felt stronger than many 5th-grade powerhouses. Especially under the circumstances of attribute restraint, it was actually forcing the dragon armor army to retreat step by step. Bug. This was the dragon race that all beast masters yearned for. Behind Long Hao there was not only an elderly man with heterochromia, but also several other individuals. Everyone gazed at Long Hao with admiration. At a young age his strength was already boundlessly formidable. So terrifying. The dragon armor army is nothing, Long Hao said domineeringly. Jiang Fan from a distance wanted to see how many spiritual beasts Long Hao had. Perhaps due to the distance being too far and the time too short, he couldn't discern them. However, just this one thunder dragon was enough to establish Long Hao at the pinnacle. However, don't let Long Hao's imposing demeanor fool you. There were only 2 dragon armor soldiers here. The other soldiers were nowhere to be seen, perhaps guarding something. What arrogance. I have taken down several dragon armor soldiers. Although I didn't do it myself, Long Hao has not taken down even one. Even the dragon armor soldier that was just repelled quickly shook itself and stood up again, charging forward. Jiang Fan sneered. It seems the pressure from the 2 dragon armor soldiers is still not enough. Jiang Fan unleashed the hundreds of dragon bats he had just controlled. Although they were all ordinary beasts, their sheer number flying chaotically in the long corridor was quite nerve-wracking. You all go and attract a few dragon armor soldiers. As soon as those dragon bats received the order, they immediately scattered. Aren't you all impressive? Let's see how many more you can bring. Soon a clattering sound came from behind Jiang Fan. Along the way, his dragon bats were trying to lure those dragon armor soldiers. They had been killed numerous times by the dragon armor soldiers. Jiang Fan glanced over and felt a chill. I told you to bring a few over, not a whole swarm. They were densely packed. There must be over a dozen. These dozen had explosive combat power. Jiang Fan acted very obediently, standing by the wall. The passing dragon armor soldiers didn't even glance at him. Sensing the presence of Long Hao and the others, they charged over in an instant, and terrified screams filled the air. Who could have imagined that so many dragon armor soldiers would gather? Even Long Hao was stunned. Although the strength he displayed was impressive, 1 or 2 dragon armor soldiers were indeed not worth mentioning. But with so many dragon armor soldiers, even he felt a chill down his spine. Long Chong behind Long Hao was shocked, and quickly said, "Scatter, dodge." However, the speed of the dragon armor soldiers was too fast, directly crashing into their formation. Instantly, several people fell under the dragon-slaying sword. Long Hao immediately prepared to command the thunder dragon to fight. The thunder dragon released a bright ball of light, booming as it struck a dragon armor soldier. It sent that dragon armor soldier flying back several hundred steps. However, another dragon armor soldier pierced through the thunder dragon's forepaw with a sword. The thunder dragon's forepaw was comparable to a treasure, yet it was as fragile as paper before the dragon-slaying sword. The thunder dragon howled in pain. Long Hao felt heartache as well. This was the first time the thunder dragon had been injured, and it was a serious injury. Quickly retreat. Long Hao finally accepted reality. He let the thunder dragon grab him and charged out. As they passed by Jiang Fan took a glance at Long Hao and the thunder dragon. The sword wound on the thunder dragon's forepaw was deep, and a large amount of blood was flowing out. The blood shimmered with a silvery glow. Long Hao looked at Jiang Fan, this strange dragon armor soldier, with some confusion. An awakened dragon armor soldier. Or one that could not awaken. There was no time to think further. The dragon armor soldiers were pursuing very closely. Long Hao and Long Chong escaped, but the others were doomed. A few 4th grade warriors had no power to fight back against the dragon armor soldiers. Just as Jiang Fan was about to leave, he suddenly heard a familiar roar. Roar. Turning around, a dragon mastiff shimmering with golden light was desperately sprinting towards them. The dragon hound was incredibly swift. However, 3 dragon armored soldiers followed closely behind, moving even faster. In the blink of an eye, the dragon hound's rear was left in a bloody mess. Despite having class aptitude, the dragon hound could not compare to the thunder dragon in rank. Thus it was unable to escape. Su Qingqing, wasn't she supposed to be outside? Jiang Fan furrowed his brows, realizing the trouble they were in. 3 dragon-armored soldiers. This was terrifying. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Fan frowned, knowing there was no other choice but to give it a try. He directed a swarm of dragon bats to charge forward. Su Qingqing, who was on the back of the dragon hound, spotted the swarm. At first, she frowned, then a look of confusion crossed her face. They were all mere beasts. Why did they dare to block her way? Soon she realized that the swarm of dragon bats was actually charging towards the dragon-armored soldiers. The dragon-armored soldiers were momentarily obstructed, and with a single sword swing they were all reduced to ashes. But it was precisely because of this brief moment of pause that Su Qingqing managed to shake off the relentless pursuit of the dragon-armored soldiers. As they turned the corner, a dark figure suddenly leaped onto the back of the dragon hound. It grabbed her waist. Su Qingqing was momentarily startled and turned to see that it was a dragon-armored soldier. Her delicate face instantly paled. "It's me. Put the dragon hound away." Su Qingqing was taken aback. This voice. Jiang Fan. "Hurry," Jiang Fan urged anxiously. Su Qingqing's mind was in disarray. The information was overwhelming. Jiang Fan appeared in the dragon nest, and he was wearing dragon armor. Though unsure of Jiang Fan's intentions, she complied immediately, sending the dragon hound back to the spirit beast space. Then she instinctively took the item Jiang Fan handed her. Though unsure of Jiang Fan's intentions, she complied immediately, sending the dragon hound back to the spirit beast space. Moreover, she understood better than others that this set of armor was identical to the one her father had hanging at home, and it was even more pristine. "Put it on." Su Qingqing nodded. She donned the armor with remarkable skill. It was a brief moment. It was clear this was not her first time wearing it. Just as she finished putting it on, the 3 dragon-armored soldiers had already caught up. Jiang Fan hurriedly helped Su Qingqing fasten her face shield. Su Qingqing was momentarily stunned. This action felt as if Jiang Fan was patting her head. Inside the armor, her pretty face flushed slightly. The 3 dragon-armored soldiers seemed momentarily confused, then lost their target. They spun in circles in place. Jiang Fan and Su Qingqing stood there dazed. "It's all right. The dragon-armored soldiers only recognize friend or foe based on the armor. As long as you wear the armor, you're safe." Su Qingqing obediently nodded. Jiang Fan's hand remained on her head. This feeling was strange, yet Su Qingqing did not mind it. She even wished Jiang Fan would leave it there a bit longer. After a while, the 3 dragon-armored soldiers left, probably to deal with others. "Weren't you supposed to be outside?" Jiang Fan asked. Su Qingqing whispered, "I was worried about you. By the way, did you see Aunt Zhang? She came looking for you." "I did. I found Aunt Zhang, but she had already been pierced by Wu Daong." Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing's body went rigid. Tears flowed uncontrollably beneath the armor. The worst outcome she had feared had happened. She had spent the longest time growing up with Aunt Zhang, even more than with her own parents. Aside from her mother, Aunt Zhang was the one who cared for her feelings the most. But now, Jiang Fan sighed. "Then I dealt with Wu Daong to avenge Aunt Zhang carrying her here. After much effort, I found a lot of the lost blood and spiritual energy of the Dragon Clan, allowing Aunt Zhang's injuries to heal, and coincidentally, she advanced to the late 4th rank." Su Qingqing was once again stunned. After a moment, it seemed she finally reacted. She reached out and lifted Jiang Fan's face shield. Su Qingqing also removed her own face shield, her eyes red and teary, fixed intently on Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan felt a chill run down his spine from her gaze. "Did you do it on purpose?" "What?" Jiang Fan seemed a bit confused. Bang! Su Qingqing punched Jiang Fan in the abdomen. It didn't hurt. But this girl had quite the strength. Jiang Fan staggered back a half step. Su Qingqing understood clearly now. This guy did it intentionally. However, she did not truly blame Jiang Fan. Instead, she looked at him gently and whispered, "Thank you, Aunt Zhang is very important to me." Jiang Fan returned to seriousness. "And thank you, it was you who sent Aunt Zhang to help me, so of course I had to bring her back." Jiang Fan couldn't say anything particularly eloquent. He just voiced his heartfelt thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, these simple, sincere words unsettled Su Qingqing's emotions. The two looked at each other. For the first time, Jiang Fan felt a strange warmth flowing from his heart. It was a tickling sensation, making him want to hold Su Qingqing in his arms. Su Qingqing, it seemed, was also prepared for something. Ahem! A sudden, untimely cough interrupted their moment. Jiang Fan turned his head to see a dragon-armored soldier not far away watching them. Needless to say, it was Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang. Su Qingqing rarely acted like a little girl running over to embrace Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang was equally moved. She knew that the young lady had come to the dragon nest likely to find her. "Miss, thanks to Master Jiang Fan, otherwise I would have lost my life." Su Qingqing thanked Jiang Fan once again. Jiang Fan scratched his head and smiled foolishly, saying, "There's no need to be so polite. Right, we're all family now, Jiang Ma chimed in. After these past few days of shared hardship, Jiang Ma became somewhat familiar with Jiang Fan, even more so than Su Qingqing. Jiang Fan was speechless. Now we are family. Do you remember how arrogant you were when you first visited? By the way, Qingqing, my parents went to Yuehua City, right? Su Qingqing nodded. Yes, I saw Uncle and Aunt off to the car. They should have settled down in Yuehua City by now. Thank you. Jiang Fan sincerely expressed his gratitude, feeling truly relieved. I told you we're all family, no need for such politeness. Jiang Ma added another comment. This made Jiang Fan and Su Qingqing quite awkward. However, Su Qingqing didn't say anything. In fact, Jiang Fan just called her Qingqing directly, and she didn't seem to find anything wrong with it. The three of them donned their dragon armor, making them relatively safe. Just as they were about to leave, Jiang Fan suddenly remembered. Right, there are 3 more people. Oh, let's go together. Jiang Fan headed to the designated hall. It was spacious, and just moments ago the dragon armor army had left this place. Jiang Fan glanced at a few pillars. Guo Chao and the others were still there. It seemed they were indeed obedient. Guo Chao and the others had just relaxed when they saw the patrolling dragon armor army leave, but now their hearts jumped back into their throats. 1 left, and 3 came back. This was overwhelming. Jiang Fan raised his head to look at Guo Chao, who was leaning against a pillar, holding onto Lao Pan. Guo Chao was startled. This dragon armor actually looked up. Can't see me, can't see me, can't see me. He muttered under his breath. It was like reciting a spell. Jiang Fan sighed, truly unsure how to describe Guo Chao. Sometimes he felt Guo Chao was a bit clever, other times he thought he was just plain foolish. All right, come down. There are no dragon armor soldiers nearby, Jiang Fan said. Guo Chao was extremely stiff. Terrified, he turned to the other 2 girls and exclaimed, I can't believe it. The dragon armor can talk. It's me. It can even mimic familiar voices. Is this a mental skill? Guo Chao asked Lin Mei. Lin Mei shook her head, unsure whether to respond or simply unwilling to answer. Jiang Fan sighed, helplessly lifting his mask. Who are you? Guo Chao had never seen Jiang Fan's face before. Jiang Fan was exasperated. Are you done making a fuss? At this point, Guo Chao had no choice but to believe. The person wearing the dragon armor turned out to be Brother Chun. The Dragon Slayer's sword dragon armor. All collected. Brother Chun, tell me honestly, which grandmaster are you pretending to be as a newbie? Enough with the nonsense, get dressed. Jiang Fan tossed 3 sets of dragon armor onto the ground. He had collected 6 sets in total, just enough for everyone. All right. Guo Chao didn't hesitate anymore. With dragon armor to wear, he didn't ask about anything else. It was unnecessary. Lu Yu and Lin Mei also excitedly started putting on the dragon armor. Everyone upon receiving the dragon armor for the first time couldn't help but marvel at its exquisite design. Seeing the somewhat disorganized trio, Su Qingqing stepped forward to guide them on how to wear it. Guo Chao and the others didn't expect Su Qingqing to be here. Moreover, she had also obtained Chun Fan's dragon armor. Upon seeing Su Qingqing, the 3 felt a bit shy. Su Qingqing might not recognize them, but they recognized her. Su Qingqing was the center of attention in Yuehua City. She was a top genius, unlike them, who were merely mid-level talents. Wherever she went, she was the darling of the spotlight. However, ever since Su Qingqing's mother, the legendary Beastmaster, went missing in the Shisha wilderness, Su Qingqing had rarely made appearances. Even when she did, her expression was often cold, giving off a feeling of keeping people at arm's length. Outside the dragon nest, the second group of people entering the dragon nest had gathered. They were waiting for news from the first group. Su Xingshan and Lin Tan stood side by side. Suddenly, a blood-soaked brown-armored soldier charged out of the pit. The small commander of the city guard, a figure of the 100-man rank. Not weak among the 4th tier. However, he was now covered in blood with one arm broken and a large bloody hole in his stomach. It appeared that a fierce battle had taken place. What is the situation inside? Danger! Danger! The brown-armored soldier staggered and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, as if he had narrowly escaped death. Everyone grew more anxious, especially Su Xingshan. It was now confirmed that Qingqing had indeed sneaked in. If something happened to her, how would he explain it to his brother? Moreover, it wasn't just Qingqing, who some other overconfident geniuses had sneaked in as well. Everyone eagerly awaited the brown-armored soldier's report. There is a Dragonbat clan inside with a vast number and a 5th-tier beast king, at least 5 of them. Everyone gasped in shock. This could be considered a large clan. Even in the Shisha wilderness, it represented a very high level of danger. Also, the Dragon Armor Army. This statement shocked everyone even more, and Su Xingshan immediately asked, how many Dragon Armor soldiers are there? I am not sure, there are many. It seems like there are attacks from Dragon Armor soldiers everywhere. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xingshan said to the Su family members behind him, follow me into the dragon nest. This is the worst-case scenario. The Dragon Armor Army is far more terrifying than the Dragonbat clan. They are the legendary undead army. The most terrifying aspect is that my elder brother once confidently stated with 2 members of the Dragon Armor Army, 3 can form an army. Their strength is all above the 5th rank. If the number of the Dragon Armor Army exceeds a certain level, there is a high probability of having a commander-level Dragon Armor Army. The strength of a commander-level Dragon Armor is that of a Grandmaster. Xingshan, what's going on? What do you know? Lin Tan frowned. This nest must not be probed. Su Xingshan said little. In any case, he had already provided his suggestion, and how Lin Tan decided was no longer his concern. Su Xingshan rushed into the pit with the Su family members. Lin Tan stared at Su Xingshan and the others disappearing into the cave entrance. He immediately frowned and said to the others, "You all hurry and get the Grandmaster from Yuehua City." Grandmaster? The others were instantly shocked. A higher-ranking white-clothed enforcer said, "Why do we need a Grandmaster to intervene?" A Grandmaster is the pinnacle of combat power. They will not take action unless absolutely necessary. Typically, when a Grandmaster intervenes, it indicates a catastrophic disaster on the scale of city destruction. Moreover, the Grandmaster of Yuehua City cannot easily leave. The safety of Yuehua City is of utmost importance. If the Grandmaster leaves the city, it could easily fall. What could make Su Xingshan so flustered except for a Grandmaster-level enemy? I can't think of anything else. Although Lin Tan and Su Xingshan had some discord between them, as a member of the Law Enforcement Division's think tank, he often found Su Xingshan to be unfathomable. Intelligent people actually do not like other intelligent people. However, the fact that an intelligent person is thrown into disarray indicates that the danger of the dragon nest is greater than anticipated. A Grandmaster. Does the Dragon Armor Army have Grandmaster-level members? Suddenly Lin Tan smiled. He realized how foolish he had been. The Dragon Armor Army, a legendary undefeated legion from ancient times, could not possibly consist solely of 5th-rank experts. Though 5th rank is strong, a 5th-rank army is beyond imagination. However, in ancient times civilization was advanced, culture was brilliant, and powerful individuals were as numerous as clouds. 5th rank alone cannot symbolize invincibility. There must be 6th-rank Grandmasters within the Dragon Armor Army. Grandmasters are invincible. Only a Grandmaster can contend with another Grandmaster. 100 5th ranks may not be a match for a single Grandmaster. If that Grandmaster charges out, none present would stand a chance. Seeing Lin Tan's grave demeanor, the person did not dare to linger and quickly contacted Yuehua City. It's unknown which Grandmaster would be dispatched. On the surface, Yuehua City only has one Grandmaster, the current City Lord. But many understand that this is merely a facade. Yuehua City certainly has more than one Grandmaster, at least the father of the current City Lord. The previous City Lord was a Grandmaster-level powerhouse. Su Xingshan led the group into the dragon nest. Not far in, they discovered a scene of devastation. Dragon bat corpses littered the ground along with some fragments of black armor. It seemed that the Beast God Temple had engaged in a skirmish with the dragon bats. Some fragments of black armor were seen on site, but no casualties from the black armor were found. This indicates that the Beast God Temple won this skirmish. However, not far ahead, they saw a large number of black armor corpses, including some 4th-rank ones. Besides the scattered black armor, there was nothing else. The opponent must have been very efficient or extremely powerful, leaving the black armor with no chance to fight back. The Dragon Armor Army has been here. Not seeing Wu Daba's corpse, it seemed that he had escaped. Where is Qing Cheng? After walking through several long corridors, the place had become quite dark. Aside from some halls with occasional weak light, in other areas it was pitch black without igniting beast blood, rendering one unable to see their own hand. Su Xingshan had not fully released the intelligence regarding the Dragon Armor Army. The Dragon Armor Army recognizes friend and foe by aura. They cannot hear sounds, yet it seems the Dragon Armor Army can see. Thus, he had advised Su Xingwu not to create overly conspicuous light after entering. As for him, Su Xingshan, he actually needed no light at all. The advantages of a spirit master are now evident. Even in complete darkness, he can perceive pathways and directions. At his level, his spiritual power can solidify into soldiers. In an intangible way, he can detect everything within a kilometer radius. Suddenly, he sensed a group of people ahead, and there were quite a few of them, exceeding 30 individuals. One of their auras was quite familiar to him, Xingwu. He immediately quickened his pace toward them. Upon arrival, he saw 2 groups of people converging, those from the Su family, led by Su Xingwu, and those from the Dragon God Temple, led by Long Hao. The Dragon God Temple members appeared to be significantly fewer. Only 7 or 8 remained. Su Xingwu seemed a bit angry at that moment. Xingwu, what happened? Seeing Su Xingshan arrive, Su Xingwu hurriedly said, Qing Cheng has entered. Indeed. I see. Have you seen her? Su Xingwu shook his head rapidly. I didn't see her, but Qing Cheng was with them earlier and was scattered by the charge of the Dragon Armor Army. Su Xingshan's heart sank and his voice changed. Where was she scattered? Long Hao felt a bit guilty. We went back to check, but she wasn't there. Su Xingwu said in a low voice. The Dragon Armor Army attacked them, and they didn't bring Qing Cheng along. Hearing this, Su Xingshan's expression immediately changed. A terrifying light flickered in his pupils. Long Hao felt as if the world was spinning. This is the legendary Spirit Master. His own mental power was not weak. Controlling the Thunder Dragon required substantial mental strength. Thus, the Dragon God Palace provided him with numerous treasures to enhance his mental power. His mental power had reached a level comparable to that of a third tier. It was formidable enough to match 100 horses. However, just a glare from Suishing Mountain shattered his mental defense. Long Chong appeared before Long Hao, waving his hand to neutralize Suishing Mountain's mental pressure. In a deep voice, he said, "Calm down, we did not intend to challenge you, it was just that the situation was too urgent at the time." At this point, Long Chong felt quite wronged. Initially, there were only 2 dragon-armored warriors, and with his coordination with Long Hao they had the strength to fight. Yet over a dozen dragon-armored warriors charged out directly, instantly, overwhelming them. With over a dozen dragon-armored warriors, our Dragon God Palace also suffered significant losses. Long Chong was quite displeased. Suishing Mountain seemed overly arrogant. How could he not regard their Dragon God Palace with respect, casually suppressing Long Hao? Having his mental pressure blocked, Suishing Mountain furrowed his brows. An even more powerful mental force surged forth in an instant. Long Chong was also a legendary soul master. He initially did not think Suishing Mountain would be much stronger than himself. However, this vast mental power flooded over him in an instant, leaving even someone as strong as a 5th tier in a momentary blankness. Immediately after, Suishing Mountain's figure grew taller, resembling a mountain. His eyes sparkled with otherworldly light, making Long Chong feel as if he bore an immense weight, unable to move a single muscle. He was utterly stiff. Then Suishing Mountain stepped forward. Terrified, Long Chong exclaimed repeatedly, fearing he would be crushed. But in the next moment, the towering figure of Suishing Mountain vanished. At this moment, Long Chong was kneeling on the ground, raising his hands as if to carry something. He was also screaming. Everyone looked at him with strange expressions. What had Suishing Mountain done to Long Chong just now? Long Chong came to his senses, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, sweat soaking his entire body. He stared incredulously at Suishing Mountain, seemingly unable to believe that Suishing Mountain was so much stronger than him. Long Hao frowned slightly. He had guessed that Long Chong might not be a match for Suishing Mountain, but he did not expect the gap to be so vast. Suishing Mountain was significantly stronger than the Dragon God Palace had anticipated. Truly worthy of being the second figure of the Su family. It seemed that the head of the Su family likely surpassed the Dragon God Palace's expectations in strength. One can only say that they are indeed the foremost clan of Yuehua City. As Long Chong was being suppressed, Long Hao smiled with a hint of sarcasm. Long Hao had always looked down on the Su family despite pursuing Su Qingqing, but deep down he still held the Su family in contempt. Suishing Mountain cast a cold glance at him. Long Hao's character and conduct were in his eyes utterly unworthy. Moreover, at a moment of danger, he would abandon Qingqing at any time. Selfish and only caring about his own life. How could Qingqing be happy marrying someone like that? How could he be entrusted to Qingqing? It seemed this marriage proposal needed to be reconsidered. Turning to the others from the Su family, he said, "Spread out and search for Qingqing. If anything happens to her, I will make you all feel the wrath of Suishing Mountain." Suishing Mountain appeared to be addressing the Su family members. Yet in reality, it was clear to everyone who he was truly speaking to. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Long Hao's eyes. "Our Dragon God Palace will also do everything possible to find Qingqing if our people should arrive soon." Suishing Mountain did not respond. What was this? A reverse threat against Suishing Mountain. Suishing Mountain felt a bit amused. However, for now the primary goal was to find Qingqing, everything else could wait. After Suishing Mountain left with the Su family members, Long Hao's expression turned completely cold. These people must not return alive. He abandoned Su Qingqing to escape alone. This had become an established fact. There was no changing it. The only way was to ensure that all who knew about it died. But there are quite a few people from the Su family this time. I fear we might not be able to handle it. Long Chong was still a bit timid now. This was the after effect of being suppressed by Suishing Mountain's mental power. For a considerable time to come, whenever he saw Suishing Mountain, the image of that giant stepping down would flash. It's fine, many view the Su family as a thorn in their side. I heard that during an exploration of the wilderness, the Dragon Beast Palace was tricked by the Su family once, so they probably can't wait to eliminate all Su family members. Cooperate with the Dragon Beast Palace. Long Chong glanced around. This was something that should not be heard by others. Though the names sound similar, the Dragon God Palace and the Dragon Beast Palace are indeed very different. The two sides do have some history, as the Dragon God Palace actually separated from the Dragon Beast Palace. The Dragon God Palace has always deliberately kept its distance from the Dragon Beast Palace. But Long Hao was surprisingly preparing to cooperate with the Dragon Beast Palace. No worries, there are no permanent enemies. As long as the goals align, we can temporarily become friends. Long Chong nodded. At this moment, Jiang Fan and his 5 companions arrived at a blood pool. The thick smell of blood was quite pungent. Guo Chao felt some discomfort. The dragon armor cannot block the scent. Jiang Fan ignored Guo Chao. The scent here was indeed foul, but it wasn't unbearable. After all, this blood pool had existed for countless years. Even dragon blood should have lost most of its potency by now. Ugh, Jiang Fan gagged. To be frank, this smell was indeed nauseating. The other 5 glanced at Jiang Fan, and only Guo Chao couldn't help but dry heave and make a sound. These old bloodstains have no practical value and aren't worth much. Aunt Jiang noticed that Jiang Fan seemed to be contemplating something again. Not worth much. Jiang Fan appeared somewhat skeptical. After all, it's dragon blood. Taking it back to make some spicy dragon blood hot pot would surely be delightful. Aunt Jiang sighed, looking for help from Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing smiled. I don't know, I've never tried it, but it should be good. Aunt Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Miss, how could you think that too? Guo Chao and the others were speechless. Jiang Fan had picked up quite a bit of trash along the way. Broken dragon scale fragments, dried bone scraps. He even wanted to collect some soil, claiming it was from the dragon's nest, good for planting some precious materials. But the most ridiculous thing was that Jiang Fan also planned to pack a lot of air to take back. He grandly claimed it was to let everyone experience the dragon's nest up close. He was just troubled by the lack of airtight bottles. Thus he could only give up. The key was that he considered himself a business genius. Shen, brother Jiang Fan, you don't seem like someone short on money, especially after robbing the guard troops' warehouse. Now that the group had come together, some truths were revealed. Shen Fan was Jiang Fan, the one who robbed the guard troops' warehouse was also him. Jiang Fan sighed. The guard troop was too poor. Perhaps many resources had been taken by evil sects or the fierce beast shrine. What he had on hand were the beast blood and spirit stones along with that dragon egg. Most of the beast blood had been distributed to his father and the others. To help old Guo recover, he had used up the remaining beast blood, including those spirit stones. Now he could say that apart from the dragon egg, a few sets of dragon scales, several dragon-slaying swords, and a few dragon corpses, as well as a mid-tier beast blood technique, which was still given by Aunt Jiang. Aside from these, he was utterly penniless. If this was considered poor, then there would be no rich people left. As he was saying this, the group halted in their tracks. There's a huge light ahead. Guo Chao exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Fan urged Guo Chao to steady himself. They all saw it. However, it was still quite strange. Why would there be light in the underground dragon's nest? Could it be that they had reached the surface? The group quickly walked over, and the light stung their eyes. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a lush forest. It was similar to the forest outside of Tianqing town, filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. The sun in the sky shone warmly, as if it washed away the dark aura of the dragon's nest that clung to them. So comfortable. It's so comfortable. Guo Chao stretched lazily. The somewhat gloomy mood of everyone seemed to brighten. We made it out. Jiang Fan found it hard to believe. Perhaps we accidentally exited the dragon's nest. Su Qingqing asked, also feeling a bit puzzled. She then took out a blue gem, which showed no reaction whatsoever. This sensing stone was refined by Uncle Xing Shan. It can identify environments set up by spirit masters of the same level. Right now, there's no reaction at all, indicating that this is a real scene unless the opposing spirit master is far superior to Uncle Xing Shan, but I don't think that's possible. There are very few who can surpass him in the entire Star Moon Federation. Su Qingqing was very confident. However, Jiang Fan found her words hard to trust. There are always people stronger than you, and the world is vast. He always thought this way, perhaps because of his lowly background. Or maybe, as others said, the ceiling of Tianqing town was simply too low. Setting aside these thoughts, he truly believed that this place could not possibly be the surface. Along the way, while others were unaware, he had actually been using the dragon bat for navigation. Although it didn't feel much different walking overall, they had actually been moving downward. This was something only Jiang Fan, who had a holographic image in his mind, could sense. He looked up, gazing at the sun in the sky. He murmured, "Have I not seen the sun for too long? It feels strange." The others also stared at the sun. It is a bit strange, but maybe it's because we've been in the underground palace for too long, causing us to feel unfamiliar with the sun. Guo Chao thought there was no problem. Since this isn't an illusion and the light is warming us, what else could it be if not the... The others also felt no anomaly. Only Jiang Fan's expression grew serious. Something's off, really off. He looked around and observed the lush plants. He couldn't find anything unusual, but he firmly believed that the direction they were heading could not possibly lead to the surface. Yet he couldn't provide evidence to convince everyone. Then what's your reasoning? Lu Yu asked. I think we've likely reached a very deep place. What's above us might not be the sun, but something like spirit stones or dragon crystals. Impossible. Guo Chao immediately refuted. If, as you say, the sun is an illusion created by spirit stones or dragon crystals, how much would that require? That would be an unimaginable quantity. It might even exceed the human race's concept of numbers. Perhaps you are right. Jiang Fan also felt that his thoughts were a bit exaggerated. He had seen dragon crystals before. After countless years of burning, their energy had become extremely thin. Therefore, if what was in the sky truly was a dragon crystal, wouldn't its peak energy have been able to incinerate everything? However, we should leave here quickly. I am certain that this is not the way out of the dragon nest, but rather the core of the entire nest. Even though Jiang Fan said this, everyone still hesitated. They felt that the sun in the sky was enough to prove everything. I believe in your judgment. Suddenly Zhang Ma, who had been silent, spoke out in support of Jiang Fan. Not for any other reason, but because Jiang Fan had repeatedly created miracles in the Dragon Corpse pit. Jiang Fan's exploration abilities in the wilderness definitely surpassed everyone present. I also believe in you, Su Qingqing expressed her support. As for Guo Chao and the others, they were even less concerned. They had always trusted Jiang Fan. The dragon armor they wore was all obtained by him. Without Jiang Fan, they might have already been dead. As for Old Pan lying on the ground, no one inquired about his thoughts. Old Pan sighed, realizing that these people were terrible at utilizing resources. They didn't even ask someone as experienced as him. However, his judgment was quite similar to Jiang Fan's. He did not feel that the direction was downwards. While others felt there was no problem with the sun, he instead felt something was off about it. This sun made him very uneasy. Jiang Fan and the others returned to the pitch-black environment of the underground palace. Suddenly the sun in the sky moved slightly, and then two ghostly purple dots appeared within it. A faint aura trembled, as if some terrifying entity was awakening. This fluctuation was also sensed by Jiang Fan and the others. The crowd looked at Jiang Fan with astonished eyes, as this guy had actually spoken the truth. Although they did not know what it was undoubtedly an ominous presence. It was even a great omen. If not for Jiang Fan's keen perception that led them away, perhaps now. It was hard to remember how many times Jiang Fan had brought them out of danger. It was as if he was a native of the underground palace. Jiang Fan's expression remained serious, seemingly lost in thought, as if he did not feel the admiring gazes of others. Zhang Ma nodded appreciatively. Her calm demeanor was far superior to that of Long Hao. Jiang Fan felt a burning sensation on his back. These people wouldn't be thinking of dissecting him, would they? To study how he could predict the future in the dragon nest. A group of insane people. Jiang Fan cast a cold glance at the crowd, as if to say, you won't get the chance. But everyone was momentarily stunned. Was he being looked down upon? Suddenly from the direction they had just returned from, the footsteps of the dragon armor army echoed. We have dragon armor, so we have nothing to fear. Guo Chao suddenly fell silent, frozen in place. This dragon armor was different from the one they had seen before. It was entirely silver-white, shining with a blinding white light, as if a sun had walked in. The sun. At this moment, everyone seemed to realize what that sun was. Fear appeared on Old Pan's face, and he muttered in a daze, this light akin to broad daylight signifies that the spiritual energy has surpassed the limits of the body, creating an overwhelming display. Surpassing the limits of the body, what realm is that? Guo Chao asked. Most people present did not understand what he was saying. Only Zhang Ma understood. 6th rank master. Boom. It felt as though thunder had struck everyone. A 6th rank master, an invincible existence. They saw the silver dragon armor army slowly turn its head to look at them. I am commanded to guard the dragon nest. Who are you? The thunderous voice exploded in their ears. In that instant, Jiang Fan felt as if his spirit was being pulled away. His blood and energy, as well as his mental strength, were the weakest, so he was affected the most. He stumbled, nearly falling. Someone from behind supported him, wrapping their arms around his waist. Are you all right? Su Qingqing's concerned voice rang in his ears. I'm fine. Jiang Fan sighed. Oh, unfortunately, he felt nothing through the dragon armor. Who are you? The silver dragon armor army continued to ask. It seemed newly awakened and was still quite confused about everything. Can it recognize us? Guo Chao swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. I have an unsettling feeling that this dragon armor army is different from the others. That shouldn't be possible. The dragon armor army identifies based on the armor. We are wearing dragon armor, so we shouldn't be detected. Jiang Fan actually lacked confidence as well. After all, this was a dragon armor army that could talk. Those black dragon armor soldiers had long been corrupted, leaving only a trace of residual dragon crystal. But this silver dragon armor army was different. Through its shattered visor, it seemed possible to see a face. Jiang Fan's heart shook. How could this be possible? Is there really someone who can survive for so long? Is this still a human? Can a master be immortal? Old Pan nodded, then shook his head. A master is an invincible being. As for immortality, that shouldn't be the case. The Star Moon Federation has records of masters aging and dying. Who are you? The silver dragon armor army asked once more, and faintly seemed to turn its body as well. Respect, respect, respect. Jiang Fan muttered a series of respectful words. Guo Chao, quick-witted, seemed to immediately understand Jiang Fan's meaning and hurriedly shouted at the silver dragon armor army. Elder, we are in awe of you. Your supreme might please spare us. Submit, submit, submit. Help me up, let's run. Jiang Fan was nearly driven to madness by Guo Chao. Was he insane? Su Qingqing quickly summoned the dragon mastiff, and the group immediately sprinted away. Who are you? The voices of the silver dragon-armored soldiers echoed relentlessly in their ears. It felt as if the ominous wind would never disperse. Invasive dragon nesters. Die. The word die sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Bang bang bang. The earth-shaking footsteps were rapidly pursuing them. It felt as if the entire underground palace was shaking. This was a miscalculation. I never expected the dragon armor's disguise would fail. It might not be a failure. Perhaps the silver dragon-armored soldiers recognized their difference. This way, Jiang Fan directed the dragon mastiff to change direction. The dragon mastiff's massive head turned back to glance at Su Qingqing. She nodded. The dragon mastiff then made a sharp 90-degree turn and squeezed into a narrow, dark passage. It almost threw everyone off its back. Can we shake off the silver dragon-armored soldiers by going this way? Wu Chao asked. Jiang Fan remained silent. He had previously deployed some dragon bats to scout this area. This was a densely packed area of dark passages. The route was very complex. Perhaps there was a chance. At this moment, a large number of people were gathered in an open space. The second batch of forces from various factions had arrived. Su Xingshan scanned the surroundings several times, but did not see Su Qingqing, resulting in a rather grim expression. Wu Dalu from the Beast God Temple questioned why they hadn't been informed earlier about how to avoid the dragon-armored soldiers. Currently, all factions had suffered losses, with the Su family maintaining the most intact strength. There were losses, but not many. Su Xingshan coldly stared at Wu Dalu. What treasures did you discover inside the dragon's nest? Since you aren't sharing everything with us, why should I reveal everything? Wu Dalu frowned and remained silent. Wu Dalu's expression turned icy. Su Xingshan, do you really think you are invincible? At this moment, the people from the Beast God Temple were very close to the evil sect. The Dragon Temple was not far from them either. The positions of these three factions were somewhat intriguing. Su Xingshan squinted at Long Hao and asked Wu Dalu, did someone tell you something? Wu Dalu snorted coldly, remaining silent, looking quite like a straightforward person who had been deceived. His demeanor also seemed as if he had inadvertently let something slip. Long Hao, however, smiled. They were all old foxes. Was Wu Dalu really foolish? Clearly not. As the eldest of the Wu brothers, having dominated the Star Moon Federation for many years, he would have perished long ago if he were foolish. The reason he seemed so easily to relay the information Long Hao had given him back to Su Xingshan was to completely undermine the Su family's trust in the Dragon Temple. At this point, Long Hao no longer needed to pretend. Uncle Xingshan, as we explore the dragon nest together, the dragon-armored soldiers are formidable. Although we have won a few battles, so far we haven't truly diminished their numbers. Under these circumstances, we should unite and share intelligence, right? Long Hao added. If anyone deliberately undermines our unity, we should deal with them first. Uncertain if it was just a feeling, it seemed that the three factions had drawn closer. Long Hao's tone carried a significant threat. At this moment, the spacious hall was divided into several groups. The Dragon Temple, the Beast God Temple, and the Evil Sect appeared to be banding together. Lin Tan and Yang Jiang led the white-clad law enforcers and city guards, forming a group. The Su family also had quite a number of people. Additionally, Nangong Ji brought a large contingent. Moreover, their ranks showed little reduction, indicating that the opposing side seemed to possess more exploration experience. They formed a quadrilateral stance. There were also some smaller, noble houses and organizations. Some of these organizations chose to affiliate with the Su family, while others aligned with Lin Tan and Yang Jiang. Overall, the situation was becoming quite clear. As for the cooperative momentum between the Dragon Temple and the Beast God Temple, Lin Tan and Yang Jiang had also noticed. However, none of this mattered at the moment. Isn't that right? Heh. Su Xingshan laughed. Do you really think my Su family cares about the things here? What I'm looking for is only Qingqing. With that, Su Xingshan looked at Long Hao, the evil sect, and the people from the Beast God Temple. I rarely get angry. Today I will make a serious threat here. If anything happens to Qingqing, all of you will accompany her to the grave. At this moment, Su Xingshan seemed somewhat deranged. To others, it appeared as if he had gone mad. No matter how strong the Su family was, could they rival the Dragon Temple? Moreover, provoking three transcendent powers all at once was indeed asking for death. Lin Tan looked at Su Xingshan with some surprise. How should one put it? Today, Su Xingshan appeared somewhat odd. Somewhat too reckless, unlike his usual character. Su Xingshan was a famous genius in Moonlight City during his youth. He had great talent in the realm of spiritual consciousness. However, at that time, the most discussed individual was the current head of the Su family, who was also Su Qingqing's father. Gradually, Su Xingshan became increasingly low-key. Now that one recalls, it seems no one is quite sure when Su Xingshan became a fifth-tier spiritual master. As for the specific stage he reached, it seems no one knows either. Fifth tier. Just now he learned from his intelligence that Long Chong was being suppressed by Su Xingshan. Long Chong seemed to be more than just a fifth-tier novice. Thinking of this, Lin Tan looked at Su Xingshan. Deep and unfathomable. Long Hao furrowed his brow slightly, as he was now somewhat unclear about the source of the awakening at the foot of the mountain. Why did they think he could battle everyone? The atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense. Suddenly, a faint tremor emanated from the depths of the dragon nest. This tremor was unusual, as if it contained some kind of aura. Long Hao's gaze sharpened Dragon Clan. After a few seconds of silence, almost everyone moved. They rushed toward the source of the tremor. Although they had little hope for the dragon egg, it didn't mean they wouldn't strive for it. A dragon egg is worth a huge city. This is no joke. If they truly obtained the dragon egg, not only would they not have to worry about wealth and honor for the rest of their lives, but their descendants would also prosper. Everyone step aside, you are not worthy. Long Hao charged ahead. The Thunder Dragon swept away all those who follow Long Hao. Lin Tan ordered. The Thunder Dragon must have a natural sensitivity to the dragon egg. Thus, by following Long Hao, they could locate the dragon egg. Long Hao glanced back at the crowd behind him, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Ordinary people are just ordinary people, no matter how hard they try, it is futile. The dragon egg is a fortune, and fortune is bestowed upon the chosen ones. Roar. A furious roar echoed. A massive serpent followed closely behind the Thunder Dragon. Although Nangong Jis Azure-patterned Heavenly Python is not a dragon, it belongs to the Python lineage. Unlike ordinary pythons, Heavenly Pythons are of a very high grade. Initially, they thought the Azure-patterned Heavenly Python's qualifications were inferior to the Thunder Dragon's, but when it demonstrated its divine power, everyone was astonished to find that the auras of the two spirit beasts were surprisingly comparable. The Azure-patterned Heavenly Python also possesses grade qualifications as a spirit beast. The two grade spirit beasts with equal standings raced down the corridor. In an instant, they distanced themselves from the others behind. Lin Tan was astonished. This is the grade spirit beast. Though it was only a 4th year, its abilities surpassed those of an ordinary 5th year in every aspect. Yang Jiang catch up. Yang Jiang, whose speed was even faster, nodded and immediately took off. Su Xingshan glanced at Su Xingwu, who nodded in return. Wu Debao was also sent out by Wu Delu. The 3 5th-tier experts followed closely. The remaining 5th-tier fighters didn't mean they couldn't keep up, they merely needed to protect those behind them. Otherwise, if they left, everyone they brought in would perish. Long Hao turned to Nangong Ji, who stood atop the azure-patterned Heavenly Python, also gazing at Long Hao. Long Hao laughed. Since you wish to die, then I shall fulfill your wish. The Thunder Dragon instantly swept its tail, unleashing a tremendous surge of thunderous power. Do you truly believe that equal qualifications and ranks can rival the spirit beasts of the Dragon Clan? If Dragon Clan spirit beasts were so easily replaceable, why would all beast tamers risk their lives to become dragon masters? Seeing the electric current whip toward him, Nangong Ji scoffed. The 4 azure patterns on the azure-patterned Heavenly Python's head instantly lit up. A tremendous surge of water energy descended in an instant. A mere water energy, what can it do against electricity? The silver-white lightning instantly intertwined with the water energy. Electric energy pierced through water. Crackle. The ear-piercing rumble of thunder was sharp and piercing. Yet an astonishing scene unfolded. The water energy of the azure-patterned Heavenly Python suddenly split along with the lightning. Just in time to avoid the azure-patterned Heavenly Python, the full force of the thunder struck the walls of the corridor. Electric conducting water. Long Hao understood your azure-patterned Heavenly Python is actually a hybrid. Heh. Nangong Ji chuckled. I'll take that as a compliment. Suddenly a surge of thunderous power was unleashed from the azure patterns. To be precise, there was also a circle of purple patterns outside the azure patterns, which was not easily noticeable. Long Hao was somewhat surprised. This azure-patterned Heavenly Python was actually cultivated from both azure and purple patterns. Logically, such cultivation carries a high risk. First, the survival rate is very low, and secondly, due to hybrid bloodlines, it is difficult to produce high-quality spirit beast offspring. However, Nangong Jis azure-patterned Heavenly Python succeeded. It simultaneously possesses water and thunder energy, which is why it could divert his thunder energy. Let's see if you can survive. The Thunder Dragon instantly turned its head and engaged in a furious battle with the azure-patterned Heavenly Python. The two colossal beings intertwined, locked in combat. Boom, boom. They continuously emitted deafening crashing sounds. The incredibly sturdy corridor walls began to tremble from the impact of the two spirit beasts. The 3 5th-tier fighters followed behind, and upon witnessing this scene, came to a halt. Why are these two fighting here? This is the depths of the dragon nest, where the dragon armored army could arrive at any moment. Sure enough, in the next moment, clang, clang, clang. The chilling footsteps of the dragon armored army echoed from all directions. There were quite a number of them. Because the battle between the two 4th-tier spirit beasts was truly thunderous. Not only they, but also those who followed behind were surrounded by the footsteps of the dragon-armored army. How many? The footsteps were dense. It seemed there were dozens. The number of the dragon-armored army was beyond imagination. Su Xingshan and the others also heard it, feeling surrounded by the dragon-armored army. They seemed to have reached the belly of the dragon nest. Looking back, the Dragon God Temple, the Fierce Beast Temple, and the evil sect members had not followed. Only Lin Tan and the others had come. Su Xingshan suddenly thought of something. Long Hao intentionally lured them here. The evidence was that the Dragon God Temple members did not follow. Long Hao intended to use the dragon armored army to trap them all. This is a conspiracy. Since when? Sushing Mountain pondered with his eyes closed, replaying the scenes he had just experienced in his mind. With his powerful mental strength, he could recall many intricate details, including the expressions of everyone just now and the deeper meanings hidden within those expressions. Suddenly, Sushing Mountain opened his eyes and questioned Long Hao, "Did you already plan this act before our meeting?" Upon hearing this, Lin Tan frowned. He understood. Yet Yang Jiang and Su Xing Wu were still confused. Realizing he had been exposed, Long Hao no longer pretended and exchanged glances with Nangongji. Both of them smiled. Subsequently, the two entangled spirit beasts also separated. Clang! A resounding sound of a sword being drawn echoed, accompanied by a chorus of mournful wails. At the end of the line, 7 or 8 people fell beneath the Dragon Armor Army's dragon-slaying sword. Roar! Roar! With a turn, the Thunder Dragon and the Azure Pattern Sky Python used the power of thunder to repel the Dragon Armor Army, blocking their path. They charged out with Long Hao and Nangongji. "Wait for me," shouted Wu Daba. Everyone looked over and Wu Daba appeared flustered, shaking his head wildly. "I had no idea, not even my elder brother mentioned anything to me. But now who would be willing to hear his explanation? Even if Wu Daba was treated as bait for sacrifice by Wu Dalu." Several fifth-tier experts rushed forward, venting their fury, and in a matter of seconds Wu Daba was obliterated. Wu Daba was originally a weak 5th tier, so as soon as Su Xing Mountain halted him for a moment, he vanished from existence. Perhaps before dying, Wu Daba couldn't even comprehend why his elder brother sought to harm him. "Defend against the enemy," Su Xing Mountain said to Lin Tan. Lin Tan nodded, realizing that the urgent matter was to cooperate. All of them had come together without any external support. Once surrounded, everyone faced the risk of perishing. Little did anyone expect that Long Hao had not only allied with the vicious Beast Temple and the evil sect, but also with Nangongji. They had been played. Nangongji approached Su Qingxing in Tianqing Town, and everyone thought Long Hao and Nangongji were at odds. Therefore, their fierce confrontation was understandable. However, Long Hao had collaborated with Nangongji. Despite their youth, he was a ruthless character. Dozens of people were surrounded by over 20 black-armored soldiers, despair evident on every face. How many would have to die? The screams were incessant. The Dragon Armor Army was too strong. With every rise and fall of the sword, a powerful warrior perished. Except for a few others had no power to fight back. The place instantly transformed into a slaughterhouse. "Second brother, you go ahead, I'll hold the rear," Su Xing Wu said gloomily, his broad body blocking Su Xing Mountain. Su Xing Mountain was taken aback. "Xing Wu, take Qingxing back. If anything happens to her, let everyone pay with their lives." Su Xing Wu chuckled foolishly. In that smile there was a hint of sorrow, as if he had already prepared himself. Seeing this, Yang Jiang gritted his teeth and said to Lin Tan, "You take them and leave. I will stay, as someone must block these Dragon Armor soldiers." "Old Yang." Lin Tan frowned. Although I sometimes disagree, you are indeed stronger than I am. Moonlight City can do without me, but it cannot do without you." Lin Tan paused for a moment, glancing at the white-clothed enforcers and the city guards. He also looked at the Su family members and those who followed them. These individuals were originally powerful figures from various factions brought here because they were entrusted with heavy responsibilities. No one had anticipated such a massive force of Dragon Armor soldiers. Let alone them, if all the Dragon Armor soldiers in the Dragon Nest were to come out, they could probably sweep half of the Xingyue Federation. "I understand your determination, but now is not the time for your sacrifice. Even if you must die, make sure to avenge your great enmity before you go." As he spoke, Lin Tan took out a turtle shell-like object. Yang Jiang recognized it at a glance. Xiangui Shield. Su Xing Mountain was seeing this treasure for the first time. It was quite famous, one of the treasured artifacts of the Law Enforcement Division of Moonlight City. It was said to be forged from the shell of a 6th-tier Xiangui. It could withstand attacks from master-level experts. This Xiangui was a spirit beast of a certain city, Lord of Moonlight City. It later perished in battle alongside that city lord. Lin Tan tossed the Xiangui shield into the air, and it quickly grew larger, enveloping everyone and descending rapidly. "Hurry inside," Lin Tan shouted at those still fighting the Dragon Armor soldiers. However, the Dragon Armor soldiers seemed intent on breaking in. Those people turned halfway and quickly spun back. They resolutely faced the Dragon Armor soldiers. Without even a farewell, they were directly turned into blood mist by the Dragon Armor Army. Yang Jiang's expression twisted. Those were his city guards. These brown-armored warriors sacrificed themselves to buy time for the Xiangui shield to fully descend. Watching the blood mist spreading in the air and the ground littered with shattered bones and rotten flesh. Those inside the Xiangui shield had very serious expressions. Some even began to cry. They were not crying from fear, but from unwillingness. Those who died outside were not necessarily weak. Many had not retreated into the Xiangui shield immediately because they were protecting them. Everyone was somewhat emotionally overwhelmed. They knew that exploring the Dragon Nest would inevitably come with sacrifices, but they hadn't expected the toll to be so great. More than half had perished. These were the elites of various factions the Foundation cultivated with countless resources. Today they all fell. A catastrophe. Everyone don't worry. This Xiangui shield is indestructible. Lin Tan reassured the crowd. Su Xingshan glanced at the Xiangui shield, a hint of doubt flickering in his eyes. Indestructible. If it were an intact Xiangui shield, perhaps it could be. However, this shield has several cracks running vertically from top to bottom. It is not visible on the surface, and only with his powerful mental strength could he discern it clearly. This Xiangui shield had been broken and then repaired. Can it truly be indestructible? Bang! The dragon armor army swung the dragon-slaying sword at the Xiangui shield, creating a tremendous sound. Yet the sword, which could slice through iron like mud, was surprisingly blocked. The Xiangui shield is indeed indestructible. Everyone was overjoyed, but Su Xingshan felt a twinge of worry. It might be an illusion, but the cracks seemed to widen slightly. With a faint smile, Su Xingshan could indeed see the true nature of the Xiangui shield. It wouldn't hold for long, but it should be enough to wait for the master to arrive. Several hundred kilometers outside Tianqing town, a few warriors were sprinting madly. Their communication devices had no signal at all. The influence of the dragon's nest was too severe, shrouding the area within hundreds of kilometers in ominous clouds. The signal was cut off, preventing them from carrying out the orders given by Deputy Director Lin. They could not inform the master experts in Yuehua City about the situation at the dragon's nest and request their support. Hurry! We can see sunlight ahead, one person shouted. There's a weak signal now. If we get a bit closer, we'll be able to send the information out. Just as they were filled with joy, suddenly, a blazing fireball flew in from the horizon. The group was startled. This was no ordinary flame. It was a spirit beast resembling a flame with a person atop it. The spirit beast was completely engulfed in flames, its appearance fierce and terrifying. The surrounding temperature surged, suddenly vaporizing the moisture in the air. Wherever the spirit beast passed, there was not a single cloud in the sky. The oppressive aura was overwhelming. Fire-spotted rhinoceros. One person exclaimed in shock. This was a very famous spirit beast. It was associated with a well-known genius beast master active within the Star Moon Federation. Young, just over 30. Yet he was already a 5th-grade legendary beast master. I will hold them off, you all send the message out. The middle-aged intelligence officer immediately turned and charged towards the fire-spotted rhinoceros. Boom. A cluster of crimson flames tore through the air. The force was shocking. Like a sharp sword, it instantly pierced through the chest of the middle-aged man. Old Deng, the 4th-grade intelligence team leader, had just died like that. The others collapsed in despair. Old Deng had been reduced to ashes right before their eyes. Their long-serving team leader gone, just like that. The youth atop the fire-spotted rhinoceros turned his gaze toward them, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You can accompany him now. Boom. Several streaks of crimson flames sliced through the sky, and the group was instantly turned to ashes. The signal light on the communicator had just illuminated when it fell to the ground with its holder's demise. The wartime communicator was made of special metal and rolled several hundred times on the ground. The youth riding the massive fire-spotted rhinoceros hovered in front of the communicator. He resembled a floating mountain of flames. What's wrong? What happened to you? An anxious voice came from the communicator. Boom. A flame from the fire-spotted rhinoceros fell, and the special metal communicator instantly melted into a pool of molten metal. After destroying the communicator, the youth commanded the fire-spotted rhinoceros to fly toward the dragon's nest. The time for life and death has come. It's my turn to make an appearance. Bang, bang, bang. The perimeter of the Xiangui shield was surrounded by the dragon armor army. Their frenzied attacks had made the cracks in the Xiangui shield visible to the naked eye. Even if Lin Tan tried to appear calm, it was becoming increasingly unrealistic. Old Lin, how much longer can it hold? Su Xingshan asked. Lin Tan's expression turned grim. It may not last 10 minutes. The Xiangui shield will be shattered. 10 minutes. The situation was more dire than expected. Su Xingshan took out a jade pendant. This pendant can conceal our presence, meaning we can escape the pursuit of the dragon armor army, but Su Xingshan did not continue. Someone needs to lure the dragon armor army away. Lin Tan asked. Yes, Su Xingshan nodded. Otherwise it would be meaningless to conceal our presence. Su Xingshan's words once again plunged everyone into silence. People are inherently selfish. If a large number of dragon armor soldiers charged in just now, the chances of survival would be almost zero. Everyone held a mindset of fighting to the death, perhaps with a burst of passion, sacrificing themselves for righteousness. But now hope had been rekindled due to the Xiangui shield. With the hope of survival in sight, who would still die for others? He'll go. Su Xingwu stepped forward. The others admired him. Su Xingwu was a 5th-grade warrior. Among these individuals, he was at the top of the power hierarchy. If there were to be a death, it should never be his turn. Yet he volunteered. Su Xingshan helplessly closed his eyes. Someone had to step up. The Su family must set an example. Haha, count me in. Yang Jiang stepped forward, exuding an imposing presence. Several members of the brown-armored city guard also stepped forward with him. There were already few brown-armored soldiers left, a large number had just perished, and those standing out now were all that remained. Since Yang Jiang had stepped forward, how could they shrink back? The city guard never fights alone. At the same time, several small affiliated forces also sent out some members. They formed a small team of 20, among whom was even a third-tier beastmaster. There was no sense of grandeur as time was of the essence. The Xian turtle shield emitted cracking sounds on the verge of shattering. Su Xingwu and Yang Jiang led the others to charge out of the Xian turtle shield. The beastmasters instantly released their spirit beasts, scattering in all directions. At the same time, Su Xingshan crushed the jade pendant, unleashing a wave of mental energy. Everyone was enveloped within the Xian turtle shield. Under the full eruption of Su Xingwu and Yang Jiang's auras, the people inside the Xian turtle shield held their breaths in silence. Even the aura of the shield itself fell silent. Thus the dragon-armored army truly went after the suicide squad. Su Xingshan gazed at his third brother's back, a pained expression on his face. This time the chances of survival seemed bleak. Boom, boom. In the narrow and dense corridor, the sounds of destruction echoed above the heads of Jiang Fan and the others. At this moment, they were clad in black armor, also shrouded in an aura-concealing artifact. Jiang Fan did not have one, so he shared with Su Qingqing. The thin veil she held appeared quite luxurious, but its area was not large, forcing the two to stand close together. Aunt Zhang behind them revealed a satisfied smile. If the young lattice mother could see this scene, she would likely be very pleased. The young master was quite a reliable young man. He was worthy of entrusting the young lady for life, provided the old fossils in the family agreed. Currently, the old fossils still believed that Long Hao was the best candidate for son-in-law. It all depended on the competition between Jiang Fan and Long Hao to see who would prevail. He hoped Jiang Fan would win, but to be honest, although Jiang Fan's performance was outstanding in a direct confrontation with Long Hao, he might not be truly stronger. Or rather, Jiang Fan was likely not Long Hao's match. The Su family, as the foremost noble house in Yuehua City, valued not just affection, but also background and lineage, and what they could bring to the Su family, such as dragon eggs or powerful support from the Dragon God Temple. The separation of Yuehua City from the Federation was just a matter of time. When that time came, how the Su family would position itself as a blood supply force after Yuehua City became independent, or as an unconstrained noble house transcending Yuehua City and even the Xingyue Federation. The extent to which the Su family could achieve was closely related to how much assistance the Dragon God Temple could provide. Thinking of this, Aunt Zhang looked at Jiang Fan's back and couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Fan turned his head, oddly asking, "What's wrong?" It's nothing, just feel a sense of being reborn in a desperate situation. Your ability to adapt is truly impressive. It's nothing much. Jiang Fan had already grown accustomed to Aunt Zhang's constant praise along the way. Guoqiao, Lu Yue, and Lin Mei did not dare to utter a word. They didn't even dare to breathe. As geniuses of the academy, they had seen and experienced a lot, but at this moment they had only one thought: to survive. It was incredibly thrilling. Just moments ago they had nearly been cleaved to death by the silver-armored dragon army. In the end, Jiang Fan led them into a secret chamber and skillfully navigated through the dark passage. It gave off the impression that Jiang Fan was the master of this place, which was truly astonishing. Jiang Fan's aura of control provided an immense sense of security. They felt that as long as Jiang Fan was around, no matter what danger they encountered, they could evade it. This seems to be a treasure trove of the Dragon Clan, but as time has passed, many treasures have turned into trash. Jiang Fan remarked. Guoqiao muttered to himself, "But you haven't taken little." Jiang Fan pretended not to hear, and continued, "What truly holds value should be that paradise where the silver armor was located. But it's too dangerous. We managed to dodge it this time, but if we encounter that silver armor again, we might not be so lucky. If it weren't dangerous, would it even involve us?" With that, Jiang Fan was already on the move, and the others could only reluctantly follow. They felt that if they did not keep up with Jiang Fan, their deaths would come quicker. The others were unaware that Jiang Fan was indeed confident. He had released all his aunt's dragonflies, and he had thoroughly surveyed the surroundings within a radius of several kilometers centered on himself. One could say he was the living map of the dragon's nest. The silver armor had gone in another direction and would not return anytime soon. Even if it came back, he would know immediately, and at worst he could just hide again. The group followed Jiang Fan, their hearts pounding constantly on the lookout. Only Jiang Fan kept his head down, running with all his might. It was as if this dragon's nest was his living room, as if he were in a place uninhabited. His speed was actually the slowest, the others, let alone Guoqiao and Lu Yue, who were third-tier warriors. Even Su Qingqing and Lin Mei, one being a beast master and the other a spirit master, could run faster than him. But the others could only match Jiang Fan's speed and follow behind. "Hide over here." Jiang Fan suddenly darted into a narrow side passage. The others hurriedly followed him in reapplying the aura-concealing artifact. After about a few seconds, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. A powerful aura surged forward, and the group held their breath. In unison, the silver armor was back. Jiang Fan seemed to have anticipated this, waiting a few minutes until he felt the silver-armored figure leave. Go! Jiang Fan dashed out once again, followed closely by the others. Guo Chao couldn't help but ask, Jiang Fan, how did you know the movements of the silver armor? As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Fan's expression changed dramatically back. Everyone hurriedly squeezed into the narrow passage they had just come from. Boom! Just as they entered, a dazzling white light flashed past. Their hearts raced wildly. The speed was astonishing, like a bolt of lightning. Jiang Fan's expression turned grave, not expecting the silver armor to make a sudden return. He originally thought the silver armor could speak, merely a remnant of will. It would automatically activate upon encountering intruders in the dragon's lair. Now it seemed that might not be the case. He had clearly observed the silver armor moving away, yet it suddenly rushed back at high speed. If he hadn't noticed it early and hadn't strayed too far from the narrow passage, several people could have been killed in that moment. It was too dangerous. After a few minutes, Jiang Fan said, "We're leaving." Guo Chao widened his eyes and asked in a low voice, "Did you grow a pair of heavenly eyes?" Jiang Fan felt mentally exhausted. Although the others were also filled with immense doubt, none were as carefree as Guo Chao. Such profound methods were Jiang Fan's secret. How could they easily inquire about it? Clang, clang, clang. The sound of footsteps echoed in the empty corridor. Everyone instinctively wanted to hide, but Jiang Fan remained calm. Aren't we hiding? Jiang Fan shook his head calmly, gazing ahead, and there it was. A black armored dragon army appeared. The dragon army passed by them, treating them as if they were air. The others also watched the dragon army. Aside from the silver-armored soldiers, they had no need to worry about the others. The dragon army passed by them, treating them as if they were air. The others also watched the dragon army. Aside from the silver-armored soldiers, they had this strike not only failed to harm the dragon army, but also backfired on Jiang Fan himself. The others were utterly stunned. What was Jiang Fan doing? The dragon army slowly turned around, glancing at Jiang Fan, seemingly puzzled. However, it did not immediately retaliate, likely because Jiang Fan was also wearing dragon armor and could not be identified. What are you all dawdling for? Attack! Jiang Fan was furious. Were they here just to watch a show? Only then did the others come to their senses and began to strike. Although the dragon armor was impervious compared to the indestructible Zhanlong sword, it seemed to fall slightly short. Perhaps it was because the dragon armor was made from dragon scales while the Zhanlong sword was forged from dragon teeth. Dragon teeth were the most solid part of the dragon clan. Clang, clang, clang. The scene was quite bizarre. A dragon army stood there, dazed, being relentlessly slashed by 6 dragon soldiers. Use all your strength. Suddenly Jiang Fan felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed some terrifying aura was approaching. Zhang Ma understood Jiang Fan's intent and immediately channeled all her blood power. She infused it into the Zhanlong sword regardless of whether it would attract other dragon armies, and struck with full force at the dragon army. The dragon army was pushed back several dozen meters, crashing heavily against the wall. This dragon armor is really hard to break. Zhang Ma sighed. Even with the Zhanlong sword and all her blood power, the dragon armor was only left with numerous fine cracks, but it was still difficult to completely shatter it. Jiang Fan nodded. He understood this principle. The Zhanlong sword truly was the Zhanlong sword, but it depended on who wielded it. In the hands of a strong individual, it might truly slay the dragon clan. However, in the hands of a weaker person, it might not be able to unleash even 1/10 of its potential. Pull the head off. Jiang Fan suddenly thought that the energy source for the dragon army was the dragon crystal. As long as they could extract the dragon crystal, the dragon army would lose its ability to move. The others nodded and rushed towards the spoils. Zhang Ma, Guo Chao, and Lu Yu had the strongest blood power. They stood on the dragon army's shoulders, grasping the helmet of the dragon army, and pulled upwards with all their might. Meanwhile, the others used the Zhanlong sword as a lever, inserting it into the gaps between the dragon armor's head and shoulders, prying with all their strength. The dragon army seemed to sense the crisis and began to charge wildly. The impact sent Jiang Fan and the others' blood surging in their chests. Hurry, Jiang Fan urged. Within a kilometer radius, 6 dragon armies were approaching. Resolve the battle within 3 seconds. Jiang Fan commanded fiercely. Zhang Ma and the others' blood power surged, and they even swallowed a few blood pills. These blood pills had 2 methods of use. The first was to slowly dissolve the medicinal power to replenish blood power. The second method was to rapidly dissolve the medicinal power, which had side effects and could harm the meridians. However, it could also temporarily enhance blood power, equivalent to a high burst. Jiang Fan was astonished. Such pills were not even sold in this desolate place of Tianqing Town. It was said to be particularly expensive. The one was worth a normal spirit beast egg. Tens of thousands. And these people were consuming them like candy. They were indeed wealthy. Drink. Drink. Huh. The 3 voices echoed in unison. Bang. The head of the dragon army was severed. Due to inertia, Zhang Ma and the others were thrown back. Jiang Fan, however, reached into the collar of the dragon army and pulled out a dragon crystal that still had energy within it. The moment the dragon crystal appeared, the dragon army immediately ceased its struggles, collapsing to the ground. Jiang Fan waved his hand, storing the dragon armor into his storage space. Go! A few people were hiding in a dark passage, still catching their breath. Outside, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed as several members of the dragon armor army paced anxiously. It was thrilling and exhilarating. However, the group was filled with excitement. Just moments ago, they had taken down another member of the dragon armor army and acquired a set of dragon armor and a dragon-slaying sword. They felt they had struck gold, finally understanding Jiang Fan's idea that fortune comes from danger. Let's continue. Guo Chao exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Even though their hands felt like they might break from the effort, the allure of the dragon armor and the dragon-slaying sword was simply too great. That set could easily sell for tens of millions on the outside. They could even trade it directly for incredibly rare treasures. Do you think such opportunities come by often? Jiang Fan sighed. Typically, members of the dragon armor army form teams of at least two, but it's rare to encounter one alone, so having this chance is already quite fortunate. I know, but with us wearing the dragon armor, we have such an advantage. Just now, it didn't even fight back. If it weren't for their dragon armor, they wouldn't have been able to take down the opponent. They would have been the ones getting knocked down. Just as Jiang Fan was about to step out, he suddenly recoiled. Someone is fighting, and it's intense. Zhang Ma assessed. Yes, it's coming this way. There's a strong surge of blood energy. It should be a fifth-tier warrior. Jiang Fan frowned. It seems the few members of the dragon armor army just now have already gone. This person is in trouble. The others nodded, sensing that Jiang Fan had no intention of intervening. That was quite normal. Jiang Fan would save them, but he might not save others who were unrelated. Su Qingqing suddenly clutched her chest, feeling a bit unusual. What's wrong? Jiang Fan asked. I don't know, I just feel some palpitations as though something bad is about to happen. Could it be that the silver armor is coming back? Guo Chao quickly asked. It's hard to say. The silver armor hasn't been around for a while. Given the time, it's likely returning soon. We need to hurry to that place. Jiang Fan urged. The group nodded and immediately set off. Just as Jiang Fan and the others left, a burly man staggered in. His strong physique was covered in wounds. Blood flowed incessantly, yet he was still unleashing a powerful surge of blood energy. Behind him trailed a dozen members of the dragon armor army, a spectacular sight. It was Su Xingwu, silent with one of his arms already severed. In the darkness, he could only rely on instinct, stumbling forward. But he also knew that this might be the end. Brother Air and the others should have made it out by now. Su Xingwu revealed a resolute smile as he suddenly faced the pursuing soldiers. Thunder Law, furious fist. Zing. A resounding punch echoed through the corridor. The radiance of his fist illuminated the entire hallway. In that moment, Su Xingwu resembled a thunder god, descending, his brilliance shining for thousands of meters. The air was thick with the scent of thunder. This was the core technique of the Su family, a legacy of ancient thunder law. This allowed the Su family to stand tall in Yuehua City for many years, a true trump card. Not only in Yuehua City, but throughout the entire Star Moon Federation, few techniques could rival the Thunder Law. The Thunder Law is the most powerful in terms of attack and penetration among all attributes. It not only inflicts damage on enemies, but can also paralyze them, causing a brief halt. It can be said to provide both offense and control. With a roar, Su Xingwu's large hand formed a fist, transforming into a massive surge of thunderous energy. A pale purple dragon crystal flickered within the gaps of the armor. Crack! The last dragon crystal fell out and shattered on the ground. Silver arcs of electricity flickered. A pale purple dragon crystal flickered within the gaps of the armor. Crack! The last dragon crystal fell out and shattered on the ground. Su Xingwu revealed a proud smile. He had won. In an unknown scenario against the so-called dragon armor army, he would not lose to any of them. As the silver lightning gradually faded, more than a dozen members of the dragon armor army charged forward. Su Xingwu smiled. The Su family does not fear death, but if they are to die, it must be with value. A surge of powerful thunder energy once again filled his body. He was about to self-destruct. He didn't know how many members of the dragon armor army he could take down with him. Perhaps he wouldn't take down a single one. However, the Su family was like rabid dogs, willing to give everything. Even if they couldn't kill you, they would make sure you suffered. Uncle Xingwu. Suddenly, at the moment when Su Xingwu had accumulated thunder energy to its peak, he faintly heard someone calling him. Could it be that when one is about to die, they hear illusions? Su Xingwu felt a bit dazed. That voice belonged to Qingqing. He remembered that when she was a child, she always followed him around, calling him Uncle Xingwu. She was very adorable. Ever since Qingqing's mother went missing, she had changed completely, no longer trusting the Su family, and had little contact with them. Also, this is what happens when you miss someone for too long, you start having hallucinations. Qingqing couldn't possibly come here. They were deep inside the dragon's nest, surrounded by dragon armor soldiers. With Qingqing's strength, she wouldn't be able to handle it. Perhaps Qingcheng was already waiting for him on the road to the Yellow Springs. That voice came from the road to the Yellow Springs. Qingcheng, I'm coming to find you. Su Xingwu gritted his teeth and silver cracks began to appear all over his. The terrifying lightning energy was already showing signs of being released. Don't self-destruct. Suddenly another voice shouted. Su Xingwu was taken aback. It seemed to be Zhang Ma's voice. Is this also an auditory hallucination? Uncle Xingwu, don't self-destruct. Su Qingcheng's voice came again. Su Xingwu was immediately dazed. This seemed not to be an auditory hallucination. He hurriedly held his breath and focused. He needed to suppress this self-destruction. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of old blood. He managed to suppress it, but he was internally injured. Immediately after, a set of dragon armor was thrown beside him. He saw a dragon armor soldier on a 4th grade cat-type spirit beast throw him a set of dragon armor. What is happening? Put it on quickly, Jiang Fan shouted. Then he let the bald blue cat slap Su Xingwu to the back. You all take him away, find a place to obscure his aura. I will distract these dragon armor soldiers, and then come find you. The bald blue cat slapped the dragon armor soldier, but it was nothing to the dragon armor soldier. The bald blue cat's claws, which had just healed with great difficulty, bled again. Su Xingwu was once again stunned. Can dragon armor soldiers still talk? Following that, 5 dragon armor soldiers rushed forward, one supporting Su Xingwu, while the others hurriedly helped him put on the dragon armor. Uncle Xingwu, why are you the only one? Su Qingcheng asked. Su Xingwu was dazed for a long while until the dragon armor was donned on him. Only then did he react. You are Qingcheng. It's me. Huh. How did you get here, and what about the dragon armor you are wearing? We will talk about this later. We need to hide first. Su Qingcheng knew that Uncle Xingwu had a lot of questions, but now was not the time to answer. Jiang Fan had already taken away those 10 or so dragon armor soldiers. In a narrow path, Su Xingwu was seriously injured, lying on the ground. Under the mask, he still wore a shocked expression. What is going on? How did he end up here? What happened to those dozen dragon armor soldiers? Were they all lured away by someone else? He survived. Did they all leave? Guo Chao asked in a low voice. Zhang Ma nodded. Cough cough. Can you tell me what happened now? Su Xingwu felt like a fool. How could he know nothing? Su Qingcheng briefly explained why she was in the dragon nest, how she had put on the dragon armor, and what happened after she donned the dragon armor, to Su Xingwu. Su Xingwu listened stunned. Why do I feel like you all are so comfortable? After thinking for a long time, he finally could only come up with the word comfortable. It really is comfortable. Although it sounds thrilling compared to the constant deaths around them, it was simply a difference. In comparison, these people seemed like they were strolling down the street. Su Xingwu pondered. The Jiang Fan you mentioned, is he the one the old man arranged for you in that betrothal? Su Qingcheng suddenly blushed and nodded slightly. No wonder the old man took a liking to him. I didn't expect him to be so remarkable now. From your description, he seems omnipotent, like a deity descending to the mortal realm. Su Qingcheng suddenly froze. Looking at the few people beside her, am I that obvious? The others, who had a tacit understanding regarding Jiang Fan, seemed to have guessed Su Qingcheng's confusion. They all nodded slightly. Under the dragon armor, Su Qingcheng's pretty face reddened even more. She softly said, it's not that exaggerated after all. Is he okay? There were many dragon armor soldiers chasing him just now, Su Xingwu asked. He's fine. He's fine. He's fine. They spoke in unison. Su Xingwu's expression turned strange. Then we need to hurry and reunite with second brother and the others. Wait for Jiang Fan. Wait for Jiang Fan. Wait for Jiang Fan. Su Xingwu almost couldn't catch his breath. What if that Jiang Fan doesn't come back for a while? Wait. Su Xingwu decided to shut his mouth and not humiliate himself. After all, he was a 5th grade martial artist, a legendary powerhouse. Here he felt like he had no presence at all, even less than a junior. And he still said he wasn't a deity. No matter how you looked at it, Jiang Fan was already a godlike figure in these people's hearts. Guo Chao noticed that Su Xingwu seemed a bit hurt and explained with a smile. If we don't wait for brother Jiang Fan, we might quickly be meeting our end. Su Xingwu had indeed heard of Jiang Fan's heroic deeds of treating the dragon nest like his backyard. But with so many dragon armor soldiers chasing him, is it really okay? Su Xingwu still had some worries. After all, Jiang Fan was taking risks for him. The other few also felt a bit heavy. Although they verbally believed Jiang Fan would return, in reality, could Jiang Fan really handle it? After following Jiang Fan for a while, they would subconsciously develop the illusion that the dragon nest is very. In reality, the cruel experiences Su Xingwu spoke of, with instant casualties exceeding half and limbs and severed arms all over the ground, were the true face of the dragon nest. Go. Suddenly, a dragon armor soldier rushed in, uttering a simple word before going out again. Su Xingwu was still in a daze while the others had already responded. Uncle Xingwu, let's hurry and keep up. Su Qingcheng immediately supported Su Xingwu as they exited the narrow path. A group of people clad in black armor rushed through the corridor, making a loud clattering sound. Jiang Fan led everyone into a hall. This hall appeared no different from any other, with several dim flames flickering on the pillars. Jiang Fan walked straight to the last pillar, and as everyone followed, they suddenly discovered that the area above this pillar was empty. There was a hidden passage that was not easily noticed. "Get up there, quickly," Jiang Fan urged. Guo Chao and the others did not hesitate, and immediately climbed up the pillar. "Jiang Fan, how did you know there was? Get up first." Jiang Fan was anxious. The silver-armored figure was coming this way. "Uncle Xingwu, you go up first," Su Qingqing quickly added. Su Xingwu said nothing and stepped into the hidden passage above. Jiang Fan followed closely behind. Just as they entered the passage, a dazzling white light flashed by. Accompanied by a terrifying aura, it was overwhelmingly shocking. Su Xingwu opened his eyes wide and dared not move. His perception was the most acute, recognizing it as the aura of a 6th-grade master. Along with it came a strong scent of blood. This was the smell of human blood. After a moment, Jiang Fan whispered, "Let's go." Then Jiang Fan immediately crawled out of the hidden passage and continued to sprint in the direction of the corridor. The others followed closely, showing incredible decisiveness. What shocked Su Xingwu was that these several people showed no hesitation at Jiang Fan's command. In the empty corridor, only their hurried footsteps could be heard. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Su Xingwu felt a bit uneasy if it seemed that a terrifying figure had just passed through here. Following closely behind them wasn't this courting death. Jiang Fan. Who exactly is this kid? Could it be that the dragon's nest is truly his home? Why is he exploring so thoroughly? He even knows about the hidden passage. As they turned a corner, they stopped. They encountered some people, and these individuals were clearly taken aback, and Su Xingwu recognized them at a glance. They were from the Beast God Temple. The leader was Wu Dalu. The evil sect and the Dragon God Temple were nowhere to be seen, apparently having gotten separated. Just as Su Xingwu was about to shout in anger, Jiang Fan suddenly rushed towards them. Seeing the dragon-armored army charging over, Wu Dalu was nearly terrified to death. 7 members of the dragon-armored army, were they here to wipe them out? Run. Elder, which way should we run? Just anywhere. The members of the Beast God Temple began to sprint frantically. Jiang Fan signaled to the others from behind, and they instantly understood. They were to act as shepherd dogs. Jiang Fan instructed them to drive this group from the Beast God Temple in the direction he pointed. Without a doubt, there would surely be other dragon-armored army members there. Su Xingwu wanted to say these people deserved to die, but it seemed unnecessary since Jiang Fan was already doing just that. 7 people clad in dragon armor, no one dared to provoke them. Everyone they encountered fled. Su Xingwu thought this feeling is truly exhilarating. Although Su Xingwu was quite strong without this set of dragon armor, Wu Dalu would not necessarily run away upon seeing him. But now it was different. Who would have thought they had infiltrated the dragon-armored army? This was simply a bug like cheating. Wu Dalu and others were filled with fear. The area was swarming with dragon-armored army members. Just after evading one wave, they immediately encountered another. There was no way out. There are also dragon-armored army members ahead. Someone gasped at this moment. In front of their escape route, there were 3 dragon-armored army members. Hiss. What to do? Wu Dalu glanced back at the 7 dragon-armored army members, and it was clear which way to go. Charge through. Wu Dalu gripped an axe. He swung it viciously at the dragon-armored army, but the true dragon-armored army was not to be trifled with. Raising his hand, the Dragon Slayer's sword was swung out. Clash. The clash of metal produced a piercing sound. Wang Dalu was shocked. His axe, forged from refined meteorite iron, was actually dented. Puff. The other 2 dragon-armored army members also struck simultaneously. They charged directly into the Beast God Temple's ranks. Instantly, several people were killed. The dragon-armored army's Dragon Slayer's sword could easily pierce through multiple targets. Below 5th grade, there was almost no defensive capability. Like tofu under the Dragon Slayer's sword, it shattered upon contact. Jiang Fan and the others did not move closer. That was enough. 3 dragon-armored army members were sufficient to give them a hard time. Just then, Su Xingwu took several large steps closer to Wu Dalu, and with a fierce swing of his sword struck upwards. Wu Dalu turned around abruptly and saw a somewhat damaged dragon-armored army member staring fiercely at him. A fiery pain shot through his back. It felt as if he had been struck to the bone. Moreover, this dragon-armored army member was extremely sinister, carrying a curse power that rendered the self-healing abilities proud to 5th-grade warriors completely ineffective. Suddenly, Wu Dalu's pupils constricted. Through the gaps in the damaged dragon armor, he seemed to see a pair of eyes. Su Xingwu did not linger, striking once with his sword before fleeing, leaving behind a dumbfounded Wu Dalu. This time, Wu Dalu confirmed. That was not a dragon-armored army member, but a real person. How could someone wear dragon armor? How is this possible? Who is it? The individuals entering the dragon's nest are now shattered by the charge. Even those from the Beast God Temple have scattered into various corners. Therefore, it is impossible to determine who this person is. Through the dragon armor, one cannot discern the opponent's strength, but they must at least be above the 4th rank. The range is quite vast and most who entered the dragon's nest are the elites of various factions. There are quite a few fourth-rank individuals, and combined there are probably at least 30. Normally one would never see. In a place like Tianqing Town, a fourth rank represents the pinnacle of combat power. They are also the backbone of various factions. For ordinary people, even the well-informed would only consider a third rank as the backbone. In fact, third ranks do not hold much weight in true transcendent conflicts. The real competition is among the fourth ranks. The quantity of fourth ranks determines the developmental potential of that faction. Thus all factions are hoarding fourth ranks, but this time it is uncertain how many have already perished in the dragon's nest. Another scream echoed, accompanied by a thunderous boom. Yet another fourth rank has died. That makes it the seventh. In the collapse of Wu Dalu, only 9 were brought and 1 is by his side, and the fate of the others is unknown. The losses are catastrophic. Such losses are unbearable for the Beast God Temple. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Withdraw as much as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately took a few people around him, including the only fourth rank, and left. The survival of the others now depends on their own fortunes. Had he known, he would have left Wu Daba behind first, but unfortunately that fool dared to secretly covet his woman. Did he really think he was completely oblivious? It is pointless to dwell on it now. Wu Daba, born with a traitorous nature, would not be willing to submit to him even if he survived. Jiang Fan and his companions have already appeared in another corridor. Su Xingwu is extraordinarily excited, feeling exhilarated. He struck Wu Dalu with a sword, and Wu Dalu still does not know it was him. Jiang Fan glanced at Su Xingwu somewhat speechless, wondering why he would take such a risk. Considering that he is Su Qingcheng's uncle, Jiang Fan had no grounds to say anything. Su Qingcheng seemed to sense Jiang Fan's emotions, shook her head apologetically, pointed to her head, and shrugged her shoulders. Even through the dragon armor, Jiang Fan seemed to understand. Su Xingwu has a problem with his brain. After all, those who walk the path of martial arts are often brash. In the end, those who practice to the peak tend to have simple minds, yet strong bodies. Especially someone like Su Xingwu. Jiang Fan even suspected his brain might be compressed by muscle. Just now the dragon armor army had already made their move. They could simply watch the show. Seeing Su Qingcheng's small gestures, Su Xingwu suddenly felt a bit melancholic, squatting down, his broad back appearing somewhat lonely and desolate. Jiang Fan was once again speechless, a legendary martial artist, so easily hurt. It seems he has often been spoken of in such a way. Of course I know I don't have to take action, but the Beast God Temple, in collusion with the evil sect and Dragon God Temple, has harmed us, resulting in so many casualties among the Su family. It feels as if I have personally slain them. Su Xingwu's voice rumbled like a bell. Is there really such a thing? Jiang Fan frowned. Su Qingcheng nodded, relaying what Su Hongwu had just said to Jiang Fan, including Wu Dalu using Wu Daba as bait, and the Su family now facing dire straits. What kind of beast is this? This Wu Dalu has utterly shattered Jiang Fan's worldview. Fortunately, Wu Daong is dead, otherwise the Wu brothers would not know what kind of storm they were about to unleash. Zhang Ma said fiercely. Wu Daong is dead. Everyone was astonished. Yes, didn't you all know? Zhang Ma was taken aback. Everyone then turned to Jiang Fan, with Guo Chao nearly kneeling down. God, you are truly a god. Jiang Fan was speechless. Did these guys really regard him as a god? He vaguely explained, actually it wasn't that easy, there was a bit of luck involved. Hey. Everyone looked at Jiang Fan in shock. Did you really kill him? A fifth-rank martial artist. Jiang Fan's face turned slightly red, as surely he wouldn't be struck by lightning. In a way, it was indeed his plan that led the Spider King to kill Wu Daong. Could the head count as his? At the very least, it was an assist, right? Su Xingwu, under the dragon armor, gaped. This Jiang Fan is so ruthless. If he could kill Wu Daong, wouldn't that mean he could also kill him? With this thought, a sense of admiration immediately rose in Su Xingwu's heart. Bang, bang, bang. He patted Jiang Fan on the shoulder and sincerely said, I, Su Xingwu, have always admired strong individuals the most. From now on, let us call each other brothers. Jiang Fan brother. Everyone was stunned. This included Guo Chao and the other 3. Guo Chao and his companions were not fools. Even if Jiang Fan and Su Qingcheng were trying to be low-key, they could guess some things. Furthermore, there had been rumors that Su Qingcheng went to Tianqing Town for a betrothal. Thus, it was only natural to associate it with Jiang Fan. But what was Su Xingwu doing? The hierarchy is all mixed up. Zhang Ma was anxious. What kind of brother is this guy Su Xingwu randomly claiming? Jiang Fan squinted at Su Xingwu. Everyone says Su Xingwu is a bit foolish. Not necessarily. This guy is not only not foolish, but also has a bit of cleverness. All right, brother Xingwu, from now on I will look after you. Jiang Fan also smiled, giving Su Xingwu a few light punches on the shoulder. Su Xingwu remained unmoved, causing Jiang Fan to stagger back a few steps from the recoil. Jiang Fan, how can you? Zhang Ma was about to criticize. It's fine, we each have our own discussions. Jiang Fan chuckled. Suddenly they saw a bright light ahead, and Jiang Fan exclaimed, that's it. The belly of the dragon's nest. A strange white light seemed to penetrate the eyes, reflecting into the very depths of Awakening Mountain. It was remarkably similar to the feeling Jiang Fan had upon their first encounter. Within that white light, there was a sense of a very primal aura. This aura evoked a sense of reverence from the depths of one's heart. Vaguely, one could hear the valiant roar of an ancient beast in their ears. It was merely an illusion brought on by this aura, yet it truly felt as if they were hearing it with their own ears. The lair of the Dragon Clan. Only upon arriving here did they seem to truly understand the meaning of the so-called Dragon's Nest. In ancient times, this place likely housed numerous dragons. Even after countless years, one could still feel their lingering presence. Awakening Wu was thoroughly impressed. Jiang Fan truly is a godly figure. He even found such a place. I bet my second brother is heartbroken thinking he's already gone. He definitely didn't expect that he had already reached the true Dragon's Nest. With this thought, Awakening Wu felt a bit smug. People say he isn't as clever as his second brother, yet he found the Dragon's Nest before him. Just thinking about the look of utter disbelief his second brother would give made Awakening Wu unable to hold back his laughter. Moreover, such a large figure was right behind Jiang Fan. He let out a strange chuckle that sent a chill down Jiang Fan's spine. Could he be seriously ill? If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't fight back, how could Jiang Fan possibly endure this? Alright, be careful, the Silver Dragon Armored Army might return at any moment. Jiang Fan first reminded everyone. He stepped a few paces into the white light. Although the silver armor had not returned, there was still a sun overhead. What came into view was an incredibly flourishing natural world. Lush and fragrant greenery enveloped them. Jiang Fan felt a bit dazed, questioning whether his initial judgment had been mistaken. Could this place really be the real world? Does the Dragon Armored Army have any responsibilities besides exterminating the dragon race? Jiang Fan inquired. Well, currently humanity does not have a complete grasp of the information regarding the Dragon Armored Army, including when this legion appeared and its numbers, which are still unclear. You just don't know, right? After all, you have been researching for a long time, as surely you can deduce something. Jiang Fan prompted Awakening Wu. Exploring the Dragon's Nest was akin to groping in the fog. No one provided the standard answers. One had to gather clues bit by bit, ultimately deducing a seemingly correct answer. Thus, deduction was essential. The Su family must have conducted many deductions, and as a core figure of the Su family, Awakening Wu couldn't possibly be completely ignorant. Unless either Awakening Wu was hiding things from him deliberately, or the Su family thought it pointless to share such information with Awakening Wu since he only needed to obey and follow orders. How do we deduce it? Jiang Fan facepalmed, realizing he had accurately described the situation. This brother was truly carefree. Su Qingcheng suddenly pondered. I seem to recall hearing that the most precious resource in the Dragon's Nest is the essence of the dragon race. Essence? Yes, the essence seems to be the root of the dragon race, a treasure that hatches dragons. How do we find this essence? What does it look like? Jiang Fan suddenly became interested. Essence. No wonder the dragon egg in his storage space had absorbed the blood energy and spiritual energy of so many dragon carcasses, but still appeared to be in the embryonic stage. The embryo had yet to fully develop, let alone hatch. It was still a long way off. If there were dragon essence, perhaps it could fully develop and then hatch. Seeing Jiang Fan seemed very interested, Su Qingcheng shook her head apologetically. I don't really know the details. My family has kept many things about the wasteland hidden from me. Jiang Fan nodded, not caring. In any case, they had already reached the belly of the dragon's nest and would eventually find it. Saying this, he addressed everyone. Help me look around to see if there are other life forms here, like insects or something. His army of ants and dragonfly scouts had already been deployed in the underground palace. They couldn't be retrieved for a while. As for the dragon bats, there weren't many left to begin with. Earlier, to shake off those dragon armored troops, he had used them all. With a single sword strike, the dragon armored army could slay a large number. Even if a few were still alive, they might not be of any use. Dragon bats didn't even dare to approach dragon carcasses, let alone the belly of the dragon's nest. Everyone instantly understood Jiang Fan's intention. Let's not forget, aside from being a genius beastmaster, Jiang Fan was also an insect master. Insect masters might not sound as impressive as dragon tamers, but Jiang Fan's ability to move freely in the underground palace was likely because he was an insect master. The few quickly began searching for Jiang Fan. The vegetation here was lush, appearing no different from the outside world. In fact, the spiritual energy here seemed even more abundant, increasing the likelihood of life forms. Before long, a chaos voice rang out. Wow, I've discovered a huge centipede. Everyone hurried over and nearly jumped back upon seeing the centipede. It was 7 to 8 meters long. A 7 to 8 meter long centipede was not particularly rare in the wasteland. Once it reached the beast level, whether it was 7 to 8 meters or even several dozen meters was not uncommon. The key was that this 7 to 8 meter long centipede was not a ferocious beast, but a mundane one. This is somewhat unbelievable. Jiang Fan surveyed the centipede, which was being pinned down by Guo Chao. Despite its long body and numerous segments, it lacked combat power. Jiang Fan placed his hand on the centipede's head, and judging by his posture it seemed he was about to control the creature. Su Qingxing widened her eyes. To her this was a complete waste of precious beast marks. Su Qingxing was present when Jiang Fan awakened his beast mark. At that time a beam of black light shot up into the sky. Although it was quite special, it appeared to be just a single beast mark. Why could Jiang Fan so recklessly control a spiritual beast? This was too incredible. Jiang Fan originally intended to control it, but everyone was staring at him with eager eyes. At this moment, controlling it might attract too much attention. He patted the centipede's head, saying if only it could take us to the Dragon Clan's source. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that they hadn't wasted a beast mark. It seemed Jiang Fan had not managed to control a spiritual beast of the centipede clan. Otherwise, he should have been able to control this centipede directly through some method. Just like Jiang Fan controlled those ants. I also suspect that its large size may be due to absorbing the energy of some rare materials, Lin Mei remarked. Lin Mei was a second-tier spirit master, and her goal was actually to become an evolutionist. Therefore, she had studied various types of fierce beasts and mundane beasts extensively. As a mundane beast, it was rare for one to grow so large. I suspect there might really be a Dragon Clan source here, Lin Mei speculated. Everyone was immediately invigorated. The Dragon Clan source, upon hearing its name, was clearly a treasure. Unlike dragon eggs, which were only useful to beast tamers, the Dragon Clan source should be usable by everyone, and might even be a higher-level spiritual energy material. Shall we search separately? Guo Chao asked. Jiang Fan glanced at Guo Chao and understood his meaning. Everyone had their own selfish motives, and Guo Chao was no exception. Everyone who came to the dragon's nest was not here for tourism, but rather with the intent to gain something. However, as long as they were with Jiang Fan, no matter what treasures they discovered, they would have to consider whether they should first hand them over to him. After all, it was Jiang Fan who brought them here. That's fine, but I suggest we do not wander too far. This place is not very large, and we don't know what dangers it may hold. That silver-armored figure might return, so everyone must be careful. Jiang Fan cautioned everyone. He actually wanted to split up as well. By separating, he could fully utilize his advantage of being able to control beasts infinitely. Su Qingxing opened her mouth, but seeing that Jiang Fan had the same intention, she nodded in agreement. There were a total of 7 of them, and Guo Chao and the others would definitely stick together. The 3 members of the Su family would also stay together, leaving only Jiang Fan and Lao Pan. They agreed to meet here to avoid getting lost, and decided to leave markers along the way. The 2 groups quickly chose their directions and left. Jiang Fan smiled, and supporting Lao Pan entered the dense forest. Lao Pan actually felt quite fortunate to be following Jiang Fan, as it gave him a sense of safety. Along the way there were only grass and trees and flowers. The sizes were immense, making it feel as if they had entered a giant's world. Besides the centipede earlier, they also saw some other terrestrial beasts and flying insects. All were mundane level, which Jiang Fan collected with ease. Moreover, there were quite a few fierce beast corpses that had been obliterated. The blood was fresh, and it seemed they had just been slain a few days ago. Mundane beasts survive, but fierce beasts cannot. Could this be the rule of this place? Who was the one that obliterated the fierce beasts? Was it that silver-armored figure? Perhaps these dragon-armored soldiers bore the responsibility of guarding this place, ensuring that no fierce beasts could grow stronger by utilizing the resources of the dragon's nest. The Dragon Clan source had a significant effect even on mundane beasts. Let alone fierce beasts, if they cultivated here for decades, or even 100 years, they would likely become invincible upon leaving. Jiang Fan glanced at Lao Pan, who was pretending to be dead. Pan Yu, how many people did your evil sect bring this time? Pan Yu's eyelids twitched as if he could barely keep. Jiang Fan swung down his sword. Oh, Pan Yu cried out in pain, opening his eyes to look at Jiang Fan in terror. You are quite clever, trying to use the source energy within the dragon's nest to counteract the curse power on the wound from the dragon-slaying sword. Unbeknownst to him, the broken bones in Pan Yu's body had actually begun to reconnect slightly. No. Pan Yu shook his head repeatedly. Jiang Fan ignored his explanations and continued to slash down hundreds of times. His strength was not as strong as Zhang Ma's. While Zhang Ma could sever bones with one strike, Jiang Fan had to strike the same spot a dozen times. Pan Yu's face turned pale, his eyes wide open as he stared at Jiang Fan, filled with anger, yet unable to voice it. His anger was genuine. After all, he was the Grand Master of the Holy Clan, but now he was being dragged around like a dead dog. He thought he could just attack whenever he wanted. Did he really believe he had no means left? A legendary warrior, although still shackled to his body, could still. Do you have any thoughts? Or should I throw you to that silver-armored figure? Jiang Fan asked casually. Pan Yu's inner fury was instantly extinguished. This is outrageous. In the dragon's nest, Jiang Fan moved, as if in a realm of his own, who knew whether he was boasting or not. Or rather, it is highly likely that it is not a bluff. Logically, if Jiang Fan can evade the silver armor, he can also find it. When the time comes, if he is truly thrown in front of the silver armor, he would not even have time to cry. Don't say that you are a waste right now. Even at your peak, could you hold on for even a second? Pan Yu said despairingly, this time our holy clan has dispatched dozens of white-robed instructors, 8 grand elders, and 3 great masters. Is this all your strength? Yes, Pan Yu answered honestly. Is there no other backup? None. Pan Yu shook his head. That's not right. To explore the dragon's nest, why don't you send Beast Tamers over? Jiang Fan asked suspiciously. At least the Beast God Temple has a Gao Yu. What about you? Gao Yu was originally a Beast Tamer genius cultivated by our holy clan. Pan Yu emphasized, his voice filled with righteous indignation. Who would have known that that guy Gao Yu would betray us and side with the damned Beast God Temple? Even if you didn't realize Gao Yu would betray you before after you found out, wouldn't you send other Beast Tamers? Pan Yu was taken aback. No, there aren't that many Beast Tamer geniuses. Jiang Fan squinted slightly, unable to determine whether Pan Yu was telling the truth or lying. The reason for asking these questions was to estimate the strength of each party. As it stands, there are 3 Grand Masters in the evil sect, 1 dead, 1 incapacitated, leaving 1 remaining. The Beast God Temple should also have 3 elders, namely the Wu brothers. However, 2 of the Wu brothers are dead, leaving only 1. These 2 factions are actually the weakest at present. According to Su Xing Mountain, the Su clan has sent 2 5th-tier powerhouses, 1 5th-tier warrior and 1 5th-tier beast tamer. The Moonlight City has also sent 2 5th-tier individuals, the deputy director of the law enforcement division and the deputy commander of the city guard. Together, that makes 4, surpassing the Beast God Temple and the evil sect. Pan Yu felt heavy-hearted as well, although he had heard that the Holy Clan had united, both sides had suffered heavy losses. Does Chu Hong know the current situation? Or is he hoping they can return to support? Something big has happened. Does that fool Chu Hong even know what is? Jiang Fan instructed the creatures he had previously controlled to take him to the origin of the Dragon Clan. However, these creatures were all of the mundane beast level and lacked intelligence. Even if Jiang Fan could communicate with them telepathically, it was still difficult to convey messages. Nonetheless, Jiang Fan discovered that the places these mundane beasts led him to were quite interesting. Sometimes it was a towering tree, other times a vibrant plant. These plants were somewhat unusual, their spiritual energy abundant, and they were much healthier than similar types of flora. They seemed almost like the legendary spiritual herbs. Spiritual herbs are a very important treasure in the wilderness. However, they generally grow deep in areas rich in spiritual energy. Surrounding the growth of spiritual herbs, there are usually opportunities. Therefore, these creatures led him to several plants that, while not yet worthy of being called spiritual herbs, were nearby. This also means that the spiritual energy in these areas is more abundant than in others. Is it nearby? Jiang Fan pondered. Not necessarily. These plants are in good condition and their roots should be deeply entrenched. So it is possible that the roots merely touched the origin of the Dragon Clan. If I can find a spiritual herb, it should be accurate. Jiang Fan looked around. Pan Yu was speechless. Do you think spiritual herbs are as common as cabbages? The value of spiritual herbs is extremely high. In the marketplace, there is a saying that 1 spiritual herb can save a life. Many transcendent forces are hoarding spiritual herbs, and they are often in short supply. Within the Star Moon Federation, the private trade of spiritual herbs is prohibited. This means that if you obtain a spiritual herb, you must choose to trade it with the Federation's authorities. In some black markets, a yellow-tier spiritual herb can even command a price in the hundreds of thousands. It seems somewhat unbelievable, even more expensive than some freight spirit beast eggs. The reasoning is quite simple. Because spiritual herbs can save lives, their audience is broader and the demand is greater. No beast tamer, warrior, or spirit master would dare to say they do not need spiritual herbs. Jiang Fan still thinks he can casually find spiritual herbs. Isn't that wishful thinking? What is this? Jiang Fan suddenly felt a hint of suspicion. Pan Yu turned to look in the direction of the voice. His eyes widened in an instant. He saw a half-person tall bright green plant quietly standing there. Its whole body radiated a faint green glow, vibrant and full of life. It was so green it seemed to be glistening with water. At the top of the green stem, there was a dark red fruit. Jiang Fan's eyes lit up. This fruit looked quite unique. It was entirely dark red, irregularly round in shape, and to be honest, it looked a bit ugly. However, the surface of the fruit had a pattern resembling dragon scales. It actually looked a bit like a dragon egg. Could it be that dragon eggs grow on trees? This almost choked Pan Yu. That is dragon grass. He initially didn't want to explain, but seeing Jiang Fan mistake dragon grass for a dragon egg, he couldn't hold back. What's the use? Can it be boiled in water? Pan Yu pondered for a moment. Well, it can be as long as you are willing. Dragon grass is considered a relatively rare spiritual herb. A single plant can sell for 50,000, depending on the maturity of the fruit. Pan Yu, being well-informed, said the mature fruit of dragon grass is bright red and about the size of a fist with clearer dragon scale patterns on the surface. Such a specimen could sell for around 30,000. Oh, 300,000. I meant 30,000. Although dragon grass is rare and mostly grows in dragon nests, its medicinal properties aren't that impressive. It's just an ordinary herb that has mutated due to the influence of the dragon nest's aura, so its value isn't that high. Some beast tamers use it to feed spiritual beasts, as there is a chance it can imbue them with a trace of dragon capabilities, serving as a material for evolving spiritual beasts. You as a beast tamer should know this, right? It's 300,000, Jiang Fan confidently stated, breaking into a broad smile. At least 300,000, he hadn't counted it in detail. Before him lay a vast expanse of dragon grass, and based on his visual estimate, there were at least 100 plants. He struck it rich. At that moment, Pan Yu also noticed. His eyes widened in disbelief. So much. Jiang Fan immediately got busy diving into the patch of dragon grass. He uprooted them one by one and stored them in his storage space. Everywhere he went became bare. He counted 150 plants. At least 4 to 500,000. Equivalent to 4 or 5 fourth-grade spiritual beasts. Pan Yu was astonished. This Jiang Fan's luck was truly remarkable. His exploration of the dragon nest was incredibly profitable. Moreover, it seemed there were hardly any losses. He kept gaining and gaining. Pan Yu couldn't help but cast a deep glance at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan was no ordinary person. His innate talent was evident. If his luck was so extraordinary, then it was something else entirely. Some say that luck is shameful. Those who say such things are definitely weak. The stronger one is the more they understand the importance of luck. Just like this exploration of the dragon nest, while others were dying madly over there, he was profusely gathering treasures over here. Luck is especially crucial when exploring the wilderness. There are those with mediocre talent, but exceptional luck, who ultimately become top-tier powerhouses. In the Star Moon Federation, there is such a good person, not very old, mingling in various wild regions. He is probably the youngest master in the Federation. Jiang Fan harvested this patch of dragon grass. However, he found nothing resembling the source of the dragon race. Following the direction of the dragon grass, he discovered a rather dense thicket ahead. As Jiang Fan passed through the thicket, his pupils constricted sharply. He nearly stepped into empty space. Below was a bottomless cliff. The depths of the cliff were pitch black, invisible to the bottom, and unknown where it led. The howling wind sounded somewhat eerie, akin to the roar of dragons. It also resembled a lament. This cliff nearly spanned the entire dragon nest, as neatly cut as if by a knife. Jiang Fan suddenly thought of a ridiculous possibility. Could this cliff have been carved out by someone? Immediately after, Jiang Fan shook his head. Impossible. To carve out this cliff that bisects the dragon nest, would that even be humanly possible? Can a master do it? I don't know, but a legend definitely couldn't. It seems this is the end of the dragon nest. Oh, what is that land in the distance? Standing on the cliff, Jiang Fan gazed at the land on the other side. It was quite far away, and with mist shrouding the cliff, he could only vaguely see a corner of that land. It also appeared to be a vast expanse of land. Where does that lead to? Jiang Fan suddenly felt that many phenomena in this world were beyond his imagination and understanding. Even Pan Yu couldn't help but exclaim, the wilderness is the most mysterious. Humanity has explored the wilderness for countless years, yet remains filled with the unknown. Do you evil sects also explore the wilderness? Don't you just engage in burning, killing, and plundering? Jiang Fan mocked. Pan Yu frowned. The Holy Clan has great righteousness. Jiang Fan couldn't be bothered to argue. The so-called great righteousness entails abducting and killing geniuses from various places. Let's turn back, but seems there is nothing here. Just as Jiang Fan spoke, he suddenly felt a terrifying pressure descending. Instantly, he was filled with dread, his skin prickling. This aura, the silver-armored one, has returned. He had been distracted by the cliff and hadn't noticed that the silver-armored one was back. This is troublesome. Jiang Fan instantly dove into Pan Yu's cloak. Pan Yu, too, didn't dare to move, trembling internally. The worst fear had come true. The silver-armored one was a master and could kill anyone. Boom. A violent tremor. It seemed the silver-armored one was battling someone. Jiang Fan's eyes lit up. Could there actually be someone who could contend with the silver-armored one? Could it be another master? Who? Jiang Fan glanced at Pan Yu, who cautiously shook his head, but his eyes clearly harbored secrets. Perhaps it's a hidden move from the evil sect. A deafening roar echoed. This roar made Jiang Fan's— What is this? The call of a dragon bat. It sounds like it, but it's clearly not the 5th-grade dragon bat he has seen. Rather, it is a 6th-grade dragon bat. In the Dragon Bat clan, there is actually a 6th-grade ferocious beast. This is yet another astounding discovery. Previously, it was thought that the Dragon Bat clan had only 5th-grade beasts, which were already top tier. But now, upon reflection, if the Dragon Bat clan has several 5th-grade beasts, why couldn't there be 6th-grade beasts? Moreover, the Dragon Bat clan is fully aware that there is a 6th-grade silver-armored one in the dragon nest, yet they dare to gather at the edge of the dragon nest. Clearly, there must be something capable of contending with the 6th-grade silver-armored one. TSK. Such a simple reasoning, yet he hadn't thought of it. This is troublesome. 2 6th-grade beasts battling would devastate everything. Not far from them, if they're caught in the crossfire, even if just the residual force, they would be smashed to bits. Rumbling. The sound of explosions echoed endlessly. This truly was an extraordinarily intense battle. Jiang Fan stood on the edge of the cliff, estimating he was at least several kilometers away from the epicenter of the fight. Yet the waves generated by the battle caused Jiang Fan to sway unsteadily. Peering through the thicket, he felt as if his eyes were about to be pierced by the fierce light. It felt as though two gigantic suns were colliding violently in the sky, obliterating the dense forest within a radius of several thousand meters from the core of the battle. The ground was left with deep craters. Jiang Fan couldn't help but wonder, does the most potent nuclear-level spiritual energy weapon in the human technological realm possess such destructive power? Under the clash of two master-level experts, the heavens and the earth changed color. A large number of dragon armor army soldiers rushed over, while numerous ferocious dragon bats also charged in fury. They could no longer hold back. The Dragon Bat clan had sought to seize the dragon nest for thousands of years. However, the dragon armor army had decimated many of their kin. Now, with an invasion of the dragon nest, countless dragon armor soldiers went berserk. They killed humans and turned on their own kind, completely enraging the king of the Dragon Bat clan. Outside, the people hiding in the corners of the underground palace suddenly had their eyes widened. Though they didn't know what was happening, a mass exodus of dragon armor soldiers was evident. This was their opportunity. It seems a battle has erupted deep within the dragon nest. Su Xingshan detected the commotion. Although not close to their location, the opponent's spiritual energy and aura were strong. Thus, the feeling was quite clear. Indeed, there is a sixth-tier expert present, and not just one. How do you know? Lin Tan asked. I guessed. Lin Tan was speechless. Then why didn't you tell me? Didn't you guess too? Su Xingshan asked with a smile. Lin Tan said nothing. He had indeed guessed, and even sent word for the master-level experts from Yuehua City to come. The key was that Su Xingshan was being too frivolous. Such a significant discovery was left for others to guess. What do you think we should do now? The masters from Yuehua City should be arriving soon. Should we retreat? Retreat. Su Xingshan's eyes revealed a hint of frost. We have invested so much and sacrificed so many, we finally made it this far, and now you want to retreat. Su Xingshan glanced back at his companions, feeling a pang of bitterness. This was their first exploration of the dragon nest, and although they thought they were well prepared, they still suffered massive losses. Furthermore, apart from a dragon carcass, they had nothing to show for it, and that carcass had to be shared with Lin Tan. A complete blood loss. The Su family had never suffered such a loss. Lin Tan smiled. He actually shared the same sentiment. If they retreated now, everyone's losses would be for naught. At the very least, they should gain something, or at least uncover the secrets of the dragon nest. Let's go take a look. The group hurried toward the site of the battle. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan and Pan Yu were moving quickly. They had no choice. The battle between the silver armor and the sixth-tier dragon bat was rapidly shifting toward their direction. It seemed the silver armor was intentionally trying to move the battlefield to the edge of the cliff, even above the cliff. Pan Yu was terrified, urging Jiang Fan to hurry up faster. Jiang Fan was so upset he wanted to throw him off. Who was he urging? He was just a first-tier martial artist. Dragging a burden along, moving at this speed, was already impressive. If he had known, he would have left him behind. If it weren't for the thought that they might encounter members of the evil sect later, he wouldn't want to deal with Pan Yu at all. Rustling. In the distance, a battle raged on. Jiang Fan was weaving frantically through the dense forest. His breaths and the sound of rustling leaves felt urgent. Suddenly, Pan Yu's eyes widened, and he immediately said, "Put me down." Jiang Fan was puzzled for a moment, but quickly realized there were dragon armor soldiers ahead. These dragon armor soldiers were engaged in a fight with the Dragon Bat clan. If he dragged Pan Yu over, Pan Yu might get directly obliterated by the dragon armor soldiers. Jiang Fan glanced at Pan Yu. What's your purpose in joining the evil sect? To pursue a greater cause. Speak plainly. To obtain more cultivation resources, and to not be constrained. This was Pan Yu's true heartfelt words. Jiang Fan didn't believe that everyone in the evil sect joined for that so-called lofty doctrine. I will let you go, and I also know you can heal yourself, so I'll give you two options, see how you choose. Go on. First, after you heal, you continue to act as a pawn for the evil sect, and end up getting killed, or at the very least, I will make sure you die with them. Pan Yu frowned and contemplated. What about the second option? Second, if you encounter a fifth tier from the evil sect, and catch them off guard, kill them, and I will spare your life. Hiss. Pan Yu gasped. This second choice meant betraying the Holy Clan. Betrayers of the Holy Clan shall die. This was known by every member of the Holy Clan. This isn't realistic. Let's not talk about my current state. I might not be able to kill Chu Hong. Even if I could kill him, would those righteous people let me go? I will persuade them, Jiang Fan replied. Pan Yu clearly didn't believe him. It's possible. Oh, I am now brothers with Su Xingshan, you know that, right? Is that really credible? I have a betrothal agreement with Su Qingqing. Pan Yu was taken aback for a moment, then said, the Su family may not value you. You are indeed quite extraordinary, but can you truly compare to Long Hao in terms of value to the Su family? Pan Yu remained clear-headed. The Holy Clan had also gathered quite a bit of information about Long Hao. After all, he was a top genius of the Dragon God Palace and a dragon rider. Long Hao was the true prodigy. Even without the backing of the Dragon God Palace, his future was boundlessly bright and could not be overlooked by any formidable power. Of course, Long Hao's achievements were closely tied to the resources of the Dragon God Palace. I saved Su Qingsheng and Su Xingwa's lives. This time, Pan, you did not question it further. It was a fact Jiang Fan had deep feelings for the Su family. Even setting aside the matter of their betrothal, the Su family had to show some respect for the life-saving favor. If Jiang Fan could secure the Su family for him, the official forces of Moonlight City might not necessarily be difficult for him. Pan Yu did not immediately agree to Jiang Fan, and Jiang Fan did not mind. After all, he had already tossed the choice to Pan Yu. This was not a threat. If Pan Yu truly chose the first option, he would indeed make him taste the bitter fruits of his choice. He didn't dare to speak elsewhere, but in the dragon's nest he had this confidence. Ignoring the pensive Pan Yu, Jiang Fan blended into the Dragon Armor Army. The Dragon Armor Army was strong, but the Dragon Bat tribe was also not to be trifled with. Just the 5th-grade Dragon Bats numbered over a dozen. This was a very powerful tribe that had been lying in wait for countless years, all to seize the dragon's nest. They aimed to master the essence of the dragon race. Now the Dragon Bat tribe, taking advantage of the situation, attacked the human race. Jiang Fan frowned. Looking at the trend, the dragon's nest would soon change hands, and the Dragon Bats would become its masters. This would not do. Suddenly, someone clapped Jiang Fan on the shoulder. When Jian Jin turned around, he found it was Guo Chao and several others, including Su Qingsheng. Everyone had similar thoughts, blending in with the Dragon Armor Army to take advantage of the chaos. With so many Dragon Armor troops and Silver Armor still battling the 6th-grade Dragon Bats, it was unlikely they would notice their presence. What do you say? Now, Su Xingwu asked. Kill. Kill whom? Kill the Dragon Bats. Jiang Fan's thought process was very straightforward. If the masters here were still the Dragon Armor Army, then with the Dragon Armor on, they actually held the advantage. But once the ownership changed, it would be almost impossible to navigate the Dragon Bat tribe. Good. Su Xingwu did not ask for reasons and directly charged toward a nearby 5th-grade Dragon Bat. Thinking was not suitable for him. As long as he acknowledged Jiang Fan, he would trust Jiang Fan's judgment. The others also did not speak, feeling that Jiang Fan's decision was quite reasonable. For now, they must first kill a wave of Dragon Bats. The numbers of the Dragon Bat tribe were overwhelmingly large, swarming as if they were a beast tribe capable of destroying a large city. Jiang Fan did not take action, but instead found a relatively high position to observe the entire battlefield. His strength was too weak. Although he had the dragon armor for protection, he would not be injured, but it would be very difficult for him to kill the fierce beasts. Here the Dragon Armor Army and the Dragon Bat tribe only distinguished between friend and foe, attacking all that were not of their clan. Thus he could not summon his spirit beasts and could only watch. However, even just watching was not without benefit. He could see which 5th-grade Dragon Bat was defeated and go collect what he could salvage. He could also pick up energy from any Dragon Armor soldier that had exhausted their strength. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the dragon's nest, some people appeared. Su Xingshan and Lin Ten led their group and encountered Long Hao, Nangong Ji, and Chu Hong. As soon as the two sides met, the atmosphere was charged with the scent of gunpowder. Just now Long Hao had put them in a terrible predicament. Long Hao seemed as if nothing had happened, whereas Uncle Xingwu. Su Xingshan looked coldly at Long Hao, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Behind him, some members of the Su family angrily scolded. Long Hao, how can you be so cruel? Why do you harm our Su family? Long Hao looked innocent and confused. When did I harm everyone? You still have the face to argue. Just now you and Nangong Ji intentionally started a battle to attract the nearby Dragon Armor Army to encircle us. Your malevolence is truly terrifying. This elder of the Su family with his hair gray was trembling with rage. Indeed, Long Hao was not very old, yet his methods were so vicious. What a waste of the Su family's unanimous support for him. Sorry, I really don't understand what you all are saying. Are you suggesting that I conspired with Nangong Ji? Long Hao smiled at Nangong Ji. Are we familiar with each other? Nangong Ji looked at Long Hao indifferently, not saying a word, seemingly not familiar at all. Long Hao shrugged. See, what you said is not true. The people behind were about to argue again when Su Xingshan waved his hand. Gesturing for them to stop, it was meaningless. Long Hao said with a smile, Uncle Xingshan is quite reasonable. The dragon's nest is one of the most dangerous places in the wilderness. Since we have entered, we should be prepared not to return, especially when we are at a disadvantage. We should keep our mouths shut. Su Xingshan suddenly smiled as well. Long Hao, you abandoned Qingcheng to escape alone, deliberately putting us in danger and even colluding with evil forces. Each of these points is enough for you to die 100 times. But I am still alive, Long Hao replied with a smile. You will surely die. Su Xingshan's gaze was piercing. A powerful mental force surged instantly. Long Cheng, standing behind Long Hao, stepped forward, blocking Long Hao. An invisible wall of mental power was established, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Su Xingshan exclaimed coldly. The mental force swept forth, pressing down on Long Chong as if it were a tangible substance. Long Chong's face turned pale in an instant. He spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. Leaning against Long Hao frowned and pushed Long Chong away in disgust. Commanding the Thunder Dragon, a silver bolt of lightning shot forth, instantly striking at the Su family members. Su Xingshan snorted coldly, waving his hand as several strands of mental power gathered. It actually distorted the space, even blocking the lightning breath. How is this possible? The silver-white lightning breath seemed to be trapped in midair. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Is there such a use for mental power? This was a question from the uninformed, while those knowledgeable such as Lin Tan, Long Hao, and Long Chong were filled with disbelief. The ability to condense mental power is a manifestation of mental power transforming into soul power. The Master Realm is a watershed. It's not simply a matter of reaching the peak of the 5th rank to naturally become a master. Rather, it requires a qualitative change. For martial artists, the transformation of a master involves converting blood energy into spiritual energy. For soul masters, the transformation of a master is the change of mental power into soul power. At the level of soul power, one can shake the heavens and the earth to a certain extent. In ancient times, top soul masters used a wisp of soul power to sever a giant mountain. But, is Su Xingshan already a soul master? Long Hao was shocked. If Su Xingshan is a soul master, who among the attendees would be his opponent? Lin Tan was also quite surprised. He had previously suspected that Su Xingshan had made significant progress. However, he did not expect Su Xingshan to have reached such a realm. A soul master. Su Xingshan was furious, his eyes wide open, seeking death. Su Xingshan grasped with his hand, and the lightning breath was instantly crushed out of existence. Immediately afterwards, Su Xingshan pointed at Long Hao. Long Hao's face turned pale, as if he had been thrust into an endless abyss. He kept falling with no end in sight. Cold as ice, his heartbeat and blood flow seemed to be freezing. He lost track of how long he fell, feeling completely subdued. His thoughts ceased, and time itself was sealed. In the next moment, suddenly a large hand tore through the darkness above, pulling him back up. As he returned to reality, he was drenched in sweat. His body was icy cold, completely stiff. The speed of his blood flow and heartbeat had drastically slowed. Even his breathing began to fail. Su Xingshan had used the means of a soul master to forcibly push his body into a state of death. When all physiological functions declined to the extreme, that was death. Long Chong was drenched in sweat. You almost died just now. Did you save me? Long Hao asked, still somewhat confused. Now it seemed clear why Long Chong had such a reaction after being affected. Su Xingshan was terrifyingly. I am truly ashamed. It was not me, but this esteemed person. Long Chong pointed at a man in black robes beside Nangongji. The black robe concealed his face. Thank you. Long Hao expressed his gratitude, still shaken, while looking at the man in black with some surprise. Could he also be a soul master? Unable to see through him, Nangongji's smile had a hint of amusement. Su Xingshan opened his eyes. This person easily broke his skills, and his cultivation felt unfathomable. Everyone was somewhat taken aback. The sudden twists and turns were truly overwhelming. Just a second ago, they felt Su Xingshan was the pinnacle of combat power, but the next moment a figure in black appeared. It felt like he was even stronger. Moonlight City indeed has hidden dragons and crouching tigers, even concealing a peak 5th rank soul master. The black-robed figure let out a faint laugh. However, this laughter did not seem to come from his mouth. It felt more like a surround sound player, with the voice resonating in everyone's ears. This sudden voice even changed Lin Tan's expression. He had felt a moment of dizziness just now. What level of soul master is this person? Could he be a true soul master? Lin Tan looked at Su Xingshan, who assessed for a moment and shook his head. He was not a soul master. He should also be at the legendary peak. But peaks vary greatly. If a mountain is 1,000,000 meters high, being 1,000 meters from the summit is already considered a peak. What about 100 meters? What about 10 meters? Thus, even though they are all peaks, there are still distinctions in strength. This black-robed soul master is somewhat difficult to gauge whether above or below him. Nangongji smiled like a nobleman, saying, Everyone, don't forget our purpose in this journey. Right now, the Dragon Armored Army and the Dragon Bat Clan are engaged in battle. This is our opportunity. That's right. Long Hao gradually regained some clarity. After all, he was a talented dragon tamer, and his foundation of mental power was already quite solid, though not as refined as a soul master's. In the Dragon Nest, the greatest threat to us is undoubtedly the immortal Dragon Armored Army. Continuing from Long Hao's words, if we leverage the Dragon Bat Clan's strength to eliminate the Dragon Armored Army, just the dragon armor alone would yield astonishing gains for us this time. Long Hao and Nangongji aimed to seize this opportunity to launch a large-scale ambush on the Dragon Armored Army. The crowd suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, Each of these several sets of dragon armor and dragon-slaying swords could unleash a storm of bloodshed. Moreover, with so many available, someone truly felt tempted and exclaimed, "As long as we work together and eliminate these dragon-armored soldiers, we will all be the greatest beneficiaries." But isn't the dragon nest occupied by the Dragon Bat clan? No matter how powerful the Dragon Bat clan is, they are not as terrifying as the dragon-armored army. When the masters arrive, they will surely be able to handle it. Some even directly proposed follow-up plans. Su Xingshan and Lin Ten exchanged glances. Long Hao and Nangong Ji, these two young men, clearly had ambitions to control the entire situation. The ideas they proposed precisely struck a chord with some of the weaker factions present. Their main thought was that surviving would be a victory in itself. As for how they ended up here, it was because they couldn't find a way out and could only follow along the path. They had long given up hope for treasures. However, when Long Hao and Nangong Ji put forward this suggestion, it reignited their hopes. They wondered if they could rely on a powerful force to claim one or even half a set. That would be an immense profit. With their kind of strength ordinarily, they would never dream of obtaining treasures like the dragon armor and dragon-slaying sword in their lifetime. Lin Tan frowned slightly. These two young men were indeed remarkable as they managed to lead the momentum. They attracted quite a number of weaker factions to ally with them. Although they were referred to as weaker factions, in truth each had at least one fourth-rank leader, with some even boasting more than one. On the contrary, Su Xingshan and Lin Ten found themselves at a disadvantage. "Do you two have any objections to exterminating the dragon-armored army?" Long Hao's smile carried a hint of ferocity, as if he were inclined to start a massacre at any moment. Their side had a considerable number of people, but the key point was that their fifth-rank combat power could not compare. Meanwhile, both Long Hao and Nangong Ji possessed fifth-rank strength. Adding to that were the legendary soul masters Long Chong and the Black Robe, as well as Chu Hong from the evil sect, and a formidable general from Nangong Ji's camp, who seemed to be a legendary warrior. The disparity in combat power was simply too vast. If Su Xingwu and Yang Jiang were present, the situation would not be so dire. Lin Ten suddenly smiled. Brother Xingshan, a wise person, knows how to adapt to the situation. Su Xingshan nodded, seemingly in agreement with Lin Tan's words. A flicker of shadows passed through his eyes. The circumstances were stronger than the individual. He must be responsible for the Su family. They could not afford to lose anyone else. As for Long Hao, now was not the time. Heh. Long Hao revealed a mocking smile. Then let us charge out and kill. Long Hao commanded, the thunder dragon roaring as he charged forth. A dazzling breath of thunder was unleashed, directed at a dragon-armored soldier who was wreaking havoc among the dragon bats. The dragon-armored soldier was momentarily stunned by the intense electric currents convulsing on the ground before being overwhelmed and obliterated by the surrounding dragon bats. The dragon crystal energy was exhausted, leaving the dragon armor scattered on the ground. The crowd behind immediately turned reedied. Had they just acquired a set of dragon armor? This was the very first set of dragon armor they had encountered upon entering the dragon nest. Long Hao's eyes also gleamed with fervor. He hadn't anticipated such good fortune. He obtained a set of dragon armor right upon entry, and since the dragon-armored soldier's dragon crystal energy had already been nearly depleted, he considered himself lucky. Just as he was about to reach out to grab it, he caught sight of another dragon-armored soldier charging towards him from the corner of his eye. Instinctively, he retracted his hand. In the next moment, he was stunned. That dragon-armored soldier actually did not attack him, but instead collected the scattered dragon armor right under his nose. The dragon-armored soldiers can operate like this. In the distance, among a group of dragon-armored soldiers, Jiang Fan fixated on Long Hao atop the thunder dragon. There it is, that thunder dragon again. Up close, the dragon clan indeed appeared quite majestic. Their strength was formidable, overpowering spirit beasts of the same rank. However, what did their attack on the dragon-armored soldiers mean? Isn't that working against themselves? Jiang Fan remembered this one, called Long Hao. Just as Long Hao contemplated deeply, the surrounding dragon bats suddenly converged. They were utterly oblivious that he had just saved them. A bunch of idiots. Long Hao fumed, patting the thunder dragon's head. Roar. The thunder dragon let out a furious roar, unleashing a breath of thunder. The power of thunder immediately spread across the ground, ensnaring the dragon bats as they plummeted to the earth. Jiang Fan frowned. How powerful. Under the thunder dragon's attack, the dragon bats of fourth rank and below showed almost no difference. Their already thin wings were nearly pierced through in an instant. Without wings, the dragon bats could not stay afloat, and they fell in droves to the ground. Collapsing amid the thunder, they were almost refined to nothing. In the distance, on the cliff, sixth-rank dragon bats engaged in a fierce battle with the silver-armored soldiers, roaring in fury. A piercing shriek rang out as if it could tear apart everyone's eardrums. Especially for Long Hao, even though the thunder dragon shielded him from part of the sound, his ears still bled. The thunder dragon's ears were even more affected. The crowd gasped. The sixth-rank ferocious beasts were indeed terrifying. However, what was even more astonishing was the thunder dragon's recovery ability. In just a few seconds, the Thunder Dragon's ears had healed. The silver, glimmering blood evaporated as if nothing had ever happened. This is the Dragon Clan, the overlords of the wilderness.